Chapter 101 Promise Him. At Heidai the dishes Zhou Wan'er and Sumi Yaoer ordered kept being served. However, as the dishes arrived, a few of them became puzzled. We don't think we ordered this, do we? Zhou Wan'er looked at a plate of tripe that had been brought out. They had ordered one plate, but they had already finished it. Why was another plate being brought out? Waiter, isn't this the wrong dish? Zhou Wan'er gestured to the waiter, indicating that the dish had been brought out incorrectly. No, it's not wrong. There were 2 plates on your menu. This was ordered by a gentleman who came later, the waiter said with a smile. A gentleman? The group exchanged glances, somewhat confused. They hadn't heard of this. Yes, that gentleman added several dishes for you and has already paid, the waiter confirmed. She remembered the young man clearly. He was handsome, had a refined air, and looked like a wealthy young master. She had even taken a few extra glances at him at the time. Where is he? Is he still there? No, he left after paying the bill. The waiter's eyes flickered slightly as he said this. However, the group didn't pay attention to this. They were simply curious about who it was. Never mind, since someone paid, let's eat. Might as well eat. Since the person was gone and hadn't left any contact information or words, Zhou Wan'er didn't care anymore. Yeah, whatever, let's eat. The group didn't think about it anymore and started eating. I was just saying I wasn't full, and someone immediately ordered for us, and we don't even have to pay. That's great. Haha, I hope someone will always offer to pay for us when we eat out. Well, never mind, I'm afraid I'll gain weight if I eat too much. The group didn't ask any more questions, and the waiter smiled slightly and stepped aside. Then she saw a colleague not far away making a gesture to her, and she immediately nodded. They often helped clients celebrate birthdays, but romantic confessions were a rare occurrence. Today, with such a handsome young man wanting to confess his feelings, they were determined to help him out. Most importantly, the girl was beautiful too. While Zhou Wan'er and her friends were enjoying their meal, the Heidai employees were secretly preparing things. Outside, Gu Yanzhou nervously prepared. He had never confessed to a girl before, and he didn't know if Zhou Wan'er would like what he had prepared. Zhou Wan'er had dropped out of school. If he didn't confess now, he might never have another chance to see her. He had to confess today. He let out a long sigh and loosened his tie. He had just gone to the mall to buy a Hermes suit specifically for this. The main problem was the time constraint. He had only come up with this idea after learning from a friend that Zhou Wan'er and her friends were at Heidai. He hadn't had time to go home and change into a bespoke suit, so he had to buy this ready-to-wear Hermes. He also had a gift in hand, but he didn't know what to give, so he bought a Van Cleef & Arpels Ponte Amore, a watch that is synonymous with romance. He hoped to use this watch to express his love to Zhou Wan'er. After Zhou Wan'er and the others had almost finished eating, a waiter gave him a signal from afar, and he nodded to all the waiters who were looking at him. So you're the luck I most want to hold on to. The sudden music playing in the restaurant, along with the light boards the waiters held up and the various balloons they brought out, made everyone know that someone was up to something. Zhou Wan'er and Sumi Yaoer, along with the others, excitedly looked around, trying to see which table was up to something. But as they were looking, the waiters came to their table. The group was somewhat surprised, exchanging glances, and realized that no one seemed to know anything about it. Zhou Wan'er, I like you. Be my girlfriend. Just as Zhou Wan'er and the others were still wondering what was going on, Gu Yanzhou, dressed in a black suit and bow tie, holding 999 roses, appeared behind the waiter. The waiter immediately made way for him to walk to Zhou Wan'er's table. Gu Yanzhou. It really is Gu Yanzhou. He's the campus heartthrob of Lin University, and I heard he's the eldest son of the Gu family, a super-rich second generation. My god. Zhou Wan'er is so lucky. I'm so envious. If someone like that confessed to me, I would definitely say yes. Many of the guests here are university students, including quite a few from Lin University. As soon as Gu Yanzhou appeared, someone immediately recognized him. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Immediately, someone started shouting loudly, and then more people joined in. If it were an ordinary girl, this scene might have been overwhelming, but Zhou Wan'er was different. The moment she saw Gu Yanzhou, she frowned. Didn't I tell you that you're not my type, that I don't like you, and that I don't want to be friends with you? What are you trying to do? Trying to morally blackmail me by using the crowd? Upon hearing this, those around who could hear her were stunned. Zhou Wan'er completely ignored the others, turning to the waiter beside her and snapping, "Turn off this lousy music. Is this funny? Were you the one who secretly paid the bill earlier? I'll pay for it myself." Zhou Wan'er's ruthlessness made the waiters immediately realize that things might not be as they expected. They quickly stopped what they were doing, turned off the music, and slunk away, leaving Gu Yanzhou alone. He had expected rejection, but not so direct, so unforgiving. The people at the surrounding tables were even more intrigued. A confession is interesting, but it's definitely not as interesting as watching a drama unfold. Wan'er, Gu Yanzhou hesitated, his lips moving several times before he finally uttered a sound. No, please call me Joe. First of all, we're not familiar with each other. Secondly, your behavior is very inappropriate. Please leave now. Zhou Wan'er didn't give Gu Yanzhou a chance to explain, sharply raising her hand in front of her to interrupt him. I prepared a gift. I just want an opportunity. I know you dropped out of school, and I don't want to miss this chance. I just want to take this opportunity to try my best. Gu Yanzhou didn't leave, but instead called out loudly to Zhou Wan'er. This is the Van Cleef & Arpels Pont de Amaricis watch I bought for you, and I also prepared. I know you have money, but it has nothing to do with me. You're not leaving, are you? Fine, I'm leaving. Zhou Wan'er coldly interrupted Gu Yanzhou again and walked straight out. Waiter, how much was that table's bill? Don't tell me someone already paid. I can pay myself, I don't need anyone else to pay for me. Chapter 102 The $1 Million Watch. Zhou Wan'er's domineering words silenced the waitress. She glanced back at the manager, who waved his hand, and she immediately looked down to check the prices. Only when Zhou Wan'er took out her phone to pay did Su Miaoer and the others react. They quickly got up, grabbed their things, and ran over. Gu Yanzhou stood there, the flowers in his hand now on the ground, watching Zhou Wan'er pay and leave with a livid expression. As expected of the woman Gu Yanzhou, have chosen. She has character. Once they were out of sight, Gu Yanzhou suddenly laughed. Zhou Wan'er had indeed gone too far, showing him no respect whatsoever, making him lose face completely. But it was precisely this behavior that made him feel this was the kind of woman he wanted. He was surrounded by too many women who played the victim, acted delicate, and pretended to be weak. Every single one of these women was after his family background and status. He looked down on them, including Su Yura from the Su family. Although her family was a good match for his, and she was always incredibly obedient to him, he always felt that something was off about Su Yura, as if she was hiding something. Wan'er, you were so cool. So awesome. That was Gu, the school's heartthrob. You just rejected him like that. I don't even know what to say. After emerging from the water tank, Lily excitedly exclaimed to Zhou Wan'er. The others had similar expressions. No one thought there was anything wrong with what Zhou Wan'er did. They were all filled with envy and admiration for her actions, as if she had performed a heroic deed. I've only ever dreamt of this kind of scene, the Prince Charming in the hearts of most girls in school confessing to me, only to be firmly rejected to my face. Wow, my dream has come true. Wan'er, well done. Do it again next time. Let Gu Yanzhou understand that our Wan'er is a woman he can't have no matter how rich he is. The group chattered as they arrived at the mall escalator. Once on the escalator, Su Miaoer stood next to Zhou Wan'er and softly asked, do you know how much that watch he was going to give you cost? Watch? What watch? I only saw the flowers, not the watch. I saw it, a blue strap, and the dial looked blue too. I think I saw it too, but I didn't see it very clearly. Some of the others saw it, some didn't, but they didn't think the watch was anything special. These days, it's normal for a guy to prepare a gift for a confession. At most, given Gu Yanzhou's status, the watch was a bit expensive. Zhou Wan'er glanced at Su Miaoer. Since Su Miaoer specifically asked, it meant the watch must be very expensive, otherwise, Su Miaoer wouldn't have brought it up. The Van Cleef & Arpels Pont de Amaricis has a list price of approximately 1.21 million to 3.54 million. However, he must have been in a rush and couldn't have gotten the 4-hour version. And as far as I know, the only one available near the school is the basic model, so the price should be around 1.21 million. When Su Miaoer announced the price, the others around her seemed frozen in place, their expression stoic. Lily pursed her lips, somewhat incredulous at what she had heard. Did I hear that right? The other three didn't speak, but their eyes conveyed the same meaning. No, that's the price. You can check it online, it should be one of the most beautiful women's watches. Su Miaoer said calmly. She owned one, the 4-hour version, so although she hadn't seen the whole watch, she recognized it immediately. No wonder it's young Master Gu, $1 million watch in one go. Lily and the other three were speechless. They had expected Gu Yanzhou to be generous, but they hadn't imagined he'd be this generous, spending $1 million women's watch in one go. $1 million. For ordinary people, this was an astronomical figure. It's about the price of an apartment in a small or medium-sized city. Do you guys think I should ask young Master Gu if he might give me this watch he doesn't need anymore? Haha, that's what I was thinking too. Do you think a rich guy like him might reject my confession and then throw the watch away? If he does, I want to pick it up. How about we all sell the watch and split it? Sure. After their initial shock, the group quickly put the matter out of their minds. $1 million watch was indeed very expensive and shocking to them, but it wasn't really relevant to them, so there was no need to dwell on it. The group laughed and joked as they exited the elevator and walked out of the mall. How about we go sing karaoke tonight? Someone suggested. Singing karaoke? Forget it, my good mood's been ruined. Zhou Wan'er's good mood had been completely ruined by Gu Yanzhou, and she didn't really want to go. Anyway, I'm not leaving these next couple of days. Let's go tomorrow or the day after. Okay, then let's do it another day. Sure, even if Wan'er drops out of school, she'll still be around here. Let's find another time. The others didn't insist. Then you guys go back. I'm going to Qinghe to find someone. Okay. Without much thought, they parted ways with Zhou Wan'er at the entrance. Qinghe was a little west, and Linda was north. Zhou Wan'er walked a few steps, scanned a shared bicycle, and rode off to Qinghe. In room 306, Yadali was excitedly watching Ye Qinghe swing his right forearm back and forth, speechless. He came home a little late today, having met some friends and had a few drinks. When he saw Ye Qinghe's arm swinging back and forth, his first thought was that he was really drunk, actually seeing Qinghe's arm raised and moving back and forth. I can't drink this much next time. I'm hallucinating. Yadali shook his head vigorously, rubbed his eyes, and chuckled. What hallucination? I just saw you raise your right forearm and move it back and forth. I didn't expect this alcohol to be so potent. I didn't feel like I drank too much when I came back, but now the effects are kicking in. Yadali smiled, sat down at the coffee table, picked up a glass of water, poured himself a drink, and gulped it down before saying, he hadn't drunk alcohol in a long time, not since Ye Qinghe's accident. Today, he was meeting some friends, and with everything going well lately, he couldn't resist having a few drinks. You didn't see wrong, my right forearm really can move. Look. Ye Qinghe laughed, raising his right forearm and swinging it back and forth to show Yadali. Seeing Ye Qinghe's arm move again, Yadali burst into tears, covering his mouth with his hand, trying hard not to cry. That's wonderful. This isn't an illusion. Chapter 103 I want to eat by myself. I told you before, everything would be alright. I can feel my body getting better every day. Ye Qinghe gently comforted Yadali, seeing his excited expression. Yadali was probably the one under the most pressure because of his health problems. He had told Yadali he would get better, but clearly, Yadali hadn't fully believed him, otherwise, he wouldn't be so excited to see his arm move. I know. I just didn't expect it to be so fast. I didn't expect. Yadali choked up towards the end, unable to speak. It's normal for fingers to move. After Ye Qinghe's accident, he had consulted with many experts. Many of them said that in cases like Ye Qinghe's, where the body suddenly deteriorates and gradually weakens, there might be relapses after a period of time, with some fingers, or even the palms or soles, regaining movement. However, these symptoms are likely only temporary. These symptoms don't mean anything. A true sign of improvement, of recovery, requires larger limbs, like the forearm or calf. Only when these larger limbs begin to recover is it a definitive indication of recovery. Therefore, although Yadali was happy during this time, he was still worried. He feared it was all just an illusion, a temporary relapse. Ye Qinghe going to university and starting a company were good things. It showed that some of Ye Qinghe's abilities were being discovered. But none of that made him as happy or excited as Ye Qinghe's actual recovery. I said before, everything will be alright. I can feel it myself. Believe me, everything will be alright. It won't be long before I recover. Then you can retire, sit at home and enjoy your retirement, or go on a trip, maybe a national tour, or even a round the world tour. Ye Qinghe said with a smile. Ha, I can't even imagine that. Besides, asking me to retire is like asking me to die. I can't stand being idle. Wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes, Yadali laughed. Great news. This is fantastic news, we should be happy. I'm getting old, and my first reaction to something so joyful is to cry. But the drink we had today was absolutely right. Although I didn't know Ye Qinghe's health was improving before, it seems like this is a preemptive celebration of his recovery. By the way, Qinghe, why don't we go to the hospital for another checkup? He's recovered so much in such a short time, his health must be improving. A checkup might give the doctor a more scientific recovery plan. Yadali thought of something. The doctor at 301 hospital messaged me a couple of days ago, asking me to take Ye Qinghe for a checkup to see if there have been any further changes in his health these past few days. Dad, do you think it's normal for me to recover so quickly? This time, Ye Qinghe didn't refuse, but instead asked a question. Yadali isn't stupid, he just hadn't thought of it before. Now that Ye Qinghe asked, his mind immediately went blank. Yes, it's really unusual for Ye Qinghe to have recovered so much in such a short time. Why were those doctors so concerned? They wanted to investigate what was wrong with Qinghe. If he sent Qinghe there, and they discovered something, then he knew this wasn't as peaceful and harmonious as it seemed on the surface. Many horrifying things had come from America. If these experts found something wrong with Ye Qinghe, and performed a biopsy, Yadali didn't dare think any further. We definitely can't go back to the old hospital. If they know your body has changed so drastically, they'll definitely want to do all sorts of experiments on you. That was absolutely unacceptable. Yet Dolly wouldn't allow that to happen. But yet Qinghe's recovery was so fast. Were there any other hidden dangers? How about we find a hospital that didn't know about your condition before, just for a checkup? Hospitals are all networked now. Do you think other hospitals wouldn't know the results? Unless we go to a private hospital, but private hospitals are sometimes even more unreliable. So let's do it this way for now. I can feel my body constantly changing, and it's changing for the better. Don't worry. Yeah, Qinghe definitely didn't want to go to the hospital. He knew his body, it wasn't a physical problem. As for how the system worked, he didn't know, but he was afraid the hospital would find something wrong, and he might actually be subjected to a biopsy. Alright, I'll listen to you on this, but if anything happens to your body, you must tell me immediately. Yet Dolly thought about it and felt that this was probably the only way for now. They could only take it one step at a time. After heating up the food he had brought for Qinghe, Dolly prepared to feed him. How about you help me up and put me in the wheelchair, then I can try to eat by myself. His right forearm could move again, and Qinghe wanted to try eating by himself. He felt that if he raised his right forearm, he should be able to reach his mouth. As long as he adjusted his position, he could eat by himself. Is it okay? Dolly was a little doubtful. Let's try. Qinghe really wanted to try. In reality, he hadn't really done anything on his own. Even when his fingers recovered, he could only move them slightly, and the same went for his hands. He couldn't do anything independently. But it was different now that his forearm could move. The range of motion in his hand had suddenly increased a lot. If he adjusted the position well, he felt that eating, using his phone, and writing would all be no problem. Okay, let me help you down first. Seeing that Qinghe really wanted to try, Dolly nodded, moved the wheelchair over, and helped Qinghe into it. Qinghe placed his right elbow on the wheelchair armrest and tried to lift it, but found it wasn't quite enough. Move my elbow forward a bit, it's too close to my body right now, the angle isn't right. Dolly squatted down and moved Qinghe's elbow forward. We need to put something under here, otherwise it won't work. However, Qinghe's forearm had only recovered, his upper arm hadn't. Although Dolly had positioned his elbow forward, it was starting to give way. Wait a minute. Looking at the wheelchair and Qinghe's elbow, Dolly got up and rummaged through the box he had brought, finding a roll of wide tape and a towel. Dolly folded the towel several times and placed it under Qinghe's elbow on the armrest of his wheelchair. Try it. With the towel's support, Qinghe could raise his hand to a higher position. He tried it. From this position, his hand should be able to get food to his mouth. Let me try with a spoon. Chapter 104 Eating by Myself. Dolly quickly grabbed the spoon from the coffee table, which was meant to be used to feed Qinghe, while holding onto the wheelchair handle with one hand. He handed it to Qinghe. Qinghe's right hand only had his thumb, index finger, and little finger that could move. It was a little difficult for him to hold the spoon, but after adjusting his grip, he could manage to hold it firmly. He held the spoon in a 7 shape, lifting it upwards and adjusting its position until he put it in his mouth. It works! It really works! Dolly's reaction was much more excited than Qinghe's. Qinghe hadn't been able to move at all before. Now, even though he could only feed himself, the progress was enormous. It might take some getting used to, and it's easy to drop the food, but with practice, it shouldn't be a problem. Qinghe was equally happy. This meant he wouldn't have to be fed anymore, he could eat by himself. Although he still needed some assistance, he could now feed himself. I'll eat by myself today. Okay, I'll tape this towel in place first. Dolly happily pulled the tape, making a cracking sound. In no time, he had the towel wrapped around the armrest of the wheelchair. There was no way to put a food container in front of the wheelchair, but that didn't stop Dolly. He looked around the room for a while and found a piece of wooden floorboard. He had found 2 of these when he added a delivery box to the back of his electric scooter to make more deliveries. He had brought them with him when he moved. He figured they might come in handy. And now was the chance. The wooden floorboard rested diagonally on the 2 armrests of the wheelchair. Because his right arm was supporting him, there wasn't enough space, so he had to place it diagonally. Dolly placed the lunchbox on the wooden floor, supporting himself with his hand. Tomorrow I'll try to get one of those little support panels like the ones on the side of the conference room chairs for your wheelchair. That way, you can take it out when you need it and put it away when you don't. Qinghe's attention wasn't on that at all. He immediately grabbed a spoon, scooped a spoonful from the lunchbox, and carefully brought it to his mouth. His hand trembled slightly. Without the support of his upper arm, using only his forearm was a bit difficult, and with 2 fingers still unusable, a lot of food spilled from the spoon when he lifted it. But no matter how much spilled, the spoon eventually brought the food into his mouth. I did it, Qinghe said happily. Great, with his forearm back, he could eat by himself. Yes, you did it. You really did it. Dolly was even more excited than Qinghe. If he didn't need to hold onto the wooden floor, he would have stood up and pumped his fist. What's making you so happy? Just then, Jo Wanner came in from outside. She had heard Qinghe and Dali's excited voices from outside and was very curious about what had happened. Qinghe can eat by himself. Dali excitedly turned around slightly to show Jo Wanner Qinghe's abilities. Really? Qinghe can eat by himself. Jo Wanner saw the food on the wheelchair and the spoon in Qinghe's hand, and immediately rushed to stand in front of him. Try eating one and show me. Although Qinghe found it a little strange, he still picked up the spoon and put the food in his mouth. This is wonderful. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. This is truly wonderful. Jo Wanner jumped up happily, her joy almost overflowing. Qinghe, you are amazing. It won't be long before you're completely healthy again. Qinghe smiled back at her happy expression. So, Qinghe ate by himself. Dali helped him hold onto the wooden floor, and Jo Wanner wiped his mouth with a tissue. An old short-sleeved shirt was wrapped around Qinghe's neck as a bib. I'll buy you a big bib online later. Seeing Qinghe spill some more food, Jo Wanner reached out to pick it up and throw it in the nearby trash can, smiling as she spoke. She wondered if they even had adult bibs online. By the end of the meal, at least a third of the food had spilled. However, Qinghe's self-control improved significantly later on, and he could now eat very little. How did it go with your withdrawal paperwork at school today? After the meal, Qinghe remembered Jo Wanner's trip back to school. It's basically done. I haven't signed the dormitory papers yet, but everything else is settled. Then I'll call Principal Qinghe and have him arrange for someone to take you to complete the enrollment procedures tomorrow. Qinghe knew that although Jo Wanner didn't say it, she was still worried about this. After saying that, he had Dali call Qinghe Siming. Qinghe, what's up so late? Qinghe Siming answered the phone immediately, his hearty laughter ringing out. Jo Wanner's withdrawal is complete. Could you arrange for someone to help her with her enrollment procedures tomorrow? No problem. How about I arrange for someone from the school to come to your dorm at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning? If that's inconvenient, another time is fine too. Qinghe Siming didn't hesitate, smiling directly. The matter had already been approved at the school meeting. Even if Jo Wanner handled it herself, it wouldn't be a problem at all. However, having someone from the school accompany her would show that the school takes this matter seriously. Qinghe glanced at Jo Wanner, who nodded. Qinghe replied, okay, 9 o'clock then. Alright, have Jo Wanner bring her ID card and the withdrawal documents tomorrow morning. Some of them will be needed. Okay. No problem. After hanging up, Jo Wanner's smile could no longer be concealed. Although this matter isn't settled yet, thanks to Qinghe Siming's words, it can be completely put on hold. Tomorrow, after you finish your enrollment procedures, let's go out for a meal. Qinghe has recovered, and you've officially become Qinghe's student double happiness. We should celebrate. Dali stood beside him with a broad smile. Everything was going well, how wonderful. Yes, we definitely have to celebrate. Let's go out for a good meal. Jo Wanner nodded, but then something crossed her face. Could I invite someone else tomorrow? Jo Wanner was thinking that she should tell Sumiaur about this as soon as possible. She had promised Sumiaur that she would tell her as soon as she could. Besides, Sumiaur had always been curious about Qinghe. Since she would be living with Qinghe eventually, she would have to meet him eventually. Why not take this opportunity to have her come and meet Qinghe? Chapter 105 Qinghe's nervousness. No problem. You want to tell your friend about coming to Qinghe, right? Qinghe nodded, guessing why Jo Wanner wanted to bring someone along. Jo Wanner definitely couldn't tell her friend about this for the next couple of days. After finishing her business tomorrow, she should definitely explain things clearly to her friend. Ordinary friends are fine, but her best friend needs a formal, private explanation. Jo Wanner nodded slightly. She should definitely tell her properly, she should understand. Dali added from the side. Sometimes some people might mind this, but true friends should understand. If a friend is really angry or bothered by this, then that friend needs to be reconsidered. When Jo Wanner comes here, Dali usually doesn't stay by her side all the time. He said a few words and then went back to his own little room. Sitting in his wheelchair, Qinghe asked Jo Wanner to bring him a notebook. He picked up a pen and began writing and drawing incessantly. It had been so long since he truly used a pen, it was like using chopsticks, he needed to practice. At first, his handwriting wasn't much better than a child's, since those 3 fingers weren't typically used for writing. However, having studied for over 10 years in his previous life, Qinghe gradually found his footing and his writing began to look somewhat decent. Do you remember I mentioned before that there's someone at our school named Gu Yanzhou? Holding Qinghe's notebook, Jo Wanner watched him scribbling and drawing, then spoke up after a moment's thought. Gu Yanzhou. Qinghe couldn't recall him immediately, but with his photographic memory, he could easily remember many things. I remember you. Didn't you say he was the school's heartthrob? Yeah, didn't I tell you before that he wanted to pursue me? He pulled another stunt on me today. What stunt? Did he painstakingly light a bunch of little candles on campus and arrange them into a heart shape? Or did he carry a guitar and sing for you downstairs? Aren't you so old-fashioned? Who confesses like that now? I went to Hey Dai Lao with my roommates tonight, and he bribed the waiter to add more food for us. And then he didn't pay, so you couldn't pay the bill and he showed up again. Yeah, Qinghe's words made Joe Wanner laugh uncontrollably, doubled over, and slapped him. Yeah, Qinghe, how could you be so shameless? Who confesses like that? Confessing like that would get you beaten to death. Finally managing to suppress her laughter, Joe Wanner's expression turned serious, and she told Ya Qinghe to stop interrupting her. No, don't interrupt, let me finish. He paid the bill, and then when we were almost finished eating, he had the waiters come over with light boards and music. At first, we thought someone else was confessing in the restaurant, but then they ended up around us. They were all carrying huge bouquets of flowers, wearing suits, looking like those guys in movies confessing to me. Ya Qinghe listened quietly to her story, and when he heard this, his heart tightened slightly, and then, Ya Qinghe had feelings for Joe Wanner. He had felt a surge of affection for Joe Wanner after seeing her and learning what she had done for the original owner of this body. Such a wonderful girl, truly priceless. However, due to his current physical condition, he knew it wasn't the right time to discuss this. He would wait until he had recovered sufficiently. Unexpectedly, someone else had also noticed her good qualities, which made him a little anxious. This was why he had been interrupting earlier. He said he liked me, wanted me to be his girlfriend, and a bunch of people around were cheering him on. I immediately shut him up. He even brought out a $1 million watch, thinking that just because he has a little money, any girl would like him? Bullshit. I despise those who try to throw money around. Joe Wanner's next words made Ya Qinghe breathe a sigh of relief. However, while he couldn't afford a $1 million watch right now, with the system, he should be able to afford one soon. Then, he would buy one for himself, an even more expensive one for Joe Wanner. And this Gu Yanzhou, I have to keep a close eye on him from now on. Even though Joe Wanner clearly said she doesn't like him, since he's prepared such an expensive watch, he definitely won't give up easily. I have to be careful. That's right, my Wanner treats money like dirt. She can't possibly corrupt us with money. Relieved, Ya Qinghe smiled much more happily, agreeing with Joe Wanner. You don't know, this Gu Yanzhou is a total heartthrob at school. So many girls like him. When he plays basketball, a bunch of infatuated girls surround him on the sidelines, cheering him on and giving him water. When he goes to the library, there are always people around him, not studying, just watching him. The key thing is, I heard there's this girl named Yuro who's always by his side, holding his arm really tightly. Someone like that is obviously fickle. He only dates for the novelty, and once that novelty wears off, he'll break up. Only those girls with brains in their chests would like him because of his looks and family background. Joe Wanner had heard about Gu Yanzhou's reputation at school when she first met him. Gu Yanzhou was a year older than her. She heard from the upperclassmen that he was voted the school's most handsome guy as soon as he entered the school, and many girls pursued him. They often saw him with different girls. Although he hadn't officially dated anyone, everyone assumed he had dated several people. Because several girls claimed to be Gu Yanzhou's girlfriends and engaged in online arguments with him on the school's intranet. Therefore, her first impression of Gu Yanzhou was very negative. That's right, my Wanner isn't the kind of girl who's all looks and no brains. Ya Qinghe nodded emphatically. Speaking of which, one of our roommates also has a strong liking for him. Although we've said that someone like him isn't a good match, she just can't help liking his face and figure. We often see her watching Gu Yanzhou play basketball on the sidelines. She doesn't even know the rules, yet she seems to enjoy it. This was also a point of contention for Joe Wanner regarding Gu Yanzhou. She felt that she and Gu Yanzhou were fundamentally different types of people. 100,000? No problem, as long as you can help me find out her information. 100,000 isn't expensive. Remember, I don't want her to know that someone is investigating her, and I don't want you to resell her information again, understand? If I find out that information has been sold outside, and I find out that you were the ones who did it, you don't want to bear the wrath of the Gu family. Chapter 106 Joe Wanner enters school. Qinghe. Gu Yanzhou hadn't considered hiring a private investigator before because Joe Wanner was at the school. It wouldn't be difficult for him to bump into her or get information about her, and he didn't need to resort to such offensive methods. But now that Joe Wanner had dropped out, if he didn't take some measures, he might never see her again. He had no choice but to find someone to investigate her background. As for directly contacting school leaders or staff, he knew he wouldn't use those methods. Spending a little money to have a professional bring all the information to him was the simplest and most convenient way. Young Master Gu, rest assured, you know our reputation. We guarantee that no third party besides our private investigation agency and you will know about this. A slightly hoarse male voice came from the other end of the phone. Facing Gu Yanzhou's implicitly warning, the other party not only didn't show displeasure but responded with a light laugh. Hanging up the phone, Gu Yanzhou walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, looking down at the scattered lights on the Ling University campus not far away, and the blurry figures under the streetlights. The scene of his first meeting with Jo Wanner flashed through his mind. It was Jo Wanner's first semester of university, early November. The heating hadn't come on yet, but a cold wave had already struck, causing a sharp drop in temperature. The lowest few days were bone-chillingly cold, the most unbearable time of year. It was an evening, by the artificial lake on campus. He had been passing by and saw many people gathered around the lake, some whispering, some taking pictures of the water with their phones, but no one approaching. He hadn't intended to join the crowd, but just as he was about to leave, he saw a girl wearing a thin white down jacket, jeans, and canvas shoes walk straight to the lake and squat down. Following her gaze, he saw a kitten shivering in the muddy water. The lakeside was a slope, slippery and dangerous. Don't go down. Wait for security. It's too dirty down there, and it's so cold. Rescuing it would mean wading through mud. Who could stand that? It's a stray cat. What if it gets scratched? People around her were trying to dissuade her, some even pulling her away. The girl simply shook her head slightly, her voice soft but unusually firm. It's freezing. It can't wait for security. Without the slightest hesitation, she carefully slid down the slope, letting the mud instantly soak her clean white down jacket. The rough, broken cement surface reddened her palms, but she didn't care. She stepped straight into the murky, icy mud, inching closer to the kitten. Her movements were gentle, as if afraid of frightening it. She gently reached out and grabbed the kitten by the neck, pulling it into her arms. When she came up, one shoe was covered in mud, a considerable section of her trousers was muddy, and her hair was a bit disheveled. The kitten, as soon as it hit the ground, panicked and tried to run away. There were too many people. Though it was cold and shivering, the sheer number of people frightened it even more. The girl, facing the compliments of those around her, simply smiled faintly, quickly cleaned herself up, and left. Her back was straight, showing no shame or embarrassment despite the dirt on her clothes. She was neither humble nor arrogant. At that moment, he understood kindness doesn't need to be performed, and courage cannot be acquired through pretense. He possessed countless expensive and exquisite items, and was never short of beautiful girls who fawned over him. These girls were gentle, refined, and knew how to please, but none possessed a heart as pure and untainted as Jo Wanner's, soft yet resilient. After that day, he began to pay attention to Jo Wanner, and after that day, he discovered so many admirable qualities in her. At 9 a.m. on Thursday, Jo Wanner accompanied one of Qinghe's teachers to several places, finally completing her enrollment procedures by 11 a.m. Mainly because her enrollment was different from that of new students, the procedures were somewhat complicated and time-consuming. Looking at her Qinghe student ID card, Jo Wanner happily took a selfie. However, she knew this photo wasn't suitable for public posting, so she only sent it to her father, Jo Qinghe, and mother. Great! I never thought our family would one day produce a Qinghe University student. Jo Qinghe immediately sent a voice message, his joy evident in his voice. Although both are universities, there's a significant difference between Qinghe University and Forestry University. Regardless of how one gets into Qinghe University, being a genuine student there is something to be proud of. It's a pity I didn't get in on my own. Jo Wanner's tone was humble, but her expression was anything but. Her smile was full of pride. It's okay, don't worry about the process, as long as the result is right. Okay. Before Jo Qinghe even hung up, Jo Wanner's mother sent a message. It was a 60-second voice message, filled with joy and pride, overflowing with praise. Her happiness practically spilled off the screen. She didn't care how her daughter got into Qinghe, as long as she got in, and not through any underhanded means. That was a good thing. When she first learned about it, she wanted to announce it to everyone. After talking to her parents on the phone, Jo Wanner, holding her student ID and related documents, skipped and hopped towards room 306. Back in her dorm, she showed Ye Qinghe everything she had acquired. I used to dream of going to Qinghe University, but I knew it was just a dream. Who would have thought that one day it would actually come true? Ha ha ha. From now on, please call me Jo Wanner, a student at Qinghe University. Finally, holding her student ID in one hand and her other hand on her hip, Jo Wanner laughed arrogantly. While she acted happy in front of her parents, she was still a little reserved. But with Ye Qinghe, she didn't need to hold back at all. She could do whatever she wanted. Ye Qinghe watched her with a smile. He understood Jo Wanner's joy. Where are we going for dinner tonight? You can tell your friends. Right, I'll tell Sumiaur now. Jo Wanner then realized that she had been so busy sharing with her family and Ye Qinghe that she hadn't told Sumiaur yet. Miaur, let's have dinner together tonight. I'll introduce you to someone. Also, there's something important I need to tell you. It's because of this. I couldn't tell you before, but now I can. Actually, Jo Wanner really wanted to send Sumiaur the photo of her holding Qinghe's student ID, but she held back. This was definitely more satisfying to say in person. It's about introducing me to your childhood sweetheart, right? And dropping out is related to him, isn't it? Chapter 107 Company System. Sumiaur's first suspect in this matter was Jo Wanner's childhood friend. However, given that Jo Wanner's dropping out of school was such a big deal, the school would definitely notify her family. Since Joe Wanner's family had no objections, so Meower felt she had nothing to say. This was a lifelong decision, and no matter who it was, no matter which parent, they wouldn't make a decision lightly. Since Joe Wanner had dropped out, it meant there must be something else she didn't know. She just couldn't understand what could have made Joe Wanner choose to drop out. It's related to him, but I told you it's a good thing. You'll understand why I did this when you meet tonight. If it were you, you would have done the same. Joe Wanner refrained from revealing the matter over the phone. Okay, will you send me the address and time later, or will you come back with me? So Meower's tone was full of teasing as she said this, because she knew Joe Wanner definitely wouldn't come back with her. Hee, come over by yourself tonight, see you then. Joe Wanner chuckled. She heard the teasing in Sue Meower's words, but she was immune to it and didn't care at all. You, really? Sue Meower had already anticipated this outcome. Her best friend was perfect in every other way, except for this childhood sweetheart. She simply couldn't understand her. A person completely paralyzed, possibly with a permanent condition, was, in her view, not worth any further care. Even though they had grown up together, visiting her during holidays when she came home was already more than enough. Alright, I can't talk to you anymore, I have things to do, see you tonight. Joe Wanner didn't say anything more and hung up the phone. Looking at the disconnected phone, so Meower shook her head, found a number on her phone labeled Tan Family, and dialed it. I can't make it to dinner tonight. Can you cancel it for me? Okay, Miss Sue. I asked you to register the copyright for that song before, have you done it? Not yet, I haven't had time for it these past few days. Then don't bother, I'll have my dad handle it. After saying that, Qinghe sent a message to Yadali, asking him to register the song under Joe Wanner's name. Just take a picture of your ID and send it to my dad. After Qinghe reminded him of this, Yadali understood the registration process and knew how to do it. He sent a message back to Joe Wanner asking her to send him the photo. In the morning, Yadali went out. He had already posted a job ad online. Last night, he received some resumes, and after a simple screening, he sent interview invitations to some people, scheduling them for this morning. In the morning, he interviewed several people. He found a suitable receptionist/administrator, but he wasn't too satisfied with the finance position. The receptionist's name was Zhangyan, pronounced Zhangyan, a rare surname. She was 26 years old and had worked as a receptionist and administrative assistant at a company for a while after graduation, gaining some experience so he didn't need to teach her step by step. Zhangyan started work that very day, handling all the paperwork herself, and even found a new contract. The reason for the rush to get her onboarding was that the office equipment and computers Yadali had purchased had arrived, and he couldn't manage them all by himself. Boss, is it too late for me to back out now? At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after getting everything set up, Zhangyan sat on the sofa in the reception area and joked. After getting to know her for a while, she found the boss to be a nice person. Although she was the only employee, the fact that the boss said it was free office space provided by Qinghe University told her the job was worthwhile. Moreover, the boss said there shouldn't be any worries about business in the future. Although newly established, they already had a few deals. I did my own onboarding, signed my own contract, even set up my own computer and workstation. Even a makeshift team wouldn't be this haphazard. Haha, that proves we're not a makeshift team. A makeshift team wouldn't be like this. Makeshift teams have all sorts of rules and regulations, afraid people will know they're a makeshift team. Yet Dolly laughed upon hearing this. How about this, I'll order a milk tea for each of us, so you won't regret it. What do you say? I think it's a good idea. I'll have mango pomelo sago. With a cup of milk tea, Zhangyan immediately smiled and said she wouldn't regret it. Yet Dolly smiled and shook his head, took out his phone, and ordered 4 drinks. 2 for the office, 2 for room 306. Thank you, Uncle Dolly. Half an hour later, he received a photo from Joe Wanner of her feeding Qinghe milk tea. Qinghe loves milk tea, especially pearl milk tea. He doesn't really like other new drinks and only drinks pearl milk tea. Joe Wanner is the same. At 5:30, after cleaning up the office, Zhangyan and Yadali left the company together. Although it was only her first day, Yadali gave Zhangyan a key to the company door. I might not be able to arrive on time. If you arrive and I'm not there, just open the door yourself. We don't have a clock-in system, so you don't need to rush to work. It's okay to be a little late. You can leave in the evening too. If you have something to do, leaving a little early is fine too. Thank you, boss. Zhangyan smiled sweetly. This company was perfect for her. She wasn't the type to be late, but she disliked companies that constantly monitored clocking in. She believed that companies that focused on clocking in all the time rarely grew very large. There's no need to thank me. Our company is a bit different from other companies. As long as you've finished your job, watching videos or binge-watching shows is fine. You don't have to be secretive. As long as you don't broadcast it aloud, feel free to watch. Yet Dolly shook his head. When he used to run his company, apart from the production workshop which had strict rules, other departments were pretty much the same. They only cared about the results, not whether you slacked off or were late. This is why many employees couldn't stay at their new companies after he sold the company and left one after another. Zhao Hai wasn't like him. His company had so many rules that it was almost to the point where you had to specify which foot to step into the company. Boss, I don't regret it at all now. All I want now is for our company to keep going, Zhang Yan said to Yadali with a smile. This was exactly the kind of company she had always wanted. Then work hard. As long as the company exists, these rules will not change. Chapter 108. How much did it cost to get the fake certificate? Pei Ming arrived the following afternoon. Sorry, I was planning to finish it last night, but some things came up, so I'm only giving it to you now. Pei Ming didn't send it directly to Qinghe so he could explain in person. It's alright, I told you, there's no rush. It was already very quick to finish today, thank you. Qinghe smiled and waved his right hand. Now that he could move his right hand, he was very willing to use it. Before Zhou Wanner arrived this morning, he had asked Yadali to place the phone under his right hand so he could easily reach it whenever he wanted. Today was also the first time he had personally watched videos. The only problem was that his vision was a little poor while lying down. Later, when Zhou Wanner came, she helped him lift up a bit, making him more comfortable in a semi-reclined position. Your hand. Pei Ming immediately noticed Qinghe's change, pointing at his hand in surprise. He remembered not seeing it when he arrived yesterday. How could there be such a big change in just one day? As I mentioned before, my body has been recovering little by little recently. Yesterday afternoon, my forearm recovered, I can move my fingers now too. Qinghe chuckled, pleased to see others' surprise. He picked up his phone and showed it to them. Look, I can do some things on my own now, it's much more convenient. I can not only use my phone, but I can also feed myself, though I still need a little help sometimes. It's important to let more people know about this recovery, so that even if someone questions it later, there will be someone to corroborate that he recovered gradually. At most, it might have been a little faster. Congratulations! Congratulations! This is wonderful news. Now that you've recovered your right forearm, it won't be long before your whole body recovers. Pei Ming immediately smiled and clasped his hands in congratulations. It truly was wonderful news. Thank you for your kind words, Qinghe replied with a smile. Pei Ming didn't stay long. After Qinghe looked at the math problems he had given him, stripped of other industry jargon, and confirmed there were no problems, he left. The takeout Yadali ordered arrived shortly after Pei Ming left. Zhou Wanner inserted the straw for Qinghe, placed it in his hand, and let him drink it himself. Then she took a picture of Yadali and sent it to him. Afterwards, the two lay in bed and watched a movie. It was past 5 p.m. when they tidied up, and Zhou Wanner pushed Qinghe out the door. Meanwhile, Yadali also left the company and headed to the restaurant Zhou Wanner had booked. Sumi Hour also left from school. The restaurant they booked was in a shopping mall, a Suzhou-style restaurant. When Qinghe and Zhou Wanner arrived, Yadali was already at the entrance, but Sumi Hour hadn't arrived yet. Because they had made a reservation in advance, the three of them didn't have to wait and went straight in to sit at their reserved table. You guys sit down first. I'll wait for my best friend at the entrance. She should be here soon. Zhou Wanner helped Qinghe settle in, ordered the food, and went outside. Meower. She waited outside for only 2 or 3 minutes before seeing Sumiaur appear on the escalator in a blue Lolita dress. She immediately jumped up and waved at Sumiaur. Sumiaur on the escalator also saw Zhou Wanner and waved back. What great news! Can you tell me now? You've kept me in suspense long enough. As the escalator arrived, Sumiaur happily ran over and hugged Zhou Wanner, who was also running towards her. Great news you'd never expect. Look what this is. Having held it in for so long, Zhou Wanner couldn't contain herself any longer and immediately pulled out the Qinghe student ID she'd received at noon. Is this the great news you were talking about? Seeing the student ID, Sumiaur was stunned. No matter how she looked at it, it couldn't possibly be real. There was only one explanation. How much did you pay for this fake ID? It looks pretty real, but what's the use of a fake ID? Student IDs are connected to the internet now. It's real. It's a real student ID. I'm a student in the computer science department at Qinghe University now. Zhou Wanner immediately explained with a smile. Sumiaur's reaction wasn't surprising at all. She understood. How could that be? Even if you enroll, it won't be until September. It's only June 29th now, 2 months until September. How could it be real? Besides, Qinghe has never recruited students from other schools. Sumiaur shook her head repeatedly. There was no way this was possible. I know your grades. They're just average in our school, not among the top students. Why would Qinghe recruit you? The words coming from Sumiaur all conveyed the same meaning. This was impossible. Yes, under normal circumstances, it's impossible. However, there are exceptions. Do you remember the special admissions incident at Qinghe University a couple of days ago? Jo Warner, ignoring Su Miao's words, asked with a smile. Yes, I know. I heard he's a math genius, or. Su Miao belatedly realized her mistake, omitting the word paralyzed, and looked at Jo Warner with surprise. Yes, that person is Ye Qinghe, my childhood friend. Qinghe University, because of his talent, allowed him to make a condition during the special admissions process. He asked me to come to the school to take care of him. Of course, his main purpose wasn't for me to take care of him, but rather to ensure I could also get into Qinghe. Jo Warner smiled and nodded at Su Miao, indicating that this was exactly what she thought. My God, Jo Warner, you've kept such a big thing from me until now. And your childhood sweetheart, didn't you say you were just an ordinary person? How did you suddenly become a math genius? Su Miao was immediately flustered. This matter had been the hottest topic in all the universities in Beijing this week, and Qinghe even brought out 6 big shots and the principal to oversee this genius? I heard that the professors at Qinghe's law school went through every law book to make sure the rumor mongers rotted in jail. And now you're telling me this is your childhood friend. Jo Warner, you really know how to hide things. No way, I'm going to eat something good today, I'm going to eat you to death. You're such an enviable guy. Su Miao grabbed Jo Warner's arm with one hand and tickled her vigorously with the other. This girl was infuriating. How could she keep such a big thing a secret? Ha ha ha, I was wrong, I shouldn't have kept it from you, let me go. Jo Warner dodged the tickling, and seeing that Su Miao wasn't stopping, she yelled, if you keep this up, I'll fight back. You dare fight back? You dare fight back? Looks like you have no remorse whatsoever. Take this dragon claw hand. Chapter 109 Allure and Intimacy. The playful banter between two adorable, vibrant college students was quite eye-catching, drawing knowing smiles from those around them. No wonder you said you'd still be around here and we could see each other often. You've been promoted, from a student at Lin University to a student at Qinghe University. Ah, I'm so envious of you. Why don't I have a childhood friend like that to take me to Qinghe? After a while, the two walked into the shop. Su Miao, arm in arm with Jo Warner, said wistfully. She was happy for Jo Warner, but also very envious. That's Qinghe. What student wouldn't want to go there? Inside the shop, Ye Qinghe leaned back in his wheelchair with his eyes closed for a moment. When he opened them, a strange, invisible light flashed across his body. Ye Qinghe's overall appearance hadn't changed, but some subtle details had undergone imperceptible alterations. Charming and friendly, his eyes were gentle and warm, carrying a touch of warmth and approachability, making him seem like an old friend at first glance. This was the new skill Ye Qinghe had acquired after traversing 50 kilometers in his consciousness space. Like the previous, sickly beauty skill, it changed a person's demeanor. Let me introduce you. This is Su Miao, my best friend of the past 2 years in university. At this moment, Jo Warner led Su Miao in, introducing her to Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe at the dining table, then turning to introduce Ye Qinghe and Ye Dali to Su Miao. Miao, this is my childhood friend Ye Qinghe, and this is Uncle Dali, Qinghe's father. Su Miao had seen Ye Qinghe when she entered, as he was the only one in the restaurant sitting in a wheelchair, but she had only seen his back and couldn't see him clearly. But when she got closer and saw Ye Qinghe for the first time, for some reason, her heart softened. There was none of the aloofness one would expect from a stranger, instead, it was like that of a long-lost acquaintance. He sat there quietly, his eyes gentle, his demeanor serene, as if even the air around him slowed down, subconsciously making one relax and want to approach. But upon closer inspection, her heart clenched sharply. He was slender, almost frail, his face pale, his eyes clear and soft, yet concealing an unconcealable weariness and frailty, like a flower branch trembling in the wind, carrying a melancholy akin to that of Qinghe, a beauty fallen from grace. He was as approachable as an old acquaintance, yet so fragile it tugged at her heartstrings. Just one glance was enough to make one want to get close, yet also to protect him with unwavering care, afraid that the slightest force would shatter this gentle yet delicate appearance. She even wanted to adjust the blanket covering him. Vixen! Su Miao now understood why Jo Warner was so infatuated with this man. Even she, a complete acquaintance, felt an overwhelming tenderness for him and wanted to protect him. How could Jo Warner, who had grown up with him, possibly escape his clutches? Hello, I'm Ye Qinghe. Ye Qinghe, unaware of the consequences of his two contrasting auras, saw Su Miao staring at him in a daze and assumed she hadn't expected him to be like this. He smiled and raised his hand in greeting. Miao. Jo Warner also noticed Su Miao's odd behavior and gently touched her. Oh, hello. Su Miao snapped out of her daze and quickly bent down to shake hands lightly with Ye Qinghe. My name is Su Miao. I've heard Jo Warner mention you before. Don't be so polite, sit down. Waiter, bring the food. Before Su Miao could say anything more, Jo Warner urged her to sit down quickly. This matter wasn't completely settled before, so I haven't told you. This meal today is to apologize to you, and also to celebrate Qinghe's right forearm recovery. What do you mean? Zhou Wan'er's words left Su Miao somewhat confused. She had heard Zhou Wan'er mention that Qinghe was paralyzed, but she didn't know the extent of the paralysis. Qinghe was completely paralyzed before, only his head could move, the rest of his body was immobile. In the last 2 weeks or so, first his right index finger recovered, then his thumb, little finger, palm, and yesterday even his forearm started to recover. You don't know, before, many hospitals couldn't figure out his condition, saying he might be like this for life. Now it's all like a miracle. Zhou Wan'er explained. Completely paralyzed? Only his head could move? Su Miao truly admired Zhou Wan'er after hearing this. She felt she couldn't do something like this. No wonder Qinghe, after being specially recruited, chose to have Qinghe recruit Zhou Wan'er. Loyal and devoted, that was the only word she could think of. I really admire you, and I really admire you as my childhood friend, Su Miao said sincerely. So you forgive me for not telling you before? Zhou Wan'er chuckled and put her arm around hers. Seeing her like this, Su Miao couldn't help but roll her eyes. Otherwise, why would I blame you for this? What you did was perfectly normal. Opening champagne halfway through the competition is practically suicide. But from now on, you'll be a Qinghe University student, while I'm just an insignificant student at Lin University. You wouldn't. What kind of talk is that? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Even after graduation, let alone during our school years, we'll still be best friends. Zhou Wan'er scolded playfully. We're the Wanmia Zai duo, how can we separate? You're smart. But in the second round of auditions in a couple of days, it's better if we separate. We've never really practiced singing together properly. 1 + 1 won't equal more than 2, it might even be less than 2. Su Miao nodded in satisfaction. She hadn't blamed Zhou Wan'er before, and besides, she understood that Zhou Wan'er shouldn't have said anything. If she were in her shoes, she would have done the same. However, regarding their previous participation in the competition, she felt they should accept the mentor's suggestion and compete separately. Yes, that's what I thought too. Our advisor said our styles are better suited to separate, and I was just about to tell you. Zhou Wan'er smiled and nodded. They both felt a deep connection, and happily shook hands. After Zhou Wan'er called the waiter, the dishes were served one by one. You ordered these, right? Looking at the dishes, Su Miao knew it must have been Zhou Wan'er who ordered them, because 2 of them were her favorites. Zhou Wan'er smiled, of course. You and Qinghe are the main characters today, so of course we'll cater to your tastes. Let's eat. Qinghe and Yedali weren't very talkative. Qinghe wasn't the outgoing type, while Yedali was, but since she was a young woman, he, as an older man, couldn't say much. Fortunately, Zhou Wan'er was more outgoing, and she and Su Miao chattered away non-stop. Qinghe also owns a company? Chapter 110 The End of the Zhao Family. During their conversation, Su Miao heard that Qinghe had started a company right after enrolling in school, and she became curious about what kind of company it was. Yes, it's a company that solves math problems for others. Right now, it's just me, my dad, a newly hired receptionist/administrator, and 2 senior students who help out. Qinghe nodded in reply. Although he could move his hands again, eating freely was still a problem. Zhou Wan'er specifically asked the waiter for a larger plate, and she and Yedali would put his favorite foods onto it. He would then use a long-handled spoon to feed himself. Compared to yesterday, he was much better at controlling himself and hardly spilled anything. Our family also has some needs in this area. I'll ask around sometime and see if I can get you a few projects. Zhou Wan'er didn't actually know much about Su Miao's family situation. She only knew that Su Miao's family was probably very wealthy, especially after learning that Su Miao treated Tan's private kitchen like a canteen. However, she didn't know if Su Miao's family's wealth had changed anything, and she hadn't even asked. She brought up Qinghe's company not to help him get business, but simply because the conversation had reached this point. It's alright, no need. Qinghe and his team are just starting out. They probably can't handle too many big projects. Let's talk about it later. She glanced at Qinghe and shook her head. She didn't want money to get involved in their friendship, she was afraid it would change. That's right, we've just started this, let's talk about it later. Qinghe understood Zhou Wan'er's meaning and nodded with a smile. There were already many projects available, so whether Su Miao's family wanted them or not was irrelevant. Since Zhou Wan'er didn't want them, then so be it. Su Miao watched the 2 of them, so harmonious and supportive, and suddenly felt envious. She wondered if she would ever meet someone like that. The way they understood each other without words, just a glance, and agreed with each other perfectly. Don't refuse this. Our relationship won't change because of this. Besides, why not use the resources we have? That's settled then. I'll ask my family later and have them contact you. Su Miao shook her head. Since it was all about letting others make money, why not let her friend do it? Seeing her like this, Zhou Wan'er, who knew her temperament well, knew there was no going back and could only nod. Don't let Su Miao's young age fool you. She looked like a middle school student, but she was very determined, and once she made a decision, it was hard to change it. Thank you so much, Miao. Don't mention it. What? You mean Zhou Wan'er dropped out of Lin University and then enrolled at Qinghe the very next day? Gu Yanzhou looked utterly incredulous when he heard the private investigator's call. It wasn't that he couldn't go to Qinghe, choosing a school initially wasn't a problem if he spent some money, but getting into another university after that would be much more difficult. He wasn't familiar with Zhou Wan'er's family situation before, but now he knew they were a low-level official in a local county. A family like that couldn't possibly have the resources to get her into Qinghe at this time. How did she manage it? Yes, you can find it online now, but Qinghe has clearly handled her enrollment discreetly because of what happened a couple of days ago. If we want more detailed reasons, we'll need some time, and the fee might increase further. The private investigator's slightly hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Money is no problem, I just want results. Money was never an issue for Gu Yanzhou. Okay, then I'll have them continue the investigation. The private investigator smiled. The more they investigated, the more commission they'd get, so of course they were happy. The phone hung up, and Gu Yanzhou frowned. Zhou Wan'er, you're making me more and more curious. At Zhao's enterprise, Zhao Hai listened to a barrage of phone calls questioning their products, accusing them of breach of contract, and claiming they had united to pursue legal action against him. His face contorted with rage, veins bulging. Kicking us when we're down. Kicking us when we're down. These damned bastards, knowing we're under investigation, immediately come to kick us while we're down. All my previous sincerity towards you. Zhao Hai roared hysterically in his office. Outside the office, an employee who was about to come in to report something hesitated upon hearing this, deciding it was best not to go in. He didn't want to go in and get yelled at. The incident of someone being hit on the head with an ashtray after entering when their boss was angry was still fresh in everyone's mind. Zhao's was once a star enterprise in the city, the top company in the county, but in just a few days, it had become a fallen dog. Not only were various departments investigating, but upstream raw material suppliers were demanding payment, and downstream suppliers were threatening to terminate contracts due to previous supply problems. The entire company was in a state of panic. I heard that Mr. Zhao's son got into trouble in Beijing and was taken away by the police. He'll be sentenced. Mr. Zhao has already sent his wife to Beijing to handle it. There are relatives of the Zhao family in the factory, and they say things seem very complicated. The other side isn't willing to settle privately, they just want Zhao Minjiao imprisoned. What's more troublesome is that some information about the factory has been secretly submitted as documents. Even if the factory wants to deny it, they can't. Now everyone says that this matter depends on Mr. Zhao's backing. It's clear that the person causing trouble for the Zhao family is from higher up. Mr. Zhao's backing is in the city. The fact that the other side took action and his backing didn't stop them speaks volumes. What's going on? I heard Mr. Zhao cursing in his room again. Did another business partner call? As soon as the employee who reported this returned to the office, someone immediately crowded around to ask. Now everyone in the company is distracted, inquiring about the latest developments. I think so. I didn't hear clearly, but Mr. Zhao was really angry. I could hear the gritted teeth in his voice even when I was standing outside the door. I really don't know how many more days the company can hold on. Who did President Zhao offend? Who did he offend? Everyone's kicking him while he's down. The way he's acted before, a lot of people have been itching to take advantage of this opportunity. Exactly. Besides, there's still a chance to get some money back. If we wait too long, we might not get a single penny. If it were you, you'd ask him for money now too. That's true. I always felt that the goods the company had acquired before weren't a long-term solution. Chapter 111 Zhao Minjiao's Collapse. It's a pity about the Ye family back then. Boss Ye was truly good to his employees, he really treated us like human beings. It's a shame that his family had that problem, and he had no choice but to sell the factory. Someone recalled the Ye family a few years ago. He used to work for Yes, and back then, working there was truly motivating. As long as you were willing to work hard, your salary would reflect that. And the boss treated his employees like human beings, never lacking in benefits, remembering holidays, employee birthdays, and even those with elderly family members. Back then, working for Yes was something to be envied. But after Zhao's bought Yes at a low price, everything changed. Yes, Boss Ye was truly good, but his fate was unfortunate, getting into this mess. I heard he's currently seeking medical treatment in Beijing. I hope he can cure his son. The speaker wasn't a Yes employee, but he knew how good Yes family was, and even felt that the Ye family shouldn't have ended up like this. Didn't you guys know? Boss Ye and his son were on TV the other day. Yeah, Qinghe said on TV that he's recovering. When did that happen? What show? I didn't know. It was on Jinling TV, that show called Who's Still Standing. You wouldn't believe how much I cried watching it. That kid is so strong. If I were in his condition, I probably wouldn't even be able to survive, let alone study. Let me search. Who's still standing? I need to see how Boss Ye is doing now. Immediately, someone tried to search for the show on their computer. Are you crazy? Don't you know the company's network is monitored? What websites you visit, and for how long, is all recorded in the backend. I forgot. Ugh. Seriously, every day is worse than being in prison. Just go bankrupt already. Yeah, just go bankrupt already. No way. Pay us our wages before you go bankrupt. We'll lose a lot if you go bankrupt now. Attorney Chen, you have to find a way to get me out of here. I can't stand being in here for another day. If you don't get me out, I'll die in here. In the Haitian detention center in Beijing, Zhao Minjia was completely devoid of his former vigor and image. He was utterly dejected and is a difficult word to translate directly, but it conveys a sense of listlessness, apathy. His hair was a mess, his eyes were dark circled, and his face was covered in bruises. He burst into tears the moment he saw the visiting lawyer. Although he'd only been in there for 2 days, it felt like 2 years to him. Every single person there looked menacing. He only muttered something under his breath, not even directed at the other person, and was immediately pinned to the ground and brutally beaten. That night, they made him sleep next to the toilet. The stench was so bad he almost vomited, but they forced him to swallow it down. And then, people kept going to the toilet at night, making noise as they went. To make matters worse, some would deliberately throw things in his face or wipe their hands on his clothes when they came out. He couldn't even protest. If he just opened his eyes to look at them, he'd get slapped. Even worse, someone would touch his buttocks at night. This is no place for a human being. He felt that if he stayed any longer, he'd die in there. Don't panic. Attorney Chen tried to comfort him, seeing his state. This kind of situation is common in detention centers, especially for someone like Zhao Minjiao, who is clearly a rich kid. He'll be targeted once he's in. If he doesn't know how to read the room and doesn't understand the situation, the targeting will be even more obvious. How can I not panic? It's not you who's in here. Where's my dad? Where's my mom? Why aren't they here? Before Attorney Chen could finish speaking, Zhao Minjia stood up angrily. If he didn't know he couldn't hit a lawyer at this moment, he would have slapped him. Don't panic? Is that even human language? Do you know what kind of life he's been living in there? This is a detention center, not a jail. Only lawyers are allowed in. No one else is permitted. Don't give me that crap. How much would it cost to let them in? Just pay up, right? Zhao Minjia didn't believe it. He thought that as long as it was a government department, money could buy way to ignore regulations. Zhao Minjia, listen up. If you keep this up, I'm leaving. I came here to rescue you. If you still don't understand the situation, then prepare to rot in jail. Hearing Zhao Minjia's words, Attorney Chen's expression turned cold, and his tone became extremely harsh. Was this the kind of talk that could be delivered here? Zhao Minjia opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing Attorney Chen's expression, he only moved his lips and remained silent. This is more like it. Let me tell you, if it weren't for my relationship with your family, I wouldn't have taken this case. This lawsuit is extremely disadvantageous for you. Are you two out of your minds? Didn't you think before you did this? Do you think you can mess with Qinghe University? Do you even know they have a law school? In this matter, even if they weren't in the right, their law professors could find reasonable legal provisions. Seeing him fall silent, Attorney Chen felt this was more like it, but the thought of this matter still ignited his anger. These father and son are truly incompetent. If they don't use their brains, they might as well donate. They're causing trouble for Qinghe University, and they've even hired a completely unprofessional online troll. What's the difference between this and suicide? Upon hearing this situation, he knew there was no way to overturn the case. He was only handling cases involving the Zhao family and couldn't refuse, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and take on the challenge. He hadn't expected to win. Before coming, I made it clear to Zhao Hai and his wife that this case was unwinnable. The only hope was a reduced sentence. Zhao Minjia opened his mouth, then closed it again. He hadn't thought that far ahead. He only thought there was something fishy going on, and that if he made this a hot topic, Qinghe University would have no choice but to explain and fire Ye Qinghe. Who would have thought that Qinghe University would actually bring out such powerful figures to vouch for him, effectively sealing the case? I wonder what relationship Ye Qinghe's family has with the president of Qinghe University that makes them so supportive. Did it save his life? Or his entire family? Otherwise, how could they distort the truth and give falsehoods? Even now, Zhao Minjia doesn't believe Ye Qinghe got in based on genuine ability. Seeing him become obedient, Attorney Chen took out a voice recorder, turned it on, placed it on the table, and pulled out a notebook and pen. He earnestly said to Zhao Minjia, "Now, tell me the whole story from the beginning, word for word, completely. Don't embellish it, don't add anything you think or believe. Tell me the truth, understand?" Chapter 112 Suyura's Panic. Yet Qinghe was unaware of Zhao Minjia's affair with the Zhao family, but even if he had, he wouldn't have seen anything wrong with it. It was all their own doing. He hadn't bothered them before because there hadn't been a suitable opportunity. Now they'd walked right into it and were suffering the consequences. They deserved it. Yet Qinghe chatted happily with Zhou Wan'er and Su Miao'er at the restaurant. Su Miao'er was also an outgoing person, somewhat similar to Zhou Wan'er. Coupled with her good first impression of Ye Qinghe, and the fact that he could talk about anything music, literature, she felt a sense of finding a kindred spirit. Wan'er should have introduced me to you sooner. Chatting with you feels so natural, like we've known each other for years. I rarely feel this way with anyone. Su Miao'er felt a sense of regret for not having met him sooner. If we had met earlier, you probably wouldn't have felt this way. Back then, I needed to be fed, and I couldn't move a single part of my body except my head. Ye Qinghe smiled faintly. If Su Miao'er had seen the Ye Qinghe of half a month ago, she definitely wouldn't have felt this way. The Ye Qinghe of that time was completely different from the Ye Qinghe of now. The aura he exuded was completely different. Su Miao'er's first reaction would probably be to stay away from such a person. That's right. Meeting someone requires fate. The person you're meant to meet will meet you at the right time. Too early or too late, and you might miss them. Su Miao'er nodded. Sometimes things are like that. Meeting at the right time is just right. Too early or too late, and the outcome might be different. Brother Yanzhou, let's eat here. Just then, a high-pitched voice from the side made them all turn around. The owner of the voice and the person she called to also saw the four people present. Wan'er. Gu Yanzhou hadn't expected to run into Zhou Wan'er here. He'd still been having his private investigator investigate her, and now he'd bumped into her first. As Gu Yanzhou looked at Zhou Wan'er with delight, Sayura glanced at Su Miao'er with a flickering gaze. She hadn't expected to see Su Miao'er here, she'd been deliberately avoiding her. Su Miao'er, on the other hand, looked at Sayura with great interest. Although she didn't say anything, her expression conveyed a sense of superiority, looking down on Sayura. Su Miao'er's reaction caused a flash of panic to cross Sayura's face, her eyes filled with unease, which quickly turned into pleading. This only made Su Miao'er's expression more intriguing. However, Su Miao'er didn't actually speak, she simply looked at Sayura. Gu Yanzhou, oblivious to Sayura's unusual behavior, looked at Zhou Wan'er excitedly. I didn't expect to meet you here. It seems we're destined to meet. This meal is on me. Thank you, but no need, we should be going. Before Zhou Wan'er could speak, Ye Qinghe spoke, simultaneously turning his wheelchair so that the wheelchair's wheels directly crushed Gu Yanzhou's foot. As if oblivious to having stepped on something, Ye Qinghe steered the wheelchair in a different direction, the wheels twisting and pressing down on Gu Yanzhou's foot before continuing forward. Ah! Gu Yanzhou cried out in pain. The twisting pressure was quite painful. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well, I didn't notice. I apologize, but next time, please don't stand behind patients, it's dangerous. Ye Qinghe turned the wheelchair and apologized to Gu Yanzhou, his tone devoid of sincerity. Seeing his expression, Zhou Wan'er laughed. Zhou Wan'er, Seeing Zhou Wan'er laugh, Gu Yanzhou immediately forgot the pain. I've said it before, I don't like your type. There's no need to waste your time on me. You'd be better off finding someone else, like the woman next to you. I think she's perfect for you. Zhou Wan'er interrupted Gu Yanzhou. She had met Sayura before and knew she was one of Gu Yanzhou's longest-serving companions. She'd heard her family was incredibly wealthy, a perfect match for the Gu family, and many people thought she and Gu Yanzhou were a match made in heaven. Yura and I are nothing, we're just friends, Wan'er, don't misunderstand. Gu Yanzhou quickly explained, completely oblivious to the flash of anger and jealousy in Sayura's eyes, and the sudden clenching of her fist. But Su Miao'er, who had been watching her closely, saw everything she was seeing. This has nothing to do with me. I don't care who you're with, it's none of my business. Goodbye. No, never again. Zhou Wan'er had no patience for further words with Gu Yanzhou. She pushed Ye Qinghe and walked out. Ye Dali, engrossed in watching the drama unfold, was a beat slow to react. Su Miao'er had already gotten up and left when he realized he should leave and quickly got up to go outside. Zhou Wan'er is my best friend. Don't use your little tricks on her, or you'll know the consequences. Su Miao'er whispered this in Sayura's ear as she passed by before leaving. Sayura clenched her fists even tighter, her knuckles turning white, but she dared not utter a word of dissent. Zhou Wan'er, what do I have to do for you to accept me? Gu Yanzhou shouted after Zhou Wan'er's retreating figure, utterly bewildered. Brother Yanzhou. Sayura naturally wanted to tease Zhou Wan'er, but remembering Su Miao'er's warning earlier, she swallowed the words back. She could ignore other people's warnings, but she dared not be careless about Su Miao'er's. If there was anyone in this school who could ruin her reputation, it could only be Su Miao'er. Yura, why won't she give me even the slightest chance? Seeing Zhou Wan'er turn away without looking back, Gu Yanzhou looked dejected. Brother Yanzhou, why are you so determined to be with her? Sayura reached out and hugged Gu Yanzhou's arm, asking sweetly. She couldn't use underhanded tactics, but that didn't mean she couldn't use words to win over Guyanzo. You don't understand, she's different from all the other girls I've met. Guyanzo was already used to Suyura's actions and didn't find anything wrong with it. Having known Suyura for 3 years, this younger sister of the Su family was the most understanding and considerate person in his life, and he already considered her his closest confidant. Different? Just because she never treats you with insincerity? No, it's not like that. It's not because of that, but because I've discovered she's a dazzling gem hidden in the sand, and one day she will amaze the world. Chapter 113 is no ordinary person. You did a great job just now, Jo Warner whispered in Ye Qinghe's ear as she pushed him out the door. She was happy to see Ye Qinghe like this. What's great? I didn't do anything. Ye Qinghe wouldn't admit to doing anything. He was a patient. How could a patient do anything? Even if he did, it would just be an accident. After all, I can't move my whole body. It's reasonable for a little accident to happen while moving, right? Seeing his expression, Jo Warner smiled and said nothing more. Warner, there's a karaoke place upstairs. Shall we go practice our singing? After all, the semifinals are the day after tomorrow, and we'll have to sing a new song. I haven't practiced it properly yet. Have you practiced? After they went out, So Miaour reached out and took Jo Warner's arm. Go practice your singing, don't worry about me. I'll go back with Dad by myself. This competition is big, I still want to see you on stage. As soon as Jo Warner opened her mouth, Ye Qinghe knew what she wanted to say and immediately spoke up. Jo Warner should have more personal time, instead of wasting all her time on him. Besides, this was important. Although Jo Warner's voice was unique and memorable, singing still required practice. Even with a unique voice, forgetting lyrics or singing off-key during a performance would significantly detract from the overall score. He was still thinking of writing more songs for her once she became famous. And to become famous, she at least needed to make it to the blind auditions and the official live performance. Thank you, Qinghe. I'll take Warner with me then. I'll treat you to a big meal next time. So Miaour immediately grabbed Jo Warner and ran off, not wanting to give Jo Warner a chance to refuse. After the two ran away, Yadali grabbed the wheelchair handles from behind and pushed Ye Qinghe out of the mall. This Warner's roommate must come from a very wealthy family. After pushing Ye Qinghe into the elevator, and once the doors closed, leaving only Ye Qinghe and himself inside, Yadali spoke up. How is she unusual? Ye Qinghe didn't see anything different. Aside from her rather distinctive outfit, she seemed no different from any other female college student. Her family must be very well off. Also, although I don't know the brand of her clothes, the material is definitely not what ordinary girls wear. And the bracelet on her wrist, though inconspicuous and without any brand, I saw it at a friend's place before, it must be worth hundreds of thousands. And that girl who came with the guy later, the fear and panic in her eyes when she saw her didn't seem fake. When she left, Warner's roommate seemed to warn the other person about something, but I didn't hear it clearly. Yet Dolly wasn't just gossiping. Oh, as long as she and Warner are genuinely friends, that's all that matters. Ye Qinghe thought for a moment and said, So Miaour and Jo Warner seem to have a very good relationship, it doesn't seem fake. That's enough. As for the other's family being wealthy, Jo Warner seems to know that too. The rest isn't their concern. Well, I just think Warner is a lucky person, to be able to make such a friend in her dorm in college. Yet Dolly wasn't saying Su Miaour was bad, he was just marveling at Jo Warner's good fortune. People from Su Miaour's background are generally hard to find in ordinary universities. Even if they happen to be in the same university, most people like that wouldn't live in the dorms. And living in the same dorm, the temperament and personality developed from growing up in a different environment than ordinary children makes it difficult to become true confidants with ordinary people. To be in the same university, in the same class, in the same dorm, and have someone you click with and become a close friend, that's harder than winning the lottery. But Jo Warner was just so lucky to have met one. Such good fortune isn't something most people have. Indeed, Warner is a lucky person, but it's all deserved. She's sincere, and some of her qualities naturally bring her good luck. Ye Qinghe didn't deny this. Without good fortune, how could someone become the closest person to a transmigrator like him? Back in the dormitory, Ye Dolly carefully dealt with Ye Qinghe's personal matters before returning to his room. Ye Qinghe then entered his consciousness space and began working on the problem Pei Ming had brought him. With his photographic memory and his mathematical genius, once he solved a problem, he would thoroughly grasp and understand the mathematical tools used in it, a huge advantage for him. As long as he solved enough problems, the various knowledge used in the process would become his own. Then, even without his mathematical genius, he could easily solve some problems. These things, in his eyes, were the most valuable. This problem was somewhat difficult. Although Pei Ming had stripped it down to some basic mathematical concepts, it still took Ye Qinghe over 4 hours to solve it. This was even with the mathematical genius advantage. However, only 1 second had passed in the outside world. Opening his eyes, Qinghe used voice commands to open his computer, transferring everything he had done in his consciousness space to the computer, saving it, and then sending it to Yadali. It's done so quickly? Yadali, having received the file, came out of the inner room and asked. The other party had given half a month, and from their words, Yadali could tell that half a month might be a bit tight, yet Qinghe had finished in less than 2 days? Is his son really that capable? No wonder Qinghe University was willing to make a special admission for him. Well, but I forgot to ask my advisor for the questions. I'll send him a WeChat message now and ask him to provide some. Qinghe suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to ask Tao's Haiqiang for the interview questions for Yadali today. He opened WeChat and sent Tao's Haiqiang a voice message. No problem, I happen to have some on hand. I'll have someone make them according to your requirements and send them to you. Such problems were no problem for Tao's Haiqiang. He casually pulled out a few questions, sent them to one of his graduate students, and told him to hand them in the next morning. Professors usually delegated these small tasks to their graduate students. He was lucky, some professors even had their students help their grandchildren with homework and research, and pick them up from school. By the way, I went to check on the talent apartment today. It should be ready by tomorrow. If you're in a hurry, you can move in tomorrow night. If not, you can move in the day after tomorrow. Chapter 114 Moving. The school handled Qinghe's case as a special matter. For others, the job at the talent apartment might have been done quickly, perhaps in 10 days to 2 weeks. But for Qinghe, from the approval process to the subsequent cleaning and installation, everything was done with extra effort. So fast? This was good news for Qinghe. Jo Wanner had dropped out, and her roommates all knew. If it went on too long, other students would find out too. Continuing to live in the dorm wouldn't be ideal, moving out sooner would save a lot of trouble. Yes, we had them expedite the process. If you wanted to move, you could have done it yesterday afternoon. I could send 2 graduate students to help you. Graduate students are the most useful staff for university professors, so Tao's Haiqiang's first thought was to find 2 graduate students to help. No need. We don't have much stuff here, we can handle it ourselves. Qinghe didn't want to trouble others. They didn't have much stuff, a few trips would be enough to move it all. There was no need for anyone to come. Really not necessary? Really not necessary. Okay. After hanging up, Qinghe sent Jo Wanner a message, telling her about it. Dad, why don't you help Wanner move her things tomorrow morning? Or rent a car, so you can move everything in one go. Okay. Yadali nodded. On Friday morning, Yadali first told Jo Wanner not to rush to move, to wait for him to arrive, and then went to the company first. Boss, you're treating me like a laborer. Although Zhang Yan said this, her actions betrayed her, and she immediately stood up to leave. I remember you said you drove here, right? Yadali smiled sheepishly. Yes. Zhang Yan nodded, then immediately realized what Yadali meant. Really? Boss, I'll have to do both physical labor and car labor? I'll fill up your tank, treat you to a big lunch, and have afternoon tea this afternoon, Yadali quickly said. He felt renting a car for only a short time for moving wasn't really necessary. The best solution was to borrow one. He happened to remember Zhang Yan saying yesterday that she drove, and asked if she could park in the company parking lot. Thus, this morning's scene unfolded. Okay, the afternoon tea can't be cheap, Zhang Yan said with a smile, took out her car keys from her bag, and the two of them left the company and headed down to the underground parking garage. Although she'd only known her for 2 days, she liked this kind of boss. She wasn't arrogant, and her company structure didn't suffer from the problem of trying to run a company with only 2 employees. Wow, not bad. I didn't expect you to be a rich woman. If I'd known you were driving this kind of car, I wouldn't have lent it to you. Upon entering the underground parking garage and seeing Zhang Yan's car, Yadali felt a little embarrassed to use it. Despite Zhang Yan's cheerful appearance, she drove a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Hey, it's just a means of transportation. Our house was demolished a couple of years ago, and we got some money and a new house. I thought this car was cool, so I bought it, but once I actually started driving it, I realized it's just so-so. Zhang Yan casually opened the car door and got in. Yadali opened the passenger door and got in. The car had a somewhat girlish feel, cute little ornaments swayed in the front, and the seats and headrests were pink, creating a stark contrast with the car's exterior. Zhang Yan started the car, floored the accelerator, and the car shot forward. Let's not rush, we can slow down. Yadali couldn't help but reach for the window handle. This driving is too reckless. Don't be afraid, it's okay. I've been a driver for years, and I've never had an accident. Yadali's reaction made Zhang Yan laugh. Generally, her family and friends weren't too keen on riding in her car, complaining that she drove too aggressively, but she loved the speed and excitement. Sometimes at night, she would deliberately go to less busy roads for a race, or even to a dedicated racetrack for some thrills. The Science and Technology building wasn't far from Lin University, and Zhang Yan skillfully maneuvered through the traffic, arriving at Lin University even faster. However, registration was required to enter. Once inside the school, Zhang Yan stopped driving so fast. "We're downstairs. Come down for a moment. I brought someone with me, she can help you unpack." At this time, most students were already at school, and the dormitories were mostly empty. However, to get in, Joe Wanner had to come down and take Zhang Yan up. Yadali took out his phone and called Joe Wanner, who came downstairs within 2 minutes. "This is Zhang Yan. You can call her Sister Yan. She's a new employee at the company. Have her go upstairs and help you unpack. I'll wait for you downstairs." Yadali was a man. Even though there weren't many people upstairs at this hour, he couldn't go up himself. He could only have Zhang Yan help him unpack, which was why he brought her along. "Hello, Sister Yan, thank you for your help." Joe Wanner didn't stand on ceremony, smiling and thanking Zhang Yan before leading her into the dormitory. Joe Wanner didn't have much stuff. She wasn't the type to buy things excessively, she only bought things she needed. Plus, after receiving Qinghe's message the night before, she had packed a few things, so there wasn't much to pack. She and Zhang Yan quickly carried their belongings downstairs. In 2 trips, she had finished moving her things. Driving away from the school, Joe Wanner looked at the teaching buildings, the sports field, and the research buildings, feeling a little reluctant to leave. After all, she had lived here for 2 years, and leaving suddenly was a bittersweet feeling. Qinghe University was more complicated. Driving in required a student's signature. Fortunately, Joe Wanner was already a student at Qinghe, so she showed her student ID, signed the form, and then drove in. "Boss, you live here." Zhang Yan didn't know Yadali's specific situation. Only after entering dormitory 306 and seeing Qinghe did she realize that Yadali lived here and had a son who couldn't support himself. Especially given Qinghe's alluring yet kind demeanor and her frail, almost sickly beauty, she felt genuine pity for Qinghe and Yadali. "Yes, I probably won't be at the company every day from now on. There are many things I'll need your help with." Yadali nodded. He hadn't intended to hide this. Zhang Yan would find out sooner or later. "Don't worry, boss, I'll handle everything." Zhang Yan replied solemnly, her expression practically patting her chest in assurance. "But it seems there's not enough room here. We'll be moving to the school's talent apartment this afternoon. It's a 3-bedroom apartment, perfect for us." Chapter 115 Moving 2. Just after finishing lunch, Qinghe was still wondering if he could ask Tao's Haiqiang if he could help with the moving when Pei Ming and Zhou Shuo arrived. "Qinghe, are you all packed? We were just about to come and help you pack," Pei Ming said, seeing the large and small bags on the floor. They weren't originally needed for this, but hearing it was to help Qinghe move, he and Zhou Shuo volunteered. No one knew what Qinghe's future achievements would be, but from his actions, it seemed he was willing to make a good connection. Zhou Shuo's words were purely out of admiration for Qinghe. He hadn't thought that far ahead, he simply wanted to help. "I was saying we didn't need anyone to come, we could move ourselves, but since you're here, let's help each other," Qinghe said with a smile. He couldn't move, but his wheelchair could hold things. Since it was electric, he had no feeling, and sitting in the wheelchair with the things on his lap made it a makeshift cart. This way, the others only need to come back once more to finish moving everything. Pei Ming, Zhou Shuo, and Zhang Yan felt a little sorry for the patient, thinking it wasn't right to treat him like this. "It's alright, this saves trouble. Otherwise, you'd have to make another trip. Heking Yuan isn't exactly close to here. Just put the heavy things in my wheelchair, the motor is strong enough to handle it." Qinghe smiled, telling them not to feel uncomfortable. His attitude impressed the 3 of them. He had a truly good heart. "Isn't this a bit much? Making someone in a wheelchair carry so much stuff? Yeah, even though we're not treating him like a patient, we're not treating him like a human being either. Need help? Where are you moving these things? Let me lend a hand, it's not far anyway." It must be said that the young university students were quite considerate. Several of them, seeing the pile of things on Qinghe's wheelchair, proactively helped them move the items after asking where they were going. On their way to Heking Yuan, the group inquired about Qinghe's situation. Upon learning he was paralyzed, they immediately thought of the widely publicized special admissions incident from a few days prior. "I didn't expect to help a celebrity. Yeah, the school really went all out in this matter. I'm from the law school, and I heard even our professors got involved. They said it was to make an example of him, to let those online trolls know that while they might get away with spouting nonsense elsewhere, at Qinghe, they face legal consequences. These people really need to be disciplined. Otherwise, they'll really think they can say and do anything online, it's almost lawless. Who says otherwise? There was a girl at our school who was the subject of online rumors, fabricated to seem real. She jumped off a building, but thankfully she survived. However, she was left disabled and mentally unstable, otherwise, she probably would have gotten into Qinghe too." These students fully supported the school's public support for Qinghe and its condemnation of those who hired online trolls. They helped Ye Qinghe and the others move their belongings all the way to Hekingyuan. Hekingyuan is a 7-story building with an elevator. Ye Qinghe's apartment was in Building 12, on the 6th floor, number 606, a large 3-bedroom apartment of 139 square meters, with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. This is really different from our dorms, so big. Seeing Ye Qinghe's place, the students were somewhat envious, but they also understood that someone like Ye Qinghe was different from them, and it was normal for the school to give him some special treatment. There's no other way, mainly due to my health condition. I need someone to take care of me 24 hours a day, so the school made an exception for me, Ye Qinghe explained with a smile. Thank you, classmates. You've worked hard. Don't mention it, we're from the same school, it's normal to lend a hand in this kind of situation. We've moved our things, we're leaving. The students put their things down, turned around and left. Ye Dali even offered them some water, but no one accepted it. They quickly rushed into the elevator, waved goodbye to Ye Dali, and went downstairs. This place is really nice. There's a park right below, so it'll be convenient for a walk. Looking north from the window, there was a fairly large park below. Ye Dali really liked the view. That's Hecking Garden down there, the building's name comes from that. Jo Wanner had been to this road once with her classmates and knew what was on the north side. She liked this place too. Not only was the scenery and environment better, but she also had her own private room. It was fantastic. Ye Qinghe wheeled himself to the window as well. It's really nice. It's not too hot now, we can go for a stroll tonight. Let's get the room ready first. You stay here, we'll go move some more things. They couldn't move everything in one go, so Ye Dali thought they should hurry and go move some more. They still needed to unpack after moving everything. However, before leaving, they needed to get Ye Qinghe into bed first. You guys go ahead and move things. I'll just sit in my wheelchair. I won't lie down for now, and I can look around the rooms. The room was big, and he could move around easily in his wheelchair. Ye Qinghe didn't want to just lie there. Lying down meant he could only lie down, but sitting in his wheelchair, he could at least look around. Okay, then you stay home. We'll move the rest. Ye Dali thought about it and nodded. He went to room 306 with Jo Wanner and Zhang Yan to move their things. However, without Ye Qinghe's wheelchair, no one offered to help them move the things. They had to carry everything themselves. Don't be fooled by the distance, making 2 trips like this is still quite tiring. Zhang Yan wiped her sweat after putting the things down, her breath coming in short gasps. Of course, walking doesn't feel far, but carrying things is a different story. Jo Wanner was also a little out of breath, but compared to Zhang Yan, she was much better off, only slightly so. Besides, she was carrying far more things than Zhang Yan. Boss, where's your afternoon tea? I want it now. Zhang Yan felt that a cup of iced milk tea was just what she needed right now. I've already ordered it, it's on its way, it'll be here in 2 minutes. Before Ye Dali could even finish speaking, his phone rang. Speak of the devil. It's here, I'll go downstairs to pick it up. Qinghe University doesn't deliver to upstairs, only downstairs or to the delivery locker. 2 minutes later, Ye Dali came up with 6 cups of milk tea. Ye Qinghe's was pearl milk tea. Ye Dali took it out, inserted the straw, and handed it to him. Slurp. Chapter 116 Moving 3. For Ye Qinghe, this was something he'd wanted to do for a long time. He held the milk tea, feeling its coolness in his palm, then brought it to his lips and took a big sip, sucking up the tapioca pearls one by one. So refreshing. He felt he hadn't felt this refreshed in a long time. The milk tea seemed especially delicious today. Sweet. The aroma of milk was irresistible. The lingering fragrance of tea. Let's hurry up and finish, then we'll go out to eat. After everyone had rested for a while, Ye Dali got up and started tidying up the room. His room was the simplest, so he finished it last. The others worked together on Ye Qinghe's first. As for Jo Wanner's, he didn't help, letting Jo Wanner and Zhang Yan do it themselves. After all, there were some things girls shouldn't see in front of men, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to get involved. While Jo Wanner and Zhang Yan were tidying up Jo Wanner's room, Ye Dali had Pei Ming and Zhou Shuo keep Ye Qinghe company in the living room while he tidied his own room. Over the years, his possessions had dwindled, leaving him with only a handful of clothes, many of which were still his delivery and chauffeur uniforms. He hadn't bought any new clothes in the past 2 years, the only things he'd bought were his delivery and chauffeur uniforms. These were the lottery tickets he had to complete to get this job. Life is getting better every day. Finally, there's hope. Looking at his bedroom, which was even bigger than the one he and Ye Qinghe had shared before, Ye Dali sighed happily. Just half a month ago, he didn't know how he would go on. Now, he and Ye Qinghe were living in the Qinghe University talent apartment, his company was up and running, and he'd even landed several deals. Sometimes, he felt a little dazed, as if he were dreaming. If it really was a dream, he hoped it would last. Uncle Dali, we're done. Shall we go out? Having been lost in thought for a while, Ye Dali snapped out of it upon hearing Jo Wanner's voice. Okay, let's go out. He quickly got up and left the house. It's perfect timing. After dinner, we can find a market nearby to buy some groceries. There's a kitchen here, a refrigerator, gas, everything. We can cook at home when we have time. Although there's a cafeteria, and although the food there is decent, Yadali still feels more comfortable cooking. Of course, cooking every meal is unrealistic, but he thinks cooking dinner every day shouldn't be a problem. Boss, you can cook? John Yen asked curiously. Uncle Dolly's cooking is pretty good. It's no worse than what you get in restaurants, especially some of our hometown dishes. I think they're even better than my mom's. Before Yadali could answer, Joe Warner answered for him. Although Yadali's cooking skills couldn't compare to those of top chefs, his home-style dishes were still quite good. Joe Warner loved his hometown cuisine. When she was in Beijing, if she craved something reminiscent of home, she would call Yadali and ask him to cook it. I definitely have to try it. John Yin raised an eyebrow and said with a smile. You can try it, but not for free. You'll have to do some chores after you arrive, either washing dishes or buying groceries, you choose. Yadali said with a smile. No problem, I'll buy the groceries. I can't cook, and I don't want to wash dishes, but I can buy the groceries. So, boss, you'll cook whatever I buy. John Yin had no problem with this request, and even countered Yadali. As long as it's not some completely unfamiliar ingredient, I can cook almost anything. Yadali smiled faintly. He had studied cooking for a few days in his younger days and had even considered becoming a chef and opening a restaurant, but he didn't pursue that path. He couldn't cook very expensive ingredients, but he could handle the common ones. Then how about we cook tonight? Never mind, everyone's been busy all day, let's do it another day. John Yin was about to suggest cooking at noon, but considering everyone had just finished work, she decided to postpone it. No need to reschedule, let's do it tonight. We'll eat at home tonight. There's a saying about warming up a new house with a hot pot, right? Let's do that tonight. Warner, you can invite your best friend too, and any other friends you want to invite. Pei Ming and Zhou Shuo, you two come too, the more the merrier. It had been a long time since he and Qinghe had so many people around, and Yadali felt they should have a lively time. Before, when they moved to 306, they didn't have the facilities, but now they could cook, and the place was big enough, so inviting everyone over for a meal was only right. Sure, I'll message Miaoer. Joe Warner was the first to respond. She also wanted to tell Su Miaoer where she was living so she could easily come and visit. Pei Ming and Zhou Shuo were a little embarrassed, but since Yadali and Qinghe insisted they come, they nodded in agreement. Zhang Yan also had no problem, and the matter was settled. The group headed straight to the market after leaving the house. Yadali and his family already had all the necessary seasonings, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, etc. from the move, so they didn't need to buy those. What they needed were vegetables, meat, eggs, and, staple foods. Their old rice cooker was too small, and it didn't cook enough rice for so many people. I was just joking earlier. You really think you can pay? Take your phone back. While buying vegetables and meat, Zhang Yan took out her phone to pay, but Yadali quickly put it back down. He was the boss, it was inappropriate for his employees to buy groceries when they came over for dinner. It's okay, it doesn't matter who pays. I'm buying these prawns, I'll pay. Zhang Yan tried to pay again, but Yadali confiscated her phone and paid with his own. When the group emerged from the market, carrying large bags of vegetables and meat, and returned to the entrance of Heking Yuan, Su Miaoer was already waiting at the door with a bag of fruit and a carton of milk. Joe Warner, you went too far. You left without even saying goodbye. Do you know how heartbroken I was when I got back to the dorm and saw your bed was empty? Seeing Joe Warner, Su Miaoer puffed out her cheeks, pouted, and glared at her, demanding an explanation. No, didn't I tell everyone in the dorm last night? Joe Warner looked at her strangely. You said it? I don't remember. Su Miaoer was still sulking. Why did we talk so late last night? Even after the lights were out, we were still talking by phone flashlight. Wasn't it because I'm moving out today? We talked too much. I've forgotten what we even started talking about in the first place. Su Miaoer's imposing manner immediately deflated, because she remembered that was probably what happened. Chapter 117 Ambitious People. You! Joe Warner shook her head speechlessly. Let me introduce you. This is John Yan, Sister Yan. These are Qinghe's two friends, Pei Ming and Zhou Shuo. This is my sweetheart, Su Miaoer. Joe Warner introduced Su Miaoer to everyone. Su Miaoer greeted everyone briefly, and then the group returned to apartment 606 in building 12. It was still early, but because there were so many people and so much food prepared, some cooking utensils hadn't been brought out yet. Yadali started working in the kitchen as soon as he entered. Joe Warner, Zhang Yan, and Su Miaoer went into the kitchen to help for a while, but Yadali chased them out. One person helping was fine, but with 3 people helping, the kitchen became a mess. You guys just sit and wait to eat, no need to come help. After shooing the 3 out, Yadali busied himself in the kitchen. What does this mean? Didn't you say this room would be allocated to me? Why are you telling me now it's gone? At the Qinghe University Talent Apartment Management Office, Qinghe, who had come to check the talent apartment information, was immediately unsettled upon hearing the administrator's reply. Qinghe's talent apartments are extremely scarce, many people are eyeing them, as they are considered one of the best accommodations on campus. As a returnee from overseas, he not only possesses an impressive academic background but is also on Qinghe's list of young talents, qualifying him for a talent apartment in every way. However, due to the shortage of on-campus housing, he has been renting off-campus with the corresponding subsidy from the university. He had always wanted to live in the Qinghe apartment complex on campus and had been applying. A month ago, he received news that an apartment would become available, and he had been waiting ever since. According to the information he gathered, he should be the one getting the apartment soon. He had been coming to the apartment almost every week, except this week when he had something to do. Today, thinking that the time was almost up, he came to inquire. Unexpectedly, this is the news he received. I was just saying that if there were no unexpected events, it should be you. But now there have been unexpected events, so you'll have to wait a little longer. I checked, and there's one 90 square meter apartment that will become available in about 4 months. You can be given priority to move in then. The administrator was helpless. The principal himself had taken the apartment. Even if you were first in line, it wouldn't make a difference. After all, it wasn't officially announced that this apartment was yours before, you were just ranked higher in the waiting list. How can they be the same? One is 139 square meters, the other is 90 square meters, one has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, the other has 2 bedrooms. How can they be the same? Qinghe's face turned pale with anger. He was originally supposed to get a 139 square meter apartment, but now, not only is it gone, but he's been given a 90 square meter one instead? If you insist on having a 139 square meter apartment, you'll have to wait until next year. There aren't any left this year. Actually, it doesn't matter where you live. Aren't so many teachers at schools living off campus? Why do you insist on living on campus? The administrator was both helpless and resentful. He felt he shouldn't have taken advantage of the young teacher's good attitude and attentiveness and told him about it beforehand. Otherwise, this whole mess wouldn't have happened. Could you help me find out who moved in? I'd like to see who it is. Qinghe, his face pale, wanted the administrator to tell him who had taken his room. That's impossible to tell you. Besides, even if you knew, it wouldn't do you any good. So if you still want to move in, just wait patiently. The administrator definitely couldn't tell him this. And this room belonged to the principal. Even if Qinghe knew, what difference would it make? You won't tell me, huh? Fine, I'll go find the dean of our art academy. If that doesn't work, I'll go find the vice principal, then the principal. I refuse to believe there's no place to reason with them. Qinghe wouldn't listen to anything else at this point, angrily throwing down those words and leaving. In his view, someone must have pulled some kind of shady deal. This country is like that. Its people are inherently inclined to petty scheming. Social skills are more important than ability. They believe the advanced civilization of the West should be brought in to smash all these old things, transforming the entire national system and all aspects of society into the model of Western civilization. Such things wouldn't happen in the West. The Western system is superior to this backward and ignorant country's system. He and his ilk are the ones who bravely step through thorns to enlighten the people and bring them light. This injustice shouldn't happen to him. He is a dedicated individual who willingly returned to contribute to the nation's advancement into civilization. How could he encounter such a thing? After leaving the administration office, Qinghe rushed to the dean's office at the art academy. Dean, is there no fairness left in this school? Is there no order left? He angrily knocked on the dean's door, rattling off the whole story in one breath, his face filled with righteous indignation. How do you know you're first on the list? Dean Chen Depeng of the Academy of Fine Arts wasn't angry or upset. He listened calmly to Qinghe's words and then asked slowly and deliberately. With more and more overseas returnees in the academy these days, their influence is growing. He's also about to retire, so he often prefers to avoid trouble and just wants a peaceful retirement. I've been talking to the management office. The administrator there once told me that if this house becomes available, I should be the first choice, and the house will be mine. Qinghe had edited the administrator's words, or rather, he had naturally filtered out some things he didn't want to hear. Of course, he also naturally betrayed the administrator. According to the school's rules, the administrator can't tell anyone about this. The fault lies with him first. As for the house, before it's officially announced, it doesn't belong to anyone. The school hasn't done anything wrong. Chen Depeng picked up his teacup, wiped the tea leaves with the lid, calmly took a sip, and then, still speaking slowly and deliberately, put the teacup down. How can there be no mistake? There was clearly a ranking system, and I was clearly first, but now suddenly the room has been allocated to someone else. This is unfair, this is shady dealing, this is extremely egregious behavior. In the West, this would never happen, everything would be open and transparent. Chapter 118 Performance Art? Hearing this, Chen Deping remained expressionless. He'd heard this too many times in the past 2 years, it no longer stirred any emotion within him. What do you want to do? It's not what I want to do, it's that what they're doing is wrong. We need to set things right, to restore justice to Qinghe. Dean, just tell me, are you going to handle this? Huang Yingzhe's expression was as if he were doing something incredibly righteous, a picture of noble indignation. I can't handle this. Don't you all always listen to the vice dean? He handles everything. I'm just an old man about to retire, I don't want to get involved, and I can't get involved. Chen Deping picked up his teacup and took a couple of sips before speaking. Fine, since you won't handle it, Dean, then I'll find someone who can. Looking at Chen Deping, who remained as steady as a stone Buddha, Huang Yingzhe realized he'd made a mistake coming to him. He finished speaking angrily and turned to leave. These people are getting more and more arrogant. Chen Deping smiled slightly, calmly picking up the Tao Te Ching he had just put down and leisurely reading it while sipping his tea. Huang Yingzhe, after leaving the dean's office, was about to knock on the vice dean's office when he suddenly felt it wasn't appropriate to approach the vice dean without knowing anything. He should first find out who had taken his 3-bedroom apartment before making his move. So he lowered his raised hand and turned to walk towards apartment 606 in building 12 of Heking Yuan. He had been watching this apartment for a long time, knowing its layout and everything else. He had even managed to go inside and inspect the apartment before the previous occupants left, so he knew everything about it. Heking Yuan was a school property, and although it had very strict access control, teachers could enter freely from within the school. Huang Yingzhe arrived at building 12, stood in front of apartment 606, and began to knock loudly. As a civilized person deeply influenced by Western civilization, he believed that direct confrontation was best. The intricacies of Eastern customs were too troublesome and outdated. Who are you looking for? Zhou Wanner opened the door. Yadali had just finished cooking, and they had just sat down to eat when they heard a knock at the door. She was sitting closest to the door, so she got up to answer it. However, she didn't recognize the person standing outside. You live here. Through the half-open door, Huang Yingzhe could see some of the situation inside. It seemed like they were having a meal together, celebrating moving into a new house, which instantly fueled his anger. If there wasn't something fishy going on, I'd be the one living here, celebrating with my friends. So his tone became particularly sharp. Who are you? What do you do? Zhou Wanner looked at the man who appeared to be in his early 30s, with long hair, thin gold-rimmed glasses, an open, loose linen shirt over a white t-shirt smeared with different colored paints, and retro canvas shoes. Her first impression was alright, but hearing the man's tone, which was as if he'd taken a tantrum, her tone also turned sour. I'm a teacher at the school. What's your major? Who's your teacher? How dare you talk to a teacher like that? At this moment, Huang Yingzhe brought out the traditional Chinese respect for teachers that he had always looked down upon. Teacher? Zhou Wanner's heart tightened upon hearing this. It was an instinctive reaction for a Chinese student. Upon hearing that the other person was a teacher, she unconsciously straightened up. However, the other person's angry expression and words displeased her greatly. A teacher shouldn't greet someone like that from the start. Who is it, Wanner? The commotion at the door drew everyone inside, including Ye Qinghe, who wheeled himself over. Someone claiming to be a teacher, but I don't know what kind of teacher they are. They came in with an unfriendly tone. Zhou Wanner turned around and replied, Excuse me, teacher, what's your major? Pei Ming, having seen more teachers, guessed from the teacher's attire that the person was from the art academy, as only teachers from that area would dress like that. Huang Yingzhe's intelligence returned at this moment. He knew that coming here like this wouldn't get him anything, and since he knew the people living here weren't teachers but students, he had a valid point. Whether he went to the school or the vice dean, he had ample reason, and there was no need to waste any more words with these people. Thinking this, Huang Yingzhe glanced at everyone disdainfully, said nothing, and turned to leave. This behavior left the group of people in the room looking at each other in bewilderment. Was this guy seriously ill? He came over, said a few incoherent words, and left. What was he trying to do? Does our school have any teachers who are mentally unstable? Zhou Wanner looked at Pei Ming and Zhou Shuo. Well, we don't know either. This is the first time we've encountered one, but this teacher seems to be from the art academy. Some of their artistic practices are indeed incomprehensible. Maybe this is some kind of performance art? Anyway, they do some strange things that others can't understand. Zhou Shuo shook his head. They had never seen a teacher like this before. But his attire was similar to that of those self-proclaimed artists who had returned from overseas. Was it some new art movement or avant-garde performance? Performance art? If this happened every day, nobody could stand it. Zhou Wanner said with a look of disgust. This thing is called art? Does that mean everyone in a mental hospital can be considered a performance artist? You don't understand? That's just because you lack artistic appreciation. Yet Dolly didn't understand any of this. Regardless of art, he felt nothing was more important than eating. He urged everyone to head back. Never mind this, let's eat quickly, the food won't taste good if it gets cold. This person was probably looking for trouble. Su Miao whispered to Zhou Wan'er. She had seen countless forms of art since childhood, but that person's behavior had absolutely nothing to do with art. He was clearly looking for trouble, but she didn't understand why he suddenly left. You mean, because of this house? Zhou Wan'er wasn't stupid. Considering that Huang Yingzhe had immediately asked her if she lived here, she quickly guessed why he had come. Probably. Someone's definitely watching these kinds of apartments. You moving in like this is definitely encroaching on someone else's space, so it's possible they're coming to see who it is. Su Miao nodded. These things can't be guessed, it's always about mutual benefit. Does this kind of thing happen at universities too? Chapter 119 Almost. Zhou Wan'er felt a sense of disgust. In her mind, university should be a place of purity. We're all human, why wouldn't there be? Haven't we seen enough news reports about immoral university professors? Su Miao sneered. She wasn't surprised by this. What are you two whispering about? Come and eat. Yet Dolly called out, seeing the two still whispering at the door. Oh, coming. The two immediately came over with smiles, not mentioning what they had just discussed again. They felt it wasn't appropriate to talk about such things in front of so many people. After the meal, Pei Ming and Zhou Shuo left first, followed by Zhang Yan. Su Miao didn't leave, she went to Zhou Wan'er's room with Zhou Wan'er. That's great. I wish I had a room like that at school. If you want a private room, you can rent one outside. The school doesn't have as many restrictions for third-year students. Many second-year students rent apartments outside. You can find whatever kind of place you want. It's different. Those are off-campus apartments, which are far away. Besides, what's the point of living alone? Su Miao pouted and shook her head. She had an apartment in the residential area near the school. Her family bought her a large single-level apartment when she went to university, but she only went there occasionally on weekends, spending the rest of the time in her dorm. Then if you want, you can come and live with me. It's not far anyway. Zhou Wan'er knew she was reluctant to part with her. Anyway, she had a private room, 2 people could live there without any problem. Really? Su Miao immediately blinked her big eyes, looking at Zhou Wan'er expectantly. Her expression was just like a little hamster. Of course it's true, but let me make this clear beforehand, there are 2 men here, especially Qinghe. I'll have to take care of him, and sometimes you might see things you shouldn't. Be prepared. Zhou Wan'er and Su Miao have been inseparable since their first day of university. Zhou Wan'er doesn't want to be separated from Su Miao and hopes she can live with her. But this isn't a girls' dormitory. There's Ye Dolly and Ye Qinghe, especially Ye Qinghe. She's used to taking care of him and doesn't think it's a big deal. But what if Su Miao accidentally sees something? Don't worry, I understand. I won't disturb your time together. I don't want to come every day, I just want to be able to stay here occasionally. Without you in the dorm, I really feel uneasy. You know my relationship with the others hasn't been great. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't even talk. Now that you're gone, I'm all alone in the dorm. I really can't handle it. Su Miao blinked her big, watery eyes, trying to sound as pitiful as possible. It wasn't entirely an exaggeration, she was indeed very distant from the other 4. In the entire dorm, she only got along well with Zhou Wan'er. She had too many things she disliked about the others and was generally unwilling to talk to them much. She knew this wasn't a good thing, but she didn't want to change it, nor did she feel she needed to. Having lived there for 2 years, the other girls knew Su Miao's personality and didn't talk to her much. The 4 of them formed a small group. With Zhou Wan'er around, the whole dorm was one group. Without Zhou Wan'er, it was 2 separate groups, the 4 of them and Su Miao. So, when Zhou Wan'er left, she was the most heartbroken. I know, you can come anytime you want. My bed will always have half for you. Zhou Wan'er looked at her and couldn't help but pat her head. When they were together, she always couldn't help but pat her head, because she always felt that Su Miao was like her younger sister. Okay, then I'll have some things delivered tomorrow. This cabinet, this bed, and this table aren't very good, they all need to be replaced. Zhou Wan'er agreed, and Su Miao immediately started arranging to replace the things in the room. No, these things belong to the school. Qinghe is only staying temporarily. What if the school makes us restore this place to its original state when I'm not staying here anymore? My things are much better than theirs. Why not just give them to them? It's a good deal, I don't believe they'll object. Ugly rich people's faces. What did you say? I think you've forgotten my dragon claw hand. Take this. Ah, Su Miao. Here we go again. I'll teach you a lesson. Take this, plump buttocks palm. Yeah, Qinghe could hear some of Zhou Wan'er's playful fighting. He could tell that Zhou Wan'er's screams were happy, but he wasn't. Just now, while everyone was gone, he completed 50 kilometers in his consciousness space, but today his luck was bad. He drew "Thank you for your patronage." So close. Just a little bit more and he would have drawn "Restore your bowel and bladder control." If that were the case, he wouldn't have to have people clean up every day. Although he still needed help, at least he knew when he needed to use the toilet and could have someone take him there, so he wouldn't have to wear diapers every day. But it was just a little bit short. He even felt that the needle finger method was actually part of the option. But the system judged it as "Thank you for your patronage." Ugh. On Saturday, Jo Warner got up early to put on makeup. Today she was going to participate in the preliminary semifinals, and it was precisely because of this that Sumiaur hadn't stayed at Hecking Yuan last night. There were no clothes or makeup supplies there. Go for it. I believe you can do it. Qinghe gave Jo Warner a fist bump as she left, cheering her on. Okay. Jo Warner nodded, confidently heading out the door. Dad, these are the results of that project. I finished them the day before yesterday, but I forgot to give them to you. Qinghe sent the answer to the pharmaceutical company's question to Yadali. Okay, I'll send it over there right now. By the way, there are 3 new projects. Which one should you work on first? Yadali assumed Qinghe hadn't finished this one, so he hadn't given Qinghe the new projects yet. Give me all 3. This isn't difficult. Once you break the problem down into pure mathematics, it's not hard to solve. By the way, how's the recruitment going? The biggest problem for Qinghe was that he needed someone to break it down into pure mathematics, otherwise, he could solve it directly. The job postings have been sent out, but I haven't received any resumes yet. For finance, there are 2 candidates. I'll interview them again on Monday. If I still can't find a suitable one, I'll call the finance person from my previous factory to see if she'd be willing to come to Beijing. Chapter 120 New Project. When Yadali started his company, he had a capable accountant, but the person was based in his hometown, and bringing them to Beijing was a difficult decision. He still hoped to find someone in Beijing, only if he couldn't find a suitable candidate would he consider hiring someone from his hometown. Take a look, Qinghe said. Anyway, we don't really need an accountant here. We can find someone part-time to handle it temporarily. Qinghe felt there was no rush. Yadali nodded and sent Qinghe all the project questions he had received. The 3 projects were from a design institute, an artificial intelligence company, and a logistics company. The first was a problem of jointly solving the topology optimization, stability, and construction error robustness of a large-span irregular curved surface structure. In short, it was about finding a unique solution for an extremely complex irregular curved surface public building, such as an airport, convention center, grand theater, or high-speed rail station, which the design institute couldn't calculate using existing software. The goal was to find the lightest, most material-efficient, safest, and most earthquake and wind-resistant design that could actually be built. This is a problem posed by the Design Institute. The first problem is that the building shape is a free-form surface with large cantilevered sections, a long span, and is asymmetrical and nonlinear. Structural form, spatial network structure, cable dome, megatruss, thin shell combination. Requirements: span greater than or equal to 60 meters, height greater than or equal to 40 meters, seismic resistance level 1, wind resistance, complex flow field, vortex-induced vibration, weight limit, must be lightweight, otherwise the foundation cost will be exorbitant. The core challenge is the unsolvable non-convex multi-objective topology optimization problem. Variables: tens of thousands of members, node coordinates, cross-sectional dimensions, cable forces. Objectives: lightest, highest stiffness, lowest stress, highest stability coefficient, lowest cost. Mathematical essence: a high-dimensional, non-convex, multi-objective, NP-hard optimization problem with many constraints. Conventional finite element software can only achieve local optima, not global optima. The second problem is the strong coupling between surface geometry and structural mechanics. The building surface is a high-cost NURBS surface, not a simple spherical or parabolic surface. The structural stress is entirely dependent on its geometric shape. A slight change in geometry drastically alters the stress. This requires solving for all 3 simultaneously: geometric modeling, structural stress analysis, and optimized form, rather than the traditional method of modeling first and then verifying. The mathematical difficulty lies in solving a combination of differential geometry, computational mechanics, and variational methods. No one in the Design Institute can derive the equations. The third problem is high-order analysis of stability and imbalance. Large span structures are most vulnerable to overall instability, local instability, jump instability, and post-buckling behavior. Conventional software can only calculate linear stability, but nonlinearity, large geometric deformations, and nonlinear material coupling require calculations using bifurcation point theory, the method of solitary lengths, energy functional theory, and Lyapunov stability. The structural engineers in the Design Institute lack sufficient mathematical depth. The fourth problem is robustness to construction errors, and the fifth problem is the coupling of wind-induced vibration and fluid structure. These ultimately boil down to 5 requirements. 1. Establish a unified variational functional mathematical model for free-form surface structures. 2. Solve the global optimal algorithm for multi-objective topological optimization. 3. Give analytical criteria for nonlinear stability and post-buckling behavior. 4. Construct a stochastic mathematical model for the propagation of construction errors. 5. Develop an efficient numerical solution method for wind structure coupling. They knew this problem was difficult. Their original intention was to seek cooperation with Qinghe's mathematics department. It was only because General Manager Huang said you had the ability, and even if that didn't work out, your advisor is Director Tao, that they brought the problem over. Their idea is to come to the school on Monday for a face-to-face meeting. Their general union will come to explain the problem in more detail and see how to solve it. Their idea is that it would be best to bring Director Tao along, or at least invite a few more professors from the mathematics department to solve this problem together. Seeing Qinghe looking at the Design Institute's problem, Dali said from the side. When he took on this job, he was actually quite unsure because the other party's requirements were too many. He wasn't a professional, and he didn't understand many of the things he heard. Moreover, the other party was also skeptical of them. If it weren't for Huang Yuewi's connections, this project wouldn't have even come to them. Yet Qinghe hadn't just relied on his mathematical genius these past few days. Because of this ability, he spent his free time searching for math-related knowledge online. Combined with his photographic memory, he was completely different from how he was 2 weeks ago. He actually had a general idea of what to do after reading the questions, but since the other party wanted to meet in person, he decided to wait until then. It would be a good opportunity for them to see his abilities, which would solidify this client's position. Architectural design institutes often did this kind of work. If he impressed them this time, they would think of him first for similar problems in the future. Let's talk about it on Monday then. I have some ideas about this problem. Talking to them about it shouldn't be a problem. You can solve it? Dali asked uncertainly. He couldn't even fully understand the question, yet Qinghe thought it was easy after just a quick glance? Not a problem. Qinghe nodded. That's great. If this deal goes through, our company will truly be established. Dali rubbed his hands together happily. He felt this project could serve as a benchmark. If anyone came looking for him in the future, he could simply present a project like this to demonstrate his company's strength. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Dali went to the door and opened it, finding 2 men in their 30s, dressed in suits and looking very capable. Who are you? Hello, are you Mr. Ya? I'm here on behalf of Miss Sumiaur to replace the furniture. Miss Sumiaur mentioned this to you, right? The man in the lead smiled at Dali. Yes, there is such a thing. Dali nodded. Joe Warner had mentioned it to him before leaving this morning, but he hadn't taken it too seriously. However, now it seemed that this was different from what he had imagined. Then we'll come in. We need to take some measurements of the room. Come in. Dali let them in. Before entering, the two put on shoe covers and white gloves, then, with rulers in hand, measured the bed, wardrobe, table, and other furniture in Joe Warner's room. They then moved on to the living room and kitchen. Do we need to replace these two? Dali had assumed only Joe Warner's room would need replacing. He hadn't expected the living room and kitchen to be replaced as well. Yes, Miss Su means that some of the furniture here is old and has been used by someone before. It would be best to replace it all. The stove and range hood in the kitchen are also not powerful enough, affecting your cooking, so they will be replaced as well. By the way, Miss Su wants to ask your opinion on whether you want the furniture in your and Mr. Qinghe's room replaced as well. Chapter 121 Money Power. I think it's better to leave my room alone. Dali hesitated for a moment, then shook his head in refusal. As for these appliances, I think it's better to ask around. These appliances weren't theirs, they were provided by the school. Even if they wanted to replace them, they would have to inform the school. They couldn't just replace them like that. Okay. The person Sumiaur brought was very polite, smiled slightly, and asked Dali to make a call. After returning to his room, Dali told Qinghe about it, and Qinghe thought for a moment and then called Tao's Haiqiang. There's a wealthy woman here, a friend of Warner's. She's coming to stay occasionally and feels the furniture and appliances don't meet her requirements. She wants to replace them for free, and said she'll leave the replacements behind when we leave. What do you think? Should we have someone haul them away, or should we have the school send someone to take them? Such a good deal? Let the school take them. These things are school assets, they can't be disposed of arbitrarily. Although the school would be getting a slight advantage in this situation, it's not the right way to look at it. If school assets are simply replaced with something else, the accounting becomes difficult. The best solution is to bring the old items back, and leave the new ones in the house without making any accounting entries, just a simple registration. Okay, then I'll call you again once they bring the items over and have the school come and take them. Yeah, Qinghe thought this would take at least 2 or 3 days, but to his surprise, the two people arrived in the morning and returned with their belongings shortly after lunch. So fast? Yadali and Qinghe were somewhat dumbfounded as the other party entered with a large group of people carrying various furniture and appliances. Sun Miao and Zhou Wan'er had already returned. Their semi-finals were both in the morning, and both had passed, advancing to the blind auditions. The official recording wouldn't begin for another 2 weeks. Seeing all this, Sun Miao wasn't surprised at all. It's normal. I told them to deliver everything today. Don't worry about these things, there won't be any formaldehyde or anything like that. I had them choose either solid wood or environmentally friendly materials. Come in, let's replace all of this. Please help move the old things upstairs. Sun Miao explained with a smile to Yadali before addressing the group. Yes, miss. The workers respectfully nodded to Sun Miao and began moving the items out of the house. Some people were carrying things in, others were carrying them out. The whole process was quiet and quick, without any unnecessary steps, as if it had been rehearsed beforehand. In no time, Zhou Wan'er's room was completely transformed. The entire room, even the walls, had been replaced. Yadali reached out and touched them. They were made of aluminum alloy or some other alloy material, pink in color, and seamlessly joined together. Unless you got very close, you couldn't see any seams. The bed was much larger than before, a princess-style king-size bed. All the bedding had been changed. Yadali recognized some brands, but he had never even heard of many others. Anyway, he only had one impression: this mattress was incredibly comfortable. The wardrobes and other furniture were all replaced. Sun Miao, the person in charge, had considered this as well. 2 young women she brought were helping with the clothes, and none of the male workers had to handle a single item. The new wardrobes were larger, with lights inside, and contained some obviously expensive clothes. Then there were desks, dressing tables, and so on. In just 1 hour, the entire house was completely unrecognizable. Next was the living room. All the furniture had been replaced with better, more stylish pieces. The TV was replaced with a 100-inch one, and the sofa was a super soft genuine leather one. The refrigerator in the kitchen was replaced with a huge 3-door model, filled with all sorts of food and drinks. The stove, range hood, microwave, oven, dishwasher, etc., were all replaced. Even the kitchen cabinets were completely replaced to better organize everything. The dining table, chairs, and some small items were also replaced. Uncle Dolly, are you sure you don't need to change your room? I had them bring it over. If you want to change, we can change it all at once. Sun Miao asked sweetly, looking at the stunned Yadali. This commotion startled me a bit. I thought it was just a simple matter of changing some furniture. I didn't expect it to be like this. Yadali pursed his dry lips. This really frightened him. Even when he was wealthy, he wouldn't let his family do something like this. What kind of situation does Sun Miao's family have that they'd go to such lengths just for a short stay? Although he didn't recognize many of the brands, the ones he did know just how expensive these things were. I had them bring some things to Qinghe's room, including a bed, the kind that can be upgraded and voice-controlled. Even if you're not around, Qinghe can sit up using voice commands or the controller on his right. There are also some other functions, like massage, but I don't remember them. Change it. This has to be changed. Yadali didn't care about the other things, but he felt this was absolutely necessary. How much does this cost? I'll pay for it. Yadali felt that even if it was expensive, they could afford it now, and they shouldn't let him spend so much money. No need, it didn't cost much. I just felt a connection with Qinghe, and seeing him like this, I thought it would make him more comfortable. Sun Miao waved her hand dismissively. This amount of money was nothing to her. She didn't need her family to pay, her own allowance was enough. Shall we get Qinghe out first? After she finished speaking, Zhou Wan'er went into the house without a word, carried Qinghe out, and placed him on the sofa. What are you doing? Qinghe looked at the people outside and the changes in their behavior, his face filled with disbelief. He had been sleeping, and although there had been some noise, it hadn't been too loud to wake him up. This had led him to believe he was in someone else's house when he came out and saw the living room. Didn't we have someone come over this morning to measure things? We changed everything inside and outside the house. How does it look? Isn't it much more comfortable than before? Sun Miao proudly pointed to everything in the room. Before, at Ling University, she lived in the dormitory and didn't want anyone to know her situation, so she didn't show this side of herself. This wasn't the dormitory, and everyone knew her family was well off, so she didn't pretend and directly displayed her financial power. Chapter 122 Money Power 2. Your money power is incredible. It's like you've completely transformed the house. Yeah, Qinghe said enviously. Why didn't he transmigrate into someone with such money power? No need for words, a single move of money power can solve everything. If it can't, then it just means he hasn't used enough money. It's just average, just a little bit of money. I just wanted to make my living situation more comfortable. Sun Miao smiled and waved her hand modestly. Meower, do you know how annoying you are? Joe Wanner, standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore. This Sue Meower, although she hadn't deliberately pretended to be poor before, had never flaunted her wealth like this. Now it seemed fortunate she hadn't, otherwise she would have been tempted to beat her up. Wanner, did you see all those cosmetics on the dressing table? Use them as you like. Although Sue Meower often teased Joe Wanner, she knew she was no match for her. Joe Wanner was just letting her have her way. If she really upset Joe Wanner, she would be the one who got hurt. So, noticing Joe Wanner seemed a bit off, she immediately put on a smiling face. You know, I don't use makeup much. Joe Wanner pouted. Then let's go out to eat, to that 10 family cuisine place. Didn't you say you really liked one dish last time you ate there? I can make a reservation anytime. Sue Meower immediately said, she knew Joe Wanner liked to eat. Forget it, that's too expensive. I didn't know you brought me food from their restaurant before, but now I do. Eating there feels like eating gold. Joe Wanner immediately shook her head. That was really too expensive. It wouldn't be eating food, it would be eating money. How about that snail rice noodle place that Qinghe Sr. runs near the entrance? She wasn't really trying to do anything to Sue Meower. One bowl of noodles or a takeout order would be enough. No problem. Although it's not as good as the food in Liuzhu, it's still pretty good. Sue Meower nodded immediately. What she ate didn't matter to her, she could eat things like snail rice noodles. She didn't need 10 family private kitchens dishes for every meal. While they were chatting, Qinghe's room was almost finished being renovated, and the new bed for him arrived. Try it out. This bed can be voice controlled and has some other functions. You can read the instruction manual. After everything in the room was set up, Sue Meower had Yadali help Qinghe onto the bed so he could try it out. As she spoke, Sue Meower found the instruction manual under the bed. Erang 900. Seeing this, Yadali immediately recognized the bed. He and Qinghe had used this bed when they traveled all over the country for treatment. He had seen it in one of the top 3 hospitals. According to the caregiver, this bed cost over 60,000 yuan. However, this bed was indeed well suited to Qinghe. Firstly, the bedboard was made of cold-rolled steel with a high-density medical-grade mattress. This type of mattress prevents pressure sores, prevents sagging, and provides strong support. The bed frame has a 6-drive motor, allowing for backrest raising, leg raising, turning over, overall height adjustment, forward tilting, and backward tilting, all with smooth and quiet operation. The bed also has a built-in weighing system that automatically measures weight and synchronizes with medical records. It can transform into a chair with the touch of a button, allowing patients to easily sit up for meals and rehabilitation, reducing the intensity of care. It also features fall prevention, a high-risk alarm, 1-button emergency rescue, instant bed leveling, and headboard angle alarms to prevent slippage, avoid trunk pressure, and prevent spinal deformities. In short, this bed is ideal for paralyzed, high-level paraplegic, and critically ill rehabilitation patients. When he still had money, he had considered buying this for Qinghe, but later he ran out of money and couldn't afford such an expensive bed. Besides, their travels made it unsuitable to buy one, so they didn't. Thank you so much. Yadali thanked Sue Meower sincerely. Because he was used to taking care of Qinghe the usual way, he had forgotten about this bed that could make Qinghe more comfortable. Thank you. Qinghe also thanked Sue Meower. Don't be so polite with me. I may not have much else, but I'm certainly rich. This little bit of money is enough for your thanks. I feel it's worth it. Oh, and I also replaced your projector. Your old one was too old, the clarity wasn't good, and it had few functions. This one I got for you is adjustable, whether you want to project onto the ceiling or the wall, it's very convenient. You can control it with your voice, and Sue Meower was very happy to receive Yadali and Qinghe's thanks, and excitedly explained to Qinghe the changes she had made to his room. It has to be said that these things really made things much more convenient for Qinghe. At least, when he was home alone, it was much easier for him to sit up in bed or reach for something. Meower, thank you. After listening to what Sue Meower said, Joe Wanner sincerely thanked Sue Meower. She hadn't said thank you like this when Sue Meower had renovated her room before. Do I still have to pay for the snail rice noodles? Sue Meower's lips curled into a smirk, and she raised an eyebrow. One thing at a time, these two things can't be confused. Joe Wanner's attitude immediately changed. After saying that, she laughed, and Qinghe and the other two laughed too. Finally, Yadali's room was completely changed. Almost everything in the house that could be replaced was replaced, including both bathrooms. This way, when I come here, I'll have my own clothes to change into, and I can stay more comfortably. Sue Meower and Joe Wanner returned to their room. Sue Meower jumped straight onto the bed, enjoying the comfort of the mattress, and murmured, "You spent so much money just for this? Is it worth it?" Joe Wanner sat down beside her, taking a cushion and leaning against the headboard. She didn't quite understand Sue Meower's behavior. This wasn't Sue Meower's place, and she might not even stay for long. In her opinion, spending so much money wasn't worth it. Of course, she felt that everything in Qinghe's house was worth it. Of course it's worth it. Money, at a certain point, is just a number. As long as it makes life more comfortable, then it's worth the money. Sumiao turned her head to look at Joe Warner. Okay, I don't understand. I probably couldn't earn this much money in a year of work, but I still have to say thank you. Joe Warner sighed almost imperceptibly, then thanked Sumiao earnestly again. I've already said, there's no need for such formalities between us. However, Qinghe is truly different from what I imagined. I've seen paralyzed people, and I've seen people who can't take care of themselves. They all have an indescribable aura about them, an air of gloom or death. Qinghe has none of that. Instead, you can feel the warmth of sunshine. Chapter 123 Voiceless. Oh right, I forgot to ask you. When you passed the semi-finals today, the mentors asked what you plan to perform during the blind auditions. You said you were going to sing an original song? What original song? I've never heard you mention that before. You can write songs? Sumiao had wanted to ask about this, but various things prevented her from doing so. Now that they were lying in bed, she remembered it. She knew Joe Warner. Her singing technique wasn't particularly good, but her voice was unique and memorable. She had studied vocal music for a few days, but she hadn't heard her mention songwriter. Qinghe wrote it for me. How could I write songs myself? Joe Warner had nothing to hide from Sumiao. Qinghe can write songs? Upon hearing this, Sumiao sat bolt upright in bed. I just found out too. I didn't know he could do this before. He's probably learned it on his own these past few years by watching all sorts of things. Sing a couple of lines, let me see what I think of this original. Sumiao was extremely curious about the song. You see, singing an original song during the blind auditions is actually very risky. Relatively speaking, choosing well-known songs makes it easier to get the judges' approval. Unless the original is exceptionally good, most people wouldn't choose an original song for their blind audition. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Everything blossoms so brightly in my heart. Now the countdown is down to just a few days. The piece of paper at my feet. Joe Warner sang it a cappella, and the song immediately captivated Sumiao. She hadn't expected Qinghe to write a song like this, written from a female perspective and in her voice. Did Qinghe really write this? It sounds like something a young girl would write. He means that the copyright should be registered in my name, so we can say to everyone that I wrote it. I've been reading books on composition lately, so that if anyone asks, I won't be clueless. Sumiao couldn't hide her envy upon hearing this. Why didn't she have a childhood friend like that? He could help Shang Qingnu and even write songs for him. I'm so envious of you, having someone write songs for you. Finally, she couldn't help but pout and say enviously, how about I ask Qinghe if he has any suitable songs for you? Seeing her like this, Joe Warner thought about the bed and other equipment she had spent money on for Qinghe today, and her heart softened. Is that okay? Sumiao immediately clasped her hands under her chin with delight, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Joe Warner. I don't know. I can only say I'll ask around. Whether it'll work or not, I can't guarantee. Even if he writes a song, it's not certain one will suit you. Don't have too high expectations. Joe Warner didn't dare to speak definitively. Qinghe wrote songs for her from a female perspective, but he had written several, and she didn't know if any of them were suitable for Sumiao. She was afraid that if she spoke too confidently, she wouldn't be able to deliver. It's okay. It would be best if one worked, but it's okay if one doesn't. Sumiao quickly said that she wouldn't force the issue. However, she was secretly wondering if she should ask someone to help her find a song that suited her tomorrow. She hadn't considered creating a persona of a talented original singer, but singing original songs would probably make her more memorable, right? Especially songs like Joe Warner's, which are instantly memorable. Even if she didn't make it to the finals, having 1 or 2 original songs would leave a deeper impression on the audience compared to other contestants. In another room, Qinghe opened his eyes. This lottery draw had once again yielded a skill he considered useless. Enchanting voice. The voice is clear and pure, like a spring, clean and untouched by any impurities, like the first gentle breeze of morning, entering the ear and touching the heart. This modification process won't be completed overnight, it will take a month to finish, to prevent those familiar with her from noticing anything unusual. Ahem. Hello, I am Qinghe. Qinghe used the remote control beside him to sit up, clearing his throat and testing the waters. There seemed to be a slight difference, but it wasn't very noticeable, you couldn't tell without listening carefully. Previously, Qinghe's voice was somewhat thick, not very bright, and not heavy enough. It lacked any distinctive features, and without seeing the speaker, it was almost impossible to remember who was speaking. Now, however, that thick voice had a hint of clarity. What use would I have for this? I still want to recover my body as soon as possible. Qinghe shook his head. He didn't have much of a liking for skills that increased charm, and he didn't want to rely on his looks for a living. This kind of thing was really useless to him. However, the lottery wasn't something he could decide, so even if he wasn't satisfied, there was nothing he could do. Looking at the time, he felt it was still early, so he controlled the projection onto the wall in front of him and began studying the principles of mechanics and topology. His photographic memory is quite impressive. No matter the subject matter, even if he doesn't fully understand it, he can remember it after seeing it once. These past few days, whenever he has free time, he searches online for math-related knowledge, quickly memorizing it before entering his mental space. He then uses the time difference between his mental space and the external world to gradually digest this knowledge. If there are any areas he doesn't understand, or if his basic knowledge is lacking, he exits his mental space, searches online to fill in the gaps, and then re-enters his mental space. This has resulted in Qinghe's math skills being vastly different from before, even though only a few days have passed. He can now completely master many things he had never even heard of before. This is why he already had some ideas after only one look at the architectural design project Yadali gave him today. Since the other party has scheduled a meeting for Monday, he plans to use the weekend to thoroughly study topology and mechanics and other knowledge related to the project, so that he can give them a stunning presentation on Monday. Qinghe, Wanner and Meower went to eat snail rice noodles. What should we eat? Qinghe, engrossed in his studies, lost track of time when Yadali knocked on his bedroom door. In the afternoon, Joe Wanner and Meower had agreed to eat snail rice noodles, but since noodles weren't to Yadali and Qinghe's taste, they declined to go. What should we eat? How about braised pork rice? Qinghe thought for a moment. At lunchtime, he'd heard a student in the cafeteria say that there was a really good braised pork rice place downstairs in the Qinghe East Gate Academic Building. We're going out anyway, how about we buy some for you? By the way, Qinghe, do you have any more songs you've written? Any suitable for Meower? Chapter 124, a song suitable for Meower. Hearing Yadali ask Qinghe what he wanted for dinner, Joe Wanner and Meower came out. Taking advantage of the moment, Joe Wanner asked Qinghe if he knew any songs suitable for Meower. Suitable for Meower? Qinghe turned the bed around to face the three people in the doorway. Sing a couple of lines for me. Meower's overall attire was rather youthful, and combined with her appearance, she looked like a middle school student. Her voice didn't have any particularly special timbre, but we'd have to hear her sing. Chalk dust swirls in the sunlight, the third row by the window, you always prop your chin up. I use my textbook to cover half my face, secretly tracing the crescent-shaped curve of your hair. In math class, we talked about parabolas, but my gaze lingered on your profile, drawing it 1,000 times. Meower wasn't shy at all, she started singing immediately. The song was quite popular in recent years, called That Year's Fireworks, written by a singer named Abai. The song is about unrequited love, and the melody is pretty good. However, Meower isn't really suited to this style. After she finished singing, Qinghe looked at her appearance and thought for a moment. Do you really like this kind of song? The kind that sounds cute, girly, and cheerful? Actually, given Meower's image and slightly childlike voice, Qinghe felt she was suited to some early Taiwanese female songs, like Red Bean, Big Red Bean, Taro, a song called Crushed Ice Song. It doesn't require great singing skills, as long as she maintains her current image and is cute and cheerful. This song is practically tailor-made for her. Ah, this kind of song? I usually like love songs, the kind with beautiful melodies. Although Meower is cute and dresses cutely, her music preferences don't match her appearance. She usually listens to love songs that test singing skills and have beautiful melodies. She basically doesn't listen to the kind of songs Qinghe mentioned. Of course, this kind of song seems to be generally sung by young girls, those who haven't grown up yet. There aren't any singers who specialize in this type of song. If you really want to have a place in the music industry, my advice is the fastest way. Your voice isn't outstanding, your singing skills are okay, but your image doesn't quite match your songs. If you keep singing what you like now, it'll be hard to make it big. Why not try something different? The songs might seem childish, but they'll be instantly memorable. Besides, these kinds of songs have another advantage: the melodies are simple and catchy. You can learn a line or two after listening to them once or twice, making them very easy to spread. Qinghe shook his head, seeing her reluctant expression. He didn't understand the entertainment industry, but in his previous life, there was a generally accepted fact: do you have a unique, memorable quality? Whether you're an actor or a singer, if you have a memorable quality that people can remember at a glance, you're not far from becoming famous. Joe Wanner's voice is one such quality. An image can also be a quality, like Meower's image. If paired with a suitable song, that's also a memorable quality. In her past life, some actors were memorable simply because of a mole on their face or the corner of their mouth. But after removing the mole, they became just another face in the crowd. Their memorability disappeared. Qinghe's words made Meower fall into deep thought. She knew she had some talent in singing, but it wasn't exactly memorable. However, she doubted whether Qinghe's suggestion was truly feasible. She didn't deny Qinghe's talent, but it was in mathematics, completely unrelated to entertainment. Even if he could compose and write songs, without market validation and any solid proof, was his opinion reliable? Should she consult a professional? Sumiaur pondered this, but when she looked up into Qinghe's eyes, she inexplicably felt she should trust him. Actually, although this song sounds childish, it's much better than the one I gave Wanner. This kind of song could easily become a phenomenon. For some reason, she felt that Qinghe's voice seemed different when she looked at him. Compared to before, it seemed that beneath the thick voice was a clear, subtle quality, very delicate and small, yet it couldn't be suppressed by the thickness, like a clear spring gushing up from the earth. The more she listened, the more she felt that although this voice was delicate, it was more captivating than that thick voice. Okay, I'll try. For some reason, as she listened, she unconsciously nodded in agreement. Are you sure? Joe Wanner looked at her incredulously. She knew all too well how decisive Sumiaur was. How could she agree so easily after Qinghe's casual suggestion? In fact, Sumiaur herself was also shocked after speaking. How could she have agreed so easily? Wasn't she supposed to go back and ask a real expert? But the words were already spoken, and she wasn't one to go back on her word, so she gritted her teeth and said, "Let's try this once. If it really works as you say, then I'll follow this path from now on. If it doesn't..." She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood. "Believe me, you'll understand later how right this decision was." Qinghe smiled confidently. "Do you already have the song?" Sumiaur asked in return. "Yes, the melody is very simple. It comes from the traditional American Yankee song. The lyrics are also very simple. You guys go eat first, and I'll give you the complete song when we get back." Qinghe hadn't written the song yet, but it was simple and memorable. He could write it in a few minutes. "Okay, if it really succeeds, I'll start a company and sign me and Wanner. We'll have equal resources, there won't be any difference." Sumiaur nodded, making her promise. "Are you serious? What if Qinghe's song really becomes a hit? Are you really going to start a company?" Joe Wanner asked as they walked out together. She trusted Qinghe about this. If Qinghe said it could work, then it definitely could. Because of this, investing in a company is no small matter for Sumiaur, as the resources and money involved are not trivial. "Are you really that confident he'll succeed?" Sumiaur asked with a smile. Joe Wanner replied without hesitation, "Of course. Since he said so, there's definitely no problem. On the contrary, setting up a company isn't a small amount of money for you. Since he's sure he'll succeed, isn't making money a sure thing? What's there to worry about?" Chapter 125 Childhood. Sumiaur's words startled Joe Wanner for a moment, then she realized, that seems to be true. Since Qinghe's abilities were undeniable, what was there to worry about? "But, will we really become stars? I'm not ready. Besides, Qinghe told me before that I should just be an independent singer-songwriter and not worry about all the messy stuff in the entertainment industry. If you start a company, I can't force me to do all that." Joe Wanner's words made Sumiaur laugh. "Wanner, I'm starting a company to avoid all that. Otherwise, why would I start a company? Anyway, I'm not short of money. I don't want to earn that kind of money. Why should I make myself and you suffer?" Sumiaur wasn't just talking about starting a company casually. She had this idea before, but hadn't acted on it. Now, if Qinghe's creative abilities were truly strong enough, then she had the motivation to start a company. She had money and resources, Qinghe had creative talent. It was a perfect match. "That's true." Joe Wanner smiled and dropped the subject. "Tell me about Qinghe, will you? I'm really curious about what kind of person he is. How can he remain so optimistic and learn so much in such dire circumstances? That's something most people can't do." Sumiaur then steered the conversation towards Qinghe. Although she hadn't known Qinghe for long, there was something about him that attracted her. She wanted to know more about him. Well, he wasn't anything special before. He was the kind of person who didn't need to study hard to maintain an above-average academic record. He was very handsome and skilled at basketball. In school, he was a key player on the team. He could sing a little, though not as much as he is now. He could write songs, but he could only hum a few lines and play a few clumsy guitar notes. Joe Wanner's face showed a look of reminiscence. She and Qinghe had been in the same class since kindergarten. She knew everything about him. It was all deeply etched in her memory. She remembered everything perfectly: when she started growing taller, when her voice changed, when she started secretly looking at swimsuit magazines, and when she secretly watched porn. In her memory, Qinghe wasn't like this at all. He was a very handsome, energetic, and mischievous boy, but with principles. If it weren't for his sudden illness, he might be a popular figure at university now. "I remember once, I don't remember how old I was, but it must have been no more than 10. He took me and a few other kids to poke a hornet's nest. After we finished, he ran off with some others, leaving me alone there. I was so scared that I lay on the ground, covering my head and crying. He ran a short distance, found me, and came rushing back, waving his clothes. And another time, even smaller, I think it was a locust tree, with those cocoon-like things hanging down from it. It was a bit tall, and I wanted it. He tried to reach it for me, but he wasn't tall enough. A neighbor girl, who was taller than us, actually wanted to help him, so she reached out and reached the cocoon down for him. But he thought she was trying to steal it, so he opened his mouth and bit her on the stomach. Later, the neighbors often said that if their daughter couldn't get married, Qinghe would have to marry her. And in junior high, a boy wrote me a love letter, and he sent people to ambush her, warning her not to disturb my studies, saying I was going to go to Qinghe in the capital. And Jo Wanner talked about these things with great enthusiasm, each one as if it happened yesterday, and she could recount them as if they were her most cherished memories. I really envy you guys. You had so many interesting experiences growing up. When I was little, I was an only child, and I didn't have friends like Qinghe. My parents were never home, there was only a nanny and bodyguards around. The more Sumi Hour listened, the more envious she became. All of this was something she had never experienced. She also wished someone would take her to stir up a hornet's nest, and she also wished someone would work hard to reach the cocoons on the tree for her, and lead people to warn others for her. I understand a nanny, but a bodyguard? Jo Wanner didn't quite understand why Sumi Hour had bodyguards when she was little. When our family business wasn't so big yet, someone targeted us and kidnapped me once. Ever since then, I've always had bodyguards with me. I basically don't go out before 8 p.m. It was only after I came to a big city that I could freely travel around. Before that, when I was in the countryside, I generally didn't go out on the street. Sumi Hour spoke calmly, but Jo Wanner could hear the fear in her voice and reached out to hug her. So I basically stopped going back to my hometown. Only my parents go back sometimes. I haven't been back for many years. One good thing about living in a big city like Beijing is that nobody knows who I am. I can leave whenever I want, wander the streets whenever I want, and I basically don't have to worry about being kidnapped. Sumi Hour had actually experienced this more than once, but she was only truly kidnapped once. She spent most of her childhood at home. It was only after she grew up and was sent to Beijing that she felt free. I don't know how to comfort you. I can only say that I will be with you from now on, and I will protect you. Jo Wanner really didn't know how to comfort her about something that had happened so long ago, so she just hugged Sumi Hour tightly. No need to comfort me. I don't even care about this anymore. Besides, I haven't needed bodyguards for years. Everything's fine now. Sumi Hour smiled and reached out to remove Jo Wanner's arm from her shoulder, pulling her into her arms. After that incident, his family found a member of a collateral branch of the Su family to impersonate him for a period of time. After that, they sent him to the capital. As his business grew and his network of connections expanded, such incidents never happened again. I smell snail rice noodles. Let's go, I'm starving. Sumi Hour didn't want to talk about this anymore. They were almost at the snail rice noodle shop they wanted to eat at. They could already smell the faint, pungent odor from afar. Sumi Hour grabbed Jo Wanner and ran towards the shop. After the two left, Qinghe opened his computer and started writing the song that had become a nationwide hit for Sumi Hour. Red beans. Big red beans. Taro. Chop 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 chop. What toppings do you want? Red beans. Big red beans. Taro. Chapter 126. This song will be a hit. The song was simple, and yet Qinghe wrote it down in no time. He didn't keep it, he sent it directly to Sumi Hour. Then Qinghe continued studying topology and mechanics. When she received the WeChat notification, Sumi Hour was on her way with Jo Wanner. They were chatting, and the phone volume was low, so she didn't hear it at all. It wasn't until she arrived at the snail rice noodle shop, ordering and paying, that Sumi Hour saw the song Qinghe had sent. The Crushed Ice March? What a terrible song title. That was the first thought that popped into Sumi Hour's mind upon seeing the song title, and she began to doubt Qinghe's abilities. Putting everything else aside, just the title alone didn't make anyone want to listen to it. How could it possibly be a good song? Look at other people's song titles. Fireworks that year, the rainbow outside the window, they evoke vivid images. Crushed ice? And a march? Sumi Hour shook her head inwardly. It seemed she shouldn't have too high expectations of science and engineering students. Qinghe might be a genius when it came to numbers, but not necessarily in the arts. However, regardless of her thoughts, since Qinghe had already written the song, she should still take a look. What is it? Jo Wanner, seeing Sumi Hour staring at her phone, tilted her head and leaned closer. The ice-crushing march? Qinghe just sent it to you? Seeing it was a song in the title, Jo Wanner immediately thought of Qinghe. Yeah, let's take a look together. Sumi Hour placed the phone between them, letting Jo Wanner look at it with her. Stand at attention, look here. Those who are too nervous, stand at ease. The hero is about to appear, the most Bion person wins. Go, cheer me on. I'll give you CPR. If you win, I'll be the prize. Oh my baby, you and me. Red beans, big red beans, taro. After quickly glancing at the lyrics, Sumi Hour felt a chill run down her spine. This thing is written like it was made for fun. Can it even be a song? This song is great. Much better than mine. Jo Wonner didn't just look at the lyrics, she looked at the sheet music and lyrics together. Just one look and she felt an urge to sing along, and some melodies and lyrics immediately entered her mind, which surprised her greatly. Yeah, Qinghe wrote this song for Sumi Hour. It's amazing. Although it sounds childish and simple, the melody is so catchy that you can't help but sing along after just one listen. Sumi Hour sighed inwardly. Jo Wonner, with her love-struck mind, would probably agree even if Ya Qinghe said shit smelled good. Sigh, 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 what toppings do you want? Red beans, big red beans. Before the thought even settled, Jo Wonner beside her had already started singing softly. Ha! You know what, the melody is actually pretty good. Sumi Hour was immediately drawn to the melody. Although the lyrics sounded like she was opening a dessert shop, the melody paired with the lyrics actually seemed quite nice. She quickly looked down at the sheet music, and the melody seemed to be etched into her mind, impossible to shake off. After finishing the sheet music, and still feeling the melody repeating in her head, Sumi Hour turned to Jo Wonner in astonishment. Wonner, how does your Ya Qinghe's brain work? How is he so good at math, and so good at songwriter too? She already pictured herself in cute clothes, jumping and singing this song on stage. Yes, the song sounded like a children's song, but sometimes, a song sounding like a children's song isn't a bad thing, it's actually a good thing. It means it's suitable for all ages. It means it will be very popular. This song will be a hit. It will be a huge hit. At this moment, Sumi Hour had completely changed her previous thoughts about Ya Qinghe's song. She was completely captivated by it. I told you Qinghe would be good, Jo Wonner said smugly. If Ya Qinghe said the song was good, then it must be good, no doubt about it. Yeah, this song is amazing. Just like Ya Qinghe said, this song has the potential to become a phenomenon. No, it definitely will become a phenomenon, Sumi Hour said excitedly. This meant she would have a highly popular song, a signature piece. Even if she stopped singing in the future, people would still think of her when they heard this song. Come on, let's eat quickly, and then go back to find Ya Qinghe. Sumi Hour's mind was no longer on the food, she desperately wanted to go back and talk to Ya Qinghe about the song. When the snail rice noodles arrived, she finished them in a few bites and then eagerly urged Jo Wonner to eat faster. Ugh, Ya Qinghe isn't going anywhere, why are you in such a hurry? Can't you even let me eat properly? Really? Although she said this, Jo Wonner didn't hesitate and finished her noodles as quickly as possible. As the two walked back, Sumi Hour remembered the company they had discussed earlier. Secretary Qinghe, I want to start a music company. Can you register one for me quickly? Miss, do you want a complete company or a completely new company starting from scratch? Secretary Qinghe's voice was very charming, but Sumi Hour was already used to it. A complete company, capable of releasing music, recording songs, basically everything related to music. After it's established, my best friend and I will become signed singers. Okay, I understand, Secretary Qinghe said softly and hung up the phone. Really starting a company? Jo Wonner had heard everything clearly. Of course it's true. Such a great song needs to have its copyright and contract settled before we go on stage, otherwise it'll be too late after the performance. When Sumi Hour and Jo Wonner returned, Ya Qinghe was still reviewing his math study materials. Looking at the pile of seemingly incomprehensible material projected onto the wall, Sumi Hour thought Ya Qinghe was truly amazing. How did his brain work? His math skills were so good that Qinghe especially recruited him, and he even wrote a song though it hadn't been released yet. She was certain it would be a hit. According to Jo Wonner, he even participated in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and became the champion. Was it because God saw how smart he was that he deliberately made him the way he is now? Why are you back so soon? Ya Qinghe turned around after hearing the door open and saw the two of them, asking with a smile. Jo Wonner pouted. When Sumi Hour saw the song you gave me, she couldn't sit still and kept urging me to finish eating and come back. I'll offer 500,000 for this song, sell it to me. No way. Chapter 127. Relationships between people are not just about business. Sumi Hour's smile froze instantly. Not for sale? Give it away. Before any other thoughts could form in her mind, Ya Qinghe's next words thawed her icy expression, bringing a sense of spring warmth to her face. No need, I'll buy it with my own money. I think this song will definitely be a huge hit. 50,000 for the song is a bit low. How about this, 1 million to buy out the song? Sumi Hour wasn't one to take advantage of others. Ya Qinghe had already done her a favor by writing such a song specifically for her. Now that he was giving it to her for free, she had to increase the offer. Money was the last thing she, Sumi Hour, lacked. No, this song isn't for sale. I'm giving it away as a gift. It's a thank you for replacing all the furniture and appliances in our house, especially the bed and projector. They've made things so much more convenient for me. So, this song is truly free, it's a gift to you, including the credits. Yet Qinghe wasn't using any reverse psychology, he genuinely intended to give the song to Sumiyower. Although Sumiyower had voluntarily replaced these things, they had genuinely benefited, and he felt they should show some appreciation. Sumiyower wasn't short of money, as evidenced by the replacement of her belongings, but they didn't have much else. Since this had happened, yet Qinghe thought giving the song away would suffice. No, this matter. Sumiyower wanted to say something more, but yet Qinghe interrupted her. It's settled then. This song is a gift. Once you become famous, you'll definitely want more songs, and then we'll write more for you. We can't give them away then, you'll have to buy them. Yet Qinghe's words shut Sumiyower down completely. Alright, there's always next time. Sumiyower thought to herself, I won't pay this time, but I can always add it back later, right? Okay, thanks. After thanking her, Sumiyower didn't say anything more about it. Let's eat after we're done talking. How did you know about this braised pork rice? When I went, it was almost sold out, and lots of people were eating it. It smelled really good. Jo Wonner brought out the braised pork rice she had bought for Ye Qinghe. There was also a cafeteria in the basement of the academic building, but the braised pork rice Ye Qinghe mentioned was a bit hidden. They might not have been able to find it if they hadn't asked a senior student. She was curious how Ye Qinghe knew about it. I heard a senior student mention it at lunchtime. He said it was much better than the braised pork rice at school, and many people order takeout from this place, so I wanted to try it. Ye Qinghe replied. Jo Wonner naturally handed the other portion to Yadali, picked up Ye Qinghe's portion, opened the lid, took out a spoon, mixed the rice and braised meat, and scooped a spoonful towards Ye Qinghe's mouth. How about I do it myself? I can eat by myself now. Ye Qinghe opened her mouth, ate the spoonful of rice, chewed a couple of times, and said, Didn't you want to study? I can feed you quickly, and you can continue after you finish. If you eat by yourself, I have to get you out of bed and into the wheelchair, which is troublesome. Here, open your mouth. Jo Wonner held the spoon, looked at Ye Qinghe, and seeing that she swallowed, scooped another spoonful and handed it to her. Ye Qinghe thought about it and agreed, so he didn't say anything more. Ye Qinghe sat on the bed, and Jo Wonner sat beside him feeding him. As for Yadali, he had already gone to the dining room to eat after receiving his own food. Only Sumiyower remained standing at the door, watching the harmonious scene between the two. For some reason, she suddenly felt envious of them. Childhood sweethearts, inseparable, one sick, the other unwavering. After watching for a while, Sumiyower quietly withdrew and closed the door. The two of them had created their own world, anyone else present would be a disturbance. Uncle, Wonner told me you've started a company. I'd like to invest in your company. Back in Jo Wonner's room, Sumiyower saw Yadali eating in the dining room. After thinking for a moment, she went to the dining room and sat down opposite him. Girl, I know you have money, but let's forget about this investment. Qinghe wrote the song for you because he considers you a friend. Don't treat it like a business deal. Relationships aren't just about business, you understand? He quickly chewed a couple of bites, swallowed the food in his mouth, and waved his hand. He wouldn't get involved in Ye Qinghe's affairs, and he wouldn't object to Ye Qinghe's decisions. He understood Ye Qinghe's actions. In fact, he had the same thoughts, but there was nothing he could do to repay Sumiyower. Ye Qinghe's actions suited his heart. He understood Sumiyower's willingness to contribute money. He knew that in the eyes of wealthy people like Sumiyower, many things could be measured in money. But they weren't. He shouldn't have said this, but since Sumiyower was here, he felt it necessary to say something. He didn't want this matter to become distorted later. Sumiyower actually understood this too. She just felt that Ye Qinghe and his son Yadali were short of money and wanted to help them as much as she could. Now it seems they don't value money as much as she thought. There are things more important to them than money. I understand. Sumiyower smiled gently, nodded to Yadali, and got up to go back to her room. In the room, Jo Wonner fed Ye Qinghe spoonful by spoonful. Seeing that he had almost finished eating, she asked, How did you come up with this song called The Shaved Ice March? It feels like it's about something in a dessert shop. On the way back, both she and Sumiyower had said they felt the same way. I remember once you were pushing me around in your wheelchair, you went to buy milk tea, and I was waiting by the roadside. I saw a little girl receiving a dessert her mother bought for her, happily jumping and humming a song. She seemed so happy and joyful. Today, when Sumiyower was singing, I don't know why, but I thought of this, and then I wrote it down. Ye Qinghe casually made up a lie. Really? I don't remember this. You were in line and didn't see it. But aren't you angry or upset? This song is clearly much better than the one we gave you. Ye Qinghe casually brushed the matter aside and looked seriously into Jo Wonner's eyes as he asked, What's there to mind? This song just doesn't suit me. Making me sing it would ruin it. Besides, if there were a song that suited me, wouldn't you give it to me? Jo Wonner smiled gently. She genuinely didn't take this to heart. She wasn't the type to dwell on small things, get jealous, or compare herself to others. He, that makes sense. Seeing Joe Wanner's reaction, Qinghe laughed. Chapter 128 Second voice change? He had quite a few songs in his head, and having mastered the ability to compose, he could write some even without copying songs from his past life. Of course, if there were songs that were hugely popular in his past life, there was no need to write them himself, he could simply copy those popular songs. Joe Wanner's voice was very captivating, and she could actually handle many songs. He had previously found her a song suitable for her age, not famous, but fitting her experiences to create a persona of a talented woman for her. Sumi Hour was different. Sumi Hour didn't need that persona, her rich young lady persona was enough. Therefore, he could directly give her a popular song. As for Joe Wanner, it had to be combined with her experiences and match her life story to make it more convincing. I will write songs for you step by step, and you will become a talented woman recognized by everyone. I'll listen to you, Joe Wanner said with a sweet smile. She trusted Qinghe, and she genuinely liked the song commemorating him. She felt a connection to some of its themes. On the other hand, while Sumi Hour's song was catchy, she truly felt she couldn't sing it. It didn't suit her aura, or rather, her personality. However, why do I feel your voice sounds a little different? It's like a clearer voice was suppressed underneath, and now it's about to emerge. Actually, being more familiar with Qinghe, she noticed the change in his voice immediately. At first, she thought she was mistaken, but the longer they spent together, and the more pronounced the change in his voice, the more certain she became that his voice had indeed changed. I don't know either. I feel like there's been some change, a second voice change. Qinghe's face was full of confusion. Say a few more words for me to hear. Joe Wanner asked Qinghe to say a few more words. Qinghe cleared his throat and spoke formally. That's right, there's a better voice below your original voice, and it seems slightly louder than before, though you can't really tell unless you listen very closely. Now, Joe Wanner was 100% certain. I don't know if it's good or bad. Should we go to the hospital? At this age, it's unlikely your voice will change completely, right? Joe Wanner was a little worried. Qinghe's health wasn't good to begin with. If his voice had a problem, it would be even more troublesome. No need. I know my body. Although I don't know what's going on, I haven't had any abnormal reactions. And recently, my body has been steadily recovering. This might be a sign of recovery. Actually, I wasn't too satisfied with my voice before. Maybe my voice was always meant to be clear, but because of my health, it didn't fully change. Now that my body is recovering, my voice is recovering too, so we don't need to rush. Let's wait and see, maybe it's a good thing. Qinghe didn't want to go to the hospital. His current physical recovery is a medical miracle. If he went to the hospital, those people would definitely make him undergo all sorts of tests, which would cost a lot of money and be of little use, so he refused to go no matter what. That's right. Although the voice is soft, it sounds much better than yours now. If your voice became like that, it would definitely be a good thing. Thinking about it, Joe Wanner agreed. The hospital hadn't been able to figure out Qinghe's condition before, and the changes now might be even more confusing. Anyway, as long as everything was improving, there was no need to rush to the hospital. By the way, shouldn't you find a recording studio these days to get the backing track for the song? You and Sumi Hour both need to do it, we'll need it for the competition. Yes, I was planning to look for one in the next couple of days, but now that Sumi Hour is here, we can go together, and it'll be good company. Joe Wanner remembered this, and now that Qinghe brought it up, it was a good opportunity to get Sumi Hour involved. Oh, and Sumi Hour had her family set up a music company on the way. She said they want to sign us both as singers, and the company will handle music distribution and recording. Hearing this, Qinghe raised an eyebrow. This was typical behavior for a young lady of high birth. It wasn't surprising. That's perfect. You don't like the entertainment industry anyway. With Sumi Hour as your boss, those messy things won't bother you, and the company's resources will be geared towards you. It's much better than signing with other companies. This is a good thing, much better than Qinghe's previous idea of letting Sumi Hour be an independent musician. After all, having a company to rely on is definitely better than being an independent musician. The resources, promotion, and production are all much better. That's what I thought too. I was worried before, but now that I'm joining Sumi Hour's company, at least I don't have to worry anymore. Joe Wanner nodded. Alright, don't stay here anymore. Go talk to Sumi Hour about recording the backing track. Okay. Joe Wanner nodded, took Qinghe's finished lunchbox and trash out of Qinghe's room, and closed the door behind her. In the second bedroom, Sumi Hour was practicing a song on her phone. She loved the song Qinghe had written for her more and more each time she sang it, and was even thinking about what actions she should add while singing. Red beans. Big red beans. Taro. Mung beans, rice noodles, peanuts, taro, and grass jelly. Taro balls, fennel balls, small glutinous rice balls, clear syrup, sweet milk. When Joe Wanner returned, she saw Sumi Hour standing in the room with her back to her, making gestures with her hands and singing. It has to be said, the song, combined with her Lolita dress, voice, figure, and movements, was a perfect match. Jo Wonner didn't say anything, tiptoed to the bedside, sat on the bed, and listened to Sumi-hour practicing. Come on, give me some encouragement, I'll give you a handjob. Sumi-hour danced her improvised moves, and when she turned around, she found Jo Wonner sitting on the bed watching her. Why did you come in so quietly? How long have you been watching? Sumi-hour immediately stopped singing, jumped onto the bed, straddled Jo Wonner, and questioned her in a cute but fierce tone. Not long, me-hour. We need to find a recording studio to record the accompaniment. Do you know anyone there? Yes, we definitely need to record an instrumental version. Just singing it a cappella feels a bit off. I'll call and ask. Sumi-hour immediately understood why she felt something was off earlier. It was the lack of an instrumental version. Secretary Qinghe, I want to record 2 songs. Can you find me a top-notch recording studio? Oh, and also find me a top-notch dance teacher, someone who specializes in cute styles. At this point, Sumi-hour looked at Jo Wonner, asking if she wanted choreography. Jo Wonner shook her head. That's all for now. Get back to me as soon as possible. Chapter 129 Flowers Recording Studio. You have to go. You write songs, so of course you have to be there for the recording. On Sunday morning, Jo Wonner and Sumi-hour insisted on dragging Qinghe to the recording studio with them. Secretary Qinghe had already found a recording studio for them the night before. Qinghe, being pulled out the door, gave a wry smile. Although he had some composing skills and knew a few songs, he really knew nothing about recording. Recording and writing songs are 2 different things. Just because I wrote a song doesn't mean I can record it. There are professional recording engineers on site, just listen to them. Anyway, you have nothing to do at home, come along. How can I not have something to do? I have so much to learn. Oh dear, learning every day isn't good either. There's a saying, there's a balance between work and rest. You can't study every day, you need to relax a bit. Since you're already out here, don't talk about going back. Jo Wonner took control of the wheelchair, pushing Qinghe towards the north gate of Heckingarden. Heckingyuan is located north of Qinghe. A road leads directly out of the north gate, marking it as outside the school grounds. When they arrived, a car was already waiting, the kind of limousine celebrities often ride in on TV. A capable-looking driver was already waiting at the gate. Seeing the 3 of them arrive, he immediately smiled and jogged over, calling Sumi-hour miss before helping Jo Wonner get Qinghe into the car. This car is really something else. Sitting in the seat, Qinghe exclaimed. Before, he and Dolly couldn't afford a car like this. While the comfort of the seats wasn't important to him, the interior decorations and the leather he could touch all highlighted the car's value. I'll send the driver's number to Wonner and give it to you too. Call the driver whenever you go out. Sumi-hour said casually. Thank you. Qinghe didn't refuse, but he wasn't planning on taking advantage of the situation. Where is your recording studio? He didn't ask if the studio was professional, because he knew that anything Sumi-hour chose couldn't be unprofessional. No need to ask, it was definitely a top-tier recording studio. Do you know Beiwa Recording Studio? We're going to Beiwa Recording Studio. Beiwa? The Beiwa Recording Studio that used to be known as the #1 studio in Asia? Qinghe actually knew a little about it. Not that he knew it before, but he recently found it online. It was said that this studio was once the first choice for Chinese rock singers. Most of the most popular rock bands had recorded songs there. The equipment and materials inside were top-notch, and the recording engineers were also top-notch. It was the first choice for many stars to record their songs. This place must be hard to book, right? It is indeed hard to book, but this time we're not going to their publicly listed recording studio, but to their old studio. The old studio is in the Beiwa Deep Alley in Hwarhei. They don't accept public business there anymore, only acquaintances. Sumi-hour's financial power came into play again at this moment. Normally, newcomers can't even get a chance to record in a place like this, but she only made 1 phone call, and Secretary Qinghe arranged it for her, with a top-notch recording engineer. After hearing this, Qinghe realized how naive she had been. Due to the development of the Hwarhei area, Beiwa Shenchu is currently quite crowded, and with parking in the alleys, driving in is a bit of a hassle. However, the driver's excellent skills allowed him to maneuver the car into the Beiwa Recording Studio's internal parking area. Miss Su, is this Zhang Xiaoyi, the recording engineer for this trip? The person who greeted them was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He wasn't particularly handsome, but Secretary Qinghe had told Sumi-hour about his resume beforehand, so Sumi-hour knew how accomplished he was. According to Secretary Qinghe, this man had worked at this recording studio for 30 years, and he had participated in the recording of most celebrities. He was the main recorder for many well-known songs. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Thank you for your help this time. We are both newcomers, recording for the first time, and we're not professionally trained in music. Please don't hesitate to ask us any questions, and please take good care of us. Sumi Hour was like a child in front of Joe Wanner, but outside, although she was wearing the same clothes, her expression and demeanor changed completely. She exuded an aura of confidence. If it weren't for the certainty of their long-term relationship, Joe Wanner would have doubted that the Sumi Hour in front of her was the same person she knew. Her speech, appearance, and expression, there wasn't a trace of Sumi Hour in her. This is my job, it's what I should do. Please come in, all three of you. Zhang Xiaoyi spoke very amiably, smiling and shaking hands with Sumi Hour before leading the three into the recording studio. I listened to the songs last night. Both songs are excellent, especially this one called Crushing Ice March. The songwriter is truly talented, the lyrics and melody are superb. Most importantly, the song has a unique quality that's not seen on the market before. This song has the potential to be a huge hit. Zhang Xiaoyi had recorded countless songs. In his opinion, Commemoration was just a decent song written by a young girl, not particularly remarkable, but not enough to amaze him. However, the awkwardly titled march immediately captivated him. The word cheerful practically leaped off the page. This is the composer of this song, Qinghe. Sumi Hour smiled and pointed to Qinghe in the wheelchair beside her. Hello Mr. Ya, your song is truly amazing. Zhang Xiaoyi immediately extended her hand politely to shake hands with Qinghe. As a recording engineer, she could immediately tell the quality of a song. The person who could write such a song was talented, and she admired talented musicians the most, because recording their songs was a pleasure. How did you come up with this song? The title seems to have a bit of a Taiwanese vibe. Mr. Zhang, you're brilliant. This song was inspired by the entrance of a Taiwanese dessert shop. They call shaved ice Qinghe Bing there, so I named it that. Qinghe replied with a smile. Mr. Ya, you're incredibly talented. You can write such a wonderful song from such a small thing. The key is that you directly materialized that moment of inspiration. Zhang Xiaoyi admired Qinghe's talent and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Leading the group into the recording studio, Qinghe, Joe Wanner, and Sumi Hour were unfamiliar with all the equipment and couldn't even recognize the function of most of it. I arranged the music last night. Listen to it first and see if there's anything wrong. Once the music is confirmed, we'll start recording. Zhang Xiaoyi, a professional recording engineer, had worked on the music overnight after receiving it. Okay. Chapter 130 Super Sound. In the monitoring room, Qinghe held his headphones with his right hand, listening calmly to the music playing. Stop. His voice was soft, but it made Zhang Xiaoyi's heart skip a beat. That ice-crushing sound effect at 83 seconds, you layered 3 slices for depth, right? Zhang Xiaoyi nodded. 3 layers of ice shavings, 1 layer of metal scraping, 1 layer of crisp bass, all meticulously tuned by him personally. The bottom layer, the crisp sample, has the right channel 1.8 milliseconds slower than the left channel. Qinghe said calmly that he had completed his 50-kilometer journey that day in the car, gaining a superhuman sense of pitch. He didn't understand recording, but with his superhuman pitch, he could clearly hear even the most imperceptible flaws in the piece. It's not a delay effect, it's a phase shift. The human ear can barely hear it, but it makes the transient response of that shattering ice appear weaker and softer. Zhang Xiaoyi's brow twitched slightly. 1.8 milliseconds? That's an error at the level of instrument precision. Qinghe didn't stop, continuing, in the chorus, you added an ultra-short reflection at 12.8 milliseconds to brighten the triangle overtones, but you didn't notice that it created an extremely narrow frequency interference with the high-frequency synthesizer pad in the 5950 to 6050 Hz range. It doesn't sound harsh, but it will make headphone users feel a slight pricking sensation above their heads, something they can't quite pinpoint why it's uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaoyi remained silent, her phone already unconsciously reaching for the EQ panel. Qinghe's question had precisely struck at the most hidden detail of the arrangement. Regarding the snare drum rimbeat, you flattened the dynamics to match the cute style, but there's a 0.2 dB microsurge in the first 3 milliseconds of the attack, like a slight bump from the 84 Hz beat frequency of an electronic bass drum. The whole song sounds stable, but in professional monitoring, the low-frequency center of gravity will sway almost imperceptibly from side to side. Finally, Qinghe focused on the least noticeable yet most demanding aspect of the song, and that extremely low ambient white noise track you added at the end, used to create atmosphere. The left channel is -72 dB, the right channel -70.8 dB, a difference of 1.2 dB. No one would say the soundstage is distorted, but on a top-tier system, the sense of spatial stability is just lacking. After Qinghe finished speaking, the entire recording studio fell silent for a few seconds. As a seasoned, top-tier recording engineer, Zhang Xiaoyi stared at the phase meter, spectrogram, and channel levels, checking them one by one. Every single one was perfectly accurate. These are all minute errors that only instruments can detect. The average person can't hear them, but they directly determine the ceiling of sound quality. Zhang Xiaoyi took a deep breath and gave a wry smile. Your ears aren't for listening to music, they're for dissecting it. Yet Qinghe was one of the most skilled musicians he'd ever met. His ears were truly not human. These 2 songs were rushed out last night, so it's not surprising there are problems. Don't worry, the official version will definitely be problem-free. I'll fix these issues right now. Zhang Xiaoyi was a top-tier recording engineer with 30 years of experience. Even without Qinghe pointing them out, he would have detected these problems using instruments. Now that he knew where the problems lay, he immediately began making changes. 83 seconds of shattering ice sound effect, the lowest layer of crisp, cracking track, right channel pull forward 1.8 milliseconds. Triangle high frequencies, with a narrow cut of Q equals 8-0.6 dB at 6000 Hz. Snare drum rimbeat, a slight spike in the first 3 milliseconds of the attack, suppressed by 0.2 dB, dynamic range narrowed. Ending white noise, right channel reduced by 1.2 dB, left and right aligned. Listen again now. Zhang Xiaoyi worked quickly, these weren't major issues. She fixed them all in a few minutes and then restarted the music. If Zhou Wan'er and Su Miao'er hadn't noticed the problem before Qinghe pointed it out, now, after his explanation, they immediately heard the difference when listening to the piece again. The shattering ice sound at 83 seconds was instantly solid, crisp, and clean, like a real block of ice exploding right next to their ears, no longer ethereal. The high frequencies of the triangle, the faint, piercing quality that had been present in the headphones, vanished instantly, leaving the soundstage instantly clear and clean. The drums were also perfectly centered in the soundstage, without any perceptible low-frequency tremors. The entire Icebreaker March still had the same melody, still as sweet and lively, but the texture had improved dramatically. Bright but not harsh, stable but not stiff, crisp but not explosive. The soundstage seemed to have been perfectly aligned and realigned by an invisible hand. Clean, stable, and transparent. Every note was in its proper place. Zhang Xiaoyi listened to it once with his eyes closed, then took off the headphones and let out a long sigh. He no longer needed to look at the spectrum or measure the phase, he knew with just his ears that all the problems were fixed. Not a single one more, not a single one less, not a second off. He looked at the person sitting calmly in the wheelchair beside him and couldn't help but sigh. Some ears aren't meant for listening to music, but for defining perfection. Su Miao'er and Zhou Wan'er, who had remained silent until now, looked at Qinghe with shining eyes. This is incredible. Without needing to look at the documents, relying solely on his ears, he directly identified problems in the entire song that would normally require instruments. They were both wearing the best monitoring headphones, yet they truly couldn't detect any issues. The difference they noticed on the second listen was only because Qinghe pointed out the problems, prompting them to pay conscious attention. If they were given the choice between the 2 songs side by side, even without Qinghe's comments, they would instinctively choose the latter. They couldn't hear the problems, but the latter song simply sounded better, more comfortable. If Su Miao'er had to pinpoint a difference between the 2 songs, she could only think that the second song felt like its skeleton had been completely recast. The sound was as clean as if it had been washed, every note perfectly placed. Qinghe, you're amazing. How are your ears so sharp? How come I couldn't hear any of these problems? Zhou Wan'er put down her listening headphones and spoke first, her tone full of disbelief. The Qinghe of the past didn't have so many amazing qualities. She felt like her understanding of Qinghe was starting to fall apart. Is this really the Qinghe she knew? I told you I had to bring you, right? If you hadn't pointed these out, we wouldn't have known there were any problems. Su Miao'er's eyes held admiration, appreciation, and a hint of explanation. I don't know. It's just that these things naturally popped into my head when I listened. Qinghe smiled faintly. He understood why so many people were willing to put on an act. It was indeed quite satisfying. Tisk tisk tisk. Su Miao'er didn't pick up on the implication in his words, but Zhou Wan'er, who had grown up with him, sensed a strong sense of affectation in his seemingly casual remarks. She curled her lip and raised her eyebrows, clicking her tongue several times. Qinghe couldn't stand the sound and quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about that anymore. The music is fine, so let's start recording. Chapter 131 Spiritual Energy. Before recording, Su Miao'er was brimming with confidence, but once the recording began, she gradually lost her confidence in her singing. The emotion here is wrong. The voice here should be more cheerful. Too high here. Out of sync here. Here. Her singing, which she thought was quite good, became fragmented under Zhang Xiaoyi's constant criticism. For the first time, she realized that she had so many problems with singing. Zhang Xiaoyi wasn't deliberately finding fault, she genuinely had many issues. Each problem was very pertinent, and after pointing them out, she was given solutions, showing her how to improve. However, with so many problems, she often remembered one and forgot another. Is recording as a singer this difficult? During a break, Su Miao'er was somewhat frustrated, and Zhou Wan'er, standing beside her, was also intimidated by the scene. It's not that recording is that difficult, it's that it's your first time recording, and you haven't received any professional guidance, so there are a lot of problems. Actually, you're already quite good. Some established singers don't record as well as you, they don't even have the desire to let me coach them. I can only use various equipment to adjust their sound. Zhang Xiaoyi comforted her from the side. Really? Who are they? This made Su Miao perk up a bit. I can't say. I have to uphold some industry ethics. Besides, many of these people have specifically signed agreements with me, saying they'll face penalties for breach of contract. Zhang Xiaoyi smiled. He rarely takes on these kinds of clients, those he does are usually people he has connections with and can't refuse. He definitely can't reveal who these people are. That's true. Anyway, some people can listen to their released songs, but once they're at a live concert, it's really. Su Miao nodded understandingly. She had been to some of the concerts of newly debuted young idols. It wasn't that she was picky, it was just that their voices were unbearable. Hearing their raw voices up close was truly unbearable. Actually, I don't think this song needs to be so technically demanding. This time, you can try completely forgetting your recording, just let loose, imagine you're on a special stage, and freely express the joyful and lovely feeling. Don't worry about pitch or any of those techniques, just go with what feels most comfortable. After listening for so long, Qinghe felt that recording the song this way, while very professional and without any mistakes, seemed to lack a certain freedom, like something standardized. He wanted Su Miao to try a different approach. That works too. Some songs don't necessarily require such technical skill. You can improvise and let your feelings guide you. If it were anyone else, Zhang Xiaoyi would definitely say, "Are you more professional than me?" But it was Qinghe speaking, and he felt it might be worth a try. Can I do it? Su Miao wasn't entirely confident. Imagine you're on stage, the atmosphere is electric, everyone's waving their arms, twisting their bodies, cheering you on from below, calling your name. Everyone you see has a smile and a look of pure enthusiasm on their face. Yes, you move to the music too. Qinghe thought for a moment, then had Su Miao go into the recording studio first, and described the scene to her through the microphone. With her eyes closed, listening to the clear, spring-like voice beneath Qinghe's deep tone, Su Miao was quickly transported to the environment he described. Her body couldn't help but move, no longer standing stiffly like a javelin. Her entire body relaxed. Qinghe gestured for Zhang Xiaoyi to play the music. As the music started, Su Miao moved to the rhythm. Stand at attention. Those who are too nervous, stand at ease. With her eyes closed, Su Miao sang the first line of the song, her body mimicking the attention and at ease movements. Her voice had a completely different feel compared to before. Before, it was her natural voice, but it lacked that cuteness, that mischievous charm. This time was different. This time, the moment her voice came out, combined with her appearance, clothes, and movements, the image of a quirky and adorable little beauty leaped into everyone's ears. The hero is about to appear, the most Bayang person gets first place. Previously, Su Miao always pronounced Bayang correctly as Bangzi, but this time, after a slip of the tongue, the pronunciation was exactly the same as Qinghe's, yet the cuteness was undeniable. It was like a little girl, not yet fully fluent in speech, standing with her hands on her hips, talking to you. Go, cheer me on. I'll give you CPR. If you win, I'll be the prize, oh my baby you and me. Red bean, big red bean, taro, QO. What toppings do you want? This time, Su Miao sang with great enjoyment, completely abandoning her previous rigid style. The song's strong cuteness and cheerfulness were overwhelming, and everyone, including Zhang Xiaoyi, couldn't help but sway to the rhythm. After the song ended, Su Miao, standing in the recording studio, felt incredibly good. This singing was completely different from before, it was a feeling of inner and outer comfort. She could sing however she wanted, handling many parts she hadn't thought about before. This time, the emotions were there, and it just flowed naturally. She happily gave a peace sign to Qinghe and Zhou Wanner in the monitoring area outside. She felt that no matter how the final recording turned out, this version had to be preserved. How was it? Let me hear how I sang it this time. Someone impatiently rushed out of the recording studio. Su Miao grabbed a pair of monitoring headphones and told Zhang Xiaoyi to quickly play back the song she had just sung. Upon hearing her own rendition, two words immediately popped into Su Miao's mind. Sparkling. Yes, compared to her previous songs, this time, completely letting loose gave the entire performance a touch of magic. Just listening to the sweetness and cuteness in her voice was irresistible. Did I really sing this? After listening to the whole song, Su Miao still couldn't believe she could deliver such a performance. Yes, it was you. I told you before that this style suits you perfectly. If you can remember this feeling and bring this energy to the stage, passing the blind auditions will definitely be no problem. Qinghe listened to it again as well. To be honest, Soo Mi-hour was indeed very suitable for this song. As long as she could maintain it, becoming a hit wouldn't be a problem. You're going to take such a good song to a talent show? You could just release it as a regular album. Chapter 132 Recording ends. Yes, from Jang Xiaoyi's perspective, a song like this could be a smash hit even as a solo track. Why go on a talent show? Just to promote someone else's song? That's putting the cart before the horse. If you don't have a distribution channel, I can help you. Although I'm just a recording engineer, I know a lot of people in major music companies, and I also have friends in distribution companies. It was rare for Jang Xiaoyi to offer to help. Usually, when people come to him to record, he only focuses on recording and doesn't concern himself with anything else. Thank you, but no need. I've already got my family setting up a music company. As for going on the show, it's just to use the platform to gain some fame. Soo Mi-hour smiled and thanked him, then politely declined Jang Xiaoyi's help. That's right. The fact that the other party sent someone to have her record today means they must have connections. She was overthinking it. Jang Xiaoyi then realized that the three people in front of her weren't ordinary people, and gave a self-deprecating laugh. This version was perfect, but to be on the safe side, we recorded it a few more times. However, none of the later recordings had the same spark, so we finally decided to use this version. After Soo Mi-hour's song was finished, it was Jo Wonner's turn. This time, Jang Xiaoyi didn't just show it to them directly. Instead, she ran the equipment through the recording first, checking and correcting some minor issues before letting the three listen to the song. With the corrections, there were naturally no more problems. Jang Xiaoyi's status as a top-notch recording engineer was well-deserved. Compared to Soo Mi-hour, who required a more spontaneous approach, Jo Wonner's recording was different. Her more casual singing style was prone to going astray, so Jang Xiaoyi had to guide her. While you can't use a completely spontaneous approach, you can infuse some of your own emotion. For example, when you sing this line, imagine some scenes from your high school days. Since you wrote this song, you must have envisioned those scenes while writing it, right? Imagine those scenes in your mind, and when you sing, the emotion will naturally flow. Jang Xiaoyi didn't know that Jo Wonner hadn't written the song, so during the coaching session, she naturally guided Jo Wonner to recall what she had in mind when writing it. This Jo Wonner? She didn't have that kind of talent. Fortunately, the lyrics were written from a female perspective, and the content revolved around high school events, so it wasn't difficult for her. Not bad, you've improved a lot this time, but your breath control is still a bit unstable. Be steady, let it flow slowly, don't rush or drag it out. Good, this time is good, a big improvement from before, but I think there's still room for improvement. Let's do it again, remember this feeling. Good, getting better and better. That's it, you need to have the spirit of a young girl, be confident. Beautiful, this time is usable, but let's do it again and see if we can do even better. This recording fully showcased Jang Xiaoyi's professional abilities. Jo Wonner, starting from an ordinary singing level, gradually developed a singer's feel under his repeated guidance. In the end, if you didn't know better, you'd think it was a professional singer performing. However, the recording took a long time. The group arrived in the morning, ate takeout at the recording studio for lunch, and recorded until almost 7 p.m., when it was nearly dark. Thank you, Teacher Jang. You've worked so hard. The three thanked Jang Xiaoyi repeatedly as they left. You're welcome. I'm just trying to make a living too. Besides, you guys showed me a great song today, which is even more satisfying than making money. If you have any good songs to share, come find me again. For Jang Xiaoyi, recording a good song is truly more satisfying than making money. If before meeting the three, he was just doing it for a job, now he considers them colleagues. Especially Qinghe. Although he only asked a few questions at the beginning, his ear was truly amazing. If Qinghe hadn't been clearly unwell and unable to be bothered, he would have liked to invite Qinghe over more often for exchanges. Because it's not just about having a good ear, it shows a profound understanding of music. Exchanging ideas with someone like that will surely lead to some great discoveries. Not to mention, they even wrote a song like the Ice Crushing March, a style completely different from most songs currently popular. This is a genius. Getting into the car and leaving, Jo Wonner was tired, but her face was full of excitement. She hadn't expected recording a song to be so tiring, but she was tired yet happy. She could clearly feel that she had made significant progress in singing under Jang Xiaoyi's guidance and instruction. Many parts were problems she couldn't perceive on her own, only with a professional like Jang Xiaoyi pointing them out and telling her how to adjust could she correct them. I never imagined recording would be like this. I thought it was just a matter of coming in, putting on the backing track, and having them record the song, maybe a few takes. I never expected such professional guidance. Look where we are. This was once hailed as the #1 recording studio in Asia. Don't let Jang's seemingly low profile fool you, many singers in the industry want to record with him but can't get a chance, Soo Mi-hour said with a smile. She had spent the entire afternoon listening to her own singing, and she was extremely satisfied with the recording. Wow, that's amazing. Qinghe had mentioned this #1 recording studio in Asia once before they arrived, but Joe Warner hadn't paid much attention. Now, hearing it again, it was completely different. It really was impressive, worthy of being called the #1 in Asia. Once our company is established, I'll get ourselves a recording studio that's just as good as this one. Then we'll see if we can poach Zhang. Sumiao believed that for a recording studio, the equipment was secondary. The most important thing was the people using the equipment. She didn't know about others, but she felt Zhang Xiaoyi was definitely capable. If they could poach her from the company to record songs for them, they wouldn't have to worry about recording in the future. But someone like her would probably be difficult to poach. However, as long as it wasn't a problem that couldn't be solved with money, it shouldn't be a big issue. That's a good idea. If I used to be 60% confident in my singing, now I think I'm 80%. That's a huge improvement, and there's still a lot of room for improvement. Joe Warner agreed wholeheartedly. It would definitely be a good thing if someone with that kind of talent could help with recording every time. Singing can't just rely on the recording engineer. Neither of you are professionally trained, and there's still some time before the blind auditions. I think you should hire a professional vocal coach and use this time to learn properly. Chapter 133 Call You Meower. Since the two were preparing for a competition, some last-minute cramming was necessary. Moreover, they were also starting a company and preparing for a major undertaking, so professional vocal coaching was absolutely essential. Even if the songs from his past life were excellent, if he couldn't sing them at the appropriate level, it wouldn't work. That's definitely necessary. I'll have Secretary Qinghe find a music academy teacher to give us some proper lessons. Sumiao agreed enthusiastically, but then quickly changed her mind, saying, one might not be enough. I'll find two. Our singing styles are different, and if one teacher teaches us at the same time, it might negatively impact each other. Her songs were different from Joe Warner's, having two teachers would inevitably have some influence. It wasn't like they couldn't afford two teachers. Maybe we should forget it. I think I'm good enough now. Anyway, I didn't initially plan to. Joe Warner didn't know the exact price of a music teacher, but she had heard about it, and she certainly didn't have the money to hire one. Don't give up. With these two songs written by Qinghe, we'll definitely pass the blind auditions, and we might even make it into the top 10 and win the championship. Why give up? Don't worry about money, I have plenty. I'll hire a teacher, you don't need to spend any money. Sumiao immediately objected to Joe Warner's implication. She was about to start her own company, and Joe Warner was suggesting they call it quits? Besides, didn't I say before that I'd start a company, and the company would sign both of us as singers? This money is the company's upfront investment, you don't need to worry. Sumiao is right, Warner, you don't need to worry about hiring a teacher. I've earned some money these past few days, if you. Qinghe also chimed in, trying to comfort her. Qinghe, how much money do you have? Keep your money. Warner is a signed singer with our company, so the company will pay for it. Also, why do you call Warner but I'm called Sumiao? What? Don't you consider me a friend? Hearing Qinghe's words, Sumiao objected. Why is it a problem that she's spending my money? And why is there such a difference in how you address someone? For some reason, it just didn't feel right. So her words carried a hint of hostility. Fine, I'll call you Meower from now on, okay? Seeing this, Qinghe could only smile wryly, then turned to persuade Joe Warner again. It's settled then. Let Meower, no, let your future company pay for it. You two should study vocal music properly. With both Qinghe and Sumiao having this attitude, Joe Warner didn't mention refusing anymore and nodded in agreement. When they returned to 606, Dolly hadn't come back yet. He only found out after making a phone call that the Design Institute's project team had arrived, and he and Huang Yuewi had gone to greet them. Uncle Dolly won't be here tonight, so what are the three of us going to eat? Joe Warner asked the age-old question. Anything's fine with me. Sumiao threw the question back at him. Joe Warner looked at Qinghe, and Sumiao followed suit. How about we have some international cuisine today? The kind made by Fortune 500 companies, popular and loved in countries around the world, and consistently ranked in the top 3 of food charts in some cities for years? Qinghe thought for a moment and said, okay, is that alright, Meower? Joe Warner knew what Qinghe was talking about the moment he said it, but Sumiao didn't. Seeing the two of them agree as if they were exchanging secret codes, she was completely confused. What's going on? What kind of food is it? Ha ha ha, McDonald's and KFC. That's an old saying, nobody says it like that in a long time, it's normal you don't know. Seeing her bewildered look, Joe Warner laughed, and Qinghe smiled as well. This was something they used to say often when they didn't know what to eat, international cuisine. Okay. Fortune 500 companies, international cuisine, it didn't seem wrong. Sumiao shook her head speechlessly. Ordering this was easy, she could just order it on her phone. Zhou Wan'er immediately took out her phone and placed the order. "We're both getting spicy burgers, what do you want?" Yeah, Qinghe's preferences were obvious. "Give me a grilled chicken leg burger." Su Miaoer leaned over to look, then randomly picked one. She didn't eat much of that. "Coke? Sure. Chicken nuggets? Chicken wings, please. What about this?" "One is fine too." The two of them huddled together and quickly ordered. No one asked Ye Qinghe the entire time. After ordering, as the three of them sat in the living room watching TV, Ye Qinghe suddenly became curious why, given Su Miaoer's apparent family background, she hadn't gone abroad or attended a top university. "It's simple. I find studying abroad boring and don't want to go. As for those universities, there are ways to get in, but I still want to rely on my own abilities to pass the entrance exams. Anyway, it doesn't really matter to me which university I go to. My parents don't believe that you have to go to a prestigious university to succeed, so they respect my decision." Su Miaoer replied nonchalantly. "Those who spend money to go to university don't necessarily learn anything. If you don't want to learn, you don't want to learn. If you don't have the intelligence, you don't have the intelligence. Going to a particular school doesn't guarantee you'll become a talent. The key lies in your own abilities and whether you have the will to learn and put in the effort." Although she's majoring in computer science, she's been reading books on finance and management and attending some classes. However, she doesn't plan to pursue a double degree. She only attends classes that interest her or that she has questions about. After graduation, she'll most likely start from the bottom at her family's company. These few years of schooling will be the only time she'll have some freedom. Her father is still in his prime, and there's no need for her to take over the family business so early. She doesn't feel that much pressure yet. "That means your parents are very open-minded." Yeah, Qinghe nodded. "It's easier said than done. Many people are afraid they're not giving their children enough, always trying to cram everything they can into their children's lives, regardless of whether it's suitable or not. Many people who study abroad are just getting a golden ticket, only those who truly learn something. Those who go abroad through money or connections don't necessarily learn anything, just very little." Su Miaoer shrugged. "It's all right. Speaking of which, I still don't know what your family does, Miaoer. Can I tell you?" Zhou Wan'er asked the question that had been on her mind for a while. Su Miaoer had recently stopped hiding her wealth and was constantly flaunting it, which made Zhou Wan'er very curious about which family Su Miaoer came from. Chapter 134, The eldest daughter of the Su family. "What's wrong with saying this? You can probably guess from my surname, right? Su Holdings," Su Miaoer said nonchalantly. For the past 2 years at school, she hadn't wanted others to know, wanting to keep a low profile. But Zhou Wan'er and Ye Qinghe were already friends, so it didn't matter if they knew. "Su Holdings? That's Su Holdings Group with assets worth hundreds of billions, including Sukang Biotechnology, Suneng Technology, Su Capital, Su Real Estate, and Su Pin Industry." Zhou Wan'er's eyes widened, but then she remembered something, and her expression became somewhat strange. "Isn't it said that Su Yura is the eldest daughter of Su Holdings?" Yes, at the Forestry University, many people had heard that Su Yura was the eldest daughter of the Su family, and that she and Gu Yanzhou were a perfect match. Su Yura had never denied this. Some people had even seen photos of her visiting companies under Su Holdings on her social media, as well as photos of her traveling in first class, on yachts, and in high-end venues. Moreover, her close relationship with Gu Yanzhou of the Gu family further confirmed this. It's not entirely wrong. A few years ago, we did publicly claim it was her, but then we withdrew the news. However, many people still believe it's her, and we haven't publicly denied it. Su Miaoer laughed. Su Yura was indeed the eldest daughter of the Su family in public, that much was true. It's just that some people, after being used as a shield for a few years, seem to have become addicted to it. Even though they no longer need her to do this, she still pretends to be her. However, it's also good that with her in front, no one at school will investigate her identity. That's why, in the 2 years since she enrolled, she has never exposed Su Yura's identity. "You mean, this Su Yura impersonated you a couple of years ago, and now that they don't need her anymore, she's gotten addicted to acting?" Yeah, Qinghe immediately hit the nail on the head. "Yes, anyway, I don't want anyone at school to know. Let her take the lead if she wants." Su Miaoer nodded with a smile. "Then Gu Yanzhou doesn't know either." Zhou Wan'er was puzzled. Didn't the Gu family know about this? He really didn't know that when our family established the partnership with the Gu family, it was during Su Yura's years in the public eye. They even met each other then, so he wouldn't suspect Su Yura's identity. Speaking of this, Su Miaoer laughed. This was also why Su Yura, despite having scores high enough for a better university, chose Lin University. Su Yura changed her application to Lin University after consulting Gu Yanzhou, a fact known to many at Lin University. The eldest daughter of the Su family gave up a better university for Gu Yanzhou. Speaking of which, she quite admired Su Yura. So, Gu Yanzhou didn't know anything from beginning to end? Zhou Wan'er's curiosity was piqued. Probably. Their family never asked again, and we never said anything publicly. Aren't you afraid they'll come after you if they find out the truth? Why would they come after us? Suyura is indeed the eldest daughter of the Su family. Within our branch of the Su family, she is indeed the oldest. Su Miaoer covered her mouth and said, "We haven't lied at all. We just said some slightly ambiguous things, and they misunderstood. It's their fault." Good, good, good. You rich people really know how to play the game. Zhou Wan'er praised repeatedly. No wonder they can make money, their salesmanship is amazing. But, Su Miaoer, with such a large family business waiting to be inherited, are you really going to sing with me? Then, thinking about Su Miaoer's background with such a large conglomerate as Su Holdings, Zhou Wan'er felt that Su Miaoer singing with her became unrealistic. Of course it's true. Although we, Wan Miazai, can't perform together, debuting together is still no problem. Hearing this, Su Miaoer immediately grabbed Zhou Wan'er's hand and said earnestly, she really wanted to try singing, otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to participate in variety shows. As for why she didn't use her family connections, it was purely to genuinely test whether she had any talent in this area. Previously, she wasn't entirely confident, but now, with Qinghe's song, she was brimming with confidence. She felt that perhaps when she took over the family business, she could bring her newly founded entertainment company with her. If this worked out, she wouldn't need to intern at her family's company after graduation, she could work directly at the music company. Since it was all work anyway, and both were opportunities to gain experience, her parents didn't insist that she work for that company. We're going to become the most dazzling female singers in the music industry in the future. Say this, Su Miaoer shouted, one hand on her hip and the other raised high. Yes, we're going to become the most dazzling female singers in the music industry in the future. The eldest daughter of the Su family was going to break into the music industry with her, so what was there to say? Let's give it a try. Zhou Wan'er followed Su Miaoer's lead, making the same gesture. Ding dong, the takeout's here, I'm coming down to get it. The text message announcing the delivery made Zhou Wan'er immediately stop what she was doing. Then, realizing Qinghe was sitting next to her, she quickly said, I'm coming down to get it, and ran downstairs. Qinghe, watching from the side, felt like several black crows were cawing overhead. Did these two have to be so awkward? How did their conversation turn into an action anime? Why do they always have to make a promise before doing anything? Su Miaoer also realized what she and Zhou Wan'er had just done, and was equally embarrassed. She and Zhou Wan'er used to often act silly like this in the dorm, but today they weren't in the dorm, and more importantly, there was someone else around. Why did she suddenly have such a brain fart and do something like that? Can you just pretend you didn't see anything? Holding her skirt for a few seconds, Su Miaoer finally spoke. What? What just happened? I suddenly went deaf for some reason, and my eyesight isn't working well either. Oh no, am I getting worse? I need to go back to my room and rest. Qinghe rolled his eyes upwards, using his right hand to guide his wheelchair towards his room. Seeing him like this, Su Miaoer couldn't help but laugh. No need to pretend, so what if you saw it? It's not like it's anything shameful. Don't you guys ever do these weird things? Qinghe grinned mischievously, I don't. It's only because Qinghe hasn't fully recovered that he really wanted to imitate what the two of them were doing earlier. Looking at him like this, Su Miaoer really wanted to punch him. How can he be so shameless even in this state? Back in the recording studio, she had actually felt a tiny bit admiration for him for a moment. Chapter 135 Exam Week. Inside a restaurant near Qinghe South Gate, Yadali, Huang Yuehui, and several experts from a design institute were toasting each other. Zhang Yan, acting as both driver and secretary, sat to one side. President Ye, we're really sorry to have troubled your company with this mathematical model problem. Cao Yang, the head of the design institute, stood up, raised his glass across the table, and offered a toast. Yadali quickly stood up as well, clinking his glass against Cao Yang's. Cao, you're too kind. This is our business, it's no trouble at all. We hope your institute will consider us for similar problems in the future. No problem at all. Given our relationship with President Huang, it's a given that we can solve this. Cao Yang replied with a smile. He agreed quickly, but on one condition. That was, whether Yadali could resolve the issue. Huang Yuehui did indeed have a close relationship with their design institute, otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen a newly established company for such a project. However, if they couldn't solve the problem this time, President Huang wouldn't be able to offer them business in the future. However, this company must have some tricks up its sleeve to be able to partner with Qinghe Mathematics Department. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation in the future. Yadali, seemingly oblivious to the hidden meaning in Cao Yang's words, smiled and raised his glass to everyone. A pleasant cooperation. Everyone, including Huang Yuehui and Zhang Yan, raised their glasses and smiled. Huang Yuehui was the middleman, but he wasn't very familiar with the people at the Design Institute, and the Design Institute didn't have much trust in Yadali's side. The meal only lasted a little over an hour before Cao Yang and the others excused themselves to go back and rest or prepare materials for tomorrow, ending the gathering. "Old yeah, tomorrow's up to you and Qinghe." Huang Yuefei accompanied Yadali to the hotel with the Design Institute people and then left. He would come back early the next morning. He also wanted to see firsthand just how good Qinghe was in mathematics, the one whom Principal King Mu and 6 bigwigs had protected with their reputations. If he really had some talent, then they could rely on Yadali in many fields in the future. "Boss, isn't this going too far? I came here as a receptionist, and you've already made me do administration, and now you're making me a driver and secretary too." After everyone left, Zhang Yin complained half-jokingly, "It's the weekend, and I should be relaxing at home, but Yadali called me over, acting as my driver and claiming to be my secretary. Even with my high productivity, he shouldn't be using me like this. I've only worked 2 days. Oh, Ms. Zhang, the more capable you are, the more work you should do. Don't worry, today's work counts as overtime, double pay," Yadali immediately said with a smile. He only had this one person under him, and he couldn't let her leave in anger. "The main problem is that we really don't have anyone else right now. It's only because you, beautiful, kind, and capable Yanzi, can come and help me out. Without you, this dinner would definitely have ended badly. This business deal would definitely have fallen through." Yadali's words pleased Zhang Yin greatly. Alright, since you've said such nice things, this beauty will forgive you. I only agreed to come because you're a nice guy, boss. Alright, I'm tired after working all afternoon. I'll take you home, then I'll go home too." Zhang Yin showed no outward sign of distress, saying this casually before happily swaying her hips towards the parking lot. A little blazer, a pencil skirt, high heels, her movements were graceful and elegant. Yadali smiled and quickly followed. One good thing about international cuisine is that you can eat it easily with one hand. Zhou Wan'er brought out the takeout, placed it on the coffee table, and opened each item. Qinghe, maneuvering his wheelchair, came to the side, picked up a hamburger, and was about to eat. "Did you wash your hands? How can you be so old and not pay attention to hygiene at all?" But just as his hand reached for the hamburger, Zhou Wan'er stopped him with a look, then took out an alcohol wipe and carefully wiped his hand clean. "By the way, exams should be in session these days. Meower, do you have time for vocal lessons?" After finishing that, Zhou Wan'er picked up a hamburger and placed it in Qinghe's hand. She remembered overhearing some classmates discussing exams downstairs. Today is July 1st, and most universities are currently holding exams. If she were still at the Forestry University, she would definitely be studying diligently, afraid of failing even one subject. "Ugh, speaking of which, I'm so envious of you. How come you don't have to take exams? Why are we still suffering while you, Zhou Wan'er, have escaped this misery?" Hearing Zhou Wan'er's words, Su Meower suddenly lost her appetite. She had already taken several exams last week. Logically, she should have been studying hard in the study room or library like everyone else on the weekends, but she hadn't gone because of the preliminary rounds and the recording. Next week was the most hellish exam week. Although she was confident she wouldn't fail, the thought of taking exams for several days in a row still made her feel bad. "You'll be fine. You've never failed a course in the past 2 years of school. What are you worried about?" Zhou Wan'er said nonchalantly. Su Meower was the kind of student who seemed to get good grades without much effort. She didn't seem to study very diligently in class, sometimes even reading books from other majors during lectures, and sometimes skipping classes to attend lectures on other majors. Yet, she never failed a single exam. At most, she might pass those subjects, not get high scores, but she never failed. That much is true. But that's not as great as you not having to take any exams at all. Su Meower's tone was full of envy. Her eyes darted around, and she looked up at Qinghe expectantly. "Qinghe, talk to Principal Qin and see if you can get me specially admitted to Qingmu. Just say one person can't take care of you, you need two. Do you think Qingmu is my family's property? You think you can just bring someone in like that? Besides, you're so small, and I'm so big. You say you can take care of me? Who believes that?" Qinghe laughed heartily. Although his physical condition limited him to lying down and sitting, when sitting, he was almost as tall as Su Meower. Relying on her to take care of him daily? He probably couldn't even roll over. "Hey, don't underestimate me. Let me tell you, I'm quite strong. I'll show you." Su Meower immediately objected. She put down her fries, wiped herself with a tissue, and came over to hug Qinghe. Zhou Wan'er quickly stopped her. No, don't. You'll drop him again. "Don't worry. I won't drop your little childhood sweetheart." Chapter 136 is short and has some flexibility. Qinghe wasn't short. Before his paralysis, he was already 1.81 meters tall, while Su Meower was only 1.6 meters. Plus, she was relatively thin. Even though Qinghe had lost some weight due to his illness over the years, the difference in height between them was still quite significant. "Forget it, I believe you, don't you?" yet Qinghe quickly surrendered. Although he had no feeling in many parts of his body, a fall was still no small matter. No, this can't be left like this. I have to show you my strength. Sumiaur was really into it now, refusing to agree to anything. She placed her right shoulder under Qinghe's armpit, wrapped her left arm around his back, and slipped her right hand under his knees. I'm telling you, I go to the gym regularly. With that, she exerted her strength and actually managed to lift Qinghe up. She was a little unsteady, swaying slightly, and stumbled a few times before regaining her balance. Her face was slightly flushed from holding her breath. Phew, how about that? I told you I could do it. After a few seconds of steady footing, Sumiaur exhaled and boasted to Zhou Wan'er beside her. However, as soon as she relaxed, her legs felt a little weak, and her body swayed to one side. She quickly took a step to the side to regain her balance. But yet Qinghe didn't know that. He only felt himself about to fall, and his hand instinctively reached for something to hold onto for security. And when he did, he felt as if he had grasped something round, slightly upturned, and bouncy. Ah, Qinghe, where are you touching? The moment Qinghe grabbed her, Sumiaur felt it and immediately screamed. Fortunately, knowing she couldn't abandon Qinghe, she didn't let go, though her expression was filled with panic and embarrassment. Zhou Wan'er didn't know what had happened either, only that Sumiaur had lost her balance, so she quickly stepped forward and took Qinghe from her arms. I told you not to try. You had to be so stubborn. If he hadn't touched my butt, would I have? Sumiaur was somewhat unconvinced. I'm sorry, it's my fault. When you swayed, I thought you were going to fall, and my hand instinctively wanted to grab somewhere, and I grabbed the wrong place. Qinghe quickly apologized. He really didn't mean to, it was just that his hand happened to be nearby, and in his haste, he grabbed it. Although it doesn't look big, it's quite bouncy, and feels very nice. Men only behave when they're hanging on the wall. You only have one arm and one head left, how come you're still so restless? Sumiaur blushed, rubbing the spot where she had been grabbed. Qinghe's hand was so big. He grabbed half of her but in one go and even squeezed it hard. Seriously, how annoying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What could Qinghe say? He could only apologize repeatedly. Alright, stop apologizing. I'm leaving. I have an exam tomorrow. Sumiaur thought it best to slip away at this point. After saying that, she quickly left 606. Feels nice, doesn't it? Don't let Miaur's seemingly thin appearance fool you, her little bottom is still quite perky and bouncy, the perfect roundness. If she wore more of those tight pants, she'd definitely charm a lot of boys. After Sumiaur left and the door closed, Zhou Wan'er, hugging Qinghe, looked down at him and raised an eyebrow. I really didn't mean it, it was just a reaction. Qinghe said speechlessly, why did Zhou Wan'er sound more like a hooligan? Stop pretending, we're brothers, I know you too well. Have you forgotten the time you peeked at Aunt Lee next door taking a bath when you were little? Zhou Wan'er pouted, her face full of disdain. Zhou Wan'er, this happened so long ago, why do you still bring it up every day? I told you, I was tricked into going, I didn't really want to go. I don't believe you. I heard many of you say Aunt Lee is big, shapely, has legs that are amazing, breasts that could kill, but that's unbeatable, and a waist that could make your legs go weak. What kind of things do you, a young lady, hear all day long? These words did indeed stir up some memories for Qinghe, but why did Zhou Wan'er know so much about it? I'm back. Just as Zhou Wan'er was about to say something, Dolly came in from outside. On my way back, I saw that girl Sumiaur. Is something wrong? Why was she running with her head down? What are you two doing? Dolly entered and bent down to change his shoes, talking as he changed. Only after he finished did he realize that Zhou Wan'er was standing in the living room, holding Qinghe and looking at him. He suddenly felt that he had returned at the wrong time. It's nothing, I was just about to carry Qinghe back inside. Zhou Wan'er remained calm, carrying Qinghe to his room. Dolly's gossipy nature flared, he desperately wanted to hear what the two would say once they were inside, but his fatherly pride held him back. The child is grown up. Shaking his head, Dolly didn't linger in the living room and quickly returned to his room. No, why am I panicking? You touched Sumiaur's but why is it acting like I did something? Back in the room, Zhou Wan'er realized she seemed completely innocent. This whole thing had nothing to do with her. It's because Dad saw you holding me and refusing to let go. Put me down right now. Qinghe just wanted Zhou Wan'er to get back to her room. What? You've forgotten the old one now that you have a new one? You want to kick me out already? Putting Qinghe on the bed and covering him up, Zhou Wan'er naturally sat down beside him and began massaging him. Today, Qinghe accompanied her and Sumiaur to record a song. In the morning, while Sumiaur was recording, she even massaged her but a bit. She didn't massage him at all during Sumiaur's recording in the afternoon, and then there was traffic on the way home. She should have massaged him earlier. Do you know what kind of role you'd be perfect for right now? Qinghe rolled his eyes. Are you trying to say a resentful woman? Let me tell you, I'm not. I just find it amusing. You know, Sumiaur, the heiress of a multi-billion-dollar empire, actually let you touch her but like that. This is probably the first time a man has ever touched her like that, right? Jo Wanner knew immediately what Ye Qinghe was implying. She was just joking. What she really wanted to know was what Sumiaur was thinking. Unfortunately, this guy ran off too quickly, giving her no chance. Why don't you go back to your old dorm and talk to her? Ye Qinghe's words made Jo Wanner's eyes light up. Is that a good idea? What's wrong with it? It's perfectly reasonable to care about your best friend. That's right, I'll go after I finish massaging you. Chapter 137. You think. On Monday morning, in the girls' dormitory at Lin University, none of the girls slept in, most were up by 6 in the morning. Today was exam day. Everyone wanted to memorize as much as possible before the exam, hoping for a stroke of luck, and what they were memorizing now was exactly what was on the exam. I suddenly feel so happy. Lying on Sumiaur's bed, Jo Wanner looked at the others in the dormitory and let out a heartfelt sigh of happiness. Jo Wanner, don't make us distract you and then attack you. That's right, you not having to get up is already our bottom line. If you say anything more, we might not be able to resist hitting you. Why do we all have to take exams, but you don't? Why can't you drop out after the exams? I can imagine your happiness, but that's precisely why my anger is burning so brightly. Jo Wanner, you've aroused public outrage. Sumiaur wasn't there, she had gotten up a little later than the other four and was in the bathroom, so Jo Wanner's words only provoked the anger of her other four roommates. I was wrong. I won't say anything. You guys continue, just pretend I don't exist. Jo Wanner grinned and pulled the blanket over her head, becoming a coward. It's best to keep a low profile at times like this. These women are no less powerful than menopausal women at this stage, it's best not to provoke them. Seeing Jo Wanner's subdued demeanor, the others stopped talking and lowered their heads to their books, silently memorizing. The classroom was quite full at this time, and many people liked to read aloud, which the girls didn't particularly like. So, before exams, they always studied separately in their dorm rooms. Jo Wanner had been one of them before, but this time, she had broken free of that constraint. Didn't you say Qinghe was going to meet with the project people today? Aren't you going to get up and help? After a while, Sumiaur came out of the bathroom and, seeing Jo Wanner with her head covered, reached out and patted Jo Wanner under the blanket. No rush. They're meeting at 9, I can go at 8. I can bring them breakfast then. Under the covers, Jo Wanner was reading a novel on her phone. Since she couldn't sleep anyway and didn't have exams, she had to catch up on a novel she hadn't been following in ages. You're affecting our studies. You'd better leave. Otherwise, when I'm studying, thinking about someone up there who doesn't have to study and can sleep and will distract me. Sumiaur yanked the covers off, seeing the light from the phone screen reflecting on Jo Wanner's face, and said with obvious displeasure. Fine, I'm leaving. Jo Wanner glanced at the others in the dorm. Although they didn't say anything, their gazes conveyed the same meaning. She could only give an awkward laugh, quickly dressed, got out of bed, and ran towards Qinghe without even washing her face. In Beijing in July, even though it was only a little past 6 o'clock, it wasn't very cool. The sun was already out, and the campus was full of people cramming with their books. Some were even reciting aloud in secluded spots, while others were eating while reading. Everyone was making their final efforts for the upcoming exam week. This is so awesome, Jo Wanner exclaimed sincerely, admiring the way everyone looked. The situation at Qinghe University was similar. Jo Wanner could have simply walked across the street and entered through the north gate of Hekingyuan, avoiding the school grounds, but to enjoy the experience a little longer, she entered through the northeast gate, deliberately taking a detour through the school to get back to Hekingyuan. The atmosphere here was practically non-existent. Those living here weren't students preparing for exams. I'll take Qinghe and the others to the cafeteria for lunch later, it should be even better there. She had initially planned to bring their food up, but then changed her mind and decided to eat in the cafeteria. To see those students studying while eating. Wanner's back. Yadali from 606 was already up, slowly practicing Tai Chi in the living room. Okay, Uncle Dolly, it's still early, I'll go back to bed for a bit. We'll go down for lunch together at 8. She left Lin University around 6 o'clock, and it was only 7 when she got here. Jo Wanner decided to stay in bed a little longer. Alright, you go to sleep. I'll wake you up later. Yadali didn't stop moving, he simply turned to face Jo Wanner. At 8 o'clock, when Yadali called her out again, yet Qinghe was already dressed and sitting in his wheelchair, looking at his phone in his right hand. After Jo Wanner quickly got ready, the three of them went downstairs. The scene in the cafeteria was just as Jo Wanner had expected. Apart from some seniors who looked like they were third-year students or even fourth-year students preparing for graduate school, most of the second and first-year students were carrying books, eating and chatting. Going to school these days is really tough, you can't even eat in peace. Yadali looked at how these people didn't dare to waste a single moment inside. This is the daily scene in most schools across the country this week. Even the laziest students on weekdays will put in some effort during exam week. Jo Wonner explained with a smile. She wasn't sure about Qinghe, but at other schools, like Lin University, many students didn't study hard during the regular school year, only putting in a huge effort during exam week. You did this before? Yes. Same. Jo Wonner nodded. The cafeteria was quite crowded. They searched for a while before finding a few empty tables that students had just left. Jo Wonner quickly pushed her wheelchair over. Yeah, Qinghe ate the same 3 things as always. Yeah, Dolly asked Jo Wonner what she wanted to eat, then told her to sit and keep him company while he went to get his food. Do you want to know what Sumi Hour said yesterday about you pinching her? Jo Wonner sneakily approached Ye Qinghe and said, no. The moment she stuck her bottom out, Ye Qinghe knew what she was up to and didn't give her a chance to gloat. You do. Say what you do. Jo Wonner was annoyed and grabbed Ye Qinghe's right hand, shaking it. How could she say she didn't want to at a time like this? She had to say she wanted to hear it. Mind your manners, this is the cafeteria, don't disturb others. Then say what you do want. Okay, I want to, alright? Your attitude isn't sincere, and your tone doesn't have any expectation at all. That's enough. Ye Qinghe stared speechlessly at Jo Wonner, who remained silent, simply looking at him. Alright. Ye Qinghe sighed helplessly, forcing a smile while his eyes blinked incessantly as if he were delirious. Wow. I'm so excited to hear it. I really want to know what Sumi Hour said. Tell me quickly. I can't wait. Chapter 138 Strategic Partners of the Department of Mathematics. Ugh. After speaking in a strained voice, Ye Qinghe gagged himself first. It was so damn disgusting. His voice might have been okay after changing to Qinghean, but his current strained voice was truly disgusting. I don't want to live anymore, why did I have to be so reckless? Jo Wonner also looked uncomfortable. Although she didn't vomit, it felt like she had eaten fermented bean curd soaked in stinky tofu with snail rice noodles. How could someone strain their voice so disgustingly? Ha 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 ha. You two are so funny. Playing such disgusting games so early in the morning, don't you want to eat breakfast? Zhang Yan's laughter came from the side. The two turned around and saw Zhang Yan dressed in a professional outfit, looking beautiful, standing about a meter away from them, laughing. Sister Yan, why are you here so early? Ye Qinghe finished speaking and glanced back at the food counter. Yeah, Dolly hadn't come yet. Isn't our company having a meeting with the design firm today? As the company's receptionist, administrator, driver, general manager, secretary, and cleaner all rolled into one, how could I not come? Zhang Yan smiled and sat down next to the two. Yes, besides Ye Dolly, she was the only one in the company right now. You could say she was a jack of all trades, doing everything. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Yan. I'll ask my dad to hire someone else right away. Ye Qinghe said apologetically. It's all right. Actually, there's not much going on at the company right now. Fewer people is better. I'm all alone at the company, no one bothers me, it's quite comfortable. Zhang Yan was just joking and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Yan's is here. Perfect timing, let's eat together. Ye Dolly brought over a large plate of breakfast. Clearly, he had asked Zhang Yan to come, breakfast had already been prepared for her. Thank you, boss. Could you please cover all breakfasts next time? Zhang Yan smiled and stood up, helping to distribute breakfast and utensils to everyone. No problem, as long as you come to the cafeteria on time, I can make you a bun. Ye Dolly said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Yan sighed, looks like I can't get one then. Arriving early today is already enough for me. Making me get up this early every day, I can't do it. Ha ha ha, then I have no choice. If you want breakfast, you have to get up early. The early bird catches the worm. Ye Dolly laughed even louder. You evil capitalist, don't even think about making me get up early to work for you with just breakfast. Seeing Ye Dolly's expression, Zhang Yan angrily picked up her bun and took a bite, as if she were biting Ye Dolly himself. Meanwhile, the people from the Design Institute were also eating breakfast in the hotel restaurant. Engineer CAO, do you really think Xing Computing Power can help us solve this problem? I feel a bit unreliable. Their company was only registered 2 days ago, do they really have the capability? This isn't something we should worry about. The higher UPS told us to cooperate with Xing Computing Power, so we'll do it. Whether they can actually do it is not our concern. However, you think it should be fine, since they have connections with the Qinghe Mathematics Department and said they can get Director Tao from the department over. That's right, CAO Gong said calmly. He knew that Xing Computing Power's establishment time wasn't an exaggeration, it had genuinely only been established for 2 days. But since General Manager Huang was a major shareholder in his own company, wielding immense influence, and clearly had a close relationship with General Manager Ye, it wasn't surprising that this project was entrusted to Xing Computing Power. That's true, Director Tao should be able to solve this problem. Several employees nodded. The meeting place Xing Computing Power had arranged for them to meet was in the conference room of the Qinghe Mathematics Department, which was reassuring. Let's eat quickly, we need to get there right away. Okay. After quickly finishing their meal, the group went back to their rooms to pack quickly, grabbed some necessary materials and computers, and took a taxi to Qinghe. Qinghe and Yadali, having also eaten breakfast, arrived at the main building of the mathematics department earlier. This was Qinghe's first time visiting the mathematics department. However, at this time, most students were preparing for exams, and there were few idle people in the building. Even those who were there were rushing by, quickly jogging past. Qinghe, I heard you've been recovering well these past few days. You can move your right hand freely again? Just as Tao Haiqiang arrived at the conference room on the third floor of the mathematics department, he saw Qinghe and the others coming out of his office and immediately walked over with a smile. Yadali had contacted him to arrange the use of the conference room and his attendance. He had heard from Yadali about Qinghe's good recovery, but he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Not my whole right arm yet. Only my forearm, palm, and 3 fingers are left, but I can already eat by myself and write on my phone, which is much more convenient. Qinghe raised his right forearm to show Tao Haiqiang. That's great. It seems your body is truly recovering. One day you'll be healthy. Tao Haiqiang's eyes shone with happiness. A genius who can't move and a healthy genius are definitely different. If Qinghe can truly recover completely, then in the future, he can truly carry the banner of mathematics for Qinghe. Definitely. Qinghe said firmly. With the system, it was only a matter of time. Tao Haiqiang liked Qinghe's confident demeanor. He smiled and opened the conference room door, waiting for Qinghe and the others to enter. He pulled up a chair and sat down next to Qinghe, asking, "Have you looked at the Design Institute's project? Any ideas?" "I have some ideas, but it shouldn't be a problem." The knowledge he had crammed these past few days hadn't been wasted. If Qinghe had needed help before, now he could basically complete the calculations and design model work for this project independently. Good, then I'll see how you perform later. Don't be afraid, your teacher will support you. Just be bold and do it. Tao Haiqiang nodded in satisfaction. It's not about making mistakes, it's about not even having any ideas. Boss, I'll go downstairs and get the water from the car. After entering the conference room, Zhang Yan glanced around and, finding the table empty, whispered to Yadali. She had brought water and some paper, pens, and other meeting supplies from her car. No need to go downstairs, there's everything in that room over there: water, paper, pens, everything. Just bring it over and set it up. Before Yadali could say anything, Tao Haiqiang, hearing Zhang Yan's words, immediately pointed to a doorway in the conference room. Is this appropriate? Yadali asked. After all, this was their company's business. Using the school's conference room without paying was one thing, but using their supplies. Tao Haiqiang nonchalantly replied, "What's inappropriate about it? Your company is a strategic partner of the mathematics department. It's normal for the mathematics department to provide some things." Chapter 139 is broken down into mathematical problems. Zhang Yan glanced at Yadali, and after Yadali nodded, she went to the small room. According to the number of people, she placed bottled water, notebooks, and pens at each location, immediately connected the computer, placed the relevant project files in a prominent position, and opened a welcome screen. 10 minutes to 9 o'clock, Engineer CAO from the Design Institute appeared at the conference room door with several people, including Huang Yuehui. They had met downstairs in the mathematics department building. Qinghe, it's up to you today. After exchanging pleasantries with Tao Haiqiang, Huang Yuehui approached Qinghe and shook his hand with a smile. At this moment, Engineer CAO and the others realized that the person who had helped them solve their problem was this young man in a wheelchair. "Are you sure this isn't a joke?" someone muttered under their breath. The others didn't speak, but their expressions conveyed the same meaning. Qinghe had indeed given them a good first impression, making them feel a sense of familiarity, yet also a nagging feeling. But this involved a multi-million-dollar project for the company. It wasn't a joke. So many of them had come from afar to solve this problem, and now they were letting this young man, who looked to be under 20 and had health issues, handle it. No one had any confidence. "President Huang, President you didn't mention this before." Engineer CAO's tone was full of resentment. He felt that President Huang wasn't taking them seriously. "Let me explain." Tao Haiqiang stepped forward. Qinghe is a recognized genius in our mathematics department. You may not have noticed our official website or recent news, but he was specially recruited as a mathematical prodigy after being assessed by me, 5 senior professors in the mathematics department, and President Qinghe, with special talent benefits. Tao Haiqiang's words caused CAO Gong and the others to change their expressions. Some even immediately pulled out their phones to search for it. This news was quite popular, and a quick search revealed the results. After a brief look, they understood why this young man in a wheelchair was so highly regarded by Qinghe University and the mathematics department. The titles those bigwigs mentioned were intimidating enough. I'm sorry, we were a bit naive. I apologize to Mr. Yeah. Cao Gong was also flexible. Since he was wrong, he immediately apologized without any remorse. Mr. Cao, there's no need to apologize. It's normal, it's human nature. If it were me, seeing a business partner like this, I'd also have my doubts if I didn't know them well. Yet Qinghe smiled faintly, indicating that it wasn't something to take to heart. His composure beyond his years made Mr. Cao and the others look at him with even higher regard. Other young people his age, even if they didn't slam the door and leave, would at least show some displeasure in their tone and expression, but yet Qinghe didn't seem to care at all. Please sit down, everyone. Let's talk about this project. Huang Yufei smiled and gestured for everyone to sit down. Yet Qinghe's behavior earlier had indeed surprised him. However, it also proved that he hadn't misjudged him. After sitting down, without any unnecessary formalities, Mr. Cao raised the difficulties of their project. Tao Haiqiang frowned as he looked at the project. The engineering terms you're using, structure, load, curved surfaces, construction errors, are difficult for us to directly translate into a theorem framework. Without abstracting the problem, we can't use mathematical tools. We need to find someone to break these things down into pure mathematical problems. Engineer Cao smiled wryly. We know we need to abstract, but we only know how to draw diagrams and calculate mechanics. We don't know how to break it down into pure mathematical problems. If they could do it themselves, they wouldn't be looking for someone to do it. Qinghe's mathematics department is quite renowned, and they hope to find help there. No need to talk about architecture. Yet Qinghe suddenly said, I'll ask, you answer. Engineer Cao was taken aback, then nodded subconsciously. First, are your variables continuous and high-dimensional? Do they have infinitely many possibilities, but are constrained by numerous conditions? Yes. Second, is there more than one optimal objective, and are they conflicting, requiring simultaneous fulfillment? Yes. Third, is the system itself nonlinear, where small deviations are amplified, and is there a critical point of instability? Yes. Fourth, are there unpredictable random disturbances, and must the system be insensitive to these disturbances? Yes. After asking these 4 questions, yet Qinghe didn't waste any words. He maneuvered his wheelchair to the computer, opened the drawing function, and had Zhou Wan'er connect the graphics tablet. As he wrote, he quietly summarized, each sentence completely stripping away the engineering veneer. First, eliminate large-span irregular curved surfaces, leaving only 3-dimensional smooth closed manifolds. Measurement and curvature are non-linearly related, geometric shape determines the functional protein. Second, eliminate structural forces, stiffness, stability, and weight, leaving only multi-objective non-convex functional joint extrema in high-dimensional space, NP-hard non-convex optimization. Third, he removed instability, collapse, and post-buckling, leaving only the large-scale stability of the nonlinear system, second-order variational positive definiteness, and the Lyapunov stability criterion. Fourth, he removed construction errors, temperature, and wind disturbances, leaving only random perturbation field inputs, bounded error propagation, and robust solution trajectory consistency. Fifth, he removed solutions that the software could not calculate or find the optimal solution for, leaving only the proof of the existence and uniqueness of the global optimal solution on the constrained manifold. Finally, he put down his stylus, and the computer screen behind him displayed a blank page, no diagrams, no architectural terms, no engineering jargon. Only a single, pristine line of pure mathematics remained. Given a smooth closed manifold M and a high-dimensional parameter space, solve a strongly nonlinear constrained multi-objective non-convex optimization problem with random perturbations, and prove that the global optimal solution exists, is unique, large-scale stable, and robustly bounded. The entire conference room stared at the screen in complete silence. Tao Haiqiang stared at the contents for a long while, his breathing slightly rapid. This is a math problem that can actually be solved. There's not a single layer of superfluous information, it's all been stripped away. Cao Gong looked at the words, speechless for a long time. The deadlock they had been struggling with for over half a month had been completely stripped away into a pure mathematical core in the hands of this young man in just 4 questions in 5 minutes. Engineering is just the outer shell, that's the real problem you can't solve. The real issue now lies with mathematics. Yeah, Qinghe said calmly. Let's define a smooth, closed manifold M and a high-dimensional parameter space. The core problem we need to solve is finding parameters in that minimize a vector composed of multiple objective functions. Simultaneously, 4 requirements must be met. First, it must satisfy all nonlinear equality and inequality constraints. Second, it must be able to handle random disturbances. Third, the system must remain stable over a large range. And fourth, the optimal solution must be globally unique and robustly bounded to disturbances. Chapter 147 Step Deduction. Without waiting for anyone else to speak, yet Qinghe continued. The first step is to geometrize the manifold, transforming the engineering constraints into a purely geometric structure. 1. Embed all the constraints of the original problem onto a pre-given smooth closed manifold M. 2. Introduced the Riemannian metric to decompose the constraints into 3 geometric elements: the tangent space at a point on the manifold, the normal space at that point, and the smooth submanifold of M naturally formed by the constraints. 3. After completing this step, all engineering-level constraints are transformed into geometric relations on the manifold, retaining no architectural or mechanical descriptions. The second step is multi-objective scalarization to eliminate conflicts between objectives. 1. Employ a strict convex scalarization method, assigning a weight coefficient greater than 0 to each objective function, with the sum of all weight coefficients equal to 1. 2. Combine multiple conflicting objective functions by weighted summation into a single scalar objective function. 3. Prove that, in the sense of Pareto optimality, the original multi-objective optimization problem is completely equivalent to the optimization problem of this single scalar objective function. 4. The core function of this step is to simplify the complex problem of multiple conflicting objectives into a single objective optimization problem that can be directly solved. As Qinghe spoke, his hands didn't stop. His stylus kept writing mathematical formulas on the drawing tablet, which he then verbally explained. As for why he opened the computer's drawing program, it was because he didn't know how to type many mathematical symbols on the computer, and having only one hand was inconvenient. He could only use the drawing function to write them out by hand. The third step, non-convexity handling, constructing the convex neighborhood in global critical point structure. 1. On a smooth closed manifold M, define an exponential mapping, that is, starting from a point on the manifold, following the unique geodesic along the direction of the tangent vector at that point, the point on the manifold reached after a unit of time. 2. Prove that within the critical point neighborhood of the optimal solution. 3. Using Morse theory, analyze the objective function. This step solves the core problem of the optimization process getting trapped in local optima at the topological level. Fourth step, proof of the existence of the global optimal solution. 1. Based on the extreme value theorem. 2. Combining the Pareto smart conditions. 3. Combining the two conclusions, directly determine the global optimal solution of the original problem must exist. Fifth step, proof of the uniqueness of the global optimal solution. 1. Calculate the second variational of the scalarized objective function. 2. By the strictly positive definite second variational. 3. Further proof. Sixth step, proof of global stability, based on the Lyapunov criterion. Seventh step, proof of robust boundedness under random perturbations. Having finished speaking, Qinghe put down his pen and calmly summarized. You're trapped in the shell of architecture, structure, construction, and errors, unable to find the core. What I did was peel away the shell, define existence using manifolds, determine uniqueness using convexity, lock instability using second-order variational methods, and estimate robustness using martingale processes. At this point, the problem is completely solved mathematically. The rest of the work is simply substituting into the formula and completing the numerical calculations. As soon as Qinghe finished speaking, the first to break down were the Design Institute staff. Engineer CAO's pen clattered onto the table without him even noticing. The structural problems that had been weighing on them for so long, the irregular curved surfaces, the construction risks, the instability hazards, had been solved so easily by this young man, whom they had initially underestimated, with just a few words and 7 steps of derivation. Is the difference between people really that great? The problems they were racking their brains over, the problems they thought were unsolvable, were solved so simply, easily, and effortlessly by the other party? Several young designers stared, mouths agape, at the formulas on the screen, their eyes filled with utter shock. They had toiled away, lost their hair, crashed the software, and held countless meetings to solve this intractable problem, and yet, in Qinghe's hands, it hadn't even lasted half an hour. The slight disdain they had shown Qinghe before, the pride born of his industry experience, shattered silently before this absolute intellectual superiority. Then look at Tao's Haiqiang. He stared at the screen, his brow furrowing in a near-excited tremor. He understood all too well the weight of those 7 steps of derivation. Clean, efficient, flawless. Every step was grounded in the hardest mathematical logic, without a trace of shortcuts. He turned his gaze from the screen to Qinghe, his eyes burning with the fervor and astonishment of discovering a once-in-a-century genius. He knew Qinghe had a talent for mathematics, but he never expected him to progress so quickly. This level of skill, this intuition even internationally, he's among the top tier. Huang Yuehui, who hadn't spoken a word since sitting down in the conference room, didn't understand mathematics or the industry jargon, but he understood people. With each step Qinghe took, he carefully observed the expressions and demeanor of the Design Institute staff and Tao's Haiqiang. After Qinghe finished solving the problem, Huang Yuehui's previous nonchalant aura completely vanished, replaced by the sharp and certainty of a business tycoon recognizing a prodigious talent. He didn't exclaim in surprise, nor did he lose his composure. His gaze remained fixed on Qinghe, a very faint, almost imperceptible upward curve to his lips. Old Ye really did raise a good son. Thinking this, his gaze shifted to Zhou Wanner, who was not far from Qinghe. If it weren't for Qinghe's health issues, and if it weren't for such a wonderful girl by his side, she would have married her rebellious daughter to him no matter what. What a pity. Mr. Yeah, you are truly talented. I would like to sincerely apologize again for our previous rudeness and disrespect. After a moment of shock, Engineer Cao pulled several designers to their feet again and bowed very respectfully to Ye Qinghe in apology. Although Ye Qinghe had said he didn't mind, he still felt that his previous apology had been somewhat insincere and impolite. Such talent deserved their utmost respect and sincere apology. Engineer Cao, you're too kind. There's really no need for that. Ye Qinghe smiled slightly and calmly gestured for them to stop. Yes. I used to consider myself a talent, but now I realize that compared to true geniuses, I'm just a fool. I finally understand why Professor Qinghe believed that people should master calculus by age 14. Cao, now completely abandoning his airs as the chief engineer of the Design Institute, exclaimed with admiration. How about it? I told you before that the person I introduced this time would definitely solve your problems, wasn't I right? Huang Yue said with a smile. Yes, we are very grateful to General Manager Huang for letting us witness a genius like Mr. Ye. It's an honor. An honor indeed. Chapter 141 sounds pretty exciting. Ye Qinghe remained calm in the face of Cao Gong's praise and the reactions of General Manager Huang and Tao's Haiqiang. However, Ye Dali, Zhou Wan'er, and Zhang Yan were anything but calm. Of course, the three didn't show it, but their hearts were in turmoil, especially Zhang Yan. When she first met Ye Qinghe, she only felt pity for him for becoming like this at such a young age, feeling that fate was somewhat unfair. But today, after witnessing Ye Qinghe's astonishing talent, she suddenly felt it was fair. She wasn't a good student. In school, she was just an ordinary girl. If it weren't for her family's land expropriation after graduation, she probably wouldn't have been any different from anyone else. Mathematics had always been her nightmare in school, especially in university. She practically tore the exam papers apart to barely pass. Math was the subject she failed the most during university. She had reviewed the project details before. Describing it as incomprehensible was no exaggeration. The chief engineer opposite her was clearly a highly experienced individual, and the others, though younger, also appeared to be highly educated and intelligent. Yet, the problems these people couldn't solve, Ye Qinghe solved step by step simply by asking a few questions he didn't understand. Judging from the astonished expressions of these people, and Director Tao's astonished face, this was no ordinary feat. No wonder the boss dared to start such a company. It turns out the company's true core asset was his son, Ye Qinghe. The answer is out. I want to go back. You can discuss the rest. As soon as Ye Qinghe finished speaking, Engineer Cao, General Manager Huang, and Tao's Haiqiang all immediately said there was no problem and told Ye Qinghe to go home and rest. So, Zhou Wan'er pushed Ye Qinghe away. Once they left the main building of the mathematics department, Zhou Wan'er, who had been holding back for so long, could no longer contain herself. My God! Qinghe, how did you do that? How is your brain structured? This problem was so difficult, I couldn't even understand it. How did you solve it so easily? Are you even human? Are you possessed by some alien? Zhou Wan'er knew Ye Qinghe was admitted through a special mathematics program, and she had witnessed Director Tao testing Ye Qinghe before, but seeing how Ye Qinghe solved such a difficult problem without much thought still shocked her. Actually, it wasn't solved immediately. My dad gave me this problem a few days ago, and these past few days I've been looking at math materials, trying to find solutions and methods. Ye Qinghe wasn't lying. In fact, he said the time spent was a bit short. Although the project was only given to him a few days ago, the time he spent in his consciousness space was far more than a few days. Each time, he quickly browsed the content he needed to learn and memorize, using his photographic memory to remember it, and then entered his consciousness space to break it down bit by bit, making it his own. So it may seem like he's a genius, but in reality, he's been preparing for this moment for a long time. That's still amazing. Didn't you see the expressions on Director Tao's and that engineer Cao's faces? I think they were practically begging to kneel down. Releasing the wheelchair, Zhou Wan'er went to Ye Qinghe and gestured excitedly. Ye Qinghe, meanwhile, controlled the wheelchair himself. The two of them, one in front and one behind, chatted as they returned to Hecking Garden. I might need your help. Back in the room, Ye Qinghe hesitated for a moment as Zhou Wan'er was about to carry him to bed. Oh, why are you suddenly being so polite with me? Just tell me what you need, anything I can do, no problem. Seeing him like this, Zhou Wan'er was a little curious. Could you carry me to the bathroom? I need to use the restroom. A faint blush rose on Ye Qinghe's fair face. After breakfast, on his way to the math building, he closed his eyes and entered his consciousness space. Unbeknownst to Zhou Wan'er and the others, he completed a 50-kilometer training run within that space, and subsequently won the physical recovery ability he had desperately wanted. Breath control. That is, the ability to control urination and defecation. This is why he hadn't finished speaking in the meeting room earlier and had already asked to leave. He needed to use the restroom. However, while he desperately wanted it before the draw, winning it brought him considerable trouble. He couldn't go to the toilet by himself, he needed help to relieve himself. Go if you want to, it's not like we didn't clean you up, Joe Warner said dismissively, but then suddenly realized something and stared wide-eyed at Ye Qinghe. You can urinate and defecate normally? Yes. Ye Qinghe nodded somewhat embarrassedly. When he felt nothing, Joe Warner's help with cleaning was acceptable since he felt nothing. But now that he could feel it, having Joe Warner help him again created a bit of a psychological barrier. This is a good thing. It seems your body is recovering faster and faster. You felt something earlier and haven't been able to resolve it yet, which means you can control it yourself. That's wonderful. Joe Warner didn't think too much about it, she just felt it was a good thing, meaning Ye Qinghe was close to being healthy. How about we go to the toilet first? Ye Qinghe had been holding it in for a while, and he was about to burst. Oh, right, let's go to the toilet first. Let's go to the toilet first. Joe Warner immediately realized and carried Ye Qinghe to the bathroom. Once they got to the bathroom, Joe Warner realized there was a problem. Ye Qinghe had no feeling in his lower limbs, meaning he had no strength at all. Holding him or having him sit on the toilet seat, she couldn't possibly take off his pants. She could only pick Ye Qinghe up again, put him on the bed, undress him completely, and then carry the naked Ye Qinghe into the bathroom. Can you leave first? Sitting on the toilet, Ye Qinghe felt very uncomfortable seeing Joe Warner standing there watching him without leaving. What will you do if I leave? Now you're shy? I've seen everything about you. Hurry up. Joe Warner glanced sideways at Ye Qinghe, then turned her back to him. That was absolutely true. Ye Qinghe couldn't even utter a rebuttal. Sizzle. Perhaps it was his first time, or perhaps it was because Joe Warner was standing in front of him, but although Ye Qinghe really wanted to, it took him quite a while before he finally urinated. Sounds pretty powerful. Chapter 142. If you can wipe it, why can't you shake it? Joe Warner's muttering wasn't loud, but the bathroom was small, and Ye Qinghe heard it clearly, causing him to tense up involuntarily. The sound stopped abruptly. Ye Qinghe gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, "You pervert." The sound resumed. But the earlier pause made Joe Warner think it was over, so she turned away. The sound of running water disappeared again. I thought you were done for. Why are you so nervous about peeing? Joe Warner glanced at him with a smirk, then turned away again. The sound of running water resumed. Is this the end? After the sound of running water disappeared again, Joe Warner didn't turn back, but asked, receiving a definite answer from Ye Qinghe before turning around. Don't be so formal with me. Don't I have to get you some paper to wipe you after you pee? She reached under Ye Qinghe's armpits and pulled him up, pouting. Wait, I remember you guys saying that guys who wipe themselves with paper are sissies, real men do it by shaking it off. As she spoke, Joe Warner reached out to grab the paper, when Ye Qinghe spoke up. No need, just wipe it off. Just wipe it off. He couldn't bear the thought of being shaken by Joe Warner. Before, it didn't matter what she did, but now it was different. He was afraid of creating some inappropriate shapes. That would be embarrassing. Are you a sissy? Joe Warner's hand paused a few centimeters away, looking at Ye Qinghe with a mocking expression. I'm not a sissy. Ye Qinghe definitely couldn't admit to that. Then you'll wipe it off with paper? Ye Qinghe was really going crazy. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Joe Warner reached for a piece of paper from the side and handed it to Ye Qinghe. Ye Qinghe was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized he could do it himself without Joe Warner's help. He quickly grabbed some paper, wiped the paper haphazardly a few times, and then threw it into the trash can. But, since you can wipe, why can't you just shake it? Hearing this, Ye Qinghe froze on the spot. Yes, if he could wipe it, he could just lift it and shake it himself. Why hadn't he thought of that before? Ha 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 ha. Seeing Ye Qinghe's bewildered expression, Joe Warner couldn't stop laughing. She really just wanted to tease Ye Qinghe, but she hadn't expected that Ye Qinghe, who had previously impressed the Design Institute staff and even made Director Tao lose his composure in the conference room with his talent, would be completely oblivious to this. Joe Warner. Ye Qinghe finally understood that Joe Warner had played him, and gritted his teeth, reaching out to tickle her. However, Joe Warner had supported him from under his left armpit. Although his right forearm could move, his upper arm was immobile, limiting his range of motion. He could only extend his hand a few centimeters from Joe Warner before he couldn't reach her. He could only futilely stretch out his fingers, but he just couldn't reach her. Oh, you want to hit me? Come on. I'll stand here and see if you can reach me. Seeing that Ye Qinghe couldn't reach her, Joe Warner deliberately moved forward a tiny bit, getting less than a centimeter away from Ye Qinghe's hand, and said arrogantly. When Ye Qinghe was healthy, he often used tickling to force himself to submit. Now he wants to use the same trick again? Even if I put it right in front of you, you still can't touch it. Knowing he couldn't reach it, Ye Qinghe stopped wasting his time, lowered his hand, shook his head, and remained silent. Wait until I'm better. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Seeing Ye Qinghe give up, Zhou Wan'er was smug. Little brat, I can't handle you now. Bending down, she reached out and scooped Ye Qinghe up in a princess carrying him out of the bathroom. Putting him on the bed, she helped him put on his underwear and pants, and then began massaging him at least 3 times a day. Speaking of which, aren't you going to record a program at Jinling TV tomorrow? After massaging for a while, seeing Ye Qinghe remain silent, Zhou Wan'er started a conversation. Ye Qinghe nodded. This program, which he had previously placed high hopes on, was now somewhat of a liability. Mainly because it was too far away, he would have to go to record it twice before he could even get the annual salary of 200,000 yuan. Before, 200,000 yuan was a huge attraction for him, but now it held little appeal. 200,000 yuan wasn't something he could just take, he still had to do the work. He had to create questions, cooperate with the production team on promotional activities, and so on. Now he was considering whether to continue working on the program. Sometimes, things just happen that way. Just as the two were discussing this, Ye Qinghe's phone rang. It was Zhao Qinghe, the director of Who's Still Standing? Qinghe, how have you been lately? Our show's recording is the day after tomorrow. I've had the production team book your train ticket and room. Also, since you're the champion this time, you won't be on camera the whole time. So we've decided to change the rules for you. You only need to appear briefly at the beginning, then go back to the dressing room and wait until the winner is decided. Zhao Qinghe rattled off a lot of things. Thank you, Director Zhao. Ye Qinghe could only smile and thank him. No need to thank me, it's nothing. Oh, by the way, because of your popularity, the sponsors want you to record a few commercials and voiceovers. I've secured 5,000 yuan for each one. Zhao Qingjiang's price was quite high. Normally, newcomers and ordinary people get 500 to 3,000 yuan for voiceovers on variety shows, and for commercials, new internet celebrities get 1,000 to 5,000 yuan each. Zhao Qinghe offered the maximum, even charging 2,000 yuan more for the voiceovers. It was truly generous. Thank you, Director Zhao. Zhao Qingjiang's actions made Ye Qinghe even more embarrassed to mention quitting the show. See you tomorrow. I'll pick you up from the station. No need, we know the way ourselves, we can go by ourselves. That won't do. You're the most popular person on our show right now, and I don't have anything else to do, so it's settled. I have something to do, I'll hang up now, see you tomorrow. Zhao Qinghe didn't give Ye Qinghe a chance to refuse, and hung up the phone immediately. Sigh. Watching the phone go dead, Ye Qinghe sighed. The more Zhao Qinghe acted this way, the more embarrassed he became to tell the other party about quitting. You don't want to stay on this show anymore, right? Zhou Wan'er seemed to read Ye Qinghe's mind. She immediately guessed why Ye Qinghe sighed. I have that thought. I was aiming for a 200,000 or even 400,000 yuan annual salary before, but now that's not very useful to me. Plus, each recording requires traveling to Jinling, which takes several days. I was thinking maybe I shouldn't take up their resources anymore. Chapter 143, the company's first team building activity. Now that the director is being so nice, even getting you a voiceover and advertising opportunities, and offering a pretty high price, you're a little embarrassed to bring it up, aren't you? Zhou Wan'er understood why Ye Qinghe sighed. Ye Qinghe was the kind of person who wanted to be 100% good to those who were kind to him. If Zhao Qinghe hadn't been like this, Ye Qinghe might have brought up withdrawing after this trip. But Zhao Qingjiang's actions made Ye Qinghe hesitant to bring it up. Yeah, Director Zhao was very nice to me before, and Brother Xiang and the others were also nice, so I really don't feel comfortable bringing it up. Ye Qinghe nodded, that was why he sighed. This isn't something you should talk about right away. Wait until you get there, then find some time to discuss it properly with them. Zhou Wan'er thought about it and agreed that it was indeed difficult to say anything directly, they could only take it one step at a time. By the way, you missed class before, why don't you come with us this time? You can even spend a couple of days there. Ye Qinghe suggested, thinking that Zhou Wan'er didn't have class either. Sure. I've never been to Jinling before, and I've always been interested in the Qinhe River and Miling Palace. Zhou Wan'er nodded with a smile, she really wanted to go. Then I'll have my dad book tickets for you now. If Ye Qinghe contacted the production team, they probably wouldn't refuse, but Ye Qinghe wasn't thinking of taking advantage of them. Instead, he picked up his phone to text Yadali. I have money. I can book them myself. Zhou Wan'er quickly said. She rarely spent all the allowance her family gave her, and she had some savings. If you have money, you can keep it. This is my business, of course I should pay for it. Besides, we've been earning money lately, you know that. It's only right that I spend some money to take you out for a trip. Ye Qinghe ignored Zhou Wan'er and sent the message to Yadali. Yadali, who was in the conference room discussing follow-up issues with Huang Yuehui and engineer CAO, received the message, thought for a moment, and turned to Zhang Yan. I'll send you Wan'er's ID information. Book 2 high-speed rail tickets to Jinling, one for you and one for yourself. I'll also send you the train number and hotel details. Book a hotel for yourself and Wan'er as well. Consider this a company perk for you since you joined the company. Oh, and by the way, if there are business class seats available, book those, otherwise, book second class. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up when she heard this. Thank you, boss. Zhang Yan whispered happily. She'd only been with the company for less than a week, and she already had the opportunity to go on a trip. As long as the boss didn't fire her, she'd work for him until she died. After saying that, she received Joe Wanner's ID information and started booking high-speed rail tickets and hotels on her phone. In Ye Dali's view, with only 2 people in the company, if he and Ye Qinghe went to Jinling, then Zhang Yan would be completely safe. The train tickets to Jinling weren't expensive, and they could stay in the same hotel as Joe Wanner. It was a great deal of money for a small expense. Well, let's just consider this Xing Computing Power's first company team building activity. Not long after, Joe Wanner received a message that her high-speed rail ticket booking was successful business class. Do I need to bring anything? What do you need? I'll pack for you now since I have some free time. Looking at the ticket information, Joe Wanner happily prepared to pack. Nothing particularly special. This time I can bring fewer diapers and such. As for clothes, just bring 2 changes of clothes. Ye Qinghe thought the only good thing was that they could bring fewer adult diapers. That was usually the most they needed to bring when they went out. Okay, I'll go pack. Joe Wanner nodded and went back to her room to pack her things. This is so terrible. Why don't you have exams? But I have to take so many. At noon, Sumiaur, who had finished her exams that morning, came to 606 and complained to Joe Wanner with a long face. It's only temporary. Next semester I'll probably have a lot more to learn than you. I don't even know if what we learn here is the same as what we learn here. Joe Wanner hugged Sumiaur and gently comforted her. That's for next semester. I have exams to face right now. Sumiaur looked up, her face full of unhappiness. How about you take the exam for me? Are you crazy? We're so far apart in age. How can you take my exam? If you're found out, you'll be expelled. Joe Wanner gave Sumiaur a sharp tap on the head, speechless. Expelling is fine. If I'm expelled, I'll get Ye Qinghe to bring me to Qinghe too. Sumiaur said, then called out into the room, Ye Qinghe, is that okay? Can you bring me over too? No. Ye Qinghe's voice came steadily. Wanner, tell me about your childhood sweetheart. How could he be so heartless? He tricked you away and doesn't care if I live or die. Sumiaur pouted, her face drawn, and snuggled into Joe Wanner's arms, feeling wronged. Alright, stop fooling around. You have an exam this afternoon, go eat, and then study for a while. Knowing she was just throwing a tantrum, Joe Wanner pulled her into her arms and shook her. You're so kind. Sumiaur really just wanted to be pampered and seek some comfort. After a while, she let go of Joe Wanner. You don't need to order food. I already ordered takeout before I came. It should be here soon. I've been taking exams for so long, I need to eat something good to nourish my already weak brain. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. Wanner. Glancing at her phone, Sumiaur looked at Joe Wanner with a drawn-out, high-pitched voice. Fine, I know, I'll go get it. I really owe you one. Joe Wanner knew without asking that Sumiaur didn't want to go downstairs to get the takeout and wanted her to do it for her. Joe Wanner said irritably and went out. Love you. Sumiaur chuckled, saying this to Joe Wanner as she left, then returned to her room and threw herself heavily onto the bed. This bed is so comfortable. I'm going to sleep here every day from now on. Lying on the bed, she yelled and waved her limbs. The commotion was clearly audible to Ye Qinghe in the other room. Why did you buy so much food? Joe Wanner returned quickly, carrying 3 large bags. The bag was a light blue color with subtle patterns of palace walls and auspicious clouds, and the Tan family name was embossed in gold in the corner. And it's just lunch. Do we really need to order food from the Tan family? That's too extravagant. I've used up so many brain cells, I definitely need to replenish myself properly. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and take it to your childhood sweetheart's room, I'm starving. Chapter 144. The louder the sound, the wider the path will be. Oh, right, I'm going to Jinling with Qinghe and the others tomorrow. It might take 2 or 3 days. If you're coming to stay, you'll have to stay by yourself. When they were almost finished eating, Joe Wanner remembered the trip to Jinling. Joe Wanner, are you even human? I'm here risking my life on the battlefield, and you're out having fun with your childhood sweetheart. Sumiaur was already feeling resentful, and this made her even more furious. What do you mean by having fun? Qinghe was on a TV show, wasn't he? He's going to record one. Joe Wanner replied speechlessly. And another thing, is that enough? Are you on your period? Why are you so irritable today? Yes, I am. I don't know why, but I just want to pick a fight today. Sumiaur replied timidly. Fine, I'll forgive you for your period. What could Joe Wanner say? Every woman has those few days every month, and some women are indeed more irritable. She sometimes experienced that too. Dean, this is a slap in the face for us, a deliberate attempt to teach the Academy of Fine Arts a lesson. We can't afford to take it lightly. Huang Yingzhe saw the vice dean of the Academy of Fine Arts, the leader of their group of overseas returnees, during lunch and immediately approached him to recount his ordeal. Correction, Vice Dean. Luo Wei said slowly, frowning. Yes, Dean Luo. Huang Yingzhe nodded quickly, but didn't change his form of address. Instead, he used a different form of address. What's Dean Chen's attitude towards this matter? Luo Wei didn't correct Huang Yingzhe further, but asked calmly. He said he couldn't handle it and told me to find someone who could. The only person I can think of is you, Dean Luo. Only you can truly help us overseas returnees. Huang Yingzhe didn't say it verbatim, but the meaning was roughly the same. Did you ask the Talent Apartment Management Office? Yes, I did. They said that even though I was near the front of the queue before, it doesn't mean the apartment is mine. Who lives there? I went to see. It's a girl. When I went, there were many people celebrating her moving into her new apartment. Huang Yingzhe did ask Zhou Wan'er if she lived there when he opened the door, and Zhou Wan'er said yes, so he naturally assumed that the person living in that talent apartment was Zhou Wan'er. An undergraduate? Or a graduate student? Luo Wei's expression changed. For this girl to be able to push Huang Yingzhe out of the queue at this time, it meant she definitely had connections. He didn't want to mess with someone like that. She should be an undergraduate. She doesn't look very old. She must have gotten in through some back door. This kind of thing is corrupting the school system. People like this should be exposed. Huang Yingzhe didn't realize that Luo Wei's attitude had changed and continued talking. Xiao Huan, the school didn't do anything wrong in this matter. Upon hearing this, Huang Yingzhe immediately became anxious and opened his mouth to say something, but Luo Wei interrupted him with a gesture. That's true, don't worry. But just because there's no mistake doesn't mean there's no problem. After all, you were always at the front of the queue, and now someone suddenly took the apartment that should have been yours. That's really unfair. Yeah, I've been waiting for so long, it was almost my turn, I even planned how I would decorate it, and then I found out the apartment is gone, it's someone else's. Isn't that bullying? Huang Yingzhe looked aggrieved, feeling that Dean Luo understood him, but Luo Wei interrupted Huang Yingzhe, who was about to continue complaining. But since the school has already made a decision, it's not something I can control. After all, I'm just a leader in the Academy of Fine Arts, and my authority doesn't extend to talent apartments. No, Dean Luo, if you don't care either, then we really have nowhere to turn for justice. I can't just go directly to the principal or publicly discuss this online. Huang Yingzhe was genuinely anxious. If Luo Wei didn't intervene, he really didn't know who else to turn to. Don't let his unconventional pronouncements about freedom and democracy fool you. Deep down, he's somewhat of a power-hungry man. He can say anything to students, acting like a fearless warrior, but he wouldn't dare be like that in front of his superiors. You've got an idea, haven't you? If I get involved, it'll be a college-wide action. Pressure from above will only make things worse. Xiao Huan, some things are better left unsaid, outside the system. You're involved, your voice carries more weight than mine. True justice will prevail. The louder the voice, the wider the path. With these words, Luo Wei stood up, patted Huang Yingzhe on the shoulder, picked up his tray, and left. The louder the voice, the wider the path? Huang Yingzhe pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He understood what Luo Wei meant. He was telling him to go all out and make a scene, he'd back him up. That's it. That's how it should be. If this matter isn't brought up, if public opinion isn't stirred up, no one will take it seriously. Only by creating public opinion can the school avoid being silenced with a mere administrative statement, and only then can they truly get justice. Thinking this, Huang Yingzhe stopped eating, ignoring his plate, and got up to walk out of the cafeteria. So, Zhou Wan'er's enrollment is related to that specially admitted Ye Qinghe? Zhou Wan'er has been leaving school every weekend for the past few years, all for that Ye Qinghe? Gu Yanzhou looked at the document handed to him by the private investigator with a grim expression, his tone extremely unpleasant. Yes, they've been together since childhood. They're true childhood sweethearts, from kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school, until Ye Qinghe suddenly developed health problems. However, they probably didn't lose contact during that time. Later, Ye Qinghe stayed in Beijing for treatment, and Zhou Wan'er visited him whenever she had time. The father and son moved to several different places along the way, and she went to each one. The private investigator nodded. Investigating these things was indeed quite difficult. To be honest, after seeing the information, he admired the girl. In this era, to still have such a wonderful girl was truly a hidden gem, a gem among men. But there was nothing he could do, this was his livelihood, and Gu Yanzhou had given him plenty, so he could only tell Gu Yanzhou the information. Oh, in the last few days, she and Ye Qinghe moved into apartment 606 in building 12 of Qinghe Qingyuan. She even moved in with him. Gu Yanzhou's teeth clenched so hard they were grinding, and the veins on his neck bulged. How could she do this? Chapter 145 Auntie will kowtow to you. After lunch, Joe Warner followed Ye Qinghe as they strolled slowly around campus after Sumi Hour left. The campus wasn't crowded at this time, most students were in their classrooms taking final exams. As they walked, the two somehow ended up in front of the Zijing apartment complex where they used to live. A middle-aged woman, overweight and dressed in various designer clothes, stood anxiously looking around at the apartment entrance. When Ye Qinghe and Joe Warner came into her sight, she rushed towards them like a madwoman. Qinghe, Qinghe, I'm your Aunt Ma, Zhao Minjia's mother. We've met before. Minjia knows he was wrong, please let him go. Please let him go. Before Joe Warner and Ye Qinghe could react, Ma Wan threw herself at Ye Qinghe, knelt on the ground, grabbed his wheelchair, and began to cry loudly. She initially thought Zhao Minjia's case was minor, but upon arriving here, she realized it was a serious matter. She couldn't even see Zhao Minjia in person and could only do so through his lawyer. From what the lawyer relayed, it seemed Zhao Minjia was highly likely to go to jail. Qinghe had heard that the law school professors had all resigned. The lawyer stated directly that some of these professors had participated in the drafting of the law. Their resignation meant there was no chance of winning the case unless Qinghe could grant them a private settlement. However, the lawyer had tried contacting Qinghe's superiors several times, but Qinghe refused to meet with them. Finally, she thought of Ye Qinghe. The whole affair stemmed from Ye Qinghe. If Ye Qinghe could put in a good word for him, Minjia might receive a lighter sentence, or even avoid jail time. But when she arrived at Qinghe University, she realized she'd only heard Zhao Hai mention that Ye Qinghe seemed to live in the Zijing student apartment, but she didn't know exactly where. She also didn't know Ye Qinghe's or Ye Dali's phone number, and no one answered Zhao Hai's calls. She was just frantically searching for answers. How much money do you want? I'll give you anything. Just name your price, and I'll sell everything I own to scrape together the money. Just let Minjia go. He was your classmate, after all. Even though he made a mistake, he shouldn't be condemned to death. He's young, he has a future. If he's sentenced, his life will be ruined. Qinghe, Qinghe, I'm begging you. I'll kowtow to you. I'll kowtow to you, please. With tears streaming down her face, Ma Wan was about to kowtow to Ye Qinghe. Aunt Ma. Ye Qinghe couldn't move, but Joe Warner was fine. She had been momentarily stunned when she was grabbed, but seeing the other woman preparing to kowtow to Ye Qinghe, attempting to morally blackmail him, she immediately released Ye Qinghe's wheelchair and grabbed Ma Wan, pulling her up. Aunt Ma, if you keep doing this, we'll call the police and say you're harassing us. Then Zhao Minjia's sentence will have to be even harsher. Ye Qinghe coldly said to Ma Wan the moment Joe Warner pulled her up. No, I didn't mean to harass you. I just wanted to plead with you. After all, Minjia is your classmate. He did make a mistake, but it doesn't deserve to die. Please let him off the hook. He's so young. Ma Wan's eyes darted around nervously as she waved her hands repeatedly, indicating that she didn't intend to harass Ye Qinghe. Before coming, her lawyer had specifically instructed her not to contact Ye Qinghe or the school privately, but she wanted to do something, so she came privately. Her lawyer had explained the seriousness of private contact to her, so when she heard Ye Qinghe say he'd called the police for harassment, she immediately panicked. She had initially thought that Ye Qinghe was still young, and that her kneeling, crying, and making a scene would soften his heart and make him give in. But she hadn't expected Ye Qinghe to know the law. This made things difficult. I had no other choice. Your Uncle Zhao's business has been in trouble lately. If Minjia goes back to jail, I really can't live. I just want to apologize to you on Minjia's behalf, to try and find him a way to make a living. I really didn't mean to bother you. Knowing that Ye Qinghe wasn't an ordinary young man, Ma Wan didn't dare to cry and wail like before, or kneel down and kowtow. She could only cry and try to appeal to his emotions. Seeing her like this, Joe Warner released her grip, a forced smile playing on her lips. Auntie, this has nothing to do with Ye Qinghe. Zhao Minjia offended Qinghe University. If you want to talk to someone, you should go to Qinghe University. It's no use talking to us. I know Minjia offended Qinghe University, but this was all because of Qinghe. I just thought that since Qinghe University values Qinghe so much, I wanted him to say a few good words for us. We can publicly apologize in all the major media outlets, we can compensate Qinghe University for their losses, just don't let Minjia go to jail. Really, that's all I ask, Qinghe and Warner, I just don't want Minjia to go to jail. If he goes to jail, his life will be truly over. Ma Wan nodded vigorously, indicating she understood, her voice breaking with sobs as she spoke. Joe Warner looked at her, a flicker of pity crossing her face, but thinking of what Zhao Minjia had done, that pity quickly vanished. However, ultimately, this matter depended on Ye Qinghe's attitude. She remained silent, looking at Ye Qinghe. I'm sorry, Auntie, I can't help you with this. Qinghe University won't change its mind just because of a few words from me. Qinghe University will not forgive Zhao Minjiao for what he did, otherwise anyone would dare to spread rumors and cause trouble on Qinghe University's official website. Yet Qinghe didn't budge an inch because of Ma Wan's cries. Ma Wan came today not because they truly knew they were wrong, but because they were afraid. Moreover, this whole thing at Qinghe University was started by him. Qinghe suffered reputational damage because of it. Now, to clear the school's name and make an example of someone to deter others, he would be a fool to hold them back because of a moment of weakness. With that, Yet Qinghe turned his wheelchair to leave. Qinghe. Having finally seen Yet Qinghe, how could Ma Wan let him go so easily? She reached out to grab him. If you keep bothering me, I'll have Warner call right now. Judging from your expression just now, you should know that meeting me privately at this time is wrong, and you also know what consequences my accusations of harassment will have on Zhao Minjiao. Are you sure you still want to stop me? Yet Qinghe's cold words made Ma Wan immediately pull her hand back from the wheelchair. Chapter 146 The first time, with Yet Qinghe. No. Ma Wan waved her hands frantically. Zhao Minjiao's situation was already troublesome enough. If she caused him to receive a harsher sentence, he would truly hate her. I don't want to see you again at school or anywhere else. If I see you again, I don't care if you're trying to harass or threaten me, I will have someone call the police immediately. Yet Qinghe coldly said this to Ma Wan before maneuvering his wheelchair away. Her good mood for the day was completely ruined. Zhou Wan'er quickly followed behind. The two disappeared from Ma Wan's sight. Once they were out of sight, Ma Wan squatted down, burying her face in her hands and sobbing uncontrollably. Her husband's situation seemed hopeless, the factory might go bankrupt. Her son's lawyer said there was virtually no chance of acquittal and he would face several years of imprisonment. It seemed like all sorts of bad luck had befallen their family. Qinghe, I just heard from Zhao Minjiao's mother that their factory has run into trouble. Did you know about it? After walking for a while, Zhou Wan'er thought about what Ma Wan had mentioned about the family factory. She hadn't contacted her family in the past few days and didn't know anything about it. I don't know, but it's quite normal. They've never taken environmental protection seriously, nor have they cared about their workers. Sooner or later, something bad was bound to happen. Yet Qinghe said he didn't know, but he suspected that this matter might be somewhat related to his father. If anyone wanted Zhao Hai to get into trouble, his father was definitely one of them. If the Zhao family business was going to have problems, his father certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to push it. That's right. My dad said before that the Zhao family had big problems, but they have connections in high places, so even if someone wanted to investigate, they couldn't. Zhou Wan'er nodded. The Zhao family's factory was quite famous in the county, a stark contrast to the Ye family. Was it true that Zhao Minjiao's mother's harassment would increase his sentence? Of course it's true. Legally, it's prohibited for any of his family members to have private contact with me or Qinghe at this time. Only a lawyer can handle it. Her behavior just now, if I just talk to the police, the judge will definitely take that into consideration when sentencing. This wasn't something Yet Qinghe made up, it was real law. Yet Qinghe had learned this while practicing legal knowledge for the One Against All competition recently. You're amazing. I thought you were just making it up, but it's true. Zhou Wan'er had initially thought Yet Qinghe was just bluffing. That's the power of knowledge. Yet Qinghe smiled. He had been momentarily stunned by the situation. If the other party had actually kowtowed, he wouldn't have been in a good position. Just keep showing off. Zhou Wan'er didn't want to see him get cocky, so she rolled her eyes, stood behind him, and continued pushing his wheelchair around the school. Anyone in the group who needs mathematical calculations, report it all to us. From now on, we'll outsource this work across the entire group. Huang Yuehui called his secretary and after returning to the company. He had already overestimated Yet Qinghe's mathematical abilities due to his special recruitment, but after experiencing it firsthand today, he realized just how impressive they were. Especially after Yet Qinghe left, the words of Tao's Haiqiang and engineer Cao further confirmed his suspicions. A once-in-a-century talent. These were Tao's Haiqiang's exact words. Mathematical calculations? We don't have that much work in this area. Our previous collaborations were all with external partners. The secretary seemed somewhat puzzled by Huang Yuehui's words. The group was large, with subsidiaries in finance, real estate, pharmaceuticals, and technology. Basically, anything requiring R&D would have this kind of need. However, they could usually handle these calculations themselves. Only the more difficult ones were outsourced to university math teams. Generally, these kinds of jobs were handled by university math professors. Now the boss was going to hand over all this work to one company? No matter how many, all similar business in the future should be handled through our partner, Xing Computing Power. Huang Yuehui hadn't helped Yadali before because Yadali refused, but now that Yadali had weathered the storm with Qinghe and even established such a company, whether it was to invest in Qinghe's talent or out of consideration for their past relationship, he had to show his appreciation. Compile a list of all the business opportunities, especially those with recent needs, and submit it to me. I'll use this to sign contracts with Zinc Computing Power. Yes, Mr. Huang. The secretary nodded. Tuesday morning, early in the morning, Zhang Yan drove to Hekingyuan. Yadali carried the luggage, while Zhou Wan'er pushed Qinghe downstairs. We're going for a few days. You drove here, parking fees will cost several hundred a day, Yadali said as he fastened his seatbelt in the passenger seat. It's alright, I have a friend who lives nearby. I'll just park in their complex and give them my license plate number. Zhang Yan replied casually. People from Beijing are so lucky, they have friends everywhere. Yadali joked upon hearing this. Not really, I don't know many places. I mostly stay in Haidian and Changping districts, I'm not very familiar with other areas. After everyone was seated, Zhang Yan started the car and drove out of the complex. Her friend's complex was indeed close to the train station. After dropping them off at the entrance, she drove to park, returning in less than 20 minutes. The business class section had a dedicated waiting room with staff. When they noticed Qinghe had difficulty moving, a staff member immediately came to assist him. However, they arrived only half an hour before their train's departure time. They had only sat down for a minute or two when staff escorted them to the platform ahead of schedule. This is my first time sitting in business class. It's definitely more comfortable and spacious than second class. Zhou Wan'er, sitting in business class for the first time, snapped several photos with her phone after settling in. Her WeChat Moments caption read, "My first time, with Qinghe. Of course it's comfortable and spacious. This seat is equivalent to 3 second-class seats." Qinghe chuckled beside her, seeing her like this. In that case, the standard is to be expected. Paying for 3 people while enjoying the benefits for 1, Zhou Wan'er immediately felt that the standard of business class wasn't so strange after all. But next time I'll just sit in second class, and I can just pay the difference in cash. Chapter 147 Special Abilities. Second-class seats are still a bit expensive. The old-fashioned green train is about 200 yuan cheaper, let's take the green train. Qinghe rolled his eyes and said. Zhou Wan'er smiled at this, it's not impossible, but the problem is, can we really get cash for the extra money? Ha 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 ha. Wan'er, you're so funny. Zhang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Qinghe and Zhou Wan'er were just too hilarious. She laughed so hard she almost couldn't straighten up. Yadali also had a smile on his face, but not as exaggeratedly as Zhang Yan. By the way, when we get there, Qinghe and I are going to record a program at the TV station tomorrow. Are you two going to play by yourselves? Or are you coming with us to the TV station? After Zhang Yan stopped laughing for a while, Yadali asked. Play. Go to the TV station. Zhang Yan wanted to play, while Zhou Wan'er wanted to go to the TV station. They both spoke almost simultaneously. Hearing each other's thoughts, the two exchanged a glance. TV stations are so boring. I've been there. Once you're inside, you can't move for hours. You just sit there watching, and you have to obey the production crew, recording applause, recording screams, and even doing reshoots. You can only go to the bathroom during breaks. It's so tedious. Zhang Yan had clearly been to a TV station before and knew what it was like inside. She didn't want to go at all and wanted Zhou Wan'er to stay and go with her. I've never been to a TV station before. I should at least go once, and besides, I'm going to participate in a variety show recording later. It'll be good to experience it beforehand. But Zhou Wan'er also had her reasons. And so it went, one wanting to go for fun, the other wanting to go to the TV station, neither able to convince the other. Okay, I knew this team-building activity wouldn't be so easy. Let's go to the TV station then. But after we're there, we can't go back to Beijing right away. We have to stay in Nanjing for a day. We can't just come all this way and go straight to the TV station without going anywhere else. Zhang Yan compromised first, but she also made a request. This request was addressed to Zhou Wan'er, but Yadali knew it was directed at him. No problem, we'll stay in Nanjing for another day after we finish recording the show. Come to think of it, we haven't really explored Nanjing properly. Yadali replied with a smile. So, after we get there, do you want to go out and have some fun? Zhang Yan looked at Zhou Wan'er. She knew that Zhou Wan'er was the most likely person to go out with her. She couldn't let Zhou Wan'er stay at the hotel with Qinghe while she went out with Yadali, could she? Zhou Wan'er hesitated for a moment, glanced at Qinghe, and thought that if they went out, it shouldn't be a problem to push Qinghe along, so she nodded. Great. I did my research before coming. After we arrive and check in, there are Luo Zilong's Osmanthus dumplings, a CAI's vegetable pancakes, and Shizhen tea near the hotel. We can grab a bite to tide us over. Then we can walk west from the park towards Tangjimen Station, about 15 minutes to Confucius Temple. Once there, we can first visit the Jiangnan Examination Hall, the Huaxia Imperial Examination Museum, This is the largest imperial examination hall in Chinese history, showcasing the millennium-long evolution of the imperial examination system through immersive exhibits. The must-see areas include the 4 underground levels and the Mingyuan Tower, which offers panoramic views of the Confucius Temple area. If you have the chance, you can also experience a simulated imperial examination, and some exhibition areas offer interactive activities like answering questions and writing essays in the traditional 8-legged essay style. Afterwards, head south along the Confucius Temple to the Dachshund Hall and Weihai Lane. On either side of the Dachshund Hall are the East and West markets, where you can find many snacks, such as chicken soup dumplings, duck blood vermicelli soup, and salted duck, at reasonable prices. There's also Zhang Yuji pot stickers, said to be a long-established brand. If you have time, you can also go to Lao Mendong, where you can find firewood cooked wontons, lanleata sweet taro sprouts, plum blossom cakes, and more. For dinner, it depends on where you are. If you're in the Confucius Temple area, go to the food stalls. If you're in Lao Mendong, try Xiao Zheng's crispy sesame cakes and some other snacks. Once the topic turned to travel, Zhang Yan couldn't stop talking. She went on and on about the attractions, how to get there, and what to eat. She even planned out the details beforehand, which cafe to relax at after dinner, what time to take the pleasure boat, how long to queue, and the best spot for nighttime photos. Sister Yan, isn't it tiring to travel like this? Zhou Wan'er was exhausted just listening. She also enjoyed traveling, but usually, she traveled spontaneously, without much planning, just going wherever she felt like. She never planned everything out like Zhang Yan. This is supposed to be a relaxed travel route? It's not tiring. If you're tired, we can take the subway, a taxi, or even cycle. If you get tired, we can always find a place to rest. I just gathered all the information for this route. We don't necessarily have to follow this exact route. I don't mind, Zhang Yan replied with a puzzled look, then, remembering Qinghe, glanced at him and immediately changed her mind. When she was planning the trip, she had indeed forgotten about Qinghe. She was only thinking about how to have fun. Don't worry about me, I'm not going, you guys go. Seeing Zhang Yan's immediate change of heart after glancing at him, Qinghe understood Zhou Wan'er's meaning and immediately said, "Go ahead, anyway, there's nothing much to do when we get there, it'll be good to wander around, and we can go back to the hotel when we get tired." Zhou Wan'er wanted Qinghe to come along, and as she spoke, she took an apple that Zhang Yan had prepared from her bag and handed it to Qinghe. "This apple doesn't taste like my taste, you eat it." Qinghe just took it, smelled it briefly, and then gave the apple back. "You haven't even eaten it, how do you know what it tastes like?" Zhou Wan'er curiously smelled the apple. It just smelled like an apple, nothing special. "This apple is a bit mealy and not very sweet. It tastes a bit watery, not the crisp kind I like, with a perfect balance of sweet and sour." Qinghe replied with a smile, a skill he only used when eating apples. "You can tell just by smelling it?" Zhou Wan'er was skeptical, took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. "It really is mealy and not sweet, definitely a bit watery." "You can really smell it? Smell this." Zhang Yan immediately pulled out an apple, stood up, and handed it to Qinghe. At this moment, the two forgot about their plans to go out and play, their attention completely drawn to Qinghe's ability to smell the apple. "This one's alright. It's a little mealy, but it's sweet enough and not too sour." After Qinghe finished speaking, Zhang Yan immediately picked up the apple and took a bite. The apple really did taste exactly as Qinghe had described. "How did you do that? Can you only smell apples, or can you smell any fruit? Is this some kind of superpower?" Chapter 148 The Passionate Zhao Qingyang. What was the result of Qinghe demonstrating this ability? It meant that all the apples in his bag were taken by Zhang Yan and Zhou Wan'er and made him smell them. For a moment, Qinghe felt like a police dog. "You can only smell apples, you can't smell anything else. Don't bother bringing the sausages for me to smell." Qinghe helplessly pushed aside the sausages Zhou Wan'er had brought, looking utterly resigned. Why did he have to show off like that? Now that he could smell whether an apple was smooth or sweet, Zhou Wan'er figured he could probably learn to smell other things with practice. She took out all the food in her bag and made him smell it, one by one. He even noticed that some of the business class passengers nearby seemed eager to try. What if you just haven't discovered it yet? You didn't have this ability to smell apples before, but now you do, which means you have a lot of untapped potential. Zhou Wan'er put the sausages away and started rummaging through her bag again. "I have apple puree here. Will he be able to smell if it's from good apples?" A timid voice came from the seat in front, and a bag of children's fruit puree was handed over from between the seats. "I don't know, but you can try. But you have to open it and let him smell it. Do you mind?" Zhou Wan'er's face immediately lit up as she took the bag and was about to open it. "No, he can't smell it. I said, he can only smell apples. He can't smell anything else, not even apple puree. Give it back, sweetie." Qinghe quickly reached out to stop Zhou Wan'er from opening it. Ha ha ha, I was just kidding. Joe Warner laughed at Ye Qinghe's anxious look and handed the apple puree back to the girl in front of her. I'm sorry, he can't help you with this. Oh, actually, it's okay to try, maybe. The girl in front of him sounded regretful, even wanting Ye Qinghe to try again. Knowing the joke couldn't continue, Joe Warner quickly apologized to the young lady in front of her, ending the matter. Afterwards, turning back to see Ye Qinghe pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, she couldn't help but chuckle. Just how many secrets does this guy still hold that she doesn't know about? How come he's suddenly developed so many abilities she didn't know about lately? Looks like she hadn't cared enough for him before, he'd kept them hidden for so long. The high-speed train pulled into Jinling Station, and Joe Warner pushed Ye Qinghe into the special restroom first. Although he felt a little embarrassed having Joe Warner help him use the toilet, he felt even more psychologically uncomfortable having his own father help him. Anyway, Joe Warner had seen everything. When they reached the exit, Zhao Qingyang was already waiting anxiously, about to make a phone call. Director Zhao, long time no see. Mr. Ye Qinghe, long time no see. It's been so long. I thought I'd misremembered the time. I was just about to call and ask. Seeing Ye Qinghe and the others come out, Zhao Qingyang immediately smiled and quickly walked over, shaking hands with Yadali. Qinghe, your hand can move again? Zhao Qingyang knew Ye Qinghe could only move one finger and couldn't shake hands, so he hadn't considered shaking hands with him. However, after shaking hands with Yadali, when he waved to Ye Qinghe, his eyes widened in surprise when he saw Ye Qinghe actually raise his hand and wave back at him. His tone was full of shock and surprise. I've been recovering recently, and now my right hand has some range of motion. Ye Qinghe said with a smile. That's wonderful. Really wonderful. This is fantastic news. Zhao Qingyang happily reached out and shook hands with Ye Qinghe. Slender, not very fleshy, and a little cool. That was his impression of Ye Qinghe's hand. By the way, I haven't congratulated you on being specially recruited by Qinghe yet. This is truly double happiness. Zhao Qingyang was genuinely happy, he greatly admired Ye Qinghe. Thank you. Actually, we can go to the hotel ourselves. There was no need for Director Zhao to come and pick us up personally. Ye Qinghe thanked him with a smile. Of course, you're our ratings guarantee, picking you up is a must. By the way, who are these two? Zhao Qingyang smiled and waved, leading the group outside. One is my childhood friend from Qinghe, and the other is an employee of my company. They just happened to be here for a couple of days. Yadali replied from the side. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? If you had, I would have had someone buy tickets and book hotels for you. Have you booked your return tickets? If not, don't bother. I'll have the production team book them for you. Zhao Qingyang said with a hint of reproach in his tone. Tickets and hotels don't cost much. For him, it's just a matter of a word. No need, it's not appropriate for us to come on our own. What's inappropriate about it? It's settled then. Are you staying at the same hotel as us? I'll let the hotel know when we get there. They're our partners, so a word is fine. Zhao Qingyang ignored Yadali's advice. He took everyone to the hotel and actually asked the front desk to change the rooms reserved for Joe Warner and Zhang Yan to executive rooms, and put it on the TV station's register. I heard from the two girls on the way that you're planning to go out, so I won't take up your time tonight. However, after the recording tomorrow, let's have dinner together. I've made arrangements, so you can't refuse. After checking in, Zhao Qingyang didn't stay long. He confirmed the time Yadali and Ye Qinghe would be going to the station, arranged dinner for the next evening, and then left. Boss, does the director of this program want to ask us something? After accompanying Zhao Qingyang to the elevator, Zhang Yan asked Yadali after the elevator went down. It was too obvious. Anyone could see it. The show's ratings aren't as high as they were a few years ago. The episode Qinghe participated in had the best ratings. Maybe Director Zhao wants Qinghe to do something for him. Yadali nodded. That was obvious, but he didn't know exactly what he wanted Ye Qinghe to do. He even gave Qinghe a few voiceovers and advertising strips before. Now that I think about it, it was just to play the emotional card beforehand for this. However, Qinghe is indeed impressive. I watched his previous episode yesterday, and he performed exceptionally well. The comments section was full of praise for him. Even the last episode of the first two seasons had higher viewership than Qinghe's episode, let alone this season. Knowing that Ye Qinghe was coming here to record a program, Zhang Yan specifically watched 2 of his episodes. Let's take it one step at a time. This is a two-way street, it depends on what he offers. Yadali said calmly. Now they have enough confidence to refuse some things. If Zhao Qingyang can't offer something satisfactory, then they don't necessarily have to help him. Chapter 149 We Appeal. Just as Ye Qinghe and Zhou Wan'er arrived in Jinling, in Beijing, at the Hadian District Court, Zhao Mingjia met his family for the first time since his arrest. But it was just a meeting. They were far apart, unable to meet in person. The collegial panel, after investigation and deliberation, finds that the facts of this case are clear, the evidence is conclusive and sufficient, and the charges of defamation and provoking trouble brought by the public prosecutor against the defendant are established. The defendant fabricated false facts damaging the reputation of Qinghe University, hired and instructed online trolls to spread related information across the internet, and the number of clicks and reposts of this information far exceeded the standard of serious circumstances. His actions severely damaged the reputation of a top national university, caused a negative social impact, and seriously endangered social order and national interests. Therefore, this case should be handled according to the law as a public prosecution. The defendant fabricated false information in cyberspace, organized online trolls to incite trouble, triggered widespread public opinion conflict, seriously disrupted online public order and the teaching and research order of the university, and seriously disrupted social order. He should be severely punished according to law. The two crimes involve different legal interests and different acts, and should be punished concurrently according to law. The defendant's subjective malice was extremely deep, his motives despicable, and he deliberately planned and organized a cyberbullying attack on a key national university. The nature of the crime was extremely heinous. The scale of the crime was large, its reach wide, causing strong social panic and particularly serious consequences. After being apprehended, he refused to plead guilty and refused to repent. There were no statutory or discretionary mitigating circumstances, therefore, he should be punished severely according to law, receiving the maximum penalty. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Minjiao, who had been standing, suddenly went limp. He thought today's appearance was just a formality, that his family would use their connections to get him released without charge. But now he understood that this was not a formality, but a real judgment, and a severe and maximum penalty at that. I plead guilty, I regret it, I regret it. I really regret it, I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail. After softening, Zhao Minjiao murmured a few words to himself, then cried out loudly to the judge. He had been imprisoned before, and his refusal to plead guilty or show remorse stemmed from his belief that his family's wealth would allow them to pull strings and get him out. Even when his lawyer spoke to him, he dismissed it as mere formality. Now, he understood it wasn't a lie, it was real. He was terrified. He regretted it. He clasped his hands together in front of the judge, attempting to kneel, tears and snot streaming down his face. Silence. But a single glance from the judge, followed by a stern and authoritative command to silence him, froze him in place. A bailiff reached out and pulled him back up, preventing him from kneeling. Defendant Zhao Minjiao, guilty of defamation, sentenced to 3 years imprisonment, guilty of affray, sentenced to 10 years imprisonment, the sentences to be served concurrently, resulting in a total sentence of 12 years imprisonment. Defendant Ho Chao, guilty of defamation, sentenced to 2 years and 10 months imprisonment, guilty of affray. Defendant Zhao Minjiao didn't hear a word the judge said after that. Ma Wan was in the same situation, she also didn't hear a word. She simply couldn't imagine what it would be like for her pampered son to be in prison. At that moment, she truly felt regret for spoiling her son so much, for giving him everything he wanted, but it was too late now. She didn't even know how she got out of the courthouse. Sitting in the car outside, she was completely dazed. Her lawyer called her several times before she came to her senses. Should we appeal? I don't recommend it. Those professors at Qinghe Law School have scrutinized every clause so thoroughly, leaving no possibility of overturning the verdict. Most importantly, Minjiao genuinely showed no remorse or repentance when he went in. This is clearly documented in the record. An appeal would just be a waste of time. Unless we can obtain a formal letter of criminal forgiveness from Qinghe during this period, followed by a written confession, acknowledging all the facts, accepting the charges, ceasing all resistance, deleting all posts online, issuing a public apology, and compensating Qinghe for reputational damage. Only then might we have a chance to reduce the sentence in the second trial. Hearing this, Ma Wan's eyes immediately lit up. Grabbing the lawyer's hand anxiously, she asked, how much can it be reduced? 12 years is too long, she can't bear it, and neither can Zhao Minjiao. 15 to 25%. How many years exactly? It's possible the sentence could be reduced to 9 or 10 years, no more than that. But this is contingent on Qinghe issuing a letter of understanding. Right now, Qinghe won't even see us. That's unlikely. The lawyer didn't hold out much hope for that. The fact that it happened so quickly this time was because Qinghe was pulling strings behind the scenes, to make an example of them, to let those who dared to spread rumors online know the consequences of spreading rumors about a top university. It's unlikely they'll agree to a letter of understanding. Appeal. We'll appeal. Even if it's only 2 or 3 years less, we'll fight for it. Ma Wan grabbed the lawyer's hand, speaking with absolute certainty. The root of this matter is still Ye Qinghe. Last time I couldn't contact him privately, but now I can, right? I'll go see him, even if it's just to kowtow to him, too. Absolutely not. Hearing this, the lawyer immediately interrupted her sternly. Absolutely do not do this. Don't make phone calls, don't send WeChat messages, don't visit in person, don't pull strings, don't give gifts, don't exert pressure. Any private contact could be recorded and used as evidence to interfere with the proceedings. If you are found guilty of threatening, inducing, deceiving, or manipulating your testimony to change your statement, withdraw from command, or write a false letter of understanding, you could also be arrested, with a maximum sentence of 7 years. This potential 7-year sentence shattered Ma Wan's last psychological defense. Then what should I do? I can't just watch Minjaya go to jail for 12 years. He's only 19. He hasn't truly entered society yet. He hasn't experienced love or marriage. By the time he gets out of prison, he'll be in his 30s, and then. Ma Wan couldn't continue, sobbing. She truly couldn't imagine what Zhao Minjaya would be like then. This matter can be discussed, but only I can go. I'm the defense lawyer. I can legally contact Qinghe University or this Qinghe you mentioned with the power of attorney. I can convey to them Minjaya's sincere remorse, apology, and willingness to compensate and mitigate the damage. But I can't guarantee it will work. The lawyer sighed. This was a difficult matter, and he lacked confidence, but after so many years with the Zhao family, he felt it was his duty to act now. However, he had to say something upfront. Then I'll give you a power of attorney. As long as they're willing to issue a letter of understanding, we'll do anything, we'll pay any amount of money. Chapter 150 12 years. Qinghe, your classmate Zhao Minjaya has been sentenced. He's guilty of both defamation and disturbing public order, and the maximum sentence is 12 years. Qinghe was having chicken soup dumplings with Zhou Wan'er, Zhang Yan, and Yadali at Dongmen when he received Qin Siming's call. 12 years? This result was unexpected for Qinghe. He thought it would only be a few years at most. Yeah, he's brainless. He didn't try to hide anything, the evidence chain was complete, and there was no room for leniency in admitting wrongdoing or accepting punishment. It's only 12 years, but we caught him as soon as he started. If we had let him stir things up online for a few more days, even if he only gained a small profit, we could have charged him with illegal business operations and sentenced him to 20 years. Tao Haiqian spoke with a smile. This result wasn't surprising. After all, the professors at the law school weren't just sitting around doing nothing. Several of them were legislative experts. In this kind of case, there was nothing complicated about it. Their involvement was completely unnecessary unless it was for deterrence. Oh, Qinghe nodded, somewhat at a loss for words. He hadn't expected things to escalate like this, and from beginning to end, he hadn't done anything to Zhao Minjaya. It was Zhao Minjaya who acted recklessly, unaware of the gravity of the situation, directly targeting a top-tier university like Qinghe. This outcome was what Zhao Minjaya deserved. However, having been classmates for several years, seeing him go to prison like this still made Qinghe feel a pang of sympathy. What's wrong? You seemed a bit off after that phone call? Seeing that Qinghe wasn't in a good mood after the call, and wasn't even eating the food offered to him, Zhou Wan'er was curious. Zhao Minjaya was sentenced to 12 years. 12 years? Serves him right. With his arrogant and reckless attitude, always causing trouble, this day was bound to come. Compared to Qinghe, Zhou Wan'er was overjoyed to hear this news. Zhao Minjaya had harassed her more than once before. She'd cursed him, even resorting to a drastic measure like kicking him to the point of infertility, but he never learned his lesson and would always come back for more than a few days. It's no surprise the Zhao family is in this state. They've become too arrogant, thinking money can buy anything. But the world isn't like that. Even with money, you still have to abide by certain rules and order. Those who don't will get into trouble sooner or later. Yadali chewed the soup dumpling in his mouth a couple of times and swallowed it, saying nonchalantly, "By the way, Dad, did you get involved in the Zhao family's troubles? Zhao Minjaya's mother came to see me yesterday, saying their company is also having big problems lately." Speaking of this, Qinghe remembered what Ma Wan had mentioned when she came over yesterday. It wasn't exactly a matter of contributing. Some people wanted to report them, but I told them not to rush, to gather evidence first, and to wait for the right opportunity. It just so happened that your uncle Huang ended his contract with the Zhao family, so I told them the time was right. However, judging from the messages those people sent me, your uncle Huang didn't just follow my instructions to have the partners contact the Zhao family, he must have done other things, otherwise he wouldn't have acted so quickly and on such a large scale. The Zhao family is completely finished this time. Yet Dali didn't hide what he had done, he didn't think he had done anything wrong. After their company goes bankrupt, what about the workers in our former factory? Sigh, that's indeed a problem. In our small county, such a large factory has problems. I don't know if the county can handle it properly. Qinghe's words reflected Yadali's concerns. He wondered if the county could find someone to integrate Zhao's factories. If left unchecked, many families would lose their jobs. Unfortunately, we can't help now even if we wanted to. Zhao's was a private enterprise. Even if the county wanted to manage it, they couldn't directly take over or appoint a manager. They could only introduce a new manager through three paths: state-owned asset acquisition, promoting mergers, or guiding bankruptcy reorganization to complete asset restructuring. But this wasn't an easy task. Yet Qinghe was helpless and could only sigh. The Qinhe River in Jinling was famous, but seeing it in person was better than hearing about it. That was Ye Qinghe's immediate impression of the place. It wasn't much different from other tourist attractions, and there wasn't anything particularly memorable about it. After walking around, he didn't have a strong impression of the place, except for one or two restaurants that had decent food. I won't go to the Qinhe River, you guys go. After arriving at the Old East Gate area, they ate their way through the area, and yet Qinghe and the others were already too full to need dinner. Seeing that Zhang Yan still wanted to go for a night cruise on the Qinhe River, yet Qinghe wasn't too keen on going. Qinghe and I are going back. Wanner, you and your sister Yanzi can play. It's a shame not to go for a night cruise after coming all this way. Yet Dali smiled and said to Joe Wanner, who was about to speak. He wasn't interested in these things, but Joe Wanner, being a young girl, was clearly having a great time. He could take care of Qinghe. There was no need for Joe Wanner to come back with him. Yes, Wanner, just relax and have fun. You're here to have fun. Okay. Then take your time on the way back. Message me when you get to the hotel. Joe Wanner really wanted to play a little longer. Seeing that Yedali and Qinghe had said so, she nodded in agreement. After waving goodbye to the two, Yedali pushed Qinghe away and back to the hotel. The executive suite was provided by the production team, one for each of them. However, the bed was a bit too soft for Qinghe, so Yedali called the hotel to have a firmer palm mattress. Dad, go and rest. Don't worry about me. If anything happens, I'll message you on my phone. Okay. After Yedali left, Qinghe first opened the lottery wheel. He hadn't drawn the prize yet. Restore the left middle finger, restore the right upper arm, restore the third vertebra. These are today's physical recovery items. Enchanting male gaze, origami master, tongue folding, organization expert. Aside from the option to restore his body, none of the remaining skills appealed to Qinghe. What he found most unacceptable was the enchanting male gaze skill. The description said that acquiring this skill would allow him to instantly attract male attention in any situation. But he wasn't gay, so what use was this to him? Even if I get thank you for your patronage, I don't want to get this male gaze. Yet Qinghe closed his eyes and prayed before drawing the prize. Drawl. As the pointer spun, Qinghe's heart clenched every time it passed the charming male gaze mark. Please, no. I'm not from Chengdu, I don't want this. Chapter 151 God's Formula. Origami Master, Tongue Folding. Perhaps heaven heard Qinghe's prayers, sparing him the charming male gaze skill and instead awarding him the Origami Master, Tongue Folding, skill. This is acceptable too. With the male gaze skill already in mind, Qinghe felt this skill, while useless, wasn't unacceptable. At least it's much better than the male gaze skill, right? The Origami Master, Tongue Folding, skill instantly transformed into a beam of light and entered Qinghe's mind. Strange and wonderful knowledge flooded his mind. Tongue folding. So it's folding paper with the tongue? So the tongue can perform such complex movements? Those tongue-tying tricks online are child's play compared to this. Give him a small piece of paper, and he can fold an airplane, a rainbow pagoda, even an entire world with his tongue. As the memories flooded his mind, Qinghe felt a noticeable change in his tongue. It seemed more agile, like a nimble snake, capable of movements he had never imagined before. Qinghe tried sticking out his tongue and moving it quickly. The speed was at least twice as fast as before, and the strength seemed greater as well. Unfortunately, it's useless. Qinghe shook his head in dissatisfaction. He remembered a disabled person in his previous life who possessed this ability. They could fold various small objects with their mouth. He never expected that he would one day have such a skill. He picked up the phone that Yedali had placed on his right, glanced at it, and saw that it was still early, just past 8 o'clock. Qinghe picked up his phone and began to look at the documents. A few days ago, Yedali had given him 3 projects. The one from the Design Institute was completed, but the other 2 remained unresolved. The Design Institute's requirements were the most urgent, so Qinghe completed theirs first. However, despite the Design Institute's claims of how difficult the problem was, it wasn't actually the most difficult of the 3 projects. The most challenging problem isn't specifically for companies with high computing power, it's a public bounty offered to all companies in society. The problem is called the problem of proving the existence of the natural geometric structure of a formal proof space and finding the optimal path. The AI company offering the bounty states, current next-generation AI faces insurmountable fundamental obstacles in mathematical reasoning, automated theorem proving, formal verification, code reliability, chip logic verification, and AGI infrastructure. All automated reasoning models based on neural networks and symbolic systems cannot maintain consistency and correctness in long-range, multi-step, rigorous logic tasks. Proof search efficiency decreases exponentially, and they cannot understand proof strategies, proof structures, and proof simplifications. To overcome these bottlenecks, our company is publicly seeking assistance from the global mathematical community on the following fundamental mathematical problem. This problem does not involve engineering implementation, does not rely on data, and does not depend on model architecture. It is purely a rigorous mathematical proposition. Let L be a first-order logic/homotopy type theory language, and T be a recursively enumerable axiomatic system. Let proof, T, denote the discrete set of all valid proofs in T. For any proof P, let conc, P, be the conclusion of its proof, and P be its length. We define two proofs PP2 as essentially equivalent if they can be transformed into each other through meaningless grammatical transformations, cancellation, structural reconstruction, and lemma substitution without altering their core reasoning structure. Mathematical problem 1. Does there exist a metric space structure, M, D, such that there exists a surjective pi proof, T, rightward arrow M that maps essentially equivalent proofs to the same point? A small structural change in the proof corresponds to a small distance on M. The simplification of the proof corresponds to a path of decreasing length on M. The choice of proof strategy corresponds to a continuous path on M. 2. If the aforementioned space exists, does it satisfy the following? For any provable formula, there exists a unique minimum geodesic in M, corresponding to the optimal shortest proof of. This space can be endowed with differential geometric structures such as Riemannian metric, curvature, tangent space, and gradient flow. Provability, independence, proof difficulty, and lower bound of proof length can be completely characterized by the geometric invariance of the space. 3. Is this geometric structure uniformly valid across all major mathematical fields, algebra, topology, analysis, number theory, combinatorics? A few days ago, Qinghe struggled to understand this problem. If he hadn't recently taken the time to study and specifically review materials to fill in any gaps in his knowledge, he wouldn't have even been able to fully grasp it. This problem is also being discussed by some professionals online. Online assessments of the difficulty of this problem state that it is the modern ultimate form of Hilbert's 24th problem, spanning proof theory, category theory, differential geometry, computational complexity, and type theory. However, if this problem can truly be solved, automated theorem proving will shift from brute force search to geometric geodesic calculation, increasing AI reasoning efficiency by tens of thousands or even millions of times. This would completely resolve issues like AI illusions, long-range reasoning failures, and unreliable logic, reconstructing the underlying architecture of global artificial intelligence. It's no exaggeration to say that proving this problem would be groundbreaking in academia. It would create a completely new branch of mathematics, proof geometry. The AI company states that the results can be published in top-tier global mathematics journals, and they provide full industry support and co-authorship. Frankly, even with Qinghe's mathematical expertise, this problem still presents some challenges. It's not that it's unsolvable, but this problem is different from others. If he could solve it, he would face numerous inquiries. More importantly, this isn't about providing an answer to a specific company, but about solving a problem for an entire industry. He would have to consider how to explain the solution to others. More importantly, this problem is far-reaching, so he can only learn the relevant knowledge bit by bit first, and then use his mathematical expertise to solve it and fully understand it. He feels that if he can truly solve this problem, he probably won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. It's fair to say that all global tech giants, AI companies, military enterprises, chip manufacturers, and financial institutions will have to pay for it, because this isn't just solving a small algorithm, but rather the underlying mathematical foundation of a new generation of artificial intelligence. These companies have only three options if they want to use this conclusion. First, directly use the theory to create a product, which would be infringement. Second, bypass the theory, but even ignoring the feasibility, the time wasted compared to other companies would deter any company from choosing this path, leaving only one option: pay for a license to use it legally. Solving this problem is equivalent to grasping the key to AI. Chapter 152 $1 per time? Because this is a mathematical theorem, not an engineering technique. Once proven, a theorem is an eternal truth. Any automated reasoning system aiming for high efficiency, long-term performance, and hallucination-free operation must ultimately return to this newly emerging geometric structure. Not using it will leave you a generation, or even several generations behind. If you want to use it, you must come to me. As for stealing it? Qinghe believes no company would do that. The global lawsuits this would trigger would be enough to give them a run for their money. It can be said that what has been solved is not just a mathematical problem. It defines the entire universe of the next generation of artificial intelligence. All companies wanting to enter this universe must purchase an entry ticket from the solver. However, he still needs some time. But he believes that with his mathematical prowess, once he fills in some gaps in his knowledge, he might be able to solve the problem, publish it in a top global journal, and completely make it his own. But to produce this and make people believe that he solved it himself, Qinghe has a lot to learn. Mathematical logic, proof theory, type theory, recursion theory. Category theory, higher categories, abstract algebra, algebraic topology, point set topology, differential geometry, functional analysis, convex geometry, optimal transport, metric geometry. In short, to solve this problem, one must simultaneously stand at the pinnacle of four major fields: logic, algebra, geometry, and computation. Currently, he only possesses top-tier computational ability. He needs to fill the gaps in his abilities in the other fields. Fortunately, he has a photographic memory and a consciousness space that allows him to perceive an external 1-second interval while internal time is infinitely long. Filling the gaps is only a matter of time. Recently, while solving the Design Institute's problem, he has achieved a very high level of expertise in topology. However, before solving this problem, he plans to first solve the logistics company's problem. This problem is much simpler. It involves a nationwide logistics group with N warehouses distributed across the country, M types of vehicles, different load capacities, fuel consumption, and traffic restrictions, and K customer locations. Each customer has a designated receiving window, 9 to 11 a.m. only. Late deliveries are rejected. Demand is not a fixed value but a random variable, following a certain probability distribution. Each vehicle has a maximum load capacity and maximum mileage. Traffic restrictions vary by city, and road conditions fluctuate randomly in real time: congestion, accidents, road closures, weather. The goal is to minimize the total cost, fuel consumption plus labor plus late payment penalties plus warehousing plus empty load losses, by scheduling the departure time, routes, and loads of all vehicles while satisfying all constraints. The difficulty lies in the fact that this is not a static problem but a dynamic, stochastic one. Demand, road conditions, time, and traffic restrictions are all random variables. Ordinary algorithms would crash on such a run. A combination of probabilistic programming and stochastic optimal control is necessary. Furthermore, this problem has an overwhelming number of constraints: time window, load capacity, range, vehicle type, warehouse, traffic restrictions, customer priority. This is the highest level of difficulty in NP-hard, and theoretically, there is no polynomial solution. Another issue is scale. This involves millions of variables, tens of thousands of service points nationwide, thousands of vehicles resulting in millions, even tens of millions of variables. Even supercomputers struggle to handle it. Finally, it requires real-time updates. Traffic conditions change every 5 minutes, necessitating route recalculation and online, real-time optimal decision-making. He's been working on a solution to this problem recently, and he has some ideas compared to the artificial intelligence issue. Should I have someone from that logistics company come over after this recording? Qinghe thought for a moment, figuring he should be able to solve the problem in a few more days. However, he didn't know if the other party wanted to come to Beijing or if they wanted them to come to Beijing. After some thought, he sent a message to Yadali to come over. "Dad, I think we've pretty much settled on this logistics issue. Are they asking us to come over, or are they coming to find us? We'll have to go there ourselves. They've approached more than just our company. This is a real industry challenge, no less difficult than the artificial intelligence problem. Even with Mr. Wang's influence, the other party is just too large, so only we can handle it." Yadali replied. "But can you really solve this problem? It's true that General Manager Huang introduced this company, but this problem is practically a publicly offered reward. More than one company is trying to solve this problem. Most companies don't even have the qualifications to approach it. If it weren't for Huang Yuehui, their newly established company, which couldn't even muster 5 people, would never have even been able to get involved in this issue." Yadali was only trying. He didn't really believe Qinghe could solve it. How much are they offering? This problem was different from the ones he'd solved before. Solving it would bring tangible benefits in the hundreds of millions. 10 million in cash upfront, plus an annual profit-sharing scheme, which is 2% of the annual logistics cost savings. In addition, there's 0.8% of the original shares, a position as the group's lifetime chief scientist, plus global supply chain consultant, reportedly with an annual salary of 12 million, and they're willing to establish a dedicated research institute with no budget limit, etc. However, this is no joke. Can you really solve it? The logistics company's offer was extremely generous, so generous that Yadali's voice dropped several decibels. He truly couldn't believe Qinghe could solve such a high-paying problem. If Qinghe could really solve this problem, they wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of their lives. It shouldn't be a big problem, but I'm not entirely satisfied with their conditions. After a moment's thought, Qinghe shook his head. While the reward sounded ridiculously good, it was actually far less than the return on solving the problem. "You're still not satisfied?" Yadali was dumbfounded. He hadn't even dared to dream of the rewards offered for solving this problem, and Qinghe was complaining it wasn't enough? Then how much would be appropriate? A one-time payment of tens of millions after tax, and an annual salary of tens of millions is already outrageous, not to mention the 2% commission, which would amount to tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, right? And those shares, reportedly worth around 1.6 billion. Yadali couldn't think of anything more. I don't need them to give me more, just 1 yuan for every time they use my algorithm. Yeah, Qinghe said with a smile, this was the most suitable compensation. 1 yuan per time? Wouldn't we be losing money hand over fist? Chapter 153 exposed the truth? 1 yuan per transaction is nothing compared to receiving tens of millions directly, plus shares and a multi-million yuan annual salary and profit sharing. Yet Dolly felt they were on completely different levels. Dad, at first glance, 1 yuan per transaction seems like a small amount, but you have to understand this is the largest logistics company in the country. How many times do they use it every day? More than tens of millions, right? 1 yuan per transaction is tens of millions. Yeah, Qinghe laughed. At first glance, the terms did seem like he was at a disadvantage, but a closer look revealed the true magnitude of the sum. Will they even pay that? Tens of millions of transactions a day means tens of millions a day. Yet Dolly didn't think they would be willing to pay that much. It's too much. Actually, the price they offered is already quite high. No, compared to the benefits they would receive after solving this problem, what they offered is really too little, almost a drop in the ocean. Yeah, Qinghe shook his head. It wasn't that simple. The solution to this problem involved a mathematical algorithm. This algorithm, once applied, would save the logistics company not just 1 or 2 yuan, but hundreds of millions. I also think they're unlikely to give it to us. You know, capitalists are greedy, they don't want to let go of a single penny. Yet Dolly still felt it was unlikely, mainly because the amount of money involved was too large. No boss would be willing to pay so much for an algorithm. Never mind that for now. You should schedule a time with them. We'll be recording a program here for 1 day tomorrow, and then we'll be spending 2 days in Jinling. If we schedule a time, it can only be next week. Yet Qinghe was still confident about the situation. Considering their time in Jinling, he felt that next week would be more suitable to meet with the logistics company. Alright, hopefully they won't beat us up because you're disabled. Yeah, Dolly shrugged. Since Qinghe wanted to do it, he'd go along with it. At worst, he wouldn't make any money. This made Qinghe laugh. He didn't explain further. When Zhou Wan'er and Zhang Yan returned, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Yet Dolly in the other room was already asleep. Actually, it's just so-so. I don't think the scenery is any different from other places. Zhang Yan was somewhat disappointed with this boat trip. In her opinion, this boat was no different from others, and she couldn't experience the poetic atmosphere of the Qinghe River described by ancient literati. What else? What do you want? I think it's all right. If there were fewer people on the boat, just a few, we could make tea or fill our cups with wine, and the boat could be one of those manually rowed boats, slowly drifting along the river. We could lie on the boat, listening to the voices and songs on the shore, which would actually be quite nice. In contrast to Zhang Yan's sense of not being alone, Zhou Wan'er felt that the boat they were on was the wrong one. If they had a different boat, a different atmosphere, and a different mood, it would actually be quite nice. Now that you mention it, it makes sense. The boat was packed with people, all taking pictures with their phones, and it was going so fast, how could anyone feel anything? Zhang Yan thought about the scene Zhou Wan'er described and realized that Zhou Wan'er was right. I should have bought the rowing boat ticket earlier, but I ordered it too late, and I saw that the boats only leave when they're full, so I didn't buy it. When buying the ticket, Zhang Yan saw the rowing boats, but there was a long queue, and after checking online, she saw they were sold out, so she didn't go to the ticket office to ask. Now that she thinks about it, she should have gone to check it out. If you want a ride, we'll stay here for another 2 days. You can go again one evening, but please buy your tickets in advance. Yeah, Qinghe said with a smile. Zhang Yan looked at Zhou Wan'er, who shook her head. If you want to sit, Sister Yan, you can sit yourself. I don't want to sit. Alright, then forget it. Zhang Yan said with a hint of regret. She really wanted to experience that feeling. Sister Yan, if you want to go, let my dad go with you. He's never been on one before, and it would be a shame to come to the Qinghe River and not take a boat ride. Yet Qinghe felt that Dolly had given up a lot for him these past 2 years. Last time, Dolly wanted to go for 2 days, but he didn't want to, so he didn't go. Now that he's decided to go, he should experience it. Is it appropriate? Zhang Yan felt a little embarrassed. Going on a boat ride alone with the boss made her feel a little strange. What's inappropriate about it? It's pretty boring to go alone. Yet Qinghe didn't think about anything else. He just wanted Dolly to relax and have some fun. Let's talk about it later. It's getting late, we should go back and wash up and go to bed. We have to get up early for the TV station tomorrow. Zhang Yan didn't dwell on the matter. She checked the time and pulled Zhou Wan'er, who wanted to stay a little longer, back to their room. The recording was scheduled for 10 a.m. After Qinghe and his team had breakfast, the production crew arrived to film. Last time, Qinghe was participating for the first time and was only filmed at the TV station entrance. This time, Zhao Qingyang had a dedicated filming team follow Qinghe, wanting to capture more of his footage. Qinghe's screen time wouldn't be much this time. He'd only appear briefly during the initial introduction. Later, he might only get longer shots if he successfully completed a challenge. Zhao Qingyang felt this wouldn't be good enough and wanted to create a separate livestream featuring Qinghe. This way, those who came specifically for Qinghe could see him live. Furthermore, more footage would be easier to edit later. Hello everyone, I'm Qinghe. After the staff set up the microphone, Qinghe smiled and waved at the camera. What did I just see? Wasn't he supposed to be completely paralyzed, only able to move his head? How come I saw him waving? Same question. Are they going to tell us he's not actually paralyzed? Or did they slip up? Waiting for an explanation. I knew it, these shows are all scripted. Let's see how they act now. Please, did you guys watch the first episode? He said on the show that his health had started to recover little by little recently. He could move his fingers then, and now he's recovered even more. It's normal. Do you believe that? Someone who went to various hospitals for 3 years and couldn't get better suddenly became healthy? This is really a bit exaggerated. Are there any staff members watching the live stream and checking the comments? Please help us find out what's going on. Qinghe's action not only caused an uproar among the viewers, but even the staff filming on site were somewhat bewildered. They knew Qinghe's paralysis was real, but now he was actually moving? Mr. Did you just wave your hand? Chapter 154 Brother-in-law. The PD, sounding somewhat hesitant, asked a question. She wondered if she had misread it. Yes, I did wave. My recovery has been going well lately. My right forearm, right hand, and these 3 fingers can all move. Qinghe nodded, raising his forearm to demonstrate his recovery to the PD. Wow, it's real. He really is recovering. What did the person upstairs say? Why is it real? Couldn't he just be faking it? As expected, netizens are full of talent. Qinghe's demonstration immediately drew comments on the screen insisting that he was genuinely recovering, not acting. I'm a medical student, I can tell if someone's faking it. Look at his right upper arm. When he raises his arm, there's not a single muscle movement. Even a normal person trying to fake it couldn't fake that much detail. At least some muscle would deform, but he has none. Also, look at his fingers. 3 fingers are moving, but the other 2 are just dangling. That's the best proof. For an ordinary person to do that, unless they damage those 2 fingers, the movement would naturally involve the other 2. With this netizen's explanation, the others carefully examined Qinghe's arm and fingers, and realized that, as the netizen said, this movement was indeed beyond the capabilities of an average person. Some even tried it themselves and couldn't do it at all. Looks like it's true. Best wishes to Qinghe. May he recover soon. Blessings, blessings. Same to you. But have you noticed that his demeanor seems more comfortable than before? Looking at him feels like seeing an old friend? Same here, I feel the same way. I can't explain why, but he just feels so familiar, like we've known each other for a long time. And his voice has changed noticeably. Although it's still deep, if you listen carefully, there's a very clear quality to it. The more you listen, the more addictive it becomes. The PD breathed a sigh of relief looking at these comments. Luckily, the medical commenter had explained it earlier, otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain Qinghe's wave and greeting. Why didn't the rest of the production team say anything beforehand? It scared her half to death. Now that the matter was resolved, as the PD, she didn't need to say anything more and just let the cameraman continue filming. However, this time, the person pushing Qinghe wasn't his father anymore, but a beautiful woman, which piqued her curiosity. As for Dali, he was also accompanied by a beautiful woman. Had these father and son become arrogant after becoming famous? Netizens quickly noticed Zhou Wan'er standing behind Qinghe, pushing him. A beauty. Qinghe, tell me quickly, who is this beauty to you? That's my wife, brother-in-law, I'm your long-lost brother-in-law. Go away, how can you guys be like this? Seeing a beautiful woman and claiming she's your wife? What are you dreaming about? Wife. Don't pay attention to these lustful guys. That's enough, this is really funny. One by one, calling her wife and brother-in-law, what does it have to do with you? Brother-in-law, I'm at the entrance of Jinling TV station now. Have my wife come out and meet me, I'll go in and push you, I'll serve you. The first thought of the netizens was that Zhou Wan'er must be Qinghe's sister. Generally, given Qinghe's physical condition, the beautiful woman beside him could only be a family member. It's either a sister or an older sister, it's unlikely to be anyone else. They were all calling her wife and brother-in-law in the comments, quite enthusiastically. However, Zhou Wan'er, pushing Qinghe, didn't look at the comments. The 2 walked towards the TV station under the camera's view. Dali and Zhang Yin followed out of the camera's view. Say something. Are you just going to stay silent like this? Yeah, if you're not going to say anything, at least let my wife behind you say something. Right, just walking like this is a bit too monotonous. Where are the production crew? They can't see us. Can't you help us ask who this beautiful woman is? Hurry up, production crew. come out here. That staff member with the sweet voice from earlier, come out and say something. Staff member, come out and say something. Come out and speak. Yeah, Qinghe and Joe Wanner didn't care, but the netizens weren't having it. They flooded the comments section demanding that the PD from earlier come out and speak to Ye Qinghe and Joe Wanner, so she could relay their messages to Ye Qinghe. Okay, Director Zhao. Although Zhao Qingyang wasn't on set, he had been watching the live stream the whole time. Seeing the PD remain silent, he immediately called to have him interact with Ye Qinghe. Mr. Ye, netizens have noticed that the person pushing you this time isn't your father. They want to know who this beautiful woman is and what her relationship is with you. The PD wasn't on screen, but spoke to Ye Qinghe and Joe Wanner off camera. I knew these people would ask this. Ye Qinghe laughed at the question. He knew these netizens all too well. Let Wanner introduce herself. Wanner? What a lovely name. Gentle and virtuous. She lives up to her name. Wanner, your husband misses you. Come back with your brother-in-law after the show. Wanner, you're beautiful, and your name is beautiful too. Wanner, my family owns 5 shops, 2 large apartments, and 2 Mercedes-Benzes. If we get married, I can transfer all of these to your name. So what if you have money? Think you can do whatever you want just because you have some cash? Wanner isn't that kind of vulgar girl. Wanner, I'll be good to you for the rest of my life. I can give you my life. What's life worth? I have a house in Thompson Riviera, a courtyard house in Beijing, and a villa in Mid-Levels, Hong Kong. Wanner, marry me. Just by mentioning her name, these people got excited. The PD, seeing their lively reaction, shook his head, took out a tablet, and attached it to the support of Ye Qinghe's wheelchair, enlarging the text so that both Ye Qinghe and Joe Wanner could see it. Joe Wanner glanced down at the comments on the screen and immediately laughed. Everyone, let me clarify something first. I'm not his sister. You've called him brother-in-law the wrong person. We're just childhood friends, nothing by blood. Ye Qinghe laughed and said, that's enough, isn't it? While Wanner is indeed beautiful, have you never seen a woman before? Why are you so desperate? Calling her wife right off the bat, anyone would be scared away. Childhood friend? Are there still such rare species these days? Why is my childhood friend a burly man with a blue face and fangs? Wang Chao, give me back my fair-skinned, beautiful childhood friend. How can you be my childhood friend looking like that? Look at other people's childhood friends. Lu Yang, can't you just get surgery? Chapter 155 Galaxy Computing Power? Even in his current state, Ye Qinghe still has childhood friends, which makes many netizens incredibly envious. However, some people then realized that the childhood friendship meant Joe Wanner was single, meaning they still had a chance. Ye Qinghe, let's be brothers. I love making friends. Upstairs, you're really messing with me. If you want to get close to Wanner, just say so. Wanting to be brothers with Ye Qinghe? I look down on you. Wanner, although we didn't grow up together, I can guarantee we can grow old together. Wanner, don't listen to them. These people are all just sweet talkers. I'm the one who's sincere. If you're willing, I'll fly to Jinling right now, and we can meet tonight. No, I'm already on my way to Jinling TV station. No, I'm already downstairs at Jinling TV station. Looking at these silly comments from netizens online, Joe Wanner couldn't stop laughing. You guys are really something else. Tone it down a bit, okay? Don't make people think that all you can think about is lust. Ye Qinghe shook his head in disbelief. However, these netizens didn't care about their attitudes or thoughts. They were having a blast online, and before long, a self-organized group called Chopsticks had been established. In their words, bowls and chopsticks are a pair. I'm still in university. Joe Wanner would answer some questions as she walked around. I'm not dating. My main task right now is studying. I'm studying computer science, so I won't go into details about school. Wait, isn't this live stream specifically for Qinghe? Ask him some questions too. If you keep asking like this, the production team might shut down the live stream. The more she answered, the more questions these people asked, but none of them were related to Ye Qinghe. Finally, someone asked Ye Qinghe a question, but it was buried under the barrage of comments before Joe Wanner and Ye Qinghe could even see it. There was nothing anyone could do about it. Fortunately, they arrived at the lounge. Ye Qinghe and Joe Wanner went into the lounge, while Ye Dali pulled Zhang Yan away. What's wrong, boss? Zhang Yan knew that Ye Dali had stopped her because something was wrong. We have another project, a semi-bounty project with Feng Shun. I didn't think it would work out before. Last night, Qinghe said he had an idea and asked us to contact Feng Shun Express. I was thinking of calling to schedule it today. However, if we go there, I think we might not need to rush back to Beijing. We could stay here for a couple more days, or even go to Pengcheng a couple more days earlier. What do you think? Ye Dali explained Ye Qinghe's suggestion to contact Feng Shun. Shouldn't we dress more formally for a project like this? Were we dressed too informally this time? Zhang Yan voiced her opinion. Yadali was dressed reasonably well, fairly formally, but she and Zhou Wanner were dressed more casually. Zhou Wanner didn't mind, but for Yadali, as a secretary, dressing like that was somewhat inappropriate. As for Qinghe, he could wear anything, no one would care what a sick person wore. Actually, it's alright. The company will pay for it and get you a uniform, consider it your receptionist uniform. Yadali had a solution for this. The company's receptionist, administrator, driver, and president's assistant all rolled into one, deserved a decent uniform. Then I have nothing to say. Zhang Yin shrugged. What else could she say? The company paid for their trip, even though they had work, they would be traveling a few more days, visiting an extra city, and even getting a new outfit. You couldn't find that kind of thing even with a lantern. I'll call them and see if we can go on Monday. That way, we can go to Shenzhen this weekend, finish our business on Monday, and return to Beijing that same evening. Yadali nodded and immediately pulled out his phone to find the number he'd saved that day. Can I see you some hotels for the extra 2 days? Are we going to Shenzhen the day after tomorrow, or should we go on Saturday or Sunday? I need to book hotels. Zhang Yan also took out her phone. Staying a few extra days meant she needed to book hotels and train tickets for us. 2 days in Nanjing should be enough for us. Let's go to Shenzhen on Saturday. That way, we can rest on Sunday, making Monday less stressful when meeting the client, and giving Qinghe some time to rest and think. Yadali thought for a moment and said, Okay, I'll book the tickets and hotels now. Zhang Yan nodded and started searching for high-speed rail tickets and hotels. Yadali found the phone number for Fengshan Express and went aside to make a call. Galaxy Computing Power? The people from Fengshan Express were full of doubt after hearing Yadali introduce himself, as they had never heard of this company before and had no recollection of it. I don't recall having any cooperation with your company. Well, it's like this, 10 days ago we obtained this quota through General Manager Huang Yuehui. Now we've made some progress and can solve this problem, so we'd like to come to your company next Monday. Yadali explained. Wait, you mean, you got this quota 10 days ago and can already solve this problem? Are you sure? The people from Fengshan Express, hearing Yadali's words, had a hint of sarcasm in their tone. They had posted this problem for quite some time, inviting many well-known companies to solve it. These companies were basically top tier in the industry, and the problems they had solved were worthy of being used as industry case studies. These people hadn't solved it, and a company they'd only received the problem 10 days ago, a company they'd never heard of, was saying they had solved it? Are they sure they weren't joking? I found your company. It's been established for less than a month? Are you sure you're not joking? While speaking, Fang Shun searched for Xing Computing Power online, and the results made him even more dismissive of the company. They've been established for less than a month, and they dare claim they can solve a problem that even renowned companies couldn't resolve in over a year in just 10 days? Are they trying to take advantage of Fengshan Express, or are they trying to ride on Fengshan's coattails? This is too blatant. Yadali sensed the disdain in their words and immediately tried to assert their authority. Although we've only been established for a short time, we have the capabilities. We've already solved calculation problems for several companies, and we're a strategic partner of the mathematics department at Qinghe University. Chapter 156 Fang Shun's Disdain. Strategic partner of the mathematics department of Qinghe University? This phrase made the Fengshan Express representative raise an eyebrow. You mean, you've solved our problem? He stopped worrying about whether Xing Computing Power was a newly established company. Yes, we've solved it. We'd like to come to your company on Monday to demonstrate. Yadali nodded. Since Qinghe said he had solved it and was going to Fengshan Express, then he had solved it. He trusted Qinghe wouldn't lie about this. Monday, I'll take a look. Monday is fine, but you need to be at the company by 9 a.m. You only have 2 hours. If by 11 a.m. you still can't convince us that you've solved it, or if you can't provide any proof, then that's enough. 2 hours is more than enough. Yadali replied confidently. 2 hours might not be enough for others, but for Qinghe, it was enough. Last time, Engineer CAO from the Design Institute and his team originally planned to spend several days on the problem. Engineer CAO mentioned this himself during lunch. Their idea was to solve the problem in 2 or 3 days with their participation. However, Qinghe solved the problem they couldn't understand in just half an hour. Okay, then I'll arrange the meeting room. Can I contact you using this phone? Yes. Okay, see you on Monday. The call ended abruptly, without asking a single question about Yadali and his team's transportation or hotel arrangements. We're still being underestimated. Yadali shook his head with a smile. Normally, in this situation, the company should cover their transportation and accommodation costs. The fact that they didn't mention it meant they weren't taken seriously, assuming they were just there to ride the coattails of the company's success or that their trip would be pointless and fruitless. How could such a big company have such a poor attitude? They have none of the grandeur expected of a large corporation. Boss, I've booked high-speed rail tickets for Saturday morning, 2 second-class seats and 2 business-class seats. As for the hotel, I booked one not far from the Fengshan Express headquarters. Although it was already early July, summer vacation hadn't fully started yet, so booking tickets and hotels was still easy. Zhang Yan booked the tickets and hotel without much effort. Great! We're going to have fun tomorrow and the day after. There's nothing much to do at the TV station today, so you can go out and buy yourself some clothes. The company will reimburse you, it'll be your work uniform from now on. Since they'd likely be spending most of the day at the TV station, Yadali thought it better for Zhang Yan to buy clothes first rather than waste the whole day there. Thank you, boss. Zhang Yan thanked him happily with a smile. However, she didn't leave immediately but went to the lounge with Yadali first. Buying clothes wouldn't take too long, there was no need to go so early. In the lounge, the large TV screen already showed the contestants entering one by one, and the audience in the studio was mostly seated. Judging from the contestants who have appeared one by one, the contestants this time are quite talented. There's a graduate student from Qinghe, a Fudan University undergraduate, and others with backgrounds in collecting and finance. It seems the production team carefully selected them this time. Just looking at their resumes, these people are more impressive than those from the previous recordings, Qinghe said with a smile, looking at the large screen. Mr. Yeah, we're going in now. The PD, having received instructions from the director, called out to Qinghe off camera. Yadali stood up and pushed Qinghe towards the stage. After all, Yadali had pushed Qinghe onto the stage last time. While it was fine for Zhou Wanner to make an appearance during the live broadcast, it was more appropriate for Yadali to push him onto the stage for a formal occasion. The studio was much the same as last time. Seeing Qinghe, Xiang Ji and Xiao Min even came over to greet him. Once everything was in place, and receiving prompts from the director through their earpieces, Xiang Ji and Xiao Min immediately resumed their hosting duties and began their opening remarks for the recording. Good evening, everyone, both in the studio and watching on TV. Welcome to Who's Still Standing, exclusively sponsored by Honor Mobile Phones. I'm Li Xiang. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Min. Their voices, one passionate and the other gentle, have become one of the show's hallmarks. This is the most thrilling quiz battlefield in the country. Tonight, 1 challenger and 10 defenders who will become the new champion. Who will become the new reigning champion? Is it Qinghe, who won without a fight before? Or the new champion who fights his way through this round? Who will stand until the end? The answer: tomorrow. Let's give a round of applause to the challenger. It was the same opening as always, but this time, Brother Xiang added something different. He specifically mentioned Qinghe's name. As Qinghe's name was announced, the director cut the camera to Qinghe sitting in the champion seat. Unlike the previous champion, Qinghe wasn't sitting on the throne prepared by the production team, he remained in his wheelchair. A new challenger, dressed in a delivery uniform, rushed onto the stage. From Xiang Ji and Xiao Min's brief interview with him, we learned that he hadn't finished high school due to family circumstances, but he never gave up on learning and had taught himself many things. However, compared to Qinghe, this challenger's experience, while also fraught with hardship, was slightly less compelling and didn't evoke much empathy from the audience. As for Qinghe, after starting the quiz, he and his producer exited the studio from one side. Did he leave early? What's going on? Yeah, why isn't Qinghe here? Did he go to the dressing room? Why? Can you explain what happened? Sharp-eyed netizens immediately noticed that Qinghe's live stream was no longer in the studio. Well, as everyone knows about my health issues, I, as the reigning champion, will only get screen time after the final challenger becomes the reigning champion. So, to accommodate me, the production team allowed me to rest in the dressing room during this time. Qinghe explained to the camera after leaving the studio. The production team is really considerate. Thumbs up for the production team. That's right, the production team did a great job. Netizens then understood why Qinghe left midway through the show and praised the production team's thoughtfulness. This made Zhao Qingyang, who had been watching the live stream, extremely relieved. I have something to tell you all. I'll be lying down in the dressing room, so I might not be able to appear on camera during the live stream. I apologize for that. Qinghe preferred to lie down rather than sit for long, but he still wanted to make this clear to the viewers. It's okay, just lie down. Lie down, we don't mind. Actually, with your physique, even if you were going to be on a show, you should be lying in bed. Ha. So in that case, he didn't stand all the way, he lay all the way down. Yes, lying down wins. Chapter 157 The Inside Story? Qinghe Academy of Fine Arts. Huang Yingzhe didn't personally cause trouble for Qinghe online. The vice dean told him that the louder the voice, the easier the path would be. He understood, but he also knew that if things weren't handled well, he would have to take responsibility. Yesterday, the court verdict for the person who hired online trolls to cause trouble for Qinghe was posted online. He didn't want to test the school's attitude himself. He hired professional online trolls, the kind who spread rumors about celebrities online to boost their popularity without getting caught, not the rookies hired by Zhao Yu. Moreover, he didn't use his own name in this matter. Instead, he used the names of several other teachers and students who were also in the queue and ranked relatively high, to seek justice for their teacher. As for the money, he didn't pay it himself. He hired a wealthy second-generation student to pay through a secret channel. He wasn't afraid that this wealthy student would expose him, because he had incriminating evidence against the wealthy student. Professional online trolls, using the names of several students unrelated to him, with no known payment channels, and instead of posting on the official Qinghe website and Weibo, they were posting on platforms like Weibo, Xiaoshu, and Xiu. He felt he had done everything perfectly, that no one could trace him. It's starting. He didn't leave his contact information, only instructing them to contact him via live chat at 11 a.m. and 9 p.m. every day on an unwatched art documentary. Watching the comments flash across the screen, Qinghe's lips curled into a smile. Now we just wait for the show to begin. Once everyone outside knows about this, and the lid is lifted, how will the school handle it? He really wanted to know the expressions on the school leaders' faces after they found out. Trouble with the official website and Weibo, that would be suicide. He couldn't do it on official territory, he had to find external platforms to stir up public opinion first. By then, even if the school wanted to handle it internally, it would be impossible. Hey, I heard Qinghe is a math prodigy specially recruited by our school. That guy who was posted online and sentenced is his classmate. He was jealous of Qinghe's special recruitment and hired someone online to say there was something fishy going on. He didn't expect the school principal and 6 big shots to step in. But doesn't he have to take exams? Isn't today exam day? How come he has time to participate in variety shows? Heh, exams are for us ordinary students. Special geniuses like him don't need to take exams. In the school cafeteria, Qinghe frowned as she listened to the whispers of her classmates. She glanced at them and saw that the phone they were looking at really did show Qinghe. After noticing the name of the live stream, she got her food, found a corner, looked around, took out her phone, opened the live stream, and turned the volume down to the minimum. "Warner, get me a glass of water." Just as she opened the live stream, she heard Qinghe calling for Joe Warner to get her water. Then Joe Warner appeared on camera, handed Qinghe a glass of water, and he drank it casually. He's recovered. Qinghe's eyes narrowed. However, after watching for a while, she learned from the comments that Qinghe hadn't fully recovered, only his right hand had. But how long had it been? Before, he was completely paralyzed, and now he'd recovered so much. Wouldn't it be soon he'd be fully recovered? His voice even sounded different than a few days ago, like a refreshing spring. She even thought Qinghe looked better than before, instantly making her want to get closer. But why were the comments talking about Joe Warner? Wasn't this a live stream the show had set up for Qinghe? What was wrong with these netizens? They were all acting like simps, fawning over him. And why did Qinghe only come out briefly and then disappear from the camera's view? Are all these people watching the live broadcast on the TV in this lounge? Wouldn't it be better to go to the live broadcast studio? Zhao Qinghe frowned as he looked at the number of viewers in Qinghe's live broadcast room. The number was less than he expected. But even with such a small, empty live broadcast room, having so many people was enough to prove Qinghe's popularity. After the show is finished, he'll have to have a serious talk with him about his new program ideas. Qinghe was unaware of Zhao Qinghe's thoughts. He didn't need to be constantly on camera, he could be off camera, scrolling through the information he needed. When he encountered something that required time to understand, he would enter his mental space. When he needed to absorb new knowledge, he would exit his mental space and search for it on his phone. Being a student at Qinghe University was quite useful. Qinghe University had an online library, and with his student ID, he could borrow many books online. This was incredibly convenient for Qinghe. After all, many books aren't readily available online, or even if they are, they might not be comprehensive. "Mr. Yeah, you can get ready." The show's PD reminded Qinghe, who was lying in bed, that it was almost time to go on stage. The challenge had progressed to the last defender, and whoever won would become the new champion. Qinghe's appearance was approaching. "PD, before I go on stage, I'd like to have a quick chat with Director Zhao. Could you please call him for me?" Qinghe put down his phone and said to the PD. He had originally planned to discuss this after filming these 2 episodes, but in his consciousness space earlier, he felt that since he no longer needed this job with an annual salary of 200,000, he should let the director know sooner rather than later. Everyone else didn't have a dedicated live stream room, but he did. Zhao Qinghe had filled his ad slots with spoken advertisements, all of which indicated that the director wanted to capitalize on his popularity, so the sooner the better. Okay. PD contacted Zhao Qinghe via walkie-talkie. After Qinghe was helped into his wheelchair by Dali and Joe Warner, Zhao Qinghe arrived. "Let's have a little chat in the live stream first." Qinghe didn't want these words to be broadcast, so he asked the PD to turn off the sound in the live stream. What does this mean? Is there something we can't hear? This is a bit too much. We're all brothers, What is there that we can't hear? Turn the sound back on. Yeah, Qinghe, I advise you to be kind. This is definitely a shady deal. A gentleman is honest, only a scoundrel hides, you know. Honey, tell your childhood friend to turn the sound back on quickly, or it'll incur public wrath. Yeah, Qinghe's words were heard by the viewers in the live stream, who flooded the screen with comments. Chapter 158, Exiting the Program. That's such a pity. I was planning to talk to you tonight about having you participate in another new program, but now that I know what you're thinking, let's just forget about it. Zhao Qinjiang's face was full of regret. In his view, yeah, Qinghe had enough to generate buzz. He was a talent for variety shows. Participating in more programs would definitely make him a variety show star. While he might not become a celebrity, becoming a familiar face on variety shows shouldn't be a problem. Don't underestimate this familiar face. An entertainer who can appear on many variety shows and be remembered by the audience is something many actors or variety show performers desperately want. Such a person needs talent, which Ye Qinghe has. They need broad knowledge, able to speak eloquently on various topics, which Ye Qinghe also has, and they need audience appeal, which Ye Qinghe has overflowing. So, as long as Ye Qinghe participates in more programs and doesn't have any major mishaps or negative news, becoming a familiar face on variety shows is no problem. But, Ye Qinghe told him that the future he had was even better than this familiar face on variety shows, and he couldn't hinder his future. I really have to thank Director Zhao for giving me this opportunity, and thank you for your understanding. Please let me know when you go to Beijing next time. Ye Qinghe was grateful to Zhao Qingyang. Although the director was only doing this for the show, he had treated him well. Haha, definitely. I know quite a few people in the entertainment industry, but not many in academia. This is something I can brag about later, so work hard so that I can tell others that the mathematician Ye Qinghe is my friend. Zhao Qingyang replied with a smile. Since Ye Qinghe had decided to leave, there was no need to keep him recording the next episode. Zhao Qingyang decided to have Ye Qinghe lose to the challenger in this episode. I think there's definitely something fishy going on here. Is that even a question? Ye Qinghe was talking to the director about this. But why? I don't understand. What's there to not understand? Ye Qinghe is a math genius specially recruited by Qinghe. This kind of person is too much for the shallow waters of the show to handle, understand? Although Ye Qinghe's acting was convincing, that only shows his acting skills. I don't believe that Qinghe would send 7 swords down the mountain for him, and this is all he's capable of. 7 swords down the mountain? Yeah, 7 big shots vouched for him. Isn't that like 7 swords down the mountain? If you put it that way, I think it's more like Ye Qinghe collected all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned Shenron. The viewers in Ye Qinghe's livestream simply didn't believe this conclusion. Basically, everyone believed that this result was caused by Ye Qinghe and the director deliberately cutting out that audio segment before going on stage, but no one knew what they actually said. I have something even more heartbreaking to tell you. After Ye Qinghe withdrew from the competition, I won't be able to see my wife anymore. The sky has fallen. We just fell in love, and now we're going to be separated forever? No, 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 no. Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is howling. Why can you send voice messages upstairs? Warner, say something. Give us your contact information. Don't let us miss you. Warner, please, don't abandon us. As long as you stream, I promise to tip you. Tip a cruise ship. A big airplane. Although Ye Qinghe failed to defend his title, the live stream was still running, and these netizens were frantically sending comments. However, these comments eventually became less about Ye Qinghe and more about getting Zhou Wanner's contact information. I definitely can't give you my contact information. I can only say that we'll meet again someday. Thank you for the joy you brought me today, bye-bye. Before closing the live stream, Ye Qinghe had Zhou Wanner say goodbye to these people before shutting it down. Why did you make me say all this? Zhou Wanner was a little confused. She originally didn't want to say anything more to these netizens, but Ye Qinghe specifically asked her to, so she showed her face on camera and said goodbye formally. You're going to participate in The Voice of China in a while. What do you think will happen if these people recognize you then? Ye Qinghe smiled. This was precisely why he had Zhou Wanner appear in the live stream this time. He encouraged Zhou Wanner to participate in the show. Of course, he wanted her to gain more popularity if given the opportunity. This was just a trial. These netizens might not actually remember her, but even some would be good. I feel like you're getting a bit cunning. Why did you ask me to push you in front of the camera this morning? Zhou Wanner looked Ye Qinghe up and down, a look of sudden realization on her face. Actually, I think Mr. Ye, you could open your own live stream account and have Miss Zhou appear in it from time to time, if Miss Zhou Wanner is planning to participate in The Voice of China. While the two were talking, the PD was nearby and, having overheard their conversation, offered his advice. The PD was quite optimistic about Ye Qinghe. Paralyzed, a mathematical genius, and incredibly knowledgeable, coupled with a beautiful woman like Zhou Wanner, this combination seemed like a good fit for live streaming. Live streaming? Yet Qinghe hadn't really considered this. However, upon reflection, it didn't seem like a bad idea. He had plenty of free time each day. He could dedicate an hour or two to chatting with netizens, discussing academic matters, especially mathematics. Giving lectures like John Daxian of Sovu in his previous life was also an option. However, he'd think about it later. Live streaming wasn't easy, and he couldn't manage it alone. He'd try it out and see how it went. "Thank you for your suggestion, I'll consider it." After thanking the PD waved and left with the cameraman. Yet Qinghe and his team packed up, said goodbye to the director, Li Xiang, and Xiao Min, and left the television station. Yet Dali didn't say a word about Yet Qinghe's choice. Whatever Yet Qinghe chooses to do, he will support him. I am a student of Qingmu, and I have always been proud to have been admitted to Qingmu. The rigor, fairness, and pursuit of truth here are the beliefs I have strived for through more than 10 years of hard study. I believe knowledge changes destiny, I believe rules can triumph over opportunism, I believe every effort here should be seen, and every spot should belong to someone truly deserving. But even in the sunlight, shadows follow. I recently witnessed firsthand a housing unit, for which I had waited in line for a long time and should have been allocated according to the order, being quietly transferred to someone with connections. No public announcement, no explanation, no justification. Those teachers who silently toil on the podium couldn't compete with the connections of others. I'm speaking out not to attack anyone, but simply to demand an explanation. Should those who honestly wait in line be let down? Do Qingmu's rules even count? I only hope that our unwavering faith won't crumble, and that our beloved campus can maintain its inherent purity and fairness. Chapter 159. Was the prince doing this on purpose? Several similar articles suddenly appeared on platforms like Xiaolshu, Ziyu, and Weibo. The articles all expressed the same sentiment, accusing Qingmu of unfair treatment in the allocation of talent apartments, claiming that teachers who had diligently taught for years, waiting in long lines, were ultimately outmaneuvered by those with connections. Students of these teachers, upon seeing the articles, spoke out in support of their teachers. These articles didn't name names or reveal their identities, simply stating they were Qingmu students. Normally, netizens wouldn't care. After all, who can guarantee the truth of such unsubstantiated information? However, the news spread rapidly. Within just half a day, the number of clicks and likes exceeded tens of thousands. What's there to say about this? Isn't this normal? Exactly. I don't know about Qinghe University's housing allocation policy, but in many places, these kinds of things are unspoken rules, nothing to talk about. You guys are really numb. This kind of thing might be fine elsewhere, but it happened at Qinghe University, one of the top universities, a place of faith for many students. For something like this to happen in such a place, isn't it setting a bad example for students? That's what I think too. We turn a blind eye to things elsewhere, but not at the university. Students haven't even graduated yet, and they're already learning these underhanded practices. The future of our country is truly worrying. Don't comment without understanding the truth. If this really happened, why not report it to the university? And they don't even dare to use their real names. How do we know if it's true or false? What if someone deliberately posted it to get attention? Netizens are quite understanding of these discussions. After all, accusations without even using real names largely indicate something is wrong. However, it must be said that this news is slowly gaining traction on these platforms, and more people are seeing it. Huang Yingzhe, who was closely monitoring everything, couldn't suppress his smirk as he watched the clicks and comments steadily increase. Just wait, once this really blows up, let's see how you explain yourselves. Yet Qinghe's luck was even worse today. Yesterday he at least gained a skill, but today he only got "thank you for your patronage." System, you're getting more and more cheating. The area of this "thank you for your patronage" is getting bigger every day. I don't remember it being this big the first time. On the lottery wheel, yet Qinghe felt the area of "thank you for your patronage" was larger than before, not by much, but definitely bigger. His photographic memory allowed him to clearly remember the previous size. However, no matter what he said, the system remained silent. Shaking his head, he was helpless against this idiotic system and could only lower his head and continue studying. Confucius Temple, Qinhua River, Yaweitai, Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum. For the next 2 days, he had a wonderful time in Nanjing with Zhou Wan'er and Zhang Yan. He had never been to these places before when he visited Nanjing. It has to be said, some places were quite beautiful. In the photos, he and Zhou Wan'er smiled sweetly. He hadn't taken photos in a long time. After falling ill, aside from x-rays, he spent most of his time either receiving treatment or traveling to treatment. Once he became completely immobile, he had no desire to take photos at all, nor did Yadali. This trip to Jinling was the first time in 3 years that he had truly enjoyed himself and taken real photos. Leaving Jinling, yet Qinghe felt a little reluctant. Everything was great, the only regret is that Jinling seems to be my nemesis. I drew "thank you for your patronage" 3 times out of 4. Watching the Jinling high-speed rail station disappear into the distance, yet Qinghe silently thought to himself, Yes, he arrived on Tuesday and left on Saturday. Except for Tuesday, when he drew a useless origami master, tongue folding, he drew "Thank you for your patronage" for the other 3 days. This was the first time this had happened to him in recent days. Or is it because I said the system cheated that day, and the system did it on purpose? On second thought, Qinghe wondered if the system was deliberately retaliating. That's hard to say. I won't mention it again. The journey from Jinling to Pengcheng took longer than Qinghe had anticipated, a full 8 hours. They boarded the train at 7:31 a.m. and arrived in Pengcheng after 3 p.m. He and Zhou Wan'er shared a business class seat. Yadali gave his seat to Zhou Wan'er, and he shared a second-class seat with Zhang Yan. The most troublesome part of the entire journey was going to the toilet. Before, Qinghe was unconscious and wore diapers. He only needed to be changed periodically, and since he ate little, he could endure the discomfort if needed. But now it's different. He can urinate and defecate independently, and with his recent good recovery, his appetite has increased, leading to more frequent trips to the toilet. Qinghe had tried to drink as little water as possible, but he still had to use the restroom twice during the journey. Luckily, they had business class tickets, and the restrooms in business class are much larger than those in second class. Otherwise, if it were a second-class restroom, Zhou Wan'er would have had a hard time even standing up to take care of him. Didn't you say you'd be back in 2 or 3 days? It's Saturday today, and you're still not back? It's been 6 days. Just after getting off the high-speed train, Zhou Wan'er received a call from Sumiaur, her tone full of resentment. She had been working overtime every day for a week of exams, while Zhou Wan'er had been spending her nights strolling along the Qinhe River and her days visiting the Miling Palace. How could she not complain? We were supposed to go back, but Qinghe and the others have a project to discuss with a company in Pengcheng. They figured they'd have to come back anyway, so they came here first. Zhou Wan'er explained with a smile. Sumiaur had been busy with exams these past few days, and the two hadn't really talked much, so they hadn't mentioned this. Pengcheng? You've booked a hotel? I have a place in Pengcheng. Why don't you cancel your hotel reservation and stay at my place? I'll buy plane tickets now and arrive tonight. We don't go back until Monday after we finish our business. Are you coming over? Aren't you going to class on Monday? I'm not going. Exams are over, and all that's left is to wait for the holidays. The teachers don't care whether I go or not. Anyway, I'll send you the address and access code. You guys go first, I'll be there tonight. No, our hotel is right outside their company. It'll be convenient to go on Monday, so we won't change it. Zhou Wan'er quickly refused. Which company are you going to? Fengshan Express. Fengshan Express? Let me think. Their headquarters should be in Bowen. I remember my family bought a house there too. Wait a minute, let me look. Sumiaur's words made Zhou Wan'er roll her eyes. They have so many houses they can't even remember them all? Is that even human language? Damn rich people. Chapter 160 Pengcheng. There is a house, not far from Fengshan Express. It's a townhouse, but it's been vacant for a while. I'll get someone to clean it. Having too many houses has this problem. Some houses might be bought and then forgotten. Sumiaur had to look up the address to find out. She vaguely remembered it but had never been there. Forget it, cleaning is too much trouble. We'll just stay in a hotel. After Zhou Wan'er relayed Sumiaur's message, Qinghe asked her to turn on speakerphone. Okay then, which hotel are you staying at? I'll book this one now, I'm already on my way to the airport. Sumiaur thought about it and agreed. It hadn't been occupied for a long time, and cleaning wouldn't be quick, so she didn't insist that they stay at her house. Zhou Wan'er gave the hotel name, and Sumiaur hung up. They booked a hotel in Bowen District. When they bought their train tickets, they booked tickets for the North Station. From the high-speed rail station, it was about a 10-minute taxi ride to the hotel. Your room has already been upgraded to our best executive suite, which your friend just requested by calling, and the room fee has already been paid. The receptionist at Pengcheng Airport Hangcheng Hotel said to Zhang Yan with a smile. Zhang Yan was unaware of the phone call. Hearing the receptionist's words, she looked completely bewildered, unsure what had happened. It should be Miaur. She called earlier saying she was coming. I mentioned the hotel, it should be her. Zhou Wan'er paused for a moment, then spoke. She hadn't expected Sumiaur to pay for their room as well, and even upgrade it. However, besides Sumiaur, probably no one else would do that. Oh, Zhang Yan nodded and took the room key from the front desk. She had originally booked a standard twin room, but now it was an executive suite, which was even better. Okay, I understand. How much does this room cost approximately? As they went upstairs in the elevator, Zhang Yan mentioned it to Yadali. Yadali hadn't expected this, but since they had already paid, what could he say? Around 1,000 yuan. It's the off-season now, so it's not expensive. Zhang Yan thought for a moment. She remembered seeing it when she booked. It seemed to be a little over 1,000, but the price varied across different platforms. Yadali nodded without saying anything more. The executive suite was significantly larger than the standard double room, about 60 square meters. The room had a separate living room and bedroom, with the living room furnished with a sofa, coffee table, desk, and other furniture. As soon as they entered, a hotel staff member brought up a firm palm mattress. This was something Joe Warner had specifically requested at the front desk. Yet Qinghe couldn't sleep on such a soft mattress, he could only sleep on something firmer. Want to go out later? Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Yan turned to look at Joe Warner. There are quite a few places to go around here. Happy Harbor isn't far, you can ride the Baylight Ferris wheel, watch the sunset, and there's also a water show and an art center nearby. Or Zhuang Mangrove Park is also nice, it's not far, and you can take pictures of the sunset and airplanes in the same frame. It's a popular spot on Xiaoshu, a Chinese social media platform, and the mangroves are beautiful. Qingping Ancient Market is also a good option, featuring historical buildings like the Qing Dynasty Yongxing Bridge, Guang'an Pawnshop, and Xingqiao Granary. It's beautiful when lit up at night. If you're looking for food, Fuhe Fisherman's Wharf is a good choice. It's the largest seafood market in western Shenzhen, offering excellent seafood like Fuyong butter crab, Sheijing oysters, and prawns. There's also the Zixian Yantian Street Night Market, reportedly the largest night market in Shenzhen, stretching over 300 meters. Zhang Yan is a travel enthusiast who does extensive research before visiting any place. Although her trip to Shenzhen was a last-minute decision, she had already planned everything for the past 2 days. She noted down all the places to visit, activities, and good food near the hotel on her phone, even creating a map. Qinghe, where do you want to go? Joe Warner didn't answer directly, but turned to look at Ye Qinghe. The mangrove forest and Qingping Ancient Market are both fine. As for the Ferris wheel, if you want to go, you can go tomorrow. The Ferris wheel wasn't suitable for Ye Qinghe, so it was the first thing ruled out. Then let's go to the mangrove forest. The scenery there is very nice, and I've wanted to see the sunset and airplanes for a long time. Qingping Ancient Market takes too long, so we'll go tomorrow. If we go now, we can stroll around the mangrove forest first, and in a little over an hour we can see the sunset into the Lingdinjiang Sea. I've heard it's very beautiful, and if we can capture an airplane, that would be perfect. Ye Qinghe chose these two places, and Zhang Yan immediately helped to eliminate Qingping Ancient Market. Okay. Ye Qinghe nodded. Zhuang Mangrove Park, located in Zixiang Subdistrict, Ding'an District, is the only seaside leisure park in western Shenzhen. It's only a 10-minute taxi ride from the hotel. Oh right, we need to spray this. As they got out of the car and walked towards the park, Zhang Yan took out a bottle of mosquito repellent from her backpack and started spraying it on them. When I was researching, many people strongly recommended bringing mosquito repellent, saying there are tons of mosquitoes here, and you'll be bitten to death if you don't spray it. In fact, she wasn't the only one doing this. Many people took out mosquito repellent and sprayed it before entering the park, proving its reputation was well deserved. The travel guide I checked said there are 2 species of mangroves here, Sanrutya apetala and Candelia manchurica. Their root systems are extensive, intertwined and deeply embedded in the mudflats, forming a natural barrier. After spraying mosquito repellent, Zhang Yan acted as a guide, leading the group further in while explaining what she had found on her phone. The scenery here was indeed quite beautiful. Sunlight filtered through the mangrove leaves, casting dappled shadows on the mudflats. The tide was receding, and on some of the exposed mudflats, you could occasionally see fiddler crabs waving their red claws, dancing on the mud. Mudskippers leaped about, searching for food, splashing small droplets of water. Egrets stood quietly in the shallow water, watching the surface, waiting for prey. A breeze rustled the mangrove branches and leaves, and the air was filled with a faint scent of the sea, mixed with the fresh fragrance of the mangroves, making the air feel refreshingly clean. The sunset is in the west, and the weather is nice today, so we should be able to see Orange Bay. I read online that the lights on the Cross Sea Bridge are especially beautiful when they reflect the sunset. The bridge, the airplane, the mangroves, if you could capture them all together, it would be a fantastic photo. Zhang Yan also took the time to explain things to the 3 of them while taking photos. Chapter 161. My index finger is tempted. In July, as the sun began to set, a gentle breeze made the seaside still quite cool. The group had arrived early, with plenty of time before sunset, so they strolled leisurely through the park. They waited until almost 6 o'clock before arriving at the photo spot Zhang Yan had mentioned. By then, the area was already quite crowded. Mostly people were waiting to take pictures of the sunset, airplanes, and the bridge. Ye Qinghe didn't join the crowd. He let Joe Warner and Zhang Yan go take pictures there, while he and Ye Dali stayed on the beach, quietly admiring the sea. Leaving Jinling, and in such a beautiful place, system, you'd better do something for me. Right ring finger recovered, right middle finger recovered, left thumb recovered. Ye Qinghe had also noticed over this time that the system would only provide a maximum of 3 physical recovery items per day, sometimes none at all. Although the 3 items were somewhat worse than before, it was better than nothing. System, you Qinghe really wanted to curse the system when he saw one of the skills on the lottery wheel, but remembering the "thank you for your patronage" message for 3 consecutive days, he held back. He'd just draw at first. He didn't want to feel good complaining only to be thanked by the system again during the draw. Drawl. Qinghe selected the lottery, the pointer spinning rapidly before slowly slowing down. No, 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 no. With each of Qinghe's pleas, the pointer finally landed on the skill he least wanted. Index finger movement. The index finger can move 10 times faster than an ordinary person. What use is this to me? With my physical condition, can I even be an esports player? Besides, even if I could, I'd never do it. Qinghe was somewhat frustrated. Index finger movement speed. This knowledge was actually quite obscure. Qinghe had previously studied some medical knowledge for his Who Wants to Be a Millionaire competition, knowing that the average click speed is about 10 times per second. Some professionals, like esports players, might be faster, reaching 15 to 30 times, but these are extreme cases. 10 times the speed of an average person, even just 10 times the speed of an ordinary person, would still be 100 clicks per second, a speed absolutely unattainable for the average person. But even with this speed, it's useless. Whether it's esports or being a pianist, success isn't just about fast fingers, many other conditions are required. Besides, this skill only involves the index finger. Other fingers will still click 7 times per second, or 5 times per second, so what's the use of just having one fast finger? Qinghe sighed. His 2 recent skills were truly useless. A nimble tongue, rapidly vibrating fingers. Sigh. It was Saturday, and the park was free. As the sun slowly set, more and more people appeared, some even live streaming on their phones. Seeing these people, Qinghe remembered the suggestion from the PD of Who's Still Standing? That he try live streaming in his spare time. Dad, get my phone. Qinghe had registered a live streaming account after returning home that day, but he hadn't streamed it yet. The scenery here is so beautiful today, and since he has nothing else to do, doing a live stream doesn't seem like a bad idea. Qinghe took the phone from Yadali, opened the live streaming app, and started streaming without using any filters or beauty effects. As Qinghe thought, although he had some popularity on the game Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, no one on other platforms would recognize him, and even if he streamed, probably no one would watch. After starting the stream, he switched the camera to the rear camera and quietly filmed the sunset over the beach, without saying a word. His gaze wasn't on the live stream screen, but rather on the sea and the crowd. Several minutes later, he remembered he was streaming and glanced back at his phone. What he saw surprised him. There were quite a few people watching. Is this Qinghe's live stream? Why is nobody here? Where is this? It's so beautiful. Where's the streamer? Why isn't she saying anything or showing her face? I checked the introduction, it should be Qinghe. Say something. If you won't say anything, at least let Warner say something. Hey, is anyone here? Several people immediately started talking in the live stream, over 200 people. Sorry, this is my first time broadcasting, I didn't expect anyone to watch. Hello everyone, I'm Qinghe. Qinghe didn't show his face, he just replied to the viewers in the live stream. This immediately drew even more responses. That's Qinghe's voice. I can't believe it really is you. Where's Warner? Didn't you go to the TV station together? Where is she? I think I saw Warner. She's on the beach over there, taking pictures with a girl. Isn't she the one wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and jeans? Wow, bro, your eyesight is amazing. You know what, it really looks like her. I zoomed in, and it really is her. It has to be said, there are some truly talented netizens. These people actually found Joe Warner in the crowd on the beach through Qinghe's camera lens. Qinghe hadn't even noticed where Joe Warner had gone. After these people pointed it out, he looked again, and it really was Joe Warner. Are your eyes eagle-eyed? How are you so good at recognizing her? Qinghe said, somewhat shocked. Ha, my eyes might not be very sharp for other things, but when it comes to beautiful women, they're top-notch. The netizen who first spotted Joe Warner boasted proudly. Brother, you have a sharp eye. A real talent. I have to admire that. Netizens also showered this amazing guy with praise. Brother-in-law, where are you guys? Why does this look so familiar? Are you in Pyeongchang? I envy Qinghe. I also want to go to the beach with my wife, but I have to work, so I can't go. Qinghe, call Warner back and let her talk to us. We quasi miss her terribly. Although there weren't many people, the place Qinghe was pointing his camera at was quite famous in Pyeongchang, and some netizens recognized her through the lens. However, most people wanted Joe Warner to come back and appear on camera. This is indeed Pyeongchang. We're here on some business. As for having Warner stream, let's forget about it. I just came online to check things out. She's having a great time right now, no need to disturb her. Qinghe didn't deny being in Pyeongchang, but he also didn't listen to his online friends and call Joe Warner back to stream. He genuinely logged on because he thought the scenery was quite nice, and seeing someone streaming, he thought he'd stream a bit too. As for Joe Warner, he could see she was having a great time from afar, and he didn't want to spoil her fun at this moment. Yeah, Qinghe, will you be streaming often in the future? Chapter 162, The Urine-Loving Broadcaster. I can only say I'll try my best. Yeah, Qinghe thought for a moment and said that live streaming might be occasional, but not a daily routine. He had many other things to do, live streaming was just a break. I'm a university student at Qinghe University, as most people probably know. There's academic pressure, and I also have other things to do, so I can only try to find time for live streaming. What about Warner? Can she stream more often? Yeah, for us fans, seeing Warner is enough. Upstairs, you're being a bit too direct, but I think so too. Can Warner stream more often? Ha ha ha, enough already. Aren't you afraid yet Qinghe will just end the stream? The netizens couldn't stay serious all the time. Soon, they steered the conversation back to Joe Warner. I can't decide that for her, it's up to her. Yeah, Qinghe shook his head. Hey, yeah, Qinghe, have you gone through puberty again? I think your voice is getting better and better, much better than when you first appeared on the show. Your voice has a clear quality to it. It would be even better if that thick part of your voice completely disappeared. I think so. It's been a while now, and people around me have noticed. Maybe my illness delayed puberty, and now that I'm recovering, my voice is starting to change. I'm not sure, but it's a good thing for me. Yeah, Qinghe specifically addressed this, because puberty is probably the most direct and obvious change, and he needed to clarify it. I'm looking forward to the day your voice changes completely. Just hearing your voice will probably make someone pregnant. I'm even more looking forward to the day Qinghe recovers. That face, that aura, that voice, if he debuted, he'd be an absolute sensation. No way, just stay quietly as a mathematician. I don't want my private treasure to become public knowledge. Being a mathematician is much better than being an entertainment star. Keep going. Yeah, Qinghe looked at the netizens' comments but didn't reply. He just sat there watching the scenery. Sometimes, some people try their best to get views but can't attract anyone, while others don't care at all, and their views still skyrocket. Yeah, Qinghe didn't even show his face, and only occasionally replied to a netizen's comment or two. He just filmed the sunset with a camera, but the number of viewers in the live stream kept increasing, eventually reaching 5,000 or 6,000. We took so many photos in Qinghe, it's incredibly beautiful. And just now, we even captured the illuminated bridge, airplanes, and the sunset in one of the photos. It was absolutely stunning. Joe Warner and Zhang Yin spent a full hour taking pictures at the beach, until it was getting dark, before reluctantly returning. The first thing they did upon their return was to show Qinghe on their phones. Warner, my Warner, you're finally back. Show me your face. Warner, I missed you so much. These past few days while you were away, I felt so lonely and empty. Everyone move aside, let me see what's going on. Whose beautiful voice is that? Hurry up and show your face, or I'm leaving. Many viewers had come from watching the show Who's Still Standing, and followed Qinghe's account. Upon hearing Warner's voice, some immediately started making mischief. Others, unaware of her identity, were curious about who Warner was. Some, with deep pockets, began showering her with gifts, just to get Joe Warner to appear on screen. Chopsticks Gang's Golden Chopsticks has gifted a luxury cruise ship. Chopsticks Gang's Golden Chopsticks has gifted a luxury cruise ship. Chopsticks Gang's Golden Chopsticks. Sorry, that's all for today's live stream. I'll stream again when I have time. Bye. But Qinghe completely ignored them, simply saying end of stream and ending the broadcast. This stunned the viewers. Very few people had gifted during the entire stream, and now that a big spender had finally given one a chance, the streamer hadn't even given him a chance to finish gifting before ending the stream? Is there really such a shameless streamer? This guy, Jin Quasi, hadn't expected Qinghe to be so ruthless. He hadn't just sent a few cents worth of gifts, it was the most expensive cruise ship in the live stream. Not only did he not thank him, but he didn't even let him finish sending it before ending the stream? This is interesting. This is the first time I've ever received this kind of treatment. Next time you stream, I'll send you a gift right away. Let's see if you'll still end the stream then. Qinghe ended the stream, and Joe Warner only then realized that Qinghe had been streaming. You were streaming just now? Yeah, I was bored, so I streamed for a while. These people have really sharp eyes. Even though you and Sister Yan were at the beach, they could find you in the crowd. Qinghe said with a smile. By the way, what time will Sumiao arrive? Should we wait for her to come and have dinner together? She should be arriving soon. Her flight is at 4:30, a 3.5-hour flight. She should arrive around 8 o'clock. It's already 7:23, let's wait for her. Joe Warner checked her phone. Sumiao had sent her a message before boarding the plane, so she knew Sumiao's approximate arrival time. I told her we were at this park, and she said she'd take a taxi here after landing. It's not far, only a few minutes. The place they were at wasn't far from the airport, basically not much farther than from their hotel. Okay, we're not hungry anyway, it's fine to wait. Sister Yan, where do we go next? Qinghe nodded, asking Zhang Yan about their next plans. There are a few viewing platforms over there, we can go check them out, and then decide where to go after Sumiao arrives. With Sumiao's arrival time approaching, Zhang Yan thought staying in the park was best. At 8:30, Sumiao called, she was already at the park. Zhou Wan'er gave them the location, and they both headed towards the center. About 10 minutes later, they spotted Sumiao in a Lolita dress and pigtails. Sumiao also saw Qinghe in the wheelchair from afar, then recognized Zhou Wan'er and the others. She happily skipped and waved at them, then ran towards them, her pigtails swaying. Wan'er, I missed you so much. You have no idea how much I've talked to everyone in the dorm while you were gone. I'm practically a lonely old woman. The moment Sumiao ran over, she clung to Zhou Wan'er, saying aggrievedly, Okay, it's my fault. Zhou Wan'er hugged Sumiao like a child, comforting her. Anyone who didn't know better would think you two were mother and daughter. Qinghe teased from the side. That's enough. You're the one who stole my Wan'er, and you still have the nerve to say that. Is chapter 163 difficult? Sumiao glared fiercely at Qinghe. It's all Qinghe's fault. Before, it was just a weekend skirmish, but now he's been completely robbed. Qinghe gave an awkward smile. Such a question was difficult to answer. Fortunately, Sumiao was only throwing a small tantrum, she wasn't truly angry. After Zhou Wan'er comforted her for a couple of minutes, she was fine. It was almost 9 o'clock, and everyone was hungry. After gathering together, they headed straight for the nearby food street. In no time, Qinghe's wheelchair had become a food cart, with food placed on the small table in front, hanging on the handles, and strapped to the armrests. The women all had eyes bigger than stomachs, they wanted to eat everything they saw, but after a couple of bites, they couldn't eat anymore, or rather, they didn't find it appetizing. They didn't want to throw it away, so they ended up hanging it on the wheelchair. They really didn't treat Qinghe like a patient, but it also seemed like they didn't treat Qinghe like a human being. What should we do? Qinghe and Yadali hadn't even had time to choose what to eat. The food on Qinghe's wheelchair was basically enough for both of them. What can we do? We'll just eat whatever we see that we want. Yadali shrugged, picked up some fried meat, he didn't recognize it, and started eating it with a skewer. What do you want to eat? I'll put it on your table. This one looks alright. Qinghe looked at the food and chose one. Ahead, Zhou Wan'er and Sumiao were holding hands, searching for new food. I didn't ask you on the phone before, but what are you doing here with Fengshan Express? What kind of business could you possibly have with them? Sumiao casually asked, stepping aside to avoid a pedestrian. They invited some companies to help them solve a problem. Qinghe solved it, so we arranged to go to their company on Monday. Zhou Wan'er answered casually. She knew why they were there, but she didn't know how important the problem was. She assumed it was similar to the problem she'd helped Pei Ming and his team solve before. A problem that Fengshan asked someone else to help solve? Sumiao frowned. As a second-generation rich kid, she wasn't completely ignorant. Fengshan finding someone to solve problems wasn't a secret. It's not that dynamic VRPTW with stochastic demand and multi-depot, heterogeneous fleet, is it? Zhou Wan'er's English was decent, but she didn't understand a word of Sumiao's string of English. What are you talking about? It's the Fengshan Express problem. In layman's terms, it's a stochastic capacity-constrained path optimization problem with time windows, multiple warehouses, multiple vehicle types, and dynamic demand. Sumiao explained. When this problem was first proposed, many thought it was unsolvable because it was a nightmare problem in operations research. It involved millions of variables, an overwhelming number of constraints, and was a super difficult problem that was dynamically stochastic and required real-time updates. She'd heard from her family that solving this problem would require a significant amount of time, effort, manpower, and resources. Most importantly, it wasn't a problem that could be solved by time or computer programs, it required a mathematician to calculate it step by step. Anyway, when her family mentioned it, a mathematics expert was present. When the expert discussed the problem, he talked about genetics and colony optimization, simulated annealing, branch and bound, Lagrange relaxation, Markov decision processes, and so on. It all made her head spin. It seems to be something like that, but I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. Zhou Wan'er wasn't entirely sure what it was, but Qinghe had mentioned it briefly, and what Sumiao said sounded similar to what Qinghe had said. Really? When did Qinghe get his hands on this problem? Has he been researching this area all along? Sumiao immediately became curious. According to the mathematics expert, this problem would require a team to study it for a long time before it could be solved. It was only a possibility, not a certainty. Because many mathematical problems take years to solve, not days or months. This problem, being a top-tier challenge, is normally measured in years, which is normal. No, It seems like it was introduced by Mr. Huang, Uncle Dolly's friend, a while ago. It shouldn't take more than half a month. Jo Wanner saw a seafood hotpot restaurant with a long queue. She quickened her pace and joined the line before a couple. No more than half a month? That's impossible. How could this problem be solved in half a month? Did you just come to Feng Shun to get more information about the problem? Upon hearing this time frame, Su Miao immediately shook her head, thinking it was impossible to solve. She assumed they just received the problem and wanted to discuss the details with Feng Shun Express. Half a month? How could that be? If someone could really solve it in half a month, this problem would have been solved long ago. Why hasn't it been solved yet? That must be it. Su Miao found a reasonable explanation in her mind. No, Uncle Dolly and Qinghe both said they solved the problem. What? Is this thing really that difficult? Jo Wanner then realized the problem in Su Miao's tone. She had been so focused on finding food that she hadn't been listening, but now that she was in line, she was paying attention. Difficult? Take away the what, and replace very with super. Su Miao rolled her eyes. This wasn't a question of difficulty, this was a nightmare level. Super difficult? But Qinghe said it sounded quite easy? Yeah, Qinghe hadn't elaborated on the problem's difficulty, but from his expression, Jo Wanner assumed it was simple. I don't know if Qinghe really solved it, but if he did, let's put it this way, saying this thing could change the entire express delivery industry isn't an exaggeration. These were Su Miao's exact words from her father. Her family wasn't in the express delivery business, but they did have shares in some companies, so when this problem was first raised, her father had it researched. Is it that amazing? Jo Wanner was shocked. A game changer for the express delivery industry? That was too outrageous. Not at all. Feng Shun Express is offering 10 million in cash, a 12 million annual salary, shares worth over $1 billion, and dividends for the money saved each year because of this problem. Just hearing that tells you how amazing this is. Su Miao's words made Jo Wanner's mouth involuntarily widen. So, yeah, Qinghe would become a billionaire if he solved this problem? Su Miao manually closed her mouth. Now you know why I didn't believe you when you said he solved this problem, right? This problem can't be solved in half a month. Either he solved it wrong, or he's gathering other information. It's impossible for him to actually solve it. Chapter 164 Little Yellow Hair? Jo Wanner glanced back at Ye Qinghe, who was sitting in a wheelchair eating with Ye Dolly in the crowd. I believe Qinghe. If he said he solved it, then he solved it. Su Miao shook her head at Jo Wanner's words. It's hopeless. However, for some reason, she wasn't entirely sure Ye Qinghe couldn't solve it. The things Ye Qinghe showed when he wrote and recorded songs for her, and the endorsements from so many big names at Qinghe University, all of this indicated that Ye Qinghe possessed abilities others lacked. Perhaps, he really could? A thought flashed through Su Miao's mind. She didn't mention it again at the night market, but after returning to the hotel that evening, she called her father. Dad, what do you think will happen to Feng Shun if someone actually solves the difficult problem they posted? What will happen? They'll solidify their position as the industry leader. It'll be virtually impossible for other competitors to surpass them. Su Xiangbai replied with a smile. My dear daughter, why did you suddenly ask about this? Have your final exams finished? When are you coming home? I'm in Pengcheng right now, but I'm not going home yet. I'll wait until the holidays start in a couple of days. Anyway, Dad, do you think someone will actually solve this problem? Su Miao's home is in Pengcheng, but she doesn't plan to go home right now. You're in Pengcheng? When did you get back? Why aren't you going home? Who are you with? A boy or a girl? Upon hearing that his beloved daughter was in Pengcheng but didn't want to go home, Su Xiangbai immediately became restless. A thought he didn't want to think about flashed through his mind. This girl, is she in love? A blondie? How can there be such a thing as a blondie in this world? Damn it! Hey, Wanner and I came here. We have important business. You haven't answered my question yet. Su Miao said impatiently. Okay, being with Wanner is fine. As for your question, there's no answer. It will definitely be solved. Since the question was raised, it will definitely be solved. This question has been raised for so long, it's not impossible for a math team to solve it. Hearing it was Wanner, Su Xiangbai felt relieved. Jo Wanner, Su Miao's best friend and roommate, is a very good person. He could completely trust her. What if it's just one person? Just one person, a college student, and a math genius at that? Su Miao's question made Su Xiangbai laugh. That's basically impossible. This kind of problem can't be solved by one person. Without a team, it's not entirely impossible to solve, but currently it's extremely difficult. And that's for a math expert. It's even more impossible for a college student, even if he's a math genius. Unless what? Su Miao quickly pressed. Unless he's the kind of once-in-a-century mathematical prodigy who can create a new school of thought, similar to Euler or someone like that, then maybe. This was purely Su Xiangbei's cautious remark. That's impossible, no such genius has appeared in this era. If it were truly possible, he would have been famous worldwide long ago, adored by countless companies. What if my friend really solved this problem? Thinking of Ye Qinghe's many miraculous feats, Su Miao'er felt it wasn't impossible. Others might not be able to, but with Ye Qinghe, she felt it was plausible. My friend was recently specially admitted to Qinghe University after being assessed by the president, the head of the mathematics department, and 5 other true math luminaries. Afraid Su Xiangbei wouldn't understand Ye Qinghe's abilities, Su Miao'er specifically introduced him. It does sound impressive, but even the most talented college student has limitations. He might have talent and become very successful in the future, but right now, it's still unlikely. Su Xiangbei didn't rule it out outright, but the meaning was clear. It was impossible. Okay. Su Miao'er hung up the phone, somewhat displeased. On the other end of the line, Su Xiangbei was waiting for Su Miao'er to say something, but all he heard was a busy tone. He was immediately stunned. This wasn't his little darling's usual behavior. What was wrong with her? Her friend? Qinghe's special recruitment? Not Wanner, but someone else? Su Xiangbei immediately became alert and grabbed his phone to search for the news. The moment he saw Ye Qinghe's face, his alarm bells went off. That look, that aura, this was a supercharged version of that blonde-haired guy. She said she was going back to Pengcheng, she mentioned the Fengshan Express issue, she mentioned this guy, although she said if, everyone knew that it was just an excuse. She came to Pengcheng with this guy, and she's not going home. Su Xiangbei looked at Ye Qinghe's photo, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His precious daughter had lied to him for this boy and hadn't come home all night. Could they be living together? The more Su Xiangbei thought about it, the more anxious he became. Fortunately, after carefully reviewing Ye Qinghe's information, he saw that Ye Qinghe was paralyzed from the neck down, and his heart finally settled. Parasite, that's fine. He can't do anything he wants. With that face and that charisma, if he were physically healthy, he would be fatally attractive to most girls. However, he's truly remarkable, a person with a strong will despite his disability. Su Miao'er hung up the phone, thought about it, and decided that no matter what, the outcome would be clear the day after tomorrow, so she'd deal with it then. On Sunday, Su Miao'er spent the day shopping with Zhou Wanner and Zhang Yan, while Ye Qinghe stayed at the hotel, reviewing information. He was scheduled to meet with Fang Shun's people on Monday, and although he had some confidence, last-minute preparation was always better than nothing. Besides, his consciousness space allowed him to ignore time, any question could be resolved within it after a period of study. The ocean of knowledge was boundless, and Ye Qinghe, immersed in it, lost track of time. It wasn't until evening, when Zhou Wanner and the others returned, that Ye Qinghe remembered he had been so focused on studying that he had forgotten about the lottery. 50 kilometers. After completing 50 kilometers in his consciousness space, Ye Qinghe opened the lottery panel. Restore the function of your right upper arm, restore the function of your left big toe, and restore the function of your right ankle joint. Upon seeing these 3 options for restoring physical function, Ye Qinghe immediately began to pray, "Dear Brother Tong, please let me draw the option to restore the function of my right upper arm. If you let me draw it, I promise I won't say anything bad about you again." Chapter 165, The President's Sty. After repeated prayers, Ye Qinghe clicked on the lottery draw. His heart pounded with each passing option, restore right upper arm function. Of the 3 options, this was the best. Only by drawing this could he connect it with his previous recovery and restore his entire arm. Don't underestimate just one upper arm. If it were truly restored, the range of motion would be significantly greater. Most importantly, he would be able to use his strength to roll over or adjust his sitting or lying posture. He wouldn't be limited to just looking at his phone or barely eating anymore. With his upper arm restored, he could eat completely freely. Restore right upper arm function. Perhaps Ye Qinghe had truly focused on his prayers, or perhaps Tong Ji had taken pity on him, but the needle finally stopped on this option. Yay! That's great! Ye Qinghe shouted excitedly upon seeing this. What's wrong? What's wrong? Zhou Wanner, Zhang Yan, and Ye Dali, hearing the commotion inside, rushed in immediately, their faces filled with anxiety, thinking something had happened to Ye Qinghe. My hand! I can move it completely again. My whole arm. The system's recovery was rapid. Although it had just been activated, Ye Qinghe's right upper arm was able to move freely immediately. He raised his arm high and moved it back and forth, happily showing it to the others. Oh my god. Really, Qinghe, your whole arm is healed. Really, that's amazing. That's amazing. Zhou Wanner was the most excited, jumping over excitedly and repeatedly squeezing Ye Qinghe's right hand. Ye Dali turned his head, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes, and leaned against the door, watching Ye Qinghe and Zhou Wanner laughing and joking with a look of relief and happiness. Zhang Yan saw Ye Dali wiping away his tears, and she also saw the tearful smile in his eyes. The more she interacted with this boss, the more she felt sorry for him. The hardships he had endured over the years were already deeply moving. Few people could do what he did. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan gently patted Yadali's shoulder. Feeling Zhang Yan's hand, Yadali turned around, saw the comfort in her eyes, and forced a smile. But this smile only brought more tears. He quickly wiped them away and turned to go to the living room outside. He didn't want Qinghe to see him like this. "Boss, this is good news. You should be happy. It means you and Qinghe have finally overcome your hardships, and everything is getting better. Your perseverance and hard work over the past 2 years haven't been in vain." Zhang Yan glanced at Zhou Wan'er and Qinghe inside, then left, closing the door behind her. She went to Yadali's side, pulled a tissue from the coffee table, and handed it to him. "I'm sorry you had to see this." Yadali took the tissue, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and smiled a little embarrassedly. "It's normal. If it were me, I probably would have cried even harder than you, boss," Zhang Yan replied with a smile. Yadali let out a long breath, suppressing the tears that welled up. He didn't know why he'd become so sentimental these past few days. During the 3 years of hardest and most difficult times, he hadn't shed a tear, but recently, as things had improved, he'd cried several times. "This shouldn't be. Qinghe is actually quite lucky to have a father like you." Zhang Yan looked at Yadali earnestly. Similar to Qinghe, she was also from a single-parent family, but she had grown up with her mother. From childhood, she had always envied others who had fathers. "It's nothing. As parents, isn't doing these things what we should do?" Yadali didn't think there was anything wrong with it. In his mind, this was what he should do, a father's duty. Qinghe was his son, his own flesh and blood. If he was sick, he'd spend the money, if he didn't, he'd earn it. There was nothing to praise about it. Thinking about it, it's all because I wasn't capable enough. I didn't earn as much money in my early years. If I had more money, Qinghe might not have had to suffer like this later. If I had more money, perhaps Qinghe could have gone abroad for the best treatment long ago and recovered much sooner. That's you. Many people might not think that way. Zhang Yan shook her head, a hint of hatred and resentment flashing in her eyes as she thought of her father. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Zhang Yan put aside her thoughts, stood up, and opened the door. "Sister Yan, is Wan'er here too?" Sumiaur walked in with a smile. "Yes, she is." Zhang Yan nodded. "Uncle Dolly." Sumiaur called out to Yadali, then turned and grabbed Zhang Yan's hand, saying with a hint of flattery, "Sister Yan, can we switch rooms tonight? You stay in my room, I want to sleep with Wan'er." "Of course, no problem. Actually, you don't need to switch. You can just call Wan'er to your room." Zhang Yan had already anticipated this. Given how lovey-dovey Sumiaur and Zhou Wan'er were, she probably wanted to switch rooms with her yesterday, but was too shy to ask. "Thank you, Sister Yan. You're so kind." "Muah." Sumiaur jumped up happily, gave Zhang Yan a kiss, then let go of Zhang Yan and went to find Zhou Wan'er in the room. "Ah!" But she went in quickly and came out quickly too. After Sumiaur rushed into the room, Zhang Yan and Yadali heard a scream. Before they could see what was happening, they saw Sumiaur running out of the room as if fleeing. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" the two asked anxiously. Sumiaur's expression didn't look good, it was as if she had seen something terrifying. "I'm not clean anymore." Sumiaur's eyes were glazed, her expression shifting. "No, what did you see?" Zhang Yan reached out to push open the door to see what was wrong, but Sumiaur grabbed her arm. "Sister Yan, it's not suitable for you to go in right now." "No, what happened? We're worried about you looking like this." Yadali also prepared to go inside. "It's nothing, you don't need to come in, nothing's wrong." Zhou Wan'er called out from inside with a slight smile, immediately putting Yadali and Zhang Yan at ease. They were simply very curious about what Sumiaur had just seen, and how she had become like this. "Tell me, what did you see?" Zhang Yan pulled Sumiaur to sit on the sofa and asked softly. "You wouldn't want to see it." Sumiaur replied blankly. This only piqued Zhang Yan's interest further. "Stop beating around the bush, just tell me. How am I supposed to know if it's something I want to see if you don't tell me?" Glancing at Zhang Yan's expectant face, Sumiaur bit her lip, saying with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance, "Something that will give me a sty." Chapter 166 Fang Shun's Neglect. A sty. Zhang Yan paused, not immediately understanding. At that moment, Zhou Wan'er came out, her face beaming, and plopped down beside them. "Qinghe just needed to use the toilet. He's regained control of his bladder and bowels now, but you know, he can't control other parts yet, so for convenience, I pulled down his pants." And when he came out, Miaur saw it all. Zhou Wan'er couldn't help but laugh as she spoke. Miaur's sudden action had startled both her and Qinghe. She was holding Qinghe, preparing to put his pants on the bed, when Miaur suddenly burst in and screamed. If she hadn't been so composed, she would have thrown Qinghe to the ground. "Ha ha ha ha!" Zhang Yan burst into laughter as well. Although she hadn't seen it, she could imagine the scene. Yet Qinghe, petite and naked from the waist down, was being embraced by Zhou Wan'er, her genitals pointing upwards, a sight that would make any woman scream. "You're still laughing. It's all your fault, why didn't you lock the door?" Seeing the two laughing so loudly, Su Miaoer, embarrassed and annoyed, reached out and scratched Zhou Wan'er. She was still a virgin, how could she have suddenly seen something she shouldn't have? "I never expected you to come in. Besides, shouldn't you have knocked and asked before coming in? After all, this is a boy's room." Zhou Wan'er dodged while laughing. "I was thinking about you inside, so I didn't think much of it. Who knew you two would happen to be together?" Su Miaoer had genuinely forgotten about it. "Oh, alright, yeah, Qinghe saw you naked and didn't say anything. You got the better deal, what are you complaining about?" "What do you mean I got the better deal? I suffered a huge loss. I'm a virgin, and I saw this." You're a virgin, and yet Qinghe is a virgin lad. You didn't suffer a loss." "Zhou Wan'er, how come I never realized you were such a scoundrel?" Unable to argue with Zhou Wan'er, Su Miaoer angrily lunged at her, ready to bite. "Stop!" Zhou Wan'er reacted quickly, stopping her. "If you're not satisfied with this, you can go inside and talk to Ye Qinghe. You two can settle it yourselves. If you feel you're at a disadvantage seeing him, you can let him see you too, let him suffer a loss." "Pa, is that a loss? That's giving him a perk. I've never been seen by a boy before." "Wait, Zhou Wan'er, why are you so obsessed with Ye Qinghe? You're always trying to get him to take advantage of me." Su Miaoer wasn't fooled. She wasn't stupid, and realizing Zhou Wan'er's twisted logic, she pounced on her, starting a little brawl. It took a while for them to stop. Seeing them arguing like this, Yadali had already retreated inside, leaving only the two of them and Zhang Yan in the living room. "Alright, it's getting late. We have to go to Fengshan Express to meet people from Fengshan early tomorrow morning. Let's all go back to our rooms and get some sleep," Zhang Yan said, checking the time after the two finished their playful banter. She still envied their friendship. She had a similar best friend back in her school days, but after graduation, they went their separate ways and only saw each other twice a year. "Wan'er, come to my room and sleep with me." So Miaoer immediately got up and pulled Zhou Wan'er towards the door. "No way. You bullied me just now, I won't sleep with you." "Zhou Wan'er, don't force me to use torture on you. Is this how you beg? I was going to forgive you, but now I won't." "Wan'er, good Wan'er, I was wrong. I need to think about it." "Zhou Wan." The three voices faded as the door closed. Yadali came out, shook his head, locked the door from the inside, and went back to his room, turning off all the lights except for one in the bathroom. July 9th, Monday, sunny. Driven by Zhang Yan, Ye Qinghe, along with Yadali, Zhou Wan'er, and Su Miaoer, arrived at the headquarters of Fengshan Express. "Zing computing power, right? Your appointment was at 9 a.m. in conference room number 7 on the 3rd floor. The Fengshan Express receptionist asked about their background, checked the appointment, and led them to the conference room on the 3rd floor with a smile. However, 9 a.m. passed, and no one from Fengshan arrived. "Have they forgotten about us?" Zhang Yan whispered. Logically, they had made an appointment long ago, and Fengshan should have arrived before 9 a.m., but now no one was there. This was abnormal. They might have other matters to attend to. "No rush," Yadali said quietly, expressionless. It wasn't until 9:30 a.m. that someone from Fengshan arrived. "Everyone, I'm so sorry. I had some urgent matters to attend to this morning, so I'm late." The leader apologized with a smile, but his smile and tone revealed no genuine remorse. "I'm CSCO from Fengshan Express, this is our CTO, and this is our VP of Operations. You can begin your verification." The leader introduced the two people who came in with him. After the three sat down, they expressionlessly gestured for Ye Qinghe and his team to begin their demonstration, without any pleasantries. The group claimed to have solved the problem, but they didn't believe it at all. This had happened more than once. Several times before, teams even larger than Ye Qinghe's company had claimed to have solved the problem. They took it very seriously, their company chairman even attended. The result was that these teams' solutions were completely nonsensical. After several such incidents, they became less enthusiastic about these teams claiming to have solved the problem. Unless it was a large math team or company, the fact that the three of them from a small company even came was already a great favor. Moreover, seeing Ye Qinghe and his team some disabled further convinced them that this was just another group of people who didn't know their place and wanted to bluff their way in. Their attitude made Yadali and the others frown. However, since they were already there, and although the other party's attitude was bad, they hadn't done anything too outrageous, so they couldn't say anything. Yet Qinghe glanced at the three people sitting opposite him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Do you have a whiteboard? Find me a whiteboard." Upon hearing Ye Qinghe's request, the three seated men shook their heads, one of them even scoffing. "So unprofessional. Can this kind of problem be solved with a whiteboard? Bring in a whiteboard." Liao Qiang picked up his phone and made a call to the receptionist. As the company's senior vice president of supply chain, he was the real person in charge of this matter. He wanted to see what these people were up to. Chapter 167. My surname is Qinghe. The whiteboard was quickly pushed in, it was quite large. Let's begin. Liao Qiang raised his hand, signaling Yadali to start. In his view, of all the people present, only Yadali seemed to be in charge. The others, a disabled person and 3 young girls, didn't appear to be capable of solving the problem. However, to his surprise, it was the young man in the wheelchair who had asked for the whiteboard, looking sickly, who spoke. Lower the whiteboard a bit. Zhou Wan'er and Zhang Yan stepped forward to help Qinghe lower the whiteboard to a height suitable for him to reach and write. Qinghe picked up a marker and began writing directly on the whiteboard. He didn't write an algorithm, didn't draw a diagram, but instead first wrote down the dual form of a chance-constrained programming problem, compressing random demand, road condition fluctuations, and time window default risks into equivalent deterministic constraints under a probability measure. Upon seeing these conditions, Fengshan Express's CTO, Wei Ming, narrowed his eyes and stood up abruptly. He's completely randomizing a random problem? How is that possible? Seeing Wei Ming's outburst, Liao Qiang and the company's vice president of operations beside him both stiffened, their casual posture shifting to a forward lean as they stared intently at the whiteboard on the conference table. Wei Ming, however, didn't sit down. He went directly to Qinghe's side, staring intently at what Qinghe had written. Qinghe ignored the attitudes of Wei Ming and Liao Qiang, continuing to write on the whiteboard. Construct a multi-warehouse hypergraph network flow model, mapping N warehouses, K points, and M vehicle types onto a heterogeneous capacity flow network. Load capacity, mileage, traffic restrictions, and fuel consumption are expressed as a set of flow conservation equations. Liao Qiang understood these things and couldn't sit still any longer. He suddenly stood up. This turns the entire logistics network into a fluid. Just like Wei Ming before him, Liao Qiang couldn't sit still after standing up. He also took a step forward, standing behind Qinghe, staring intently at the things on the whiteboard. And when Qinghe wrote out the new Lagrange relaxation framework for mixed integer programming, directly tightening the dual lower bound of the NP-hard problem to a tight bound, and proving that strong duality holds, Wei Ming, the chief technology officer of Fengshan Express, began to tremble. Impossible, impossible, no one in academia has ever proposed this relaxation structure before. He created a duality theory out of thin air. Wan'er, help me erase the whiteboard. Although the whiteboard was large, it couldn't hold all the content. After Qinghe filled the whiteboard, he called Zhou Wan'er over to help erase part of it so he could continue writing. No, don't wipe it. You can't wipe these things. I'll have someone bring in another whiteboard. Liao Qiang reached out to stop Zhou Wan'er, but Zhou Wan'er glanced at Qinghe, and seeing that he didn't agree, she picked up the eraser and quickly wiped away a large chunk of the whiteboard. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to wipe it? Wei Ming and Liao Qiang reacted a beat too late, and by the time they realized Zhou Wan'er's actions, it was too late. They roared angrily. It was as if Zhou Wan'er had committed some heinous crime. I can write it down, and I can write it again if needed. You should have understood the beginning, right? If you did, I'll continue writing. Qinghe said calmly. I understood some, but not completely. I'm sorry, I apologize for our previous attitude. We were a bit too rude. Wei Ming said somewhat apologetically. He hadn't fully understood, but now he clearly knew that the young man in front of him, who looked to be around 20 years old, perhaps even younger, was a true mathematical genius. They had treated him like that, without even the proper courtesy. This was truly unacceptable. I am the Chief Technology Officer of Fengshan Express. My name is Wei Ming. How should I address you? Wei Ming respected truly talented people. Even though Qinghe looked considerably younger than him, he still addressed him respectfully and bowed, extending his hand. It seems your company really doesn't take us seriously at all. Qinghe glanced indifferently at Wei Ming's outstretched hand, without raising his own to shake it. Normally, when Fengshan Express received their call, they should have asked how many people were coming and what their name should be, but Fengshan didn't. Even after they entered Fengshan Express and sat in the meeting room, the company didn't really take them seriously. The 3 of them didn't introduce themselves or ask Qinghe's identity or names. I'm sorry. We were rude. Liao Qiang and the vice president of operations beside him apologized to Qinghe and the others with guilty expressions. The vice president of operations also stood up, no longer sitting. They truly hadn't expected to encounter such a genius today. Even if this person didn't ultimately solve the problem, the mathematical ability he displayed was enough to warrant their serious attention. My surname is Qinghe. Qinghe casually gave his name and then began writing again on the blackboard Zhou Wan'er had cleaned. When he wrote down the closed-loop optimal control law for dynamic online decision-making, converting real-time traffic conditions, real-time demand, and real-time rescheduling into a closed-form solution of Markov optimal decision-making, Wei Ming was trembling with excitement. Real-time optimal, not approximation, but exact optimal. It can recalculate the global optimal every second. Wei Ming didn't know how to describe his excitement. From the moment the other person started writing until he had essentially solved most of the problem, it only took 7 or 8 minutes. This speed was simply astonishing. Most importantly, it was the way the other person solved the problem. If he had to use one word, it would be concise. There were no complicated problem-solving approaches. He used the simplest and most direct formulas to simplify the complex problem. Yet Qinghe didn't stop, but continued writing on the whiteboard. Finally, when the whiteboard was full, Zhou Wan'er immediately picked up the eraser and erased part of the top part of the content without waiting for Qinghe to say anything. This action sent chills down the spines of Wei Ming and Liao Qiang. These were their most precious possessions. Erasing even a speck felt like a desecration. But they couldn't say anything, since only the latter half of the whiteboard was currently written. The first half had already been erased. Yet Qinghe finished writing the final optimal scheduling closed-form formula. A very short mathematical formula, yet it contained the complete answers to the warehousing and distribution scheme, vehicle type assignment, load capacity, route, departure time, time window satisfaction, random risk hedging, and minimizing total cost. Yet Qinghe finished writing without even glancing at it, put down the whiteboard marker, and looked back at Liao Qiang, Wei Ming, and the other two. Finished. Chapter 168. This is a redefinition. This is the globally optimal solution, a closed-form solution, directly coded and supporting real-time dynamic debugging. Yet Qinghe finished speaking calmly, maneuvering his wheelchair back to its previous position. Speaking of which, is Fengshan so poor that they can't even afford to prepare a bottle of mineral water for their guests? These words were like a slap in the face to Liao Qiang and Wei Ming. I'm sorry. It's our fault. Is anyone alive outside? Why hasn't anyone brought in tea or coffee for so long? Liao Qiang, his face flushed, opened the conference room door and roared outside. This was truly a huge embarrassment. How could they treat such a god like this? Liao Qiang's roar stunned everyone in the outer office area. Fine, I'll go out and pour for everyone myself. Tea, coffee, or some other beverage. After shouting, Liao Qiang, fearing they were too slow, immediately turned back to Qinghe and the others. Such a true god deserves utmost respect, no matter how much you show it. Water will do. Qinghe said calmly. Liao Qiang immediately ran out to the beverage counter on this floor, grabbing water while urgently telling the employees there, now, immediately, make me a few cups of coffee and a few cups of tea and bring them in, immediately, understand? The employees were dumbfounded. They had heard Liao Qiang shout earlier. What was going on? Get moving, all of you. Don't you understand? Seeing their stunned expressions, Liao Qiang was furious and roared. Only then did they quickly put down what they were holding and get to work as he instructed. Carrying the drinks and water, Liao Qiang prepared to run back, but halfway there, he remembered something. He placed the things he was carrying on a nearby employee's desk, took out his phone, and started making a call. Old Chen, now, immediately, whatever you're doing, get to conference room number 7 on the 3rd floor right now. It's urgent. Hurry, as fast as you can. Old Son, now, immediately, get to conference room number 7 on the 3rd floor. Hurry, as fast as you can. After quickly making 2 calls, Liao Qiang grabbed his things and ran back. Where's the restroom? He bumped into a young woman from Xing Computing at the entrance, looking around. Turn right over there. Liao Qiang immediately pointed. Do you need me to have an employee take you there? Sumiao quickly waved her hand. No, I can go by myself. With that, Sumiao hurried towards the restroom. Once inside, Sumiao checked each stall to make sure no one was inside, then took out her phone and sent a photo she had just taken to her father. Dad, my friend really solved the problem I was talking about. Su Xiangbei was in a meeting when he saw it was Sumiao calling. He immediately told everyone in the meeting room to be quiet. But before he could speak, Sumiao said anxiously, Impossible, this. Su Xiangbei still couldn't believe it. I'm at Fengshan Express right now. I saw him solve it with my own eyes. I just sent you a photo, you should be able to see it. Fengshan didn't take it seriously at first, but now their VP of Supply Chain, Liao Qiang, and their CTO, Wei Ming, are almost going crazy. Sumiao spoke quickly and quietly. Honestly, she was almost stunned. She had heard analyses of how difficult this problem was and knew its importance. She hadn't expected Qinghe to actually solve it. But watching Qinghe calmly solve this super difficult problem in the logistics industry step by step, like solving an elementary school math problem, she watched the whole thing with her jaw dropping, especially Wei Ming's reaction. Others might not understand it, but Wei Ming, Fengshan CTO, his reaction was enough to prove that Qinghe had solved it correctly. You're not kidding me. Su Xiangbei sat up straight abruptly. This was a big deal. If this problem were truly solved, it would truly reshape the logistics industry. He has invested in logistics companies. If Fengshan really gets this, it would be a game changer for other logistics companies, potentially wiping them out entirely. Really, would I joke about something like this? I'm calling you from the bathroom right now. Su Miao immediately replied, somewhat annoyed. Su Xiangbei knew his daughter wouldn't joke about something like this. He had just asked instinctively, "What's your relationship with this friend? Is it possible for him to sell this to us?" Well, he's Juana's childhood friend, so our relationship should be alright, but I'm not sure if I can get him to help. Most importantly, I'm currently at Fengshan Express, and I can't discuss this with them here. I asked you before, and you said it was impossible, so I haven't talked to them about it. Su Miao was somewhat troubled. Trying to poach Fengshan's customers on their own turf is a really difficult task. Okay, you follow along first. Don't mention it now. Fengshan definitely won't give anyone else a chance with this. If all else fails, I'll have to contact Fengshan myself to see if we can get funding. Su Xiangbei knew this wouldn't be easy, but knowing about it would give him room to maneuver. If he couldn't buy it, he'd invest in Fengshan, while others were still unaware that Fengshan had solved the problem. Okay, I understand. Su Miao hung up the phone, let out a long sigh, and went to the sink. Looking at herself in the mirror, her mind was filled with the image of Ye Qinghe writing furiously. In the conference room, Wei Ming stared at the limited content on the whiteboard for a long time before finally speaking. This is impossible. This is NP hard, there can't be a closed-form optimal solution. How did you eliminate all the random constraints? Why did your relaxation directly reach the tight bound? This violates decades of combinatorial optimization common sense. Ye Qinghe calmly took the water bottle Zhou Wanner had opened, took a sip, and said, "You've been stuck in approximation algorithms for too long, forgetting that the real weapon of combinatorial optimization is structure, not brute force search. I simply proved the hidden convex structure of this problem and found it. The only Lagrange strong duality and optimal control law on the whiteboard were flawlessly executed, step by step." Now, Wei Ming's biggest regret was not bringing in more whiteboards, causing him to erase the previous content. His voice was slightly hoarse. This isn't just solving a problem. This is redefining the entire mathematical foundation of dynamic logistics scheduling. Chapter 169. This is very simple. Although he couldn't see the entire solution from beginning to end, he had watched it all and memorized the solution's logic and steps. He couldn't fully understand many of the techniques used, but he knew the answer was correct. In fact, the answer was several levels better than they had initially expected. His gaze towards Ye Qinghe had shifted from initial skepticism to adoration. Yes, adoration. A century-old problem that had locked down the entire industry had been effortlessly solved by this young man in a wheelchair, whom they had all considered a fraud, with a single line of formula. How did you do that? Wei Ming asked, his voice trembling. Nothing much, just treating the logistics network as an optimal geometric space. Ye Qinghe's expression was calm, as if he were stating a simple math problem, 1 + 1 = 2. Wei Ming, somewhat embarrassed, raised his hand like a student and asked the question that had been lingering in everyone's minds but dared not ask. Sir. Yes, he felt that only Sir could address Ye Qinghe at this moment. I understand your algorithm, your model, but what did you mean by saying treat the logistics network as an optimal geometric space? Just as Ye Qinghe was about to speak, hurried footsteps sounded at the door, and several people appeared in the conference room. Liao Qiang glanced back. It was an employee carrying tea and coffee. Behind them were the group's CFO and legal compliance officer, both slightly out of breath. Excuse me, Liao Qiang interrupted apologetically, then opened the door to let the people in. This is our group's chief financial officer, Ms. Chen Rong, and this is our legal and compliance head, Mr. Sun Gang. Ms. Chen, Mr. Sun, this is Mr. Ye, the mathematics expert from Xing Computing Power. These are from Xing Computing Power. Mr. Ye, hello, both of you. Chen Rong and Sun Gang were unaware of the situation. They only knew beforehand that this conference room was for solving the company's century-old problem. Although the number of attendees was small, and it didn't seem like a truly large company, their attitude was still very good, both smiling and nodding at Ye Qinghe. Ye Qinghe also nodded in response. The employees who entered quickly placed the tea and coffee down and hurriedly left. Mr. Ye, please continue. Wei Ming didn't want to wait a moment longer and immediately urged Ye Qinghe to continue explaining the question he had just raised. What are your views on logistics? Ye Qinghe didn't answer directly but instead asked a question. Wei Ming instinctively replied, it's network flow, nodes, edges, capacity, cost, a standard operations research model. Wrong. Ye Qinghe stretched out his hand and pointed to a logistics network diagram on the corridor outside the glass wall of the conference room. You've treated it like an algebraic problem, so you're calculating inequalities, solving systems of equations, and trying to approximate the optimal value little by little using heuristic algorithms. You're trapped in the curse of NP hard problems, thinking this is the hell of combinatorial explosion. He paused, a pure, rational glint in his eyes. But actually, it's a geometry problem. Of everyone present, besides Wei Ming, perhaps only Liao Qiang could understand some of it. Wei Ming's expression changed, his breathing becoming rapid and labored. Geometry? You mean topology? Differential geometry? That's right. Yeah, Qinghe nodded. Consider each warehouse as a high-dimensional manifold, each vehicle's path as a geodesic on the manifold, and random demand and road condition fluctuations as curvature perturbations in space. As he spoke, Qinghe pointed to the logistics map outside, his finger gliding across the surface as if drawing a perfect curved surface in the air. You can't achieve the global optimum because you're searching on a plane, while I've simply embedded this network into a high-dimensional Riemannian space with a special convex structure. In that geometric space, the originally chaotic logistics nodes, vehicle type restrictions, and time window constraints all transform into smooth curved surfaces. There are no local optima, only globally unique minimum points. These words were like a thunderbolt, shattering Wei Ming's entire mathematical understanding. He frantically tugged at his already thinning hair, his eyes filled with ecstatic joy. I understand. You're not solving equations, you're reshaping the measurement of space. Just like Einstein corrected Newtonian mechanics, you've corrected the mathematical foundation of logistics scheduling. Wei Ming was losing control. By the end, he wasn't speaking, he was shouting. His voice pierced the glass walls of the conference room, reaching the ears of the employees outside who were eager to hear what was happening inside. So this wasn't a math problem, it was a map. The optimal solution they had been searching for was hidden in a geometric corner of another dimension, waiting to be discovered by this genius. In geometric space, finding the optimal solution only requires one path. It's simple, isn't it? Qinghe casually picked up his water bottle, his voice so soft it was almost a soliloquy. But no one present found it simple. As for Liao Qiang, Chen Rong, Sun Gang, and the others, they only knew that from this moment on, the textbooks for the logistics industry had to be rewritten. Mr. Yeah, I once again sincerely apologize for our previous rudeness. Rest assured, the 10 million in cash we promised can be transferred to you immediately by our general manager Chen. However, before that, you need to write down the formula and solution process on your computer. This will make things easier. Liao Qiang glanced at Wei Ming, who was already acting somewhat strangely, pursed his lips, apologized again, and then said that the money could be transferred immediately, but Qinghe needed to reproduce the solution completely again. However, before he could finish speaking, Qinghe interrupted him. No rush. Before that, I think we should discuss a few more things. Go ahead and ask. We'll do everything we can to meet your needs. He felt that any request from such a remarkable person was perfectly reasonable and achievable. That's right, as long as it's your problem, we'll do our best to meet it, Chen Rong said with a smile. As the group's CFO, the promised 10 million remittance could be transferred to Qinghe immediately upon her approval. If he wanted more, they were negotiable. Qinghe laughed. I think the compensation you're offering doesn't match the calculation. I'd like to renegotiate. Chapter $171 per time. Not satisfied. A strange glint flashed in Liao Qiang's eyes. The price their group offered was anything but low. 10 million in cash, a 12 million annual salary for the position, 2% of the profits from the algorithm, shares worth 1.6 billion, and other promises. Such value would be considered incredibly generous to anyone, yet Qinghe said he wasn't satisfied? However, considering the other party's capabilities, as vice president, he had the authority to raise the stakes further. 50 million. I can increase this one-time cash payment to 50 million. What do you think, Mr. Yeah? I don't want cash, I don't want the annual salary, and I don't want your shares. Qinghe smiled and shook his head. These sums might seem substantial to others, but as a math whiz, his forte was calculation. How much could the logistics company's costs be reduced using this algorithm? Vehicles will travel 15% to 20% less mileage, fuel consumption will be reduced by 15%, labor costs will decrease by 12%, vehicle purchase, maintenance, and warehousing costs will be significantly reduced, and costs for fines, lost parts, and delays will almost disappear. As a nationwide giant, Fengshan can save 12 to 20 billion yuan annually. Compared to this figure, what I'm giving myself is truly insignificant. Then what do you want? Liao Qiang frowned. No shares, cash, or annual salary? What does he want then? Pay per use. 1 yuan per algorithm call. No long-term contracts, no shares, no annual salary. Pay once used. Qinghe said calmly. This statement caused a deathly silence in the room. Zhou Wanner and Zhang Yan didn't understand. They thought Qinghe had lost his mind and was trying to lower the price. Liao Qiang, Chen Rong, Wei Ming, and the others thought Ye Qinghe was asking for an exorbitant price. As the chief financial officer, Chen Rong frowned, then took out her phone, pulled up a calculator, and quickly typed a few keys. Her expression changed, and she leaned close to Liao Qiang's ear, whispering, "We'll make a profit. We're not losing money at this price. In fact, you could say we don't have to pay a single penny each year and we'll still get billions for free." Yes, Ye Qinghe's demands were somewhat exorbitant. However, according to Chen Rong's calculations, although at 1 yuan per use, Fengshan would have to pay Xing Computing Power a massive 9 to 10 billion yuan annually, the group could actually save 12 to 20 billion yuan. This meant they could still earn 3 to 9 billion yuan, equivalent to them gaining a monopolistic advantage in the industry without spending a single extra penny, and earning an additional 3 to 9 billion yuan annually. This deal might sound like a loss at first glance, but in reality, they were making a huge profit. A massive profit. Chen Rong's idea was that even if it were only 1 yuan per session, or even 1 yuan and 20 cents, she should agree immediately to get her hands on the algorithm and tie the super math genius to the company's bandwagon. Yet Qinghe wasn't asking for an exorbitant price, rather, it was a fair, almost benevolent, offer after careful calculation. However, Liao Qiang didn't agree immediately. Instead, he started calculating in his mind. Yes, 1 yuan per session would still make the company a fortune, but if he could negotiate a lower price, wouldn't he be able to earn even more? He had seen Xing Computing Power's situation during his previous visit. It was a company less than a month old. No resources, no scale, no background. Although they claimed to be a strategic partner of the mathematics department at Qinghe University when they called, that was just a way to fool those who didn't know the industry. Those who truly understood knew that the mathematics department at Qinghe University didn't have such a strategic partner. Right now, their only valuable asset was this algorithm. If they could just delay, pressure, and leave the other party hanging for a few days, a startup team lacking money and resources would eventually bow down and compromise. Instead of obediently paying billions every year, it was better to take the opportunity to negotiate a lower price and acquire the technology completely at a lower cost. Thinking this, Liao Qiang leaned back in his chair, his expression regaining its composure, even carrying a hint of the unique calm and arrogance of a capitalist. A 1 yuan per use model is unprecedented in the group, and I don't have the authority to make direct decisions. After all, this is an annual expenditure of billions, not a small amount. He paused here, the delaying tone undisguised. Go back and wait for news. The group will discuss it internally and contact you again. This was clear enough. There was no refusal, but no agreement either. It was clear they wanted to stall, hoping to slowly wear down this stubborn genius with their charisma and patience. Wei Ming and Chen Rong's expressions changed upon hearing this. They wanted to speak, but Liao Qiang stopped them with a look. Yet Qinghe looked at the Fengshan executives, each with their own thoughts, and at Liao Qiang's arrogant belief in his control, and smiled gently. The smile was faint, yet it carried a clear-headedness as if he were surveying the entire situation. Okay. With that, Ye Qinghe immediately turned his wheelchair and drove out of the conference room. Yet Dali, Zhou Wanner, and Zhang Yan didn't react immediately. Only Sumi Hour, whose smile was already wide open, reacted and rushed to the door to open the conference room for Ye Qinghe. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for them to feed you? Sumi Hour's teasing made Ye Dali and the others quickly stand up, while Liao Qiang and his group's expressions darkened. After Ye Qinghe and the others left, the conference room door closed, and their figures disappeared from the glass wall of the conference room. Chen Rong was the first to stand up. Her face was ashen, her tone filled with barely suppressed anxiety. President Liao, what were you thinking just now? I just calculated it perfectly clearly. Even with annual payments of billions, a 1 yuan transfer would still bring the group billions in profit, plus even more bonuses. It's a surefire way to make money, a once-in-a-century technological advantage. You think we're paying him? Wrong. We're spending a small amount of money to lock in an industry advantage for the next 10 years. Chen Rong pointed in the direction Ye Qinghe and the others had left, her eyes filled with exasperation. Mr. Yes algorithm could directly rewrite the cost structure of the entire logistics industry, yet you choose to delay and procrastinate because you're worried about billions in annual expenses. Do you realize that if he turns around and goes after our competitors, what we're losing today won't just be billions, it's the entire market. Before he finished speaking, Wei Ming, the group's chief technology officer, also stood up, his body trembling slightly with emotion. President Chen is right. Do you know what that high-dimensional geometric model means? That's not optimization. That's a dimensional reduction attack. It's a core technology that allows our scheduling efficiency to leave our competitors 2 generations behind. Chapter 171 5,000 yuan, I'll cover your car. Wei Ming took a heavy breath, his voice filled with despair. He wasn't begging us to cooperate, he was giving us a chance. 1 yuan per transaction is already the most amicable and fairest form of cooperation. But you think he's a small company, easy to manipulate, easy to stall. Wei Ming slammed his fist on the edge of the table, his eyes filled with rage. Does he really think he can't live without us? He can solve a world-class problem in front of us today, and tomorrow he can be standing in the headquarters of our biggest competitor with his algorithm. Then, what will we use to compete? With our outdated algorithms still stuck in the 2D world. With the billions you saved. His voice cracked towards the end. Once he's really gone, even if we offer 100 billion, we still can't bring him back. The two executives, Chen Rong and Wei Ming, questioning him directly from either side, turned Liao Qiang's face ashen. The VP of operations, who had barely spoken until now, turned pale. Realizing how arrogant and foolish they had been, he opened his mouth, wanting to persuade Liao Qiang to immediately bring the person back. What's the panic? Liao Qiang stared coldly at Chen Rong and Wei Ming, his face dark. It's just a small, unknown team. Right now, we're the only ones they can contact. Given their experience, they won't turn to anyone else until we explicitly refuse. Besides, I was just using normal negotiation tactics. By stretching things out a bit, we can have a reason to negotiate, even if it's just a penny less. Think of the profits that would bring to the group. He says $1 and we just pay $1? What if he wants to raise the price later? Are we supposed to pay immediately? We can't let him think he can do whatever he wants with this technology, to ride roughshod over us. We have to make him understand that we are the real decision makers in this group. Liao Qiang's words made Chen Rong sit down in her chair in disappointment, close her eyes, and painfully rub her temples. Wei Ming also slumped back into his chair, staring at the empty doorway. They both knew that today, Liao Qiang's greed and arrogance had pushed away not just a technology supplier, but a godlike opponent who could either propel them to new heights or utterly destroy them. Every second of delay was pushing the group into an abyss of no return. President Liao, although the board has entrusted you with full authority over this matter, I believe you've made a major decision-making error. I'm going to report this to the chairman in detail now. Chen Rong rubbed her temples, opened her eyes, and her gaze was icy. Me too, I'm going to report to the chairman too. Wei Ming's tone was equally cold. After speaking, the two stood up and left the conference room. Short-sighted. I'm trying to secure greater benefits for the group. Being generous to him is irresponsible to the group. Isn't this money ours? Didn't we earn it word by word with our hard work? After the two left, Liao Qiang suddenly shouted angrily. At this moment, Sun Gang, the head of legal affairs, stood up and walked out. Halfway there, however, he suddenly turned back, his expression somewhat strange, and asked, "Old Liao, what's the last name of that girl among those people, the one in the tiered skirt who looked like a middle school student?" "Old Sun, what time is it? You've got your eye on that girl?" Liao Qiang frowned, his face full of disgust. "No, I just think that girl looks familiar. I saw a photo of her at a friend's house before, and she looks exactly like the person in that photo." Sun Gang shook his head dismissively, offering an explanation. "Familiar? We didn't ask the others' names, so we don't know her last name." Liao Qiang looked at Sun Gang suspiciously, not understanding what Sun Gang was trying to say at this moment. "I must be mistaken. Although this girl looks exactly like the person in that photo, I saw that photo several years ago. People in photos should have grown up and changed by now, they can't still look the same as before." Sun Gang smiled. Liao Qiang had really gotten this sort of thing wrong. He was in a meeting and didn't even know the names of the people there. However, thinking about it, he figured he was just overthinking it. That girl should be all grown up and in college by now, she couldn't possibly still be the same as before. Without saying anything more, Sun Gang shook his head and left the meeting room. "Dad, where are you? I've already brought them out, but the deal fell through." Pushing Qinghe out of the meeting room, Su Miao ran off, afraid that if she was a moment too late, the Fengshan people would call her back. Once she got into the elevator, she couldn't wait to call Su Xiangbei. "The deal fell through? Why?" Su Xiangbei looked surprised. "We'll talk about the details when we meet. Are you at the company? Should I take them there?" Su Miao didn't want to explain at this point, they hadn't left Fengshan yet. If the Fengshan people turned around and came back, things would get complicated. "Yes, at the company. Bring him over. Call me when you're almost there, and I'll meet you downstairs." Su Xiangbei replied excitedly. If they could really bring in such a genius and buy the algorithm, the company would be rolling in money. What's going on? Which company? In the elevator, Zhou Wanner looked at Su Miao, who was grinning from ear to ear and bouncing back and forth, with a puzzled expression. Su Miao had been acting strangely earlier. While Qinghe was talking to the people from Fengshan, she went out once and had been restless ever since. As soon as Qinghe was about to leave, she darted out and ran out of the conference room at breakneck speed. They had to walk fast to keep up. Most importantly, she had never pushed Qinghe before, but this time she pushed him and wouldn't let go. "We'll talk about this later. Let's leave Fengshan first." "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." Sumiao didn't have time to explain at this moment. As soon as the elevator doors opened, she immediately pushed Qinghe and ran out. Hey, slow down, don't let Qinghe fall, Sumiao. What are you trying to do? Seeing Sumiao running like she was being chased by a dog, Jo-won quickly chased after her. Running so fast, she might easily trip Qinghe if she didn't control herself when turning or stopping. Don't worry, I definitely won't let Qinghe fall. Sumiao didn't even turn her head, pushing Qinghe as she ran towards the building exit. Make way, make way. Just then, someone got out of a taxi in front of the building. Before the person even got out, Sumiao ran to the taxi and shouted at the driver, 5,000 yuan. I'll take your car. Don't accept chapter 172. No problem. The driver immediately closed the ride-hailing app and turned off the for hire sign. Quick, get in. I'll tell you everything in the car later. Sumiao quickly pushed Qinghe to the back door, trying to get him into the car, but she was too weak to lift him. Let me do it. Jo-won shook her head, reached out and pushed Sumiao aside, first unhinging the straps on Qinghe's body, then scooped him up and bent down to put him in the car. Sumiao then deftly folded up the wheelchair, which Yadali, who had caught up from behind, took and put in the taxi's trunk. Driver, to Sukang building. Sumiao got in the car and without saying a word, immediately took out her phone and scanned 5,000 yuan for the driver. Go as fast as you can, while ensuring safety. Okay. The driver didn't know why this girl would spend so much money to hire his car for such a short distance, but he knew he'd hit the jackpot. Wait, this car can't fit us all. There are 5 of us, how are we going to fit? At this moment, Zhang Yan, who was about to get in, raised a question that Sumiao hadn't considered at all. This taxi could only seat 4 people, but there were 5 of them. Sumiao was stunned for a moment. She was so focused on getting away that she forgot about this. Okay, Sister Yan, you sit in the front, I'll get out, and I'll find another car to get there. Without much hesitation, Sumiao immediately unbuckled her seatbelt and was about to get out. No, tell me where you're going, I'll take a taxi. Zhang Yan waved her hand. Among these people, she was the least important, and if anyone was going to take a taxi, it would definitely be her. Alright, I'll transfer the money to you, Sister Yan. Just send it to the Sukang building. Sumiao didn't stand on ceremony. She turned around, took out her phone, added Zhang Yan on WeChat, and transferred 5,000 yuan to her. Driver, let's go. After the transfer, Sumiao closed the car door and urged the driver to leave quickly. The driver was also excited. Although he didn't know what these people were going to do, 5,000 yuan for a car, getting there as fast as possible, it sounded like a scene from a movie. He floored the accelerator, and the car sped away in front of the building, billowing black smoke. But they were gone, leaving Zhang Yan behind. All that black smoke covered her. Now can you tell me what happened? After the car drove away, Jo-won pressed Sumiao for details about what she was doing. Well, I didn't expect you guys to come here for this, and I didn't expect Qinghe could actually solve this problem. Fengshan Express doesn't know its value, they're used to being the boss, only thinking about lowering prices and saving money. Our company is different, we know our stuff. We want this calculation. We can agree to the price Qinghe offered earlier, we'll do what Qinghe said, and we can sign the contract right away. Sumiao turned around and said to Jo-won and Qinghe. She hadn't expected things to develop this way. She thought her family would only get a small share, but who would have thought Fengshan would have such a clueless person who couldn't even figure this out? She couldn't be blamed for that. Although she hadn't discussed it with her father, she was confident he would agree to the 1 yuan fee per trip. Does your family also have logistics? We don't have our own logistics company, but we have investments. We're the 3rd largest shareholder in Yuantong Logistics, which is ranked 3rd, and we also have investments in Qinghe Logistics, Sumiao replied. On the rooftop of the Fengshan Express headquarters building, before the elevator doors had fully opened, Chen Rong and Wei Ming squeezed out and rushed towards the chairman's office. The two practically slammed open the chairman's office door, abandoning even the most basic etiquette. Chairman, this matter is extremely urgent. Chen Rong gasped, her voice slightly hoarse, but every word was firm and powerful. We were in the conference room just now, and someone solved our century-old problem, but General Manager Liao, because the other party offered only 1 yuan per transaction, actually tried to stall them, telling them to go home and wait for news. Their calculation method could reduce our annual operating costs by 27% and increase warehousing and trunk line efficiency by 40%. The savings alone would be close to 20 billion yuan. Even if we paid them half, we could still net billions. But if another group intercepts this calculation method, the most optimistic estimate is that our market share will be swallowed up by 30% and our valuation will be halved. Even more terrifying is that our nationwide hub network advantage will be wiped out overnight. Wei Ming followed closely, his voice almost screaming with urgency. He's not asking for cooperation, he's giving us an opportunity. 1 yuan per use, asset-light binding, no additional terms. This is the most generous offer in the industry's history. President Liao is dragging his feet, trying to drive down prices, putting on airs. He's practically handing over his future to the competition. Wang Shun, chairman of Fengshan Express, immediately realized the problem after hearing their words. Are you sure they've solved it? Yes, in the simplest and most perfect way. 10 minutes. From start to finish, they only took 10 minutes. They're not on the same level of thinking as us. We've been considering points, surfaces, while he sees geometric space. Wei Ming nodded firmly in response. Contact them immediately and tell them we agree to their conditions. As long as they return now, we can sign the contract immediately. Have the contract department, legal department, and business department drop everything and draft a new contract for me right away. Having confirmed that this age-old problem was indeed solved, Wang Shun didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately instructed his secretary to contact Ye Qinghe. The secretary frantically dialed the business department, got Xing Computing's phone number, and called. Uncle Dolly, don't answer. Give my family a chance. Fengshan has never taken you seriously from beginning to end. No one greeted us when we entered, no one offered us water, they arrived half an hour late, and when they didn't ask us anything. That arrogance, that disdain. Do you really want to cooperate with a company like that? After Yadali's phone rang, Su Miao didn't wait for him to take out his phone before turning to him and pleading. This call was undoubtedly from Feng Shun. The people at Fengshan aren't stupid. Even if the vice president wanted to lower the price, the finance and technical managers wouldn't think that way. The call at this hour must mean they'd reported to higher management. Why did she run so fast? Why didn't she dare stay at Fengshan for even a moment? It was because she was afraid they'd realize what was happening, afraid of being stopped. She was already in the car, on her way home. She absolutely couldn't let anyone call Ye Qinghe and the others back. Dad, hang up now. Chapter 173 NB Yadali. Chairman, they hung up. The secretary, having overheard Chen Rong and Wei Ming's words, understood the gravity of the situation. Hearing the call abruptly end, she realized the gravity of the matter. A deathly silence fell over the office. Chen Rong and Wei Ming's hearts sank. The worst they could have imagined had happened. Keep calling until they answer. Wang Shun roared, slamming his fist on the table. Chen Rong, have someone check if they have any other contact information, and how this company obtained the information. Was there a middleman? The secretary quickly continued dialing, while Chen Rong immediately began calling the business department to inquire about other information regarding Xing computing power. Soon, Huang Yuehui's role as a middleman was uncovered. Mr. Huang, this is Wang Shun. Excuse me, but I need your help with something. Wang Shun picked up the phone and called Huang Yuehui. Mr. Wang, what is it? Huang Yuehui was somewhat surprised to receive Wang Shun's call. Although he had some cooperation with Fengshan Express, he didn't have much of a personal relationship with Wang Shun. Under normal circumstances, Wang Shun wouldn't call him. It's like this: you previously introduced a company called Xing Computing Power to take on our company's bounty mission. I wonder what your relationship is with Xing Computing Power. Xing Computing Power. Huang Yuehui's expression froze. What did Wang Shun mean by this? He didn't answer immediately, but instead asked a question in return. Yes, Xing Computing Power. It might sound ridiculous, but some of my staff made a mistake, and I tried to contact them, but they're refusing to answer our calls. Could you help me get in touch, or give us another number? Wang Shun said with a wry smile. If word got out, he'd be laughed at by his competitors and other companies for a long time, but he had no choice. He had to swallow his pride and make this call. Could you tell me the specifics? Huang Yuehui didn't answer immediately but inquired about the details. Asking for help requires clarity, so Wang Shun briefly explained the situation. Ye Qinghe solved Fengshan's century-old problem? Huang Yuehui was stunned. He knew Ye Qinghe was capable and was planning to entrust this part of the company's business to Xing Computing Power, but he hadn't expected Ye Qinghe to be this capable. He had only heard about the problem and casually made the connection. He hadn't expected Ye Qinghe to be able to solve it. I just wanted Ye Qinghe to be exposed to the most cutting-edge problems, and you're telling me you've solved them? And it's only been a short time? President Huang? President Huang? Hearing no sound on the other end of the phone, Wang Shun called out twice in confusion. Oh, sorry, something came up here. Huang Yuehui, regaining his composure, made up an excuse. President Huang, I can't guarantee anything, I need to make a call and ask. Okay, President Huang will definitely help. I'll come to Beijing in a couple of days to thank you in person. You're too kind, President Huang. After hanging up, Huang Yuehui still couldn't quite believe it. He knew all too well how difficult this problem was. It had been posted for over a year, and so many companies across the country had taken it on, yet none had completed it. And yet Qinghe had solved it in less than half a month? At this moment, he genuinely envied Yadali. The money Huang Yuehui had earned through generations of family connections and the benefits of the times had been overtaken by Ye Qinghe with just one problem. Ye Dali didn't need a better background than him, he only needed to be more resourceful. The taxi driver drove incredibly fast, using all his skills to weave the car through traffic, arriving at the Suzhou control building in no time. When the taxi arrived in front of the Suzhou control building, the area below was already packed with people, lined up on both sides. None of these people looked like ordinary employees, they were at least middle management, and many were clearly senior executives. A red carpet was laid out, and various flowers from the company had been hastily arranged into flower pillars. Although somewhat rushed, it was a stark contrast to the neglect, delays, and contempt he had suffered at Fengshan Express. As soon as the car stopped, Su Xiangbei personally stepped forward and opened the door for Ye. Mr. Ye, thank you for your hard work. Su Xiangbei shook Ye Dali's hand, his face beaming. After Ye Qinghe was helped out of the car by Ye Dali and placed in a wheelchair, Su Xiangbei said earnestly and solemnly, Mr. Ye, your algorithm is the future of the entire logistics industry. SF Express is unwilling to provide it, but our SUC control is willing to give you the highest authority, the best conditions, and 100% trust. There was no haggling, no deliberate manipulation, no condescending scrutiny, only sincerity. Su, I'll call you Uncle Su. It's a pleasure to meet you. Looking at the over 1.9 meter tall Su Xiangbei, Ye Qinghe wondered if Su Miaoer was really Su Xiangbei's daughter. They only looked somewhat alike, but the height difference was too great, wasn't it? I'm happy too. Come in, please come in. Su Xiangbei was pleased that Ye Qinghe called him that and cheerfully gestured for the group to come inside. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Just then, Ye Dali's phone rang. He glanced at the name on the screen, picked up the phone, and took a few steps to the side. President Ye, this is amazing. You did something so big without saying a word? You should have said so earlier. I would have definitely gone with you to see Qinghe solve the problem. Huang Yuehui's hearty laughter came through the phone. Fang Shun told you? Ye Dali didn't need to guess, he knew how Huang Yuehui knew. Yes, but I'm not here to persuade you. I just wanted to ask if I had a chance to get a stake in this. Don't worry, it's not mandatory. Just give me a call if you want to sell to someone, and I'll talk to them. Huang Yuehui immediately stated his position. He does have some collaborations with Fang Shun, but on this matter, he is definitely on Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe's side. Before making the call, he consulted professionals to understand the algorithm's power, value, and far-reaching impact. Therefore, he was now completely unconcerned about smooth sailing, his only thought was whether he could get a stake in it. This was an opportunity to transform the entire logistics industry. If he didn't know, fine, but now that he did, he had to get a ticket on board. Huang Yuehui's words and attitude made Ye Dali feel comfortable. Given their relationship, if Huang Yuehui wanted a favor, he would definitely have to give it to him. However, Huang Yuehui didn't do that. Instead, he directly stated that he only wanted an opportunity, and didn't even need Ye Dali to say anything, just give him the information, and he would handle the rest. We're currently at Suzhou Holdings. If we reach an agreement later, I'll mention it to them. Chapter 174 Su Holdings? Su Holdings? When did Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe get involved with Su Holdings? They just left Fengshan Express and went straight to Su Holdings? Huang Yuehui was utterly puzzled. He had assumed Ye Dali and his son were simply ignoring Fengshan's calls and were either back at the hotel or still there. He never imagined they'd actually gone to Su Holdings. Although Su Holdings didn't seem as high profile as some of the super-large conglomerates, most people in the business world knew that Su Xiangbei was a significant figure. His timing, business acumen, and shrewd methods allowed Su Holdings to grow into a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate in just 20 years, all thanks to Su Xiangbei. Ye Qinghe realized he had no idea about his relationship with Ye Dali. How did Su Xiangbei know? Wait a minute. Without thinking, Huang Yuehui called out to Ye Dali, who was about to hang up. Should I tell Feng Shun about your trip to Su Holdings? His thinking was simple. Whether Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe's trip to Su Holdings was intended to pressure Feng Shun into a compromise, or a genuine attempt to sell to Su Holdings, letting Feng Shun know would be more beneficial than harmful. Pressing Feng Shun would make him the best mouthpiece. If it was a genuine sale to Su Holdings, letting Fengshan Express know and get involved would be helpful for Ye Dali and his team's negotiations. Ye Dali hadn't considered this. Huang Yuehui's words made him pause for a moment before realizing this. Alright, since they've come to you for help, it wouldn't be good for you to say you know nothing. Okay. Huang Yuehui chuckled and hung up. Meanwhile, at Fengshan headquarters, the company secretary was still on the phone. Busy. It must be President Huang who got through. Hearing the busy tone, the secretary reported to Wang Shun. Call again in 2 minutes. Get Liao Qiang up here. Wang Shun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could get in touch, whether through themselves or the middleman, it meant there was still room for negotiation. Also, ask the contract department and legal department if they've finished the contracts. Have their managers come over too. Liao Qiang, Sun Gang, and the other senior executives arrived quickly, within minutes. Upon entering the office, Liao Qiang was greeted with a torrent of abuse. "Are you some guy sent by another company to sabotage me? Saving money. Now you're suddenly thinking about saving money? Short-sighted. Bureaucratic mentality. What? You think everyone has to fawn over you, the vice president? You're just an employee. Where does your sense of superiority come from? Now look what's happened. They don't want to work with us anymore. They won't answer the phone. What are we supposed to do? Try to smooth things over. You're the one begging them, not the other way around. How the hell did I even get you into the vice president position? You're so stupid you're practically drinking water." If Wang Yue hadn't called, Wang Shun could have continued yelling at Liao Qiang for another half hour. He used to think Liao Qiang was a capable person, which is why he entrusted him with such an important task, but who would have thought he'd cause such a huge blunder? The heavens are about to burst open. "President Huang, how is it?" Letting out a long breath, Wang Shun changed his expression, suppressing his anger, and answered the phone in a gentle tone. "President Wang, the way you handled this matter has truly opened my eyes. No one has ever handled things like this before. I really didn't expect Feng Shun to have this kind of work style. I'm starting to consider future cooperation with you." Huang Yue didn't mention what he had discussed with Yadali. Instead, he immediately spoke up for Yadali. Although he hadn't asked a single unnecessary question, it didn't stop him from speaking. Yes. I was cursing this guy before I answered the phone." Wang Shun glared angrily at Liao Qiang, whose head was practically touching his crotch, then said sincerely, "We know we were wrong. We accept the punishment and the beating, as long as Xing computing power gives us a chance. Mr. Wang, this algorithm isn't just being monitored by your company. They're already with another company. They were taken over after leaving your company." But Huang Yue's next words sent Wang Shun's heart sinking. This was exactly what he feared. He feared another company would take advantage of the situation to contact Xing computing power, and what he feared most had come true. Which company? Su Holdings. Su Holdings. Wang Shun hadn't expected that the company contacting Xing computing power wouldn't be a logistics company, but rather this Su Holdings. Standing in the office, Sun Gang immediately understood upon hearing the name. "Mr. Wang, I leaked this to you without telling an old friend, only because of our cooperation, do you understand?" "Understood, Mr. Huang, I'll remember this favor, I'll definitely repay you handsomely." "Thank you." This information was indeed very important. After sincerely thanking him, Wang Shun hung up the phone, paused for a moment, then suddenly grabbed the ashtray on the table and smashed it. Bang! The loud noise startled everyone in the office. "Liao Qiang, you're amazing. You're fucking amazing. They're already in Su Holdings' office. This is the little company you look down on, the result of your trying to pull some strings. I've had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. I hired a piece of trash like you." Wang Shun roared at Liao Qiang. Upon hearing this, Chen Rong and Wei Ming's faces darkened. They had tried their best, but Liao Qiang opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but seeing Wang Shun's murderous gaze, he couldn't utter a word. "Chairman, among the people who came just now, one of them might be the eldest daughter of the Su family." Although he didn't understand why the eldest daughter of the Su family had such a good relationship with Xing computing power, and why she didn't directly recruit Su Holdings but instead brought someone over, Sun Gang felt he had to say it at this moment. "Who?" Liao Qiang, Wei Ming, and Chen Rong were all startled and turned to look at Sun Gang. "That girl in the Lolita dress, who looked like a middle school student. I saw her picture a few years ago, but it's been so long that I thought she'd grown up and didn't recognize her. I just called a friend, and he said she hasn't aged much and still looks the same as she did years ago. Plus, I heard you say that people from Xing computing power went to Su Holdings, so I got in touch." Sun Gang explained. When his friend said on the phone that the eldest daughter of the Su family hadn't aged much, he wasn't entirely sure, but now he was 100% certain. Chen Rong murmured, no wonder her expression was off during the negotiations, and then when President Liao told them to go back, she jumped up and pushed Mr. Ya out. Chapter 175. Give us a chance. Welcome to Galaxy Computing Power. Welcome, CEO Ya. Welcome to Galaxy Computing Power. Welcome, CEO Ya. At the Suzhou Control Building, Ya Qinghe was pushed along. As they passed the office area, company employees stood up, smiling and nodding in welcome. This behavior made Su Miaoer, following behind, want to cover her head. Her father really was. She had only mentioned feeling neglected at Fengshan, and he was already doing this? Didn't he feel embarrassed? Su Xianbei led Yadali and Ya Qinghe to the company's largest conference room. All the company's senior executives were present, and they sat opposite Yadali, Ya Qinghe, Zhou Wanner, and Su Miaoer. President Ya, Chief Engineer Ya. Before Ya Qinghe and his team arrived, Su Xianbei wasn't sure how to address Ya Qinghe, so he thought of Chief Engineer Ya. Regarding the algorithm pricing method you mentioned before, we have no problem with it. It's 1 yuan per call, settled daily. Furthermore, Su Holdings is willing to offer you 3% of the logistics company's shares as payment for hiring you as our chief technology officer. Su Xiangbei didn't mince words. He directly addressed Ye Qinghe's previous demands at Fengshan, and even offered an additional 3% of the logistics company's shares to firmly bind this expert to his company's chariot. In addition, there's another matter I think your company needs to address immediately, and Su Holdings is willing to help registering the patent technology. Currently, it's just a pure mathematical formula and cannot be patented, so the algorithm needs to be written into a patentable form first. Only in this way can your company's rights be guaranteed. Instead of rushing to produce the contract, Su Xiangbei first urged Ye Qinghe and Ye Dali to register the patent to protect their interests. This attitude pleased both Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe. This is how normal business cooperation should be. Fengshan hadn't treated them as equal partners before. Zhang Yan spent a few minutes in the taxi. Sitting in the car, looking out the window, she never imagined that her casual investment in a company would lead her to such a treasure. An algorithm that wouldn't even consider 10 million in cash, a 10 million annual salary, 1.6 billion worth of shares, and additional dividends? $1 per transaction. It sounded cheap, but judging from Fengshan's reaction, this was far more than what Fengshan offered. How much was it? 1 billion a year? Or 2 billion? She couldn't calculate it. She only knew that this time she had truly found a super company. The boss was kind, the company system was flexible, there weren't many people, and most importantly, it was incredibly profitable. This was practically a chosen one. Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly heard several cars honking their horns frantically behind her. Are you in such a hurry to be reborn? Don't you know you can't honk here? Do you think you can act arrogantly just because you drive a luxury car? No manners. No morals. The car that honked was driving very fast, and several cars sped past Zhang Yan's car while honking their horns. The driver inside his car cursed angrily. Zhang Yan glanced around and saw roughly 11 or 12 cars, all very luxurious. She wondered which important person was traveling with them. A few minutes later, she saw the luxury car that had overtaken her and honked earlier downstairs at the Sukang building. I'm from Xing Computing Power, our. Upon entering the building and reaching the reception desk, Zhang Yan simply gave the name Xing Computing Power, and the receptionist politely led her inside. Mr. Wan, are you here to vandalize our company? As she turned a corner, she heard voices. Turning the corner, she saw a large crowd standing inside and outside the corridor. Through the gaps in the crowd, Zhang Yan recognized several people she had seen at Fengshan Express. One was the female finance manager surnamed Chen, another was the technical manager, and the third was the legal manager. Boss, Fengshan's people have caught up with Sukang Holdings, and they brought a lot of men. Zhang Yan immediately picked up her phone and quickly typed. The receptionist at Su Holdings tried to lead Zhang Yan inside through the crowd, but Zhang Yan pulled her aside. What are these people doing here? They said they were looking for our boss, but judging from their expressions, it doesn't seem like good news. The receptionist whispered back. The sudden influx of people had startled them. They'd wondered what kind of trouble they were there for. Is that tall guy talking your boss? Yes, that's our CEO, Mr. Su. While the two were talking, Wang Shun, who had been stopped, spoke up. President Su, let's be frank. The problem Xing Computing Power solved was proposed by Fengshan. We've invested a lot of manpower and resources in it. Now that it's matured, we can't let others reap the rewards. Fengshan must have a share in this algorithm. President Wan, are you trying to force a sale? Su Xiangbei sneered. It's true you proposed it, but you don't care. You don't even give people a sip of water when they come to the company, not even basic respect. Why should anyone cooperate with you? These words were like knives, stabbing straight into Wang Shun's heart. Thinking of this, he wanted to chop Liao Qizi into mincemeat. If this got out, how could Fengshan ever face anyone again? President Su, just tell us how we can meet with the people from Xing Computing Power? Or how can we get on board? Wang Shun's expression shifted several times. His last shred of dignity was completely discarded, and his tone softened. At this point, circumstances dictate their actions. They couldn't afford to be sidelined in this endeavor, no matter the cost. They had to get on board this train that would transform the entire logistics industry. Otherwise, they would soon become outcasts. Forget about maintaining their leading position in the logistics industry, even survival would be a problem. This isn't something I can decide, they said. Su Xiangbei said calmly. President Su, give me a chance to see Mr. Ye. Whatever your request, just name it. If I can do it, I, Wang Shun, will do it without hesitation. Gritting his teeth, Wang Shun's once straight back slumped. Please don't. President Wang, please don't do this. Su Xiangbei quickly stepped aside. Wang Shun was considerably older than him and a prominent figure in the business world. This was truly a desperate gamble. President Su. All the senior executives of Fengshan Express, following behind Wang Shun, shouted in unison to Su Xiangbei, then bowed deeply. A full 90-degree bow. You, Su Xiangbei sighed, if only you had known this would happen. President Su, we were wrong, we admit it, but this calculation method concerns the livelihoods and families of hundreds of thousands of our employees. Please help us. Chen Rong pleaded with Su Xiangbei, her voice trembling with tears. President Su, please help us. Chapter 176 Patent Layout. Su Xiangbei stared silently at the group of usually aloof and disreputable executives before him, a full half-minute. But for Wang Shun and the other executives at Fengshan Express, that half-minute felt like an eternity. Everyone was bent over, holding their breath, barely daring to breathe, their hearts pounding in their chests, awaiting their final judgment. Finally, Su Xiangbei's gaze calmly settled on Wang Shun. Considering your seniority in the business world, I can pass on a message for you. Su Xiangbei clearly understood his position. He didn't believe he could make the decision for Xing computing power. Upon hearing this, the tense bodies of the Fengshan Express employees involuntarily relaxed, some almost collapsing to the ground. Chen Rong covered her mouth to prevent a sob from escaping. Liao Qiang clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his knuckles, a testament to the despair of escaping death. Just because of their own carelessness and arrogance, the group almost fell into the abyss. But Su Xiangbei's next words immediately dragged them back into the abyss. Whether or not I see them is not up to me, it's up to the people from Xing computing power. I'm just relaying the message, I can't guarantee it will work. And you can't block the people from Xing computing power in our company like you did before. If you can guarantee that, then I can relay this message for you. No promises, no guarantees, only an opportunity hanging in the air. Thank you, President Su. Wang Shun trembled, his voice hoarse but extremely respectful, before straightening up. However, being older, after bowing his head for a while, suddenly standing up caused his vision to blur, and he had to shake his head several times to regain his senses. Su Xiangbei had security guards lead Wang Shun and the others to another conference room to sit down. The group sat in the conference room, none of them touching the water on the table, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. All the executives sat there blankly in the conference room, like a group of criminals awaiting their fate. They had once possessed the best opportunities, but they had squandered them with their own hands due to arrogance and contempt. Liao Qiang was, in fact, a microcosm of them. Fengshan had been too successful in recent years, and had displayed this attitude in many public ways. Now, they could only wait in the most humble posture for a meeting that might never come. Thinking of this, many people turned their gazes to Liao Qiang. If looks could kill, Liao Qiang would have been torn to pieces long ago. People from Fengshan Express? While Su Xiangbei led these people to the adjacent conference room, Zhang Yan also followed the receptionist from So Holdings to Ye Qinghe's side and whispered what she had just seen to Ye Qinghe. The information I had your uncle Huang reveal, just as he entered the room. Yet Dali whispered in Ye Qinghe's ear. That's how business is, competition leads to better prices. Ye Qinghe nodded. Let's continue with what we were saying about patent registration. Our group has a dedicated patent manager, and this is him. Upon returning from outside, Su Xiangbei didn't mention Fengshan's matter. He continued what he hadn't finished saying earlier. When he mentioned the patent manager, a young man sitting near the edge of the conference table stood up. Mr. Ye, we need to immediately outline your patent application plan, domestic inventions, PCT international patents, software copyrights, etc. These processes are very complex, and even the fastest would be. He was interrupted by Ye Qinghe's calm voice before he could finish. No need for complicated procedures. I'll dictate, you take notes, and we can finalize the global patent layout in 30 seconds. This made the young man open his mouth, wanting to object, but Su Xiangbei stopped him with a gesture. Listen to Mr. Ye, quickly write it down. The young man hurriedly pulled out his notebook, waiting for Ye Qinghe to continue. First, the core invention patent, titled Dynamic Logistics Global Optimal Scheduling Method and System Based on Chance-Constrained Duality and Hypergraph Network Flow, has 3 layers of claims, independent claims covering the entire core framework of closed-loop solutions, de-randomization modeling, strong duality relaxation, and closed-loop optimal control, dependent claims targeting 5 specific application scenarios, multi-warehouse, heterogeneous fleets, dynamic road networks, stochastic demand, and time windows. Second, the technical solution is packaged to avoid the rules of intellectual activity, binding on vehicle terminals, scheduling servers, logistics apps, and cloud-based decision-making systems, presented as a hardware plus algorithm plus real-time scheduling technical solution, with a nationwide warehousing and distribution network implementation example, quantifying a cost reduction of 12%-18%, resulting in annual savings of 3.7 billion to 5.6 billion yuan. Third, the application path involves simultaneously submitting a Chinese invention patent and a PCT international patent application, designating 38 major economies globally, China, the US, Europe, Japan, and South Korea, requesting priority, early publication, and expedited substantive examination, while also applying for software copyright and trade secret protection for the algorithm model. Fourth, the scope of protection covers all scenarios of logistics, express delivery, cold chain, same-city delivery, and emergency material dispatch, leaving no loopholes in the rights. As the last 4 words were written, the young patent attorney's pen stopped on the paper, his entire body frozen like a statue. He had been in the industry for quite some time, and as the patent manager of Suzhou Holding Group, he had handled technology patents valued at tens of billions. But he had never seen anyone able to verbally describe a complete, logically closed-loop, globally comprehensive patent strategy in such a short time. Suzhou Holding Group's legal director's voice trembled slightly. You've even blocked all the loopholes in patent examination beforehand. You've selected all the PCT-designated countries in one go. The 3 points the examiners questioned: pure algorithms cannot be patented, NP-hard problems have no optimal solution, and random problems cannot be deterministically modeled. I've already provided all the technical rebuttals in my previous derivations. These can be written into the specification and granted directly. Yeah, Qinghe replied calmly. He had been paying attention to these things since he first told Yadali that he was dissatisfied with the conditions offered by Fengshan. He didn't understand patents before, but he had a photographic memory and could meticulously absorb what he learned in his mental space. So he thoroughly studied the patent application process step by step. What he said now took only a few words in less than a minute, but in reality, it took him quite a while. Sister Yan, could you use this man's computer for a moment? Have him log into the patent website for you and apply for these patents now in our company's name. Yeah, Qinghe turned to Zhang Yan beside him and said, these patents definitely need to be applied for under the name of Xing Computing Power. The reason for asking Su Holdings for help is simply that Zhang Yan and Yadali are not very familiar with these things and need their assistance. We didn't see your derivation. The instruction manual requires you to provide the conclusion and basis. Chapter 177. Let it sit for now. The young patent manager spoke somewhat timidly. What exactly Ye Qinghe deduced remained unseen by anyone present except for Ye Qinghe and a few others. To be honest, although the chairman had stated that Ye Qinghe had solved the problem, everyone still harbored some skepticism. Ye Qinghe was too young. Not only the patent manager, but everyone else from Su Holdings looked at Ye Qinghe with expectant eyes. Especially the technical heads of several companies within Su Holdings. They were most eager to see this, but since the chairman hadn't mentioned it, they didn't dare bring it up. Uncle Su, do you need me to demonstrate? Ye Qinghe looked at Su Xianbei. The people from Fengshan are already waiting in another conference room outside, hoping to meet with you again. That's enough proof. No further explanation is needed. Just tell Xiao Cai what the patent requires. Su Xianbei smiled and shook his head. He did indeed want to see it too, but the fact that Wang Shun and all the senior executives of Fengshan Express had come was enough to explain everything. It couldn't possibly be that his precious daughter conspired with Wang Shun to set him up, could it? Nodding, Ye Qinghe asked Zhang Yan to get out paper and pen, and wrote down the conclusions and evidence needed for the patent application. Zhang Yan took this to Xiao Cai, and the two began working on it. They're working on the patent. Let's talk about our cooperation method. Our group can start accelerating the process of fully acquiring a logistics company, and then. Su Xianbei had just started speaking when Yadali interrupted him. It's like this, Mr. Su, I have a friend, Mr. Huang Yuehui of Yuiang Group. I owe him a favor, and I'd like to include him in this matter. Although Huang Yuehui said that Yadali didn't need to worry about it and that he could talk to Su Xianbei himself, Yadali felt that he owed Huang Yuehui a favor for dealing with the Zhao family and wanted to repay it in this matter. Mr. Huang? No problem. The patented algorithm belongs to your company. Since your company wants to include Yuiang Group, then of course there's no problem. Su Xianbei nodded without hesitation. The initiative in this matter had always been in Xing Computing Power's hands. Whoever the other party wanted to include was entirely up to Xing Computing Power. Speaking of which, Yuiang Group seems to be one of the shareholders of Yuantong Group, in which we have invested. Could we have him come online now to discuss this with us? We'd better finalize this matter immediately. Yadali nodded, made a call to Huang Yuehui, and then had someone from Su Holdings bring Huang Yuehui into their video conference room. Mr. Su, I've heard so much about you. I didn't expect we'd meet for the first time under these circumstances. In the video, Huang Yuehui smiled broadly, first greeting Ye Qinghe and Zhou Wan'er, then smiling as he spoke. From the background of the video, it seemed he wasn't in his office, but rather in a car. Mr. Huang, I've admired you for a long time. Are you in your car? Su Xianbei asked with a smile and a wave. Yes, I'm on my way to the airport. I should arrive in Pengcheng this afternoon. Huang Yuehui nodded. After finishing his call with Yadali, he, along with the company's legal counsel and several senior executives, got into the car and headed to the airport. To get to Pengcheng faster, he didn't even take an airline flight, but instead borrowed a friend's private jet. Shall we talk again this afternoon? Since Huang Yuehui was already on his way, Su Xianbei felt this matter could be postponed. Is that all right? Huang Yue just wanted a ride and never expected Su Xianbei to be willing to wait for him. Of course, no problem. We'll wait for Mr. Huang to arrive before we talk, Su Xianbei replied with a smile. He was in a hurry about this, but since Yadali had suggested bringing Huang Yue in, he had to consider it. Okay, see you this afternoon. Huang Yue hung up the phone with a smile. See you this afternoon. As Huang Yue disappeared from the screen, just as Su Xianbei was about to speak, Xiao Cai and Zhang Yin received acceptance receipts from the State Intellectual Property Office's electronic application system for their patent applications. The global patent applications were also submitted. Zhang Yin got up and returned to Qinghe's side. The patent applications are finished, Su Xianbei asked. Yes, Mr. Su, we've received the acceptance receipt from the electronic application system, Xiao Cai replied, standing up. Then I'll take Mr. Ye, Chief Engineer Ye, and the two of you to rest first. We can discuss it in detail when Mr. Huang arrives this afternoon. Su Xianbei turned to Yadali and Ye Qinghe. Okay. Yadali stood up, and Zhou Wan'er stood up and grabbed Ye Qinghe's wheelchair. As they left the conference room, Su Xianbei mentioned, Mr. Ye, the people from Fengshan Express are still in the other conference room. Mr. Su wants them to join as well? Yadali raised an eyebrow. No, their participation will reduce our profits. However, Mr. Wang asked me for help, so I have to pass on this message. Su Xianbei shook his head. The decision wasn't his. He didn't want Fengshan to join either. Unique businesses are definitely the most profitable, but this algorithm changes an entire industry, and he knew that monopolizing it was difficult. This was one of the reasons why he readily agreed when Yadali asked Huang Yue to join. While Fengshan is the industry leader, its entry would reduce profits but also alleviate some pressure, a double-edged sword. Let's leave it for now. Yadali glanced at Ye Qinghe, and seeing he remained silent, spoke up. Okay. Su Xianbei nodded without further comment. Next to the Su Holdings building was a hotel with a partnership with Su Holdings. Su Xianbei brought Ye Qinghe and the others there and booked the largest suite. You guys rest first. I'll come back for lunch. Su Xianbei escorted them to their room and prepared to leave. However, before leaving, he picked up Su Miaoer, who was sitting on the sofa, and gave them an embarrassed smile before heading out. Ouch. Put me down. Put me down. I can walk by myself. Su Miaoer struggled, kicking her short legs. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Wan'er laughed loudly, which made Su Miaoer even angrier, her face puffing up like a bun. Ah, old Su, you're so ungrateful. I'm going to tell my mom you bullied me. Su Xianbei quickly took 2 steps, pulled Su Miaoer out of the room, closed the door, and then put her down. Old Su, do you know how much you embarrass me in front of my friends? I told you, don't mention me like that anymore. Don't mention me like that anymore. Why can't you remember? Su Miaoer, who had just been put down, angrily kicked Su Xianbei's shin. If I hadn't brought you along, were you not planning to come with me? Su Xianbei affectionately reached out and ruffled Su Miaoer's puffed-up hair, which resembled a pufferfish's. Don't touch my head. Chapter 178 500,000. Okay. Although he said okay, Su Xianbei still reached out and patted Su Miaoer's head a few times before turning and running away. Ah, you stinky old man. Don't run away. Su Miaoer shouted angrily and chased after him. Naya na, short legs, can't catch me. Ah, I'll fight you. The two of them, one big and one small, ran towards the elevator, making a ruckus at the elevator entrance. The elevator arrived, and there were people inside. Although they were embarrassed to act like before, they appeared to be standing, but their hands were constantly tickling and pinching each other, never idle for a moment. After exiting the elevator, the two of them, one big and one small, laughed and joked as they ran back to the Su Control building. The chairman only acts like this when the young lady is around. Otherwise, when the young lady isn't here, the chairman seems incredibly strict, a complete domineering CEO. But as soon as she arrives, he immediately acts like a spoiled brat. I really envy their father-daughter relationship. My dad and I have never been like that, we hardly ever talk anymore. I'm pretty much the same. It was okay when I was little, but now that I'm older, it's not like that anymore. The receptionists and employees at the Suzhou Control building all smiled as they watched the two of them like this. This scene wasn't a one-off occurrence at the Suzhou Control building. Most of the longer-term employees had seen it. While laughter and chatter filled the room, the conference room where Fengshan Express was located was eerily silent. No one spoke, no one moved, everyone sat quietly in the room. Chairman, cough. Chen Rong whispered to Wang Shun, but her voice immediately drew everyone's attention, making her uncomfortable. Chairman, should we go out and see if they're done? If we just wait like this, what if they sign the contract, then They had been sitting there for quite some time. Logically, Su Xianbei had told them that regardless of the outcome, they should return with a reply, but so far, no one had come, and there was no news. Now, all we can do is wait. Wang Shun's voice was hoarse. He had become quite agitated in such a short time, but what could they do at this point? If the other party wasn't coming, or rather, if Su Xiangbei's side wasn't sending anyone, it meant they weren't willing to see them yet. What good would it do if they went? How about this, I go check it out, under the pretense of going to the restroom. Chen Rong thought for a moment and said, it wouldn't be appropriate for the chairman to go out, and as a woman, even if she went over there, she could easily claim she was in the wrong place. Okay, it'll do. Wang Shun sighed. This feeling of sitting and waiting for someone else to decide her fate was truly awful. The restroom was actually not far to the right of the conference room where Chen Rong and the others were, with clear signs, but Chen Rong couldn't see it and started wandering around the building. When they came over, the direction Su Xiangbei came from was Chen Rong's primary target. Nobody here? Wandering to the large conference room of Su Holdings, through the open door, Chen Rong found that although there was water and flowers on the table, there was no one inside. It's over? The contract's signed? Chen Rong's heart sank to the bottom. This was no good sign. If Su Holdings really had signed the contract with Xing Computing Power, then Fengshan was truly finished. Liao Qiang. Chen Rong gritted her teeth, each word escaping through clenched teeth. She regretted it now. She regretted listening to Liao Qiang, regretted stopping the Xing Computing Power people, even if it meant going against Liao Qiang, she shouldn't have let them leave. But there's no going back. No matter how much she regretted it, it was already too late. Have the people in the meeting room left? I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't disclose that information. Undeterred, Chen Rong ran to the front desk to inquire, but the receptionist dared not reveal even a single detail about the distinguished guest received by the chairman and all the company's senior executives. We came here to see them, please help us. Chen Rong secretly slipped the brooch she had taken off her chest earlier into the receptionist's hand, her tone pleading. This brooch was a high-end piece she had bought abroad, costing over a six-figure sum, but at this moment, she couldn't care less. The receptionist glanced at the item in her hand, her heart pounding. Although she wasn't sure of its value, she knew at a glance it wasn't cheap. But unfortunately, while she really wanted the brooch, she didn't want to lose her job because of it. Excuse me, ma'am. I bought this brooch for 160,000. If you think that's not enough, I can give you another 300,000 in cash afterwards. If you lose your job because of this, just come to me, and I'll arrange a job for you in Fengshan, with a monthly salary of 50,000. As long as you don't resign, the company won't fire you. I can have this written into the contract. If you don't trust me, I can transfer the money to you now, just give me an account number. Chen Rong didn't let the receptionist finish speaking, pulling her aside and promising in a low voice. At this moment, she would have been willing to give her 3 million, let alone 300,000, as long as she got definite information. It has to be said, sometimes money really is useful. The receptionist was completely stunned by this unexpected financial offensive. Please don't joke with me like that. She genuinely wanted to keep the company secret, but the 160,000 yuan brooch, 300,000 yuan in cash, and a job paying 50,000 yuan a month were hard to refuse. Account number, I'll transfer the money right now. Chen Rong saw the receptionist's hesitation, took out her phone, opened her mobile banking app, entered the amount, and handed the phone to the receptionist. The receptionist looked incredulous, she never imagined she'd have such a day. Just a piece of information that didn't involve any company trade secrets, and she could get 500,000 yuan and a job with an annual salary of 600,000 yuan? Would such a windfall really fall from the sky? This matter doesn't involve any trade secrets, and even if you are held accountable by Su Holdings, we will negotiate with them and ensure you are safe. Seeing the receptionist still hesitant, Chen Rong quickly added, Shunda Express can definitely deliver on that, you should know that. No, this matter, At that moment, two little voices were arguing wildly in the receptionist's mind. One said, take the money, and you'll be set for life. The other said, I can't take it, it's unethical. 500,000. Chen Rong took out her phone and changed the transfer amount to 500,000. Chapter 179 Harmony Brings Wealth. If morality had made the receptionist hesitate earlier, the mention of 500,000 yuan immediately swayed her. The receptionist took Chen Rong's phone and entered her bank account number. Chen Rong entered her PIN in front of the receptionist, and a successful transfer screen appeared on her phone. Without immediately asking questions, she waited about 20 seconds until the receptionist's phone beeped, indicating the money had arrived. Only then did Chen Rong speak. Now can you tell me? They didn't leave, they went to the hotel next door. They'll be back this afternoon, and the contract hasn't been signed yet. The receptionist quickly and quietly told her what she knew. Thank you, here's my business card. You can contact me if you need anything. Chen Rong took out her business card and handed it to the receptionist. When can I start working for your company? The receptionist took the card, asking expectantly. Given a salary of 50,000 yuan a month, versus her current salary of a little over 10,000 yuan, she would definitely choose 50,000. You can come anytime after you finish your resignation process here. If you can leave today, you can start your onboarding this afternoon. After saying this, Chen Rong immediately walked quickly towards the conference room where Feng Shun was. He's left, he's at the hotel across the street. The contract hasn't been signed yet. As soon as Chen Rong entered the conference room, everyone looked at her expectantly. She quickly walked to Wang Shun's side and whispered, "How did you find out?" A vice president next to her asked in a low voice. "It's not convenient to talk about that. I'll explain it privately when we get back to the company." Chen Rong didn't mention bribing the receptionist at Sukong, but instead explained it to Wang Shun in a low voice. "Well done, President Chen." A glint flashed in Wang Shun's eyes. As long as the contract wasn't signed, it meant there was still a chance. How Chen Rong did it wasn't important. After thinking for a moment, he picked up his phone, got up, and left the conference room. "The number you dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later." Switched off? Wang Shun frowned, thought for a moment, then found Su Xianbei's phone number and dialed. Since they were both in Pengcheng, they would inevitably meet and interact at some meetings. He had Su Xianbei's private number. In the chairman's office on the rooftop, Su Miaoer sat in Su Xianbei's executive chair, her feet dangling on the desk. Su Xianbei stood beside her, holding a plate of fruit, occasionally feeding her some. "Although I knew of his existence for a while, I only met him recently. Before, I only knew he was paralyzed, I didn't know he had such abilities. Before, he really couldn't move his body at all, except for his head, his hands and arms only recently recovered. They haven't publicly stated they're together." Su Xianbei asked, and Su Miaoer answered. Su Xianbei was truly curious about Ye Qinghe. 19 years old, not even 20 yet, and he could already solve such a century-old problem. Given a few more years, how amazing would he be? Being able to connect with someone like that and cultivate a good relationship is truly like being reborn. You must maintain a good relationship with Wanner, and also with Ye Qinghe. You should be able to see that Ye Qinghe's future is limitless. Even if you squander all my wealth in the future, with Ye Qinghe as a friend, you won't be reduced to begging. You'll still have a chance to make a comeback. Dad, you underestimate me. How could Su Miaoer, the embodiment of beauty and love, possibly be a spendthrift? Su Xianbei's phone rang at that moment. Glancing at the caller ID, Su Xianbei held up a finger, signaling Su Miaoer to be quiet. "President Wang, President Su, can we talk in person?" You didn't see it. A lot of people from Fengshun came. In the corridor, everyone bowed to President Su so she could pass on a message. One woman even sounded like she was crying. The scene. Zhang Yan excitedly described the scene she had witnessed to Ye Qinghe and Zhou Wanner in the hotel suite's living room. "Those people were so arrogant before, they're so humble now, making us wait for notification. Qinghe, what are you thinking? Are you excluding Fengshun?" After chatting for a while, Ye Dali's sudden question made Zhou Wanner and Zhang Yan both look at Ye Qinghe. Only then did Zhou Wanner suddenly realize why Su Xianbei insisted on taking Su Miaoer away earlier. He wanted to give them some time to discuss. This matter depends on whether Su Miaoer's family and President Huan can take on this business. Although Ye Qinghe was somewhat displeased with Fengshun's previous attitude, he wouldn't completely refuse to cooperate with Fengshun simply because of that. Everything depended on the intentions of Su Holdings and Yueyang Group. He was merely a technology provider. He wouldn't directly express his opinion on whether to block Fengshun's path. "You mean, you don't actually care about what happened with Fengshun before?" "Yes, if I cared, I wouldn't have shown the solution process over there." "What about their price cutting? Isn't that normal? Business is business. We ask for exorbitant prices, they negotiate down. Isn't that normal?" Ye Qinghe's words relieved Ye Dali. Actually, as a businessman, he didn't think there was anything seriously wrong with what they did. If there was any mistake, it was that the man surnamed Liao didn't quite grasp the situation. Also, Fengshun Express was a bit too arrogant. Because of their leading position over the years, they looked down on everyone else, a problem many companies have. That CTO, wasn't he the same as Liao Qiang when he first joined? He didn't take them seriously either, only changing his attitude after seeing Qinghe's capabilities. So, is there a problem with Fengshun? Yes, but not enough to condemn them outright. He hadn't had a chance to ask Ye Qinghe what his stance was before, so he didn't know what to say. What if Su Holdings and Yueyang Group want them to come in? Then let them in. This algorithm will probably be used by all the logistics companies later. They using it is giving me money, so why refuse? Ye Qinghe said with a smile. "By the way, I won't be going to the negotiations this afternoon." "Why?" "No reason. The price is set anyway, the rest is just a matter of negotiation." "Dad, you go, I won't get involved." Ye Qinghe disliked and wasn't particularly interested in participating in these kinds of business negotiations. "Alright, then you and Wanner stay at the hotel. Yet Dali thought about it and agreed. Yet Qinghe had done what he needed to do, the rest was up to him. Qinghe was, after all, a patient, and it wasn't necessary for him to sit and listen to such boring things. Feng Shun has some connections with your Uncle Huang. They'll definitely be there this afternoon. We'll see how sincere they are. If they're sincere enough, we might let them join. Yet Dali's thinking about Feng Shun was simple: harmony brings wealth. Let them know they've made a mistake and pay some price, that's enough. Suit yourself, I don't care. Chapter 180 International Patent Office. Washington, D.C., American Patent and Trademark Office. Howard, the head of Operations Research, stared intently at the cross-border email from China, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He scrutinized the PCT International Application publication number on the screen, proofreading the Chinese translation 3 times before finally slumping into his chair, his back soaked with cold sweat. My God! Howard stared at the formulas on the screen, his face ashen. They actually combine chance-constrained duality theory with hypergraph network flow? This is the holy grail of mathematics. He couldn't believe that such a century-old problem had been solved by China. This was a global problem, not just being studied in China. Many mathematicians worldwide were researching this century-old challenge. As far as he knew, many university mathematics professors were researching this area, and even a little over a month ago, an old friend of his said they had made very encouraging progress and would soon solve the problem. But this company from China had solved the problem in a way they had never imagined before, and it was the direct optimal solution. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed the Pentagon's technology advisor, his voice hoarse and filled with unprecedented panic. Immediately halt all procurement projects related to smart logistics. Our next-generation logistics system is already half a century behind before it's even been developed. This Chinese company's technology is a game-changer for us. We must obtain exclusive authorization at all costs. Geneva, WIPO International Patent Headquarters. At 4 in the morning, the emergency conference room in the building, which should have been dark, was brightly lit. Many people had been urgently called from their beds, and not just them. Patent specialists from over 50 countries, regardless of whether it was day or night, were also urgently summoned online. The reason for all this was to review this patent document from China, numbered PCT/CNXXXX. The meeting chairman, an elderly Swiss expert with white hair, projected the document directly onto the center of the screen and slammed his hand heavily on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the rules, the priority of this technology has taken effect. I need to clearly inform you that the document before us will reshape the classification standards of the global patent system. For the past 20 years, the industry has been pursuing approximate optimal solutions because global optimality is considered an NP-hard problem, impossible to achieve in real-time computation. The veteran expert adjusted his glasses, his tone incredulous. But this applicant from China has broken this physical limit with a completely new set of closed-form solutions. The representative from Xiao Rizai stood up first, his tone urgent. This is a devastating blow to our logistics equipment manufacturing industry. The real-time scheduling algorithms that Hitachi and Mitsubishi Heavy Industries have invested heavily in developing are instantly rendered useless. We must apply for a stress waiver, otherwise, our nation's logistics supply chain will be completely paralyzed. The German representative, however, was much calmer. He rubbed his temples, his eyes filled with helplessness. This isn't just one company's technology. Without international protection, all future international logistics costs will be priced by this one company. We must sign an international protection agreement and include it in the PCT Special Protection List. This is the only way to mitigate the losses. Seconded. So, our problem now is to verify the authenticity of this patent. Since this was submitted by Huaxia Company, then we at Huaxia will take the lead. We will now dispatch relevant experts to conduct the most rigorous review of this patent to ensure that this technology is not just a PowerPoint presentation, but is truly verifiable, reproducible, and implementable, a complete closed loop of mathematics, code, and engineering. A specialist from the International Patent Department of the Huaxia Patent Office stated. While meeting with them, he had also communicated with the State Intellectual Property Office to confirm that the Galaxy Computing Power had also simultaneously applied for a national patent. Now, once this issue is verified to be true, this technology will become a public infrastructure-level technology, like 5G standards, Internet protocols, GPS, and maritime regulations. As for the PCT Special Protection List, it may sound simple, but it is actually the highest level of special protection procedure established for national strategic technologies. It is an unconventional emergency measure under the PCT system, with its core being end-to-end acceleration, international-level blocking, and cross-domain collaboration. Its purpose is to prevent technology leakage, seize the initiative in global rights confirmation, and lock in national strategic value. Once triggered, the State Intellectual Property Office's examination cycle is first compressed from the usual 1 to 2 years to 72 hours, with simultaneous acceleration in the international phase. The PCT international publication is brought forward to immediate publication after the priority right takes effect. Secondly, the highest level of confidentiality is implemented simultaneously in over 150 international patent offices worldwide, prohibiting any organization or individual from unauthorized reverse engineering or leaking technical details. Cross-border technology protection is initiated, simultaneously locking the applicant's rights in patent offices in various countries to prevent preemptive registration or circumvention of authorization in other countries. Third, WIPO, national patent offices, and the International Organization for Standardization will incorporate this technology into the International Logistics Standards Development System, ensuring exclusive global implementation rights, exempting it from the 30-month national phase entry period of regular PCT applications, allowing applicants to simultaneously enter the international phase in all contracting states, and reducing some international phase fees. Fourth, all contracting states are required to complete their national phase examination and grant authorization within 6 months, forming a globally unified protection network. An International Technology Oversight Committee will be established to monitor the technology's implementation, prevent abuse, and ensure that the technology serves to improve global logistics efficiency. In short, after this mechanism is activated, Galaxy Computing Power has essentially obtained a global monopoly, with extremely fast rights confirmation, top-tier endorsement, passive income, and national support. It's truly baffling where Galaxy Computing Power found such a mathematical genius. Unlike the international panic, the hall of the State Intellectual Property Office in Beijing is filled with excitement and pride. What we need to do now is establish a top-level review panel, 2 academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences specializing in operations research and cybernetics, directors of algorithm labs from Qinghe University, Kyoto University, and Fukushima University, the chief engineer of the National Logistics Information Center, 3 senior PCT technical examiners appointed by WIPO, and 2 Nobel Prize-nominated economists. I hope to see these people at the Patent Office tomorrow. The director of the State Intellectual Property Office began issuing orders one by one, demanding that these expert teams be invited as quickly as possible. Oh, and the applicant too. Call him now and invite him to come to the State Intellectual Property Office tomorrow. Chapter 181. What are they after? Do I need to come over? Qinghe was still somewhat doubtful when he received the call. According to the patent application materials he had reviewed before, this type of patent didn't require the applicant's presence. Yes, because your patent is too important. It has triggered the PCT Global Emergency Technology Protection Mechanism. We need you to demonstrate the derivation again on site. A top-level examination team will review it to ensure that the technology is authentic, effective, reproducible, and applicable. The director of the State Intellectual Property Office spoke in an unusually gentle tone. If you're not in Beijing, no matter which city you're in now, we can provide you with round-trip first-class tickets and accommodation in a 5-star hotel in Beijing. That won't be necessary. I was planning to go back to Beijing in the next couple of days anyway, so going back early is fine. It's tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, right? Yes, please give me your ID information and the information of any accompanying persons, and I'll have someone book your tickets and hotel now. Okay, my. After hanging up the phone, Qinghe said to Zhou Wan'er and Sumi Hour beside him, it seems we have to go back to Beijing today. They had originally planned to return to Beijing on Monday, but because of all the things that happened, they cancelled their tickets. Now, with this situation, they have to go back today. What exactly happened? Our group has never had this happen before when registering patents? Sumi Hour was a little confused, because Sukong Group had applied for quite a few patents, but there had never been such a situation before. I'll search online. Qinghe wasn't completely clear about the matter either. Taking out their phones, they immediately started searching online for what this protection mechanism was. Sumi Hour and Zhou Wan'er also picked up their phones and started searching as well. I think I understand what this is. If this is really triggered, then your algorithm will truly become a golden goose. You don't have to do anything, you can just sit back and count your money. Sumi Hour excitedly shouted to Qinghe. There were some snippets of information about this online, not very detailed, but she understood the general idea. With this protection mechanism, Qinghe's patent would truly become an unchallengeable fundamental rule. But why? Why would these countries agree to such a thing? Isn't this just giving Qinghe free money? What are they after? Zhou Wan'er also looked for a while, but she didn't quite understand, because in her view, this measure was global countries protecting Qinghe, protecting his rights, protecting his monopolistic money-making opportunities. She couldn't understand why they would do this. Could these countries be so kind? I don't quite understand this either. Sumi Hour didn't quite understand this point either. Qinghe, however, found the answer in these few words. It's not that they're being kind, nor is it because China is strong now and has China as their backer that they dare not act. It's because this technology touches on a bottom line of shared interests. Qinghe hadn't thought this would be so important before, but now he understood just how powerful the thing he had created truly was. This isn't just an ordinary patent, it's the collapse of the entire industry's underlying algorithms. Global logistics, supply chains, e-commerce, manufacturing, aerospace scheduling, and energy allocation all rely on combinatorial optimization, scheduling algorithms, and network flows. This technology provides a globally closed-form optimal solution for the first time, transforming what was originally an NP-hard problem requiring approximation into a precise and implementable solution, directly reducing costs across the industry by 15% to 20%. This means that without protection, rampant copying, trademark squatting, abuse, and various internal conflicts will occur. Once the technology's diffusion gets out of control, the global supply chain will instantly descend into chaos. Giants will exploit it for malicious monopolies, price wars, and dumping. Underground hacker groups and small companies will engage in rampant reverse engineering, piracy, and modification. The global algorithm market will be completely destroyed. Large companies will attack each other, triggering a global technology trade war. Initiating protection is equivalent to establishing a single legitimate rights holder, creating a unified, transparent, and fee-based global licensing system, and preventing the entire industry from collapsing in disorder. For countries, it's better to pay for legitimate rights than to let the entire industry collapse. This technology has reached a point where if it's not protected, the industry will collapse. If it's not protected, the global supply chain will be in chaos. If it's not protected, the technology will get out of control, piracy will be rampant, and the country will be on the opposite side of the whole world. So, it's not that they chose to agree, it's that they simply had no choice. After Qinghe finished speaking, Su Miao's eyes were filled with undisguised admiration. Although she had already thought Qinghe was incredibly cool when he was solving the problem, now, hearing that the problem he solved in just 10 minutes was so powerful that all countries in the world had to protect it and pay for it, her admiration for Qinghe reached its peak. Qinghe, you're so handsome. After saying that, Su Miao realized what she had said and quickly blushed, anxiously explaining, I didn't mean you're handsome, no, you are somewhat handsome, but I didn't mean your looks, I meant your talent. Yes, I said talent. You are the most talented person I've ever met. To have so many countries forced to protect you, I'd never even imagined such a thing before. Su Miao's anxious expression made Qinghe and Zhou Wan'er laugh. Just then, their phones rang simultaneously. It was a text message from the State Intellectual Property Office confirming their flight tickets. Shouldn't we call Uncle Dolly and tell him? Zhou Wan'er then remembered that Qinghe hadn't given Dolly and Zhang Yan's ID cards. I'll call. After Qinghe finished speaking, Zhou Wan'er quickly pulled up Qinghe's phone contacts, dialed Dolly's number, and handed it to him. Hello, Qinghe, what's up? Dolly was discussing cooperation with Su Kong, Yueyang Group, and Fengshun Group when he saw Qinghe's call. He immediately interrupted the meeting and answered. What? Global protection? Okay, I understand. Do you need me or Zhang Yan to go with you? No? Fine, I understand. You and Wan'er be careful, and tell me immediately if anything happens. When Dolly made the call, the conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Every word he said reached the ears of Su Xiangbei, Wang Yuehui, and Wang Shun. They were also hearing about such a protection mechanism for the first time, and they never expected that Qinghe's patent, submitted that morning, would spread globally so quickly. Luckily, he bowed his head quickly. This was Wang Shun's truest thought. Chapter 182 State Intellectual Property Office Review. The plane landed in Beijing at 6 p.m. When Qinghe, Zhou Wan'er, and Su Miao disembarked, staff from the State Intellectual Property Office were already waiting on the jet bridge. Mr. Ye? The staff member held up a sign welcoming Mr. Ye from Xing Computing Power, but he hadn't seen Qinghe before. Only when Zhou Wan'er pushed Qinghe to a stop in front of him did he speak somewhat uncertainly. He had imagined Mr. Ye to be a gray-haired, middle-aged professor using a cane, but he hadn't expected him to be a young man of only 20, sitting in a wheelchair. It's me. Qinghe nodded. Hello Mr. Ye, I'm Lu Qioming. Welcome back to Beijing. Fortunately, Lu Qioming reacted quickly, immediately smiling and extending his hand to shake Qinghe's. Thank you. Qinghe nodded. The three had no checked luggage and followed Lu Qioming out of the parking lot, getting into a car sent by the State Intellectual Property Office in an area where parking was prohibited. There was more than one car. People had been secretly following them since they came out of the terminal. These people were clearly not ordinary individuals. Your algorithm is extremely important. Although it hasn't been made public yet and only a very small number of people know about it, we still felt it was safe and applied for security personnel. Lu Qioming explained as he got into the car. Qinghe nodded without saying anything. How does this review process work? Su Miao asked curiously after getting into the car. We've assembled a top-tier review team. The first step is reviewing the application materials. The second step is a core review, checking for originality, practicality, and mathematical correctness. For this, Mr. Ye needs to demonstrate the derivation again on the spot. The third step is a conflict of interest review, checking for patent infringement. The fourth step is a strategic assessment, and the fifth step is the final conclusion. Lu Qioming replied. So, we only need to complete the derivation again in the second step, right? Yes. July 10, 9 a.m. The expert team urgently assembled yesterday, along with the PCT international expert team that rushed over from abroad, were already seated in the conference room. Some of them had landed in the early morning and came directly here after landing. Now that everyone is here, let's begin our first step, formal examination. After confirming that everyone present had arrived, Hu Wenhui, the head of the examination panel, projected the patent application, a dynamic global optimal scheduling method and system for logistics based on chance-constraint duality and hypergraph network flow, onto the projection screen. Everyone has printed out the relevant documents. Please feel free to ask any questions. As soon as Hu Wenhui finished speaking, Tang Leixin, academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, a leading authority on production and logistics system optimization, and a Nobel Prize-nominated scholar in the field of operations research, spoke up. I believe there's nothing to say about this step. The application form is almost lacking in detailed description, otherwise, it would be a paper. The engineering, algorithm, and proof are all very clearly written. There's nothing to criticize. Thomas Marlowe, head of the WIPO PCT International Expert Panel and a renowned core expert in PCT International Search and Preliminary Examination, nodded, there are indeed no questions about this step. I think the main reason we came here isn't this. What we most want to see and confirm is the derivation process of this algorithm. Another member of the International Expert Panel, Jeffrey Westgate, also nodded. Is everyone sure there are no objections? If there are no objections, then we've passed. But when we glanced at everyone in the conference room, confirming that no one had any objections, indicating that the first step of the examination had been passed. Now, let's welcome the patent applicant, Mr. Ye Qinghe. Ye Qinghe appeared in the conference room, pushed by Zhou Wan'er. Everyone was momentarily stunned upon seeing Ye Qinghe. Their reaction was the same as Lu Qioming's. They had assumed he would at least be an elderly professor, never expecting such a young man. However, although there was some unease, no one uttered any words of shock. The only thing they couldn't hide was the astonishment in their eyes and the inquisitive look in their gazes. Let me introduce you. This is our patent applicant. I think among everyone here, only Dean Kui from Qinghe University might be somewhat familiar with him. Hu Wenhui's words puzzled Kui Shiguan, the vice dean of the Information Technology Research Institute at Qinghe University. This is Mr. Ye Qinghe, a specially recruited student from the mathematics department of Qinghe University. Upon hearing Hu Wenhui's explanation, Kui Shiguan immediately understood. Indeed, he had heard about this news, but hadn't paid much attention. He never expected to see the person from the news again in this kind of setting. Now, let's invite Mr. Ye to demonstrate the derivation process of this algorithm. After learning about Ye Qinghe's health issues, Hu Wenhui had the State Intellectual Property Office's technicians prepare a large electronic whiteboard overnight. Unlike before at Fengshan, where he needed to lower the whiteboard and have it erased, Ye Qinghe could simply write on the tablet handed to him by the staff. After the staff and Zhou Wan'er secured the tablet, Ye Qinghe casually wrote a set of formulas on the whiteboard. The entire review panel, including the two Nobel Prize-nominated economists, held their breath, their eyes glued to the whiteboard. They weren't looking at a patent document, they were witnessing a coronation ceremony in the world of mathematics. Everyone knew that logistics scheduling was an NP-hard problem. Conventional algorithms could only find approximate optimal solutions, never absolute optimal ones. However, when Ye Qinghe wrote the first core formula on the whiteboard, the extremely subtle sound of the stylus and tablet shattering the faith of the entire industry seemed to resonate. The trap of traditional algorithms is that they rigidly solve the problem as an NP-hard problem. This has led many people to become trapped inside, unable to find a way out. Because there is no way out, without escaping, they can only endlessly spin in circles. But here, I use a set of chance-constrained dual transformations to directly reconstruct it into a strongly polynomial solvable convex optimization problem. On the whiteboard, rows of matrix transformations unfolded, and the originally complex and disordered network nodes instantly became orderly and symmetrical under the magic of dual transformation. Chance-constrained duality. This step directly turned what was originally a hellish difficulty level into an easy mode. 70-year-old academician Yuan Yaxiang of the Chinese Academy of Sciences rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling slightly. He had students researching this field for many years, and he had helped review their work, but as Ye Qinghe said, they were stuck in this trap, unable to escape. A genius idea. Yeah, is truly a genius. Chapter 183 Establishing Rules. Introducing Hypergraph Network Flow upgrades static edges to dynamic hyperedges. Each hyperedge no longer represents a single relationship, but a global constraint. Ye Qinghe remained unfazed by the expert's words. He drew a hypergraph model on the whiteboard, weaving countless scattered logistics nodes into an organic whole. Conventional logistics networks are one-dimensional lines, while Qinghe's algorithm is a multi-dimensional network. As the graph was reconstructed, the previously stuck, conflicting, and redundant paths were eliminated one by one, leaving only the most precise and efficient backbone. Jeffrey Westgate stared at the screen, his pupils shrinking. We've been studying network topology for 30 years, and we've never thought of reconstructing it like this. This isn't optimization, this is redefining the space of logistics. Old Qinghe, how did you discover Qinghe? Li Ruo, professor at the School of Mathematical Sciences at Beijing University and director of the Computational Mathematics and Algorithm Laboratory, turned to Qinghe Shiguang and asked enviously, how could they not have discovered such a talent? If we had known about such talent earlier, we would never have let Qinghe snatch him away so easily. I don't know the specifics, I only know that the school had President Qin, Lao Tao, and 5 senior professors vouch for him, so don't even think about it, it's hopeless. Qinghe Shiguang didn't know how Qinghe got into the school, but he could guess Li Ruo's thoughts. Trying to poach Qinghe? Impossible. Before solving this problem, Qin Siming was willing to bring up so many people for Qinghe. Now that Qinghe has achieved such results, it's even more impossible. If Peking University dares to poach him, Qinghe will fight Peking University to the death. What a pity. Actually, our school's mathematics department is better. Li Ruo's tone was full of regret. How could Qinghe be so lucky? In fact, it wasn't just Li Ruo. Wang Yanqing, the director of the Fudan University Intelligent Algorithm Joint Laboratory, was thinking the same thing. How could Qinghe be so lucky? How could he encounter such talent? Although the two spoke in hushed tones, their eyes never left the electronic whiteboard, afraid of missing a single step. Just like yesterday at the Fengshan Express headquarters, Qinghe's derivation process was quick. In just a few minutes, he had written down the final derivation formula. Finally, through the strong duality of convex optimization, we obtained the closed-form optimal solution to this problem. This line, like the final piece of a puzzle, perfectly closed the entire derivation. In the center of the whiteboard, the final formula appeared clearly: f x equals minc_ij asterisk x_ij plus lambda. Simple, clean, yet incredibly weighty. This formula had no fancy symbols, yet it directly declared that in the field of real-time dynamic logistics scheduling, there is no longer the word approximate, only optimal. Qinghe finished the derivation and put down the stylus. But in the entire review room, not a single person uttered a sound. Everyone, whether from the International Review Panel of the PCT or the Nobel laureate from China, was intently watching the derivation process. 5 minutes. The review room fell into a deathly silence for 5 minutes. They weren't like Zhou Wan'er and Su Miao'er, who couldn't understand or say anything. They understood too well. It was precisely because they understood so well that they were speechless with awe. After 5 minutes of deathly silence, the two Nobel laureates stood up, walked to the whiteboard, and began manually verifying the final result, line by line. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. They put down their pens, exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with awe and ecstasy. Academician Yuan Yaxian turned and scanned everyone in the review room, excitedly exclaiming, "That's right. Every step is flawless. This isn't an approximate solution, this is an exact solution. It's a mathematically absolute, unique, closed-form globally optimal solution. This is an original innovation from 0 to 1. At that moment, the formulas on the whiteboard seemed to glow. All doubts and suspicions vanished before this divine derivation. Hu Wenhui, director of the State Intellectual Property Office, took a deep breath, immediately took out his phone, and said in a solemn and forceful voice, "Report immediately. This technology has passed review. Authorization granted within 72 hours. PCT Global Technology Emergency Protection Mechanism, activated immediately." Academician Yuan Yaxian, with an agility beyond his years, was the first to appear before Qinghe. "Young man, your derivation today didn't just solve an industry problem, it rewrote the fundamental logic of an entire discipline. The century-old barrier of NP-hard problems, the ultimate ceiling of logistics scheduling, you've pierced through with a pen and a set of formulas. We've dedicated our lives to research, and we've never seen such a concise, sharp, and perfect mathematical proof. You are a true genius, a once-in-a-century academic leader." PCT International reviewer Thomas Marlowe also strode over, his tone filled with utter reverence. "I've reviewed tens of thousands of top-tier results worldwide, but I've never been so awestruck by a set of formulas as I am today. Your derivation is art, a miracle. It's the ceiling of human wisdom. From this day forward, all fields of logistics, mathematics, optimization theory, and intelligent scheduling will begin anew with your name. You're not just solving problems, you're setting the rules. Ingenious. Unsolvable." Another academician Dai, gazed at the formulas on the whiteboard, tears welling in his eyes. "This step represents a leap forward that humanity hasn't reached in a century. Unprecedented, and likely to remain so." Director Li Ruo of Peking University directly addressed Qinghe. "Mr. Ye, your derivation is not just excellent, it's groundbreaking. Peking University's Mathematics Center and National Key Laboratory are willing to unconditionally allocate all resources for you, offering you a tenured professorship, chief researcher position, and independent leadership of a trillion-dollar research platform. Students, funding, labs, teams, whatever you want, we'll provide. Peking University is willing to offer its century-long glory as a contract, just hoping you'll come. Fudan University is offering even higher terms. Full-time specially appointed academician-level benefits, independent research institute, leader of a national-level major project, all disciplines across the university supporting you, and you as the first author on all research results. Fudan. Professor Huang Yunqing, who had just returned, immediately followed suit with an even higher offer. You're talking nonsense. I'm still here, and you're trying to poach our Qinghe people right in front of me. I'm telling you, impossible. Qinghe Shiguan was furious. These were Qinghe people, these people had no shame, trying to poach their talent without even asking. This was absolutely unacceptable. No matter what price you offer, Qinghe will only go higher, never lower. Chapter 180 for the 16-character policy. Before his words had even finished, the two academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences bowed slightly to Ye Qinghe. The leader, academician Yuan Yaxian, spoke in a resounding voice. On behalf of the Institute of Mathematics and Systems Science of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, I formally extend an invitation to Mr. Ye to be appointed as a specially appointed academician. Without age, seniority, or years of research restrictions, he will be specially approved and appointed as a professor. Mr. Ye, you are qualified to stand in the highest hall of scientific research in China. The Chinese Academy of Sciences will launch a top-secret research project for you and fully support you. Two big shots, I said. Ye Qinghe is one of our Qinghe people. At this moment, Qinghe Shiguan disregarded the identities of the two men, rushing forward to Ye Qinghe and shielding him tightly behind him. His biggest regret now was not calling the university beforehand to have more people come. Now, outnumbered, he was genuinely worried that Ye Qinghe would be lured away by these people. There was no way around it, these offers were tempting even to him, let alone Ye Qinghe. But no, he was the only one from Qinghe here. He had to ensure Ye Qinghe wasn't misled by these people. However, even standing before Ye Qinghe, he couldn't stop the review panel from extending an olive branch to him. On behalf of the International Patent Examination Board and the International Society for Operations Research and Management Sciences, I extend to you, Mr. Ye, an invitation to become a global honorary fellow. Your name will be etched into the history of international mathematics, optimization theory, and logistics engineering. We earnestly request that you serve as the lifetime honorary chairman of the International Society, leading the development of the next generation of global industry standards. The speaker was Thomas Marlowe. Qinghe Shiguan, however, didn't seem to mind. Even Qinghe wouldn't have minded these job offers. After all, the person belonged to Qinghe. On behalf of the relevant subject group of the Nobel Prize Committee and the world's leading alliance, we extend to you the highest academic invitation. Mr. Ye, you have already achieved the accomplishments to win the Nobel Prize. We sincerely invite you to become the tenured director of a top international laboratory, enjoying the highest level of global scientific research benefits. Your theories will lead humanity into the next decade. The speakers were two Nobel laureates. It could be said that after Ye Qinghe wrote down this deduction and it was confirmed by the Nobel laureates, he became someone everyone wanted to recruit. Despite the overwhelming invitations from all sides, Ye Qinghe, seated in his wheelchair, showed no excitement, his expression utterly calm. It was as if these opportunities, coveted by the entire world, were nothing more than a passing breeze to him. I appreciate the kind invitations from all of you seniors. Ye Qinghe's voice was calm, yet clear to everyone present. But what I seek is not titles, positions, halls of fame, or renown. I derived the formula simply to solve a problem, nothing more. For the rest of my days, I only wish to quietly work and live a simple life. Ye Qinghe's words stunned all the academicians, professors, and Nobel laureates present. They had expected that, at Ye Qinghe's age, solving such a century-old problem would be a display of youthful vigor and boundless ambition. They never imagined that Ye Qinghe, who had single-handedly cracked a century-old puzzle, would give such an answer. Simple. After a long pause, Yuan Yaxian from the Chinese Academy of Sciences bowed slightly, her respect even greater than before. Since it is your wish, sir, we will not insist. But the doors of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology will always be open to you. Whenever you speak, the entire nation will be your support. The doors of Peking University will also always be open to you. The doors of Fudan University, too, always open to you. We respect your choice. The highest honor in this world is unworthy of your purity. At this moment, everyone present felt that the title sir was truly fitting for Ye Qinghe. Ye Qinghe nodded slightly to everyone present, then looked at Director Hu Wenhui. Director Hu, am I finished here? If there's nothing else, I'd like to go back. Finished. Hu Wenhui quickly replied. Although this was the State Intellectual Property Office, after Ye Qinghe solved the problem, he, as the director, had become a marginal figure. If Ye Qinghe hadn't asked, these people would probably have forgotten his existence. Then, esteemed seniors, I'll be taking my leave. After Ye Qinghe finished speaking, Zhou Wan'er quickly pushed the wheelchair out. Take care, sir. The group saw Ye Qinghe off to his car at the State Intellectual Property Office entrance. Watching the car drive away, the oldest member, Academician Yuan, sighed, a remarkable figure in this world, indifferent to fame. Director Hu, since Mr. Ye doesn't wish to be famous, what do you think? The review team's work wasn't completely finished. On the way back, Academician Yuan Yaxian found Hu Wenhui. Don't worry, Professor Yuan, I will report this situation to higher authorities. I believe they will respect Mr. Ye's wishes. Hu Wenhui nodded. For someone like him, after the deduction was confirmed, the information should already be on the desks of the highest levels of government. He believed the higher UPS were already aware of everything that had happened. However, the proper procedures still had to be followed. After the review was completed, he would certainly report to higher authorities. Yes, I will also report it to higher authorities. Yuan Yaxian nodded. Indeed, as Hu Wenhui suspected, this review had been under intense scrutiny from the highest levels of government. Scientists of this caliber were highly valued by the state, and upon receiving news of what was happening here, the higher UPS issued a 16-character policy. Do not disturb his purity, do not deprive him of his tranquility, do not publicize his name, only protect his actions. This patent would be filed with encryption, and his name and photo would not be disclosed publicly. Publicly available information would be obscured to the greatest extent possible. In the words of the leadership, since Mr. Ye wished for a peaceful life, the state would do everything in its power to clear the way for him, shielding him from all troubles. Mr. Ye could simply do what he wanted, quietly and peacefully, with the state protecting the order, safety, and conveniences he enjoyed. Ye Qinghe was unaware of all this. After leaving the State Intellectual Property Office by car, he, Zhou Wan'er, and Su Miao returned to Hecking Garden. They had checked out of their hotel room that morning. On the way, Ye Qinghe sat in the back seat with his eyes closed, resting. Zhou Wan'er and Su Miao, sitting on either side of him, practically never took their eyes off him. Both of them still felt a little unreal about what Ye Qinghe had just experienced. Those were invitations from 3 top universities, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and a Nobel laureate. Ye Qinghe just casually rejected them all, saying he wanted a peaceful life? If others knew, their jaws would drop. After the car stopped at Heckingyuan, and the two followed Ye Qinghe out of the car back to 606, Zhou Wan'er finally couldn't help but ask Ye Qinghe, "Were those words you just said your true thoughts?" Chapter 185 The 16-Character Policy 2. How could that be? I'm still so young, I haven't reached that level yet. I'm just afraid of the trouble. These titles and resources aren't given away for free. With them come corresponding responsibilities. Do you think my body can handle that much? Ye Qinghe smiled and shook his head. Whether it was a university professor, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, or an international review team, the conditions offered were all excellent. Each would bring him a great deal of resources and prestige, but none of these things were free. If it were before, when he had nothing, he would definitely be willing, choosing the best option. But now, with this algorithm patent, he no longer worries about money, so taking on these responsibilities and worrying about them every day is unnecessary. That's right. You don't lack money now. Even if you don't want what they offer, Qinghe University will probably provide whatever you want to do in the future, whether you want to run a lab or do something else. There's no need to insist on accepting their offers. Su Miao nodded, agreeing that Ye Qinghe's choice was the most correct one. In fact, Qin Siming received a message from Kui Shuguang as they left the State Intellectual Property Office, learning everything that had just happened there. Old Tao, you and Old Shi were the first to contact Ye Qinghe. What do you think we should do now? Unlike the others, he didn't rush over immediately to express his excitement about Ye Qinghe solving the problem. Instead, he immediately called over Tao's Haiqiang and Shi Xinliang, the two who had been in contact with Ye Qinghe the earliest. These two were the ones who had the most contact with Ye Qinghe at the school. After hearing Qin Siming's account of what happened at the State Intellectual Property Office, Tao's Haiqiang and Shi Xinliang were filled with disbelief. "Principal, is what you're saying really true?" This was the question Tao's Haiqiang asked after thinking for a while. He certainly knew about Ye Qinghe's talent in mathematics, otherwise, he wouldn't have insisted on specially recruiting Ye Qinghe, even though Ye Qinghe was paralyzed. Even though he had already considered Ye Qinghe's talent to be exceptional, believing he would become a mathematician no less than Euler, he hadn't imagined that in less than a month, Ye Qinghe could solve a century-old mathematical problem that countless mathematical research teams worldwide had been studying, especially since he had also seen the problem and tried to solve it, but like everyone else, he had gotten stuck in a vicious cycle. Fortunately, this problem wasn't his main research area, so he hadn't spent much time on it. Kui Shugwang was the one Qinghe had devoted the most effort to in this area. Of course it's true, I wouldn't joke about this. Qin Siming shared the same thought as Tao's Haiqiang. He, too, had exaggerated Ye Qinghe's mathematical abilities as much as possible, but even so, he hadn't expected Ye Qinghe to deliver such a result. If everything is true, then I think we can talk to Ye Qinghe about this. We shouldn't immediately try to give him this or that just because he solved this problem. Instead, we should ask him what he wants. We'll give him what he wants, and if he doesn't have any requests, then we won't give him anything. If he doesn't want anything, just wants to study quietly at school, then give him nothing, just give him the quietest learning environment. After all, as long as he's with Qinghe, that's Qinghe's greatest victory. No matter what achievements he makes in the future, when he's introduced, it will always be through Qinghe, saying that Principal Qin, myself, and Lao Shi were the three who overcame all opposition to specially recruit him, right? Having confirmed that this was true, Tao's Haiqiang immediately offered his opinion. I think Lao Tao's idea is right. Let's just talk to Qinghe normally and see what he wants. If he wants it, we'll give it to him. If he doesn't, we'll just treat him like an ordinary student. Shi Xinliang also chimed in. An ordinary student? Old Shi, you're really bold. Who dares to call themselves an ordinary student these days? But you're right. If he really wanted those things, he could have just nodded at the State Intellectual Property Office, and he'd have gotten them more than we could offer. Qin Siming gave a wry smile. What ordinary student could solve such a problem? What ordinary student could change the underlying logic of an industry? What ordinary student could decide the life or death of an industry? Our Qinghe family. Thinking this, he suddenly felt incredibly excited. Next time I see the presidents of Peking University and Fudan University, I'll say that, and infuriate them. Ha 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 ha. Although Qin Siming didn't speak, his expression betrayed him. Tao's Haiqiang and Shi Xinliang could both read his thoughts from his face. They exchanged a glance and shook their heads with smiles. In fact, such things should indeed be shared. Later, when others talked about what kind of students they had taken on or what kind of talent they had discovered, they could simply mention Ye Qinghe. Okay, I understand. We will definitely ensure his life and safety at school. Yes. Good. Okay, no problem. We will definitely cooperate fully. Just then, Qin Siming's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Qin Siming immediately stood up, gestured to the two men, and nodded repeatedly with a respectful tone and sincere attitude, finishing the call. This student of ours has really stirred up a hornet's nest. After hanging up, seeing the questioning looks in Tao's Haiqiang and Shi Xinliang's eyes, Qin Siming sighed deeply. The call from above informed us of Ye Qinghe's situation at the State Intellectual Property Office and provided a 16-character policy. Do not disturb his integrity, do not deprive him of his tranquility, do not publicize his name, only protect his actions. These 16 characters demonstrate the highest level of support, the gentlest yet most substantial, from the national leadership for a peerless genius. It can be said that an invisible barrier has been quietly erected for Ye Qinghe without his knowledge. Then, should we still go talk to him? Tao's Haiqiang and Shi Xinliang hadn't expected the higher UPS to react so quickly and with such force. We should still talk. At least we should have a stance. However, we don't need many people. Just Lao Tao and I will find a time to talk to him. Qin Siming thought about it and felt that no matter what, given this situation, as the principal and Tao's Haiqiang as the department head, they should speak with Ye Qinghe. Even if Ye Qinghe doesn't want anything, we still need to let him know the school's attitude. Otherwise, it would seem like other schools are taking it seriously while our school isn't, which wouldn't be good. We really should go. He should be back at school by now, right? Should we go over now? Tao's Haiqiang nodded. Let's go meet our school's future pillar of strength, the white jade pillar that will stand tall for at least the next 100 years. Chapter 186 Surrounded by Fireworks. Qin Siming and Tao's Haiqiang met Ye Qinghe in the cafeteria. They went to room 606, but no one was there. They called and learned that Ye Qinghe had gone to the cafeteria for lunch. As soon as they entered the cafeteria, they spotted Ye Qinghe in the crowd. There weren't many wheelchair users at Qinghe University, and Ye Qinghe's demeanor made him easily noticeable in a crowd. Ye Qinghe sat at a table like any other student, opposite Zhou Wan'er, with Sumiaur beside her. In front of Ye Qinghe were cafeteria food trays, while the other two ate noodles and rice bowls, respectively. Qin Siming and Tao's Haiqiang didn't approach. They simply watched Ye Qinghe quietly eating his meal through the noisy crowd. Who could imagine that this young man, sitting in a wheelchair, indistinguishable from everyone else in the cafeteria, had just completed a top-level global audit, personally breaking through industry barriers, and being protected by the nation with the utmost respect. Now, he was sitting quietly in the university cafeteria, eating a simple fast food meal of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. There was no arrogance, no ostentation, not a trace of post-fame smugness. It was as if none of it had ever happened. His calmness was almost unbelievable, yet it left Qin Siming and Tao's Haiqiang speechless with shock. They had taught countless students and seen countless geniuses, but they had never seen anyone who, after achieving such astonishing feats, could remain so composed, so serene, and live such a life of quiet contentment amidst such glory. Tao's Haiqian lifted his foot to walk towards Qinghe, but Qin Siming stopped him, gently shaking his head. If we go over now, we'll disturb him. Let's wait until he finishes his meal. Qin Siming's eyes held utmost respect and restraint. Qinghe didn't want an entourage, the spotlight, or being idolized. All he wanted was a peaceful meal, a quiet corner, and an undisturbed routine. Going over now would be a disturbance, because quite a few people had already seen them. Cafeteria staff hurried over, and students greeted them from afar. If they went over now, the students and staff in the cafeteria would definitely notice Qinghe, disrupting the peace and quiet he craved. Qinghe looked up and saw Qin Siming and Tao's Haiqian. Seeing them looking in their direction, he smiled and nodded to them. Qin Siming and Tao's Haiqian returned the nod and then turned and went upstairs. From beginning to end, they didn't approach the table, nor did they interrupt this ordinary lunch. The cafeteria remained noisy. No one knew that a silent gesture of respect had just taken place. Qinghe picked up the egg drop soup from his takeout and took a large gulp. Sunlight streamed in from the window behind him, falling gently on his hair. Qin Siming and Tao's Haiqian went upstairs and sat by a window on the second floor. After ordering their food, they ate in silence. Midway through their meal, Tao's Haiqian pointed at Qin Siming and tilted his head, gesturing for him to look downstairs. Downstairs, Qinghe was controlling his wheelchair, while Zhou Wanner, her hands clasped behind her back, strode happily forward. Ahead of her, a little girl in a Lolita dress was backing away, gesturing wildly and talking excitedly. I once read a quote, I don't remember which book it was in, but it went something like this: true godhood isn't about standing high and being looked up to, but about being in the midst of life, yet possessing a heart that holds mountains and rivers, silently suppressing the passage of time. Qin Siming watched this beautiful scene and softly said to Tao's Haiqian, but these words sounded more like they were meant for him. Tao's Haiqian didn't reply, simply watching quietly as Qinghe and the other two slowly walked away. Only after they disappeared from sight did he turn back to Qin Siming and say, what I'm worried about now is how I'm going to teach him. This is a very real problem. Previously, he thought Qinghe was a genius and snatched him away from several senior professors. Originally, his plan was to let Qinghe adapt to the school's learning atmosphere first, and then arrange some courses for him properly when the new semester started in September, so that he could quickly discover his talent. But who would have thought that only half a month has passed since Qinghe was specially recruited, and it seems that he can no longer teach Qinghe. At first, I thought about appointing him as a specially appointed professor, but now it seems that we may not need to do anything. Let him study whatever he wants. Give him the highest level of access to the school library, various laboratories and projects, and create the most comfortable and pleasant learning environment for him. That is what we should do most. Qin Siming thought for a moment and replied. The State Intellectual Property Office acted swiftly. A formal announcement was released to the public at 3 p.m. Recently, our bureau received an invention patent application. After assessment, it was determined that the patent involves key national core technologies and strategic security fields. In accordance with relevant special procedures, our bureau activated its emergency examination mechanism, implementing a 72-hour expedited examination process for this patent application, completing the entire process in a closed loop from acceptance, preliminary examination, substantive examination to authorization. After rigorous legal examination, the patent demonstrates outstanding inventiveness, strong practicality, and significant technological value, possessing epoch-making significance that leads to industry breakthroughs. It meets the statutory conditions for granting patent rights and is hereby formally authorized. Simultaneously, in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Patent Cooperation Treaty, PCT, our Bureau has included this patent in the Global PCT Priority Filing List, ensuring it receives equal protection at the international level in accordance with the law. Given that this patent involves national security and significant interests, in accordance with the patent law and relevant confidentiality regulations, its abstract, specification, claims, and inventor information will not be disclosed, and details will not be publicly revealed. This is hereby announced. The announcement immediately caused a stir in domestic and international science and technology circles, academia, and financial circles. This short passage contains a weighty weight that one dares not contemplate: 72-hour special approval, global simultaneous PCT testing, full confidentiality, and inventor anonymity. 72 hours, that breaks the State Intellectual Property Office's record for the fastest approval in history, right? To have the nation open a global PCT channel while keeping the entire document completely confidential, this isn't a breakthrough, it's a leap forward. Those who can enjoy this treatment are probably few and far between in global history. The 2 academicians involved in the review, the 2 Nobel laureates, the 3 top university professors and laboratory directors, and the rest of the review team, as if by prior agreement, all immediately forwarded the announcement, adding minimalist text. A blessing for the nation, a blessing for the people. Online, the hashtags #State Intellectual Property Administration 72 hours rapid special approval of top secret patent #, Global Synchronization but no public disclosure of information #, and Who is the anonymous inventor # immediately topped the trending search list. Chapter 187 Global Sensation. This is the first time I've seen a true legend online. Even their names can't be mentioned. This is the kind of person who is a national treasure. This is the kind of person we should admire. Others get a patent and make a big fuss about it, wanting everyone to know. He gets a patent, and the country keeps it a secret. He guards the country in the shadows, while we enjoy peace in the open. We can't see the technology, we can't see the person, we only see the country supporting him. Such a big shot shouldn't be known to the public, it should be handled discreetly. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while looking at my phone. I said I didn't know, but when I saw this news, my legs went weak, and I felt I should kneel. Countless netizens expressed their opinions in the comments section. Although there were some negative comments, most were filled with awe and pride. In contrast to the netizens' boiling awe, the announcement immediately triggered a silent but powerful earthquake in the global logistics industry, capable of reshaping the industry landscape. The International Shipping Association, the World Freight Forwarders Association, and the Global Ports Association, three top organizations, simultaneously held emergency closed-door summits. The CEOs, supply chain presidents, and CTOs of all multinational logistics giants were all online and on standby. Industry consensus was reached with astonishing speed. This patent, granted with special approval within 72 hours, protected globally by the PCT, and strictly confidential, represents a disruptive core technology capable of reshaping the underlying rules of the global supply chain and rewriting the logistics hegemony. Leading international logistics companies issued urgent internal directives. All existing plans for global routes, port scheduling, cross-border trunk lines, and warehousing layouts were suspended, entering a strategic wait-and-see mode. All traditional logistics projects were halted, with a full shift towards intelligent equipment, unmanned systems, ultra-time space loading, and national-level security links adapted to future technologies. China has seized the core discourse power of next-generation logistics. Existing capacity systems, cost models, and timeliness standards will become completely ineffective. Failure to keep up means elimination. This was the wording in an internal email from a top overseas shipping company. Within an hour of the announcement, the global capital market underwent a complete logical restructuring. Without disclosing any partner companies or the technology implementation path, the financial sector reached a consensus. This top-secret patent will completely overturn the existing logistics business model, requiring a reassessment of the value of all existing assets in the industry. China's logistics sector, already closed for trading, has yet to show any activity. However, in international markets that are still open or have just reopened, mutual funds, private equity funds, sovereign wealth funds, and quantitative institutions are simultaneously conducting a massive sell-off. Global logistics, cross-border shipping, port operations, and traditional warehousing sectors have all experienced concentrated selling pressure, causing a sharp decline in indices. Investment banks and securities firms have urgently downgraded their ratings and profit forecasts for the entire logistics industry, with research reports showing a highly unified stance. Faced with unknown disruptive technologies, existing power networks, cost structures, and profit models all face the risk of becoming obsolete, and no company currently possesses a clear and certain advantage. Banks have also rapidly tightened credit lines and patent collateral limits for traditional logistics companies. The entire financial market is voting with real money, not betting on any existing logistics giants, but only on top-secret technologies that control the future rules. Flights bound for China are also experiencing a similar surge in activity. Within 3 hours of the announcement, major global logistics companies and shipping giants like Maersk, FedEx, UPS, and DHL swiftly assembled top-tier negotiation teams comprising their Asia-Pacific presidents, global strategy officers, and chief technology officers, chartering flights to China under the guise of business visits, strategic cooperation, and industry exchanges. Beijing's top hotels were instantly booked, their best rooms reserved by these overseas logistics giants. The goal was singular: to find the inventor. At all costs, we must reach the inventor. Without authorization, the group will completely lose its competitiveness for the next 3 years. This is the only chance to reshape the global logistics landscape, and the only place in the world excited by this news was the Suzhou Control Building. The moment the announcement was released, the conference room where the framework agreement for cooperation had just been signed and the details of implementation were being discussed erupted into the loudest cheers, because everyone knew they were already far ahead of other companies worldwide. The future is in our hands. We will lead the future of the entire industry. Even those giants who previously looked down on us will have to bow their heads before us. Although we haven't done anything yet, just releasing this news will at least double the company's market value. Ha 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 ha. The top secret technology that countless global giants are fighting tooth and nail for is in our hands. Everyone was excited, even bordering on arrogant. The most emotionally charged were Wang Shun and the executives of Fengshun Group. Of course, this didn't include Liao Qiang and the vice president of operations. To show his sincerity to Xing Computing Power, Wang Shun not only dismissed them immediately but also reported them to the judicial authorities for embezzlement and misappropriation of company funds. This money wasn't wasted. Wang Shun thought to himself, looking at the somewhat arrogant crowd in the conference room. But this thought had barely formed when he immediately thought of Liao Qiang, that big fool. If it weren't for this idiot, I wouldn't have had to spend this money. No, I have to find someone to investigate his negligence that caused the company's financial loss. Looks like I'll never be able to repay you in this lifetime. Huang Yue looked at Ye Dali beside him. He thought he had repaid Ye Dali's life-saving grace, but because of his previous help, Ye Dali had once again presented him with such a huge opportunity. Then give it back to me in the next life. Ye Dali replied with a laugh. Hearing this, Huang Yue playfully punched Ye Dali on the shoulder. Everyone, what we need now is to send our voices to the world, to let everyone know that the future is in our hands. Su Xiangbei stood up, gesturing for everyone to quiet down. Once everyone was quiet, he spoke excitedly. Then let's issue a joint announcement. Wang Shun and Huang Yue nodded. This announcement was indeed necessary, and it should be issued immediately to prevent opportunists from stealing the spotlight. You three companies can issue it, don't mention Xing Computing Power. Ye Dali pondered for a moment before speaking. Why? With this announcement, Galaxy Computing Power will instantly become a globally renowned company. Countless giants will be waving their cash at you, just hoping you'll accept their money, just hoping you'll give them a chance. Why not issue it? Huang Yue asked, somewhat puzzled. The State Intellectual Property Office's announcement didn't mention Galaxy Computing Power, nor did it mention Qinghe. That means Qinghe doesn't want fame, so Galaxy Computing Power won't join this project. Ye Dali smiled, he understood Ye Qinghe. Chapter 188. The paper must never be published. Then I think we don't need to rush this announcement. Let's postpone it until tomorrow or the day after. Su Xiangbei continued, offering his own idea when Huang Yue and Wang Shun thought the announcement should be released immediately. Releasing it now might attract attention, but the buzz might not be enough. We should let the buzz build up, let those international giants look for it in Beijing first, let the news spread further, and then we can release the announcement. That would be much more effective. Then let's do it the way Mr. Su thinks. Mr. Su is an expert in capital operations, we'll listen to him. Wang Shun and Huang Yue nodded. Among their three groups, Su Holdings was the best at finance, and listening to Su Xiangbei in this area was the right thing to do. When Qin Siming and Tao's Haiqiang saw Ye Qinghe, the State Intellectual Property Office's announcement had been released for an hour, and the entire internet was buzzing with discussion. But when they arrived at 606, they found Ye Qinghe lying on the bed, looking at some math study materials, as if nothing had happened. It was as if the news that was causing such a stir online had nothing to do with him. I've already had someone activate your access to the online library and all the school's labs. If there's a book you want to read that's not available in our online library, just send a private message, and someone will process it immediately and scan it into an electronic file for you. However, knowing you don't like being bothered by too many people, your information won't be made public. Even if someone sees it, they'll only see another person's information. Also, if you have any ideas, need help from the lab, or need anyone's assistance, just tell Director Tao anytime, and the school will do its best to meet your needs. Qin Siming didn't waste any time with pleasantries. Upon meeting Ye Qinghe, he went straight to the point, stating everything the school could offer. Thank you, Principal Qin, and thank you, teacher. However, I don't need anything for the time being. If I do, I'll let the school know. Ye Qinghe nodded slightly. For him, the most useful thing was the access to all the online libraries. With that, he wouldn't need to search for materials everywhere, he could just look at them directly in the school's online library. The rest were basically useless to him at the moment. After sitting for a while, Tao's Haiqiang gave Qin Siming several meaningful glances, but Qin Siming acted as if he hadn't seen them. Finally, Tao's Haiqiang had to speak up himself, though he was still a little embarrassed. Professor, you want to see the derivation process, right? I had the State Intellectual Property Office send me a document, I'll send it to you. Ye Qinghe said with a smile. Tao's Haiqiang's expression made it clear that he wanted to ask something but was too embarrassed to, and this was the only thing that could make him hesitant to ask. Thank you. I am indeed very curious and want to know exactly what the derivation process is like, but don't worry, I promise I won't show this derivation process to a third person. Tao's Haiqiang breathed a sigh of relief. He genuinely felt embarrassed. After all, Ye Qinghe was his student, even though they hadn't attended a single class together. Qinghe, could I possibly let some senior professors and external academicians within the university review this derivation process? I'll be very strict, everyone who sees it will have to sign the strictest confidentiality agreement. Qin Siming was furious. Was Tao Zhaiqian only thinking of himself? Once this derivation was released, which senior professor in the university wouldn't want to see it? Although there was no public information stating that this was Qinghe's doing, there were other people on the review panel. Even if they were tight-lipped, they would inevitably leak some information. Before long, many people at the top of the academic circle would know that this mathematical genius was from Qinghe. At that point, these senior professors wouldn't care about confidentiality, they would only come to him, the university president. He had agreed with Tao Zhaiqian beforehand that whoever asked Ye Qinghe for the derivation had to mention it. But Tao Zhaiqian went and refused to let anyone else see it. That's really too much. So, after Tao Zhaiqian finished speaking, he could only speak with equal trepidation. Sure. Ye Qinghe answered readily. Small-scale reviews are an unwritten rule, it's to be expected, especially with a confidentiality agreement in place, there's nothing to worry about. He gave Tao Zhaiqian this deduction because he was mentally prepared for this. Thank you so much, Qinghe. Don't worry, I'll only show them the core derivation conclusions and key proofs. Everyone will see it on the spot, and it will all be taken away immediately, no one is allowed to take it away. Qin Siming happily assured Ye Qinghe immediately. If Ye Qinghe disagreed, there was nothing he could do. This was someone who had received special instructions from higher UPS, he wouldn't dare use any underhanded tactics. It's nothing, it's my duty. Do I need to write a paper for this? Ye Qinghe had no relevant experience and didn't know how to proceed. He only knew that many academic projects required writing relevant papers immediately after achieving results. However, he was still a bit overwhelmed by the idea of writing one. He had never done it before, and he had heard that the requirements were quite numerous. No. You absolutely cannot publish this, it's absolutely forbidden. Tao Zhaiqian, who was engrossed in studying the derivation, immediately looked up and said seriously, Qinghe, remember this, for this level of academic and technological breakthrough, the application scenario is locked down first. No principles, structures, or algorithms are disclosed. Papers are avoided if possible, and published as late as possible. The goal is to keep it confidential and not publish it publicly. You must understand, publishing a paper is equivalent to making the core principles freely available. Don't worry, your technology is already on the national top secret technology list. You don't need to put effort into the paper. The state will conduct internal review, and there will be a joint appraisal by the China Science and Technology Commission, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, and the Ministry of Science and Technology. Internally, you'll be evaluated for the National Science and Technology Progress Award, Special Prize. You'll receive the honors you deserve. The truly transformative technologies don't compete in journals, they're decided on the battlefield. Qin Siming echoed firmly after Tao Zhaiqian finished speaking. That's perfect. I was worried I wouldn't be able to write it. It's good I don't have to. Ye Qinghe smiled. Tao Zhaiqian and Qin Siming didn't disturb Ye Qinghe any longer. After a few words, they hurriedly left. They were eager to sit down and properly examine Ye Qinghe's algorithm, which was changing the underlying logic of an industry. With Ye Qinghe, they could only glance at it, they couldn't possibly settle down and study it properly. After the two left, Ye Qinghe entered his consciousness space. I didn't draw anything yesterday. I wonder what I'll draw today. Chapter 189 Mastery of Control. He glanced at the mileage. 7.3 kilometers. He had already exceeded the 5-kilometer limit for the lottery, but Ye Qinghe didn't immediately enter the lottery. Instead, he ran 50 kilometers in his mental space first. He had grown to enjoy running like this every day lately. In reality, he couldn't exercise, only feel one arm, so he particularly enjoyed the feeling of being physically healthy. Of course, there was also the feeling of extreme physical exhaustion after 50 kilometers. He even wondered if he had a slight masochistic tendency. Otherwise, after 50 kilometers, when his body was so tired from the inside out that he didn't want to move a finger, why would he still somewhat enjoy it? Phew! Awesome! Drenched in sweat, Ye Qinghe watched as he crossed the 50-kilometer mark, tilted his head back, spread his arms, and shouted to the sky. Exhilarating! After slowly stopping and walking for a while, Ye Qinghe opened the lottery interface. Yesterday, when he returned to Beijing, he had entered the lottery, but unfortunately, he only got "thank you for your patronage." Today's lottery option still offered 3 ways to restore physical strength: restore sensation in the shoulder, restore sensation in the right thigh, and restore core strength. Restore core strength. I have to get this, Brother Tong. Ye Qinghe's eyes lit up when he saw the third option. This was incredibly important. If he restored his core strength, although it would still be difficult, at least he could use his own strength to turn over and twist his waist. Simply put, he would have some self-sufficiency. Ye Qinghe silently prayed to the supreme, compassionate, and merciful Brother Tong. As for the other skill options, he didn't pay much attention, his mind was completely absorbed by restoring core strength. Lottery. The pointer spun, Ye Qinghe's eyes fixed on restoring core strength, but whether it was due to a lack of sincerity or bad luck, the pointer repeatedly swept across the options, ultimately landing on a skill instead. Master of writing, whether it's a carriage, a unicycle, a horse, or anything else you deem writable, you can easily write it. System, have you forgotten something again? What can I ride now? Only a wheelchair. Horses and carriages? I should thank you if I can even sit up straight in one of those. Yeah, Qinghe was speechless. He didn't know what the system was thinking. These things, except for horses, are practically impossible to find now. Even horses can only be ridden in equestrian centers or suburban areas. Another useless skill. Shaking his head, yet Qinghe stopped thinking about it. He had basically figured out a pattern, although he wasn't 100% sure. The system's lottery seemed to have a high probability of giving him an option to restore his body once a week. Of course, he wasn't entirely certain, it was just his guess. Qinghe, let's go out to eat. I made a reservation at Tan Family Cuisine. Old Su called specifically to tell me that I must take you to have a good meal. Actually, I wanted to take you to a place further away, but Wanner said it was too far and inconvenient for you to travel by car, so we chose this place. At 5:30, Su Miaoer and Joe Wanner knocked and entered. Yes, it was Su Miaoer who knocked, Joe Wanner usually didn't. Okay. Yeah, Qinghe nodded. This definitely deserved a good celebration. Hekingyuan was at the northernmost end of Qingmu. To get to Tan Family Cuisine, you had to cross the entire campus. This is incredible. I bet this person is an academician from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. No ordinary person could have this ability. I've read some comments from experts saying this technology could directly reshape several industries. The most accurate word is disruptive. I've heard that foreign market capital is already frantically selling off these industries. I checked. The Chinese market is closed, otherwise it would be the same. Wait until tomorrow morning when it reopens. You'll see then, many stocks will immediately hit their daily limit down. This is truly a national treasure. It's a pity we don't know what the inventor looks like. People like this are the ones we should admire most. I bet he's a very kind, wise, and handsome old man. Why can't it be a woman? Our female scientists and academicians are amazing too. As they walked through the school, Qingmu students were engrossed in discussing the State Intellectual Property Office's events of the afternoon. You could hear discussions about it every few steps. Besides admiration for the technology, which they still didn't know exactly what it was, they were also speculating about the inventor. The most common guess is that the inventor must be an elderly person, the kind of senior academician with silver hair, glasses, and eyes full of wisdom. Grandpa, yeah, what do you want to eat later? Su Miaoer covered her mouth and teased Ye Qinghe, covering her mouth with a smile. My dear granddaughter, come here, let Grandpa see if you've grown taller lately. Ye Qinghe smiled and reached out his right hand to pat Su Miaoer's head. Ye Qinghe, are you deliberately poking at my sore spot? Su Miaoer pouted, strode over to Ye Qinghe, and tucked his head under her arm, saying unhappily. Her height was her sore spot, and Ye Qinghe was definitely bringing it up. It's a pity Ye Qinghe has no sense of touch, otherwise I could tickle him to death. With his face tucked under Su Miaoer's arm, Ye Qinghe's face was pressed against her small but slightly bulging area, and he felt something. Su Miaoer, have you forgotten I'm a man? Ye Qinghe's words startled Su Miaoer for a moment, then she looked down at Ye Qinghe's face pressed against her chest, and her face flushed instantly. As if stung by something, Su Miaoer jumped half a meter away, covering her chest with her hands, pointing at Ye Qinghe with a face full of shame and anger, wanting to say something, but then realizing that Ye Qinghe hadn't done anything, she only moved her lips and said nothing. Ha 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 ha, Su Miaoer, you didn't think Ye Qinghe was me, did you? This trick didn't work this time, did it? Joe Wanner laughed behind Ye Qinghe. Su Miaoer glared at Joe Wanner, turned around and walked away. This matter cannot be explained. The more you explain, the more confused it becomes. However, Su Miaoer wasn't one to stay idle. She hadn't walked far before turning back to chat with Ye Qinghe and Joe Wanner again, as if nothing had happened. Outside the campus and on the street, the topic of patents was rarely heard being discussed anymore. University students were more interested in discussing various matters and staying informed about current events, while adults were more focused on work and life. However, occasionally, one or two people could still be heard talking about it. Chapter 190 The Gift. The dishes at Tan Family Cuisine remained exquisite and delicious. Unlike his last visit, Ye Qinghe was much more confident, no longer alarmed by the prices on the menu. It's still too expensive. The thought of spending so much money on food still hurts me. Joe Wanner remained unchanged, still somewhat unable to accept the prices. However, while eating, her chopsticks moved just as quickly as anyone else's. It's all right, you don't have to pay. Don't worry. By the way, Old Su said President Wang, and President Huang prepared a gift for you, which will arrive tomorrow, but he didn't tell me what it is. He's being very secretive. Su Miaoer, halfway through her sentence, remembered a gift Su Xiangbei had mentioned on the phone. A gift? Ye Qinghe was puzzled. A gift from these people couldn't be cheap, but he really couldn't imagine what they would give him. A new wheelchair? His was already the latest model, there couldn't be anything better. A nursing bed Sumiaur had just given him one, also a brand new model. He really couldn't think of anything else. Well, they said it should arrive tomorrow morning, and we just need to wait there. Sumiaur didn't know the specifics either, and when she asked, Su Xianbei didn't say. Yeah, Qinghe nodded, stopping thinking about it. He probably wouldn't accept gifts from others, but he wouldn't refuse gifts from these people. However, when he saw the gift, yeah, Qinghe couldn't help but admire their thoughtfulness. He really hadn't expected that they would give him a car. This wasn't an ordinary car, it was a Toyota Alphard welfare vehicle, a high-end accessible MPV designed for people with mobility impairments, its core positioning being a combination of luxury business and age-friendly travel. The most crucial feature was the electrically adjustable and rotating seat on the right side of the second row, which could be electrically rotated and raised out of the vehicle with a single touch. The entire process took about 35 seconds, allowing wheelchairs to board smoothly without needing to be lifted. This seat could even be converted into an electric wheelchair, with a range of approximately 25 kilometers. Thank you so much. Yeah, Qinghe sincerely thanked the three people appearing on the video call when Sumiaur dialed Su Xianbei's number. The sight of three bigwigs crammed into one frame was somewhat comical. It's only right. It was mainly President Huang who suggested this car, and he's the one who found the connections, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to get the car so quickly, Su Xianbei said with a smile. Although I found the connections, the cost was split among the three of us. Also, we thought it might be difficult to park your car at Hekingyuan, so we bought a lower-level villa in Jiashiwan, north of Hekingyuan. It's very close to both Hekingyuan and Qinghe. Many professors from your university live here, so they can walk to the university. You can park the car here. The only problem is that the paperwork for the house has just been completed, and we've had it renovated. It might take a while before we can move in. Huang Yuehui, standing behind Su Xianbei, smiled and waved to Ye Qinghe. He'd been thinking about the car since he'd seen Ye Qinghe resolve the Design Institute's problem, but hadn't had a chance to give it away when this opportunity arose. When Su Xianbei and Wang Shun offered to give Ye Qinghe something, they conveniently decided to give the car as a shared gift for the three of them. The house was Wang Shun and Su Xianbei's suggestion. Actually, there were some better villas, but after consideration, the three felt this one, while not as expensive, was the closest and most suitable. The house's interior was actually quite nice, although they hadn't been there in person, the photos they sent showed it. However, they felt that since the furnishings had been used, they wanted to give Ye Qinghe something even better, so they wanted to renovate the house, most importantly, install an elevator. After all, this house was primarily a gift for Ye Qinghe. The house had 3 floors, 1 basement and 2 above ground. Entertainment and leisure facilities were on the basement floor, and the master bedroom was on the second floor. Without an elevator, giving the house away would be pointless. Alright, thank you all. Ye Qinghe didn't say much about it, he'd accept anything, no matter how expensive, given the gifts from the three of them. Don't be so polite. We haven't finished our business here yet, and it would be impolite of us not to personally deliver these to you, Su Xianbei said with a smile. I've sent the house code to Miaour, she can take you there. You can take a look first. I've already contacted the property management. When you go in, they'll have someone waiting at the door to guide you. Wang Shun, standing behind Su Xianbei, quickly spoke up to acknowledge his presence. Of the three, only he had a bad relationship with Ye Qinghe. Su Xianbei had a daughter by Ye Qinghe's side. Although it sounded like she was just Ye Qinghe's childhood friend, proximity gave her an advantage, otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to steal him away. Huang Yuehui had a close relationship with Ye Dali and seemed to have helped the Ye family before, which made his relationship even more unquestionable. He himself had a perfectly good business, but then Liao Qiang, a brainless and incompetent subordinate, nearly ruined it, leaving him with no choice but to humbly beg for cooperation. Therefore, although the house was supposedly a joint investment by 3 families, he voluntarily covered all the expenses, refusing to let Su Xianbei and Huang Yuehui pay anything. He even had a friend pay 10 years' worth of property management fees upfront, and he also directly paid a large sum for water, electricity, and heating bills. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Ye Qinghe simply smiled and politely thanked him, which made the seasoned and shrewd Wang Shun beam with delight. It's nothing, it's nothing. The three of them were probably still in a meeting, discussing some details. Through the movement, one could see other people in the meeting room behind them, many of whom were peeking out, trying to peek at the legendary inventor on Su Xianbei's phone. Our idea is to hold off on issuing an announcement. Let the news circulate first, and then release a joint announcement when it's trending high enough. That's your decision. I don't know much about it, so I won't offer my opinion. Ye Qinghe wasn't planning to get involved in this. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Wana remembered something. Qinghe, Miaour, you said the stock market crashed today because this news hasn't been released yet. If I buy some shares of Suzhou Holdings or Fengshan now, wouldn't I make a fortune once the news is released? Absolutely not. Doing that would be insider trading, and the consequences are very serious. You could be fined 1 to 10 times the amount, and in severe cases, you could face criminal charges. For particularly serious offenses, you could even face 5 to 10 years in prison. Soo Meower immediately warned her sternly. This was no joke. Although Jo Wonner wasn't affiliated with any of the 3 companies, she was an insider. If she really did that, all her profits would be confiscated, and she could potentially go to jail. That's serious. Chapter 191 Insider Trading. Jo Wonner understood nothing about this. She assumed the company hadn't finalized the contract, and the stock price wasn't falling because of them, so buying in now would be a huge profit opportunity. Of course it's serious. Even if the company hasn't signed the contract, as long as the company has the intention, the contract could cause the stock price to surge. That constitutes significant, undisclosed information with major impact. From the start of contract negotiations to the official announcement, this period is considered sensitive. Even if you're not an insider, if your trading behavior closely matches this sensitive period, clearly deviates from your usual trading habits, and you can't explain the source of funds or the trading logic, you're highly likely to be identified as insider trading by regulators. If you really want to trade, you can only do so 2 trading days after the announcement. Jo Wonner didn't understand, but Soo Meower understood it all too well. You could say she'd often sat on her father's lap watching the stock market since she was little. She knew all about this by heart. As soon as she turned 18 and was allowed to trade independently, she opened her own investment account. Aside from the initial $1 million given to her by Su Xiangbai, the rest of the funds were all earned by herself. Furthermore, to avoid suspicion, she never touched So Holdings or any stocks related to So Holdings. Oh, that's such a pity. I thought I could earn some pocket money this way. Jo Wonner looked regretful. She didn't understand these things, she only knew she had discovered an opportunity to make money, but someone was preventing her from doing so. How outrageous. Is it easy for an ordinary person like her to earn money? She didn't steal or rob. Why can't she earn money? Don't even think about it. You should just focus on your studies. Now is not the time for you to worry about making money. Besides, aren't you two going to participate in a variety show soon? Once the show airs, you won't have to worry about making money anymore. Yeah, Qinghe could guess a bit of what she was thinking, so he smiled and comforted her. Right, speaking of which, I've been so busy lately that I haven't had a chance to practice singing properly. Wonner, let's find a place to practice tonight. Soo Meower had completely forgotten about singing practice because of her exams last week. It was only when Qinghe brought it up that she remembered they were going to be on the show. Today is Tuesday, and the recording officially starts on Saturday. They have 3 days to hone their skills. Right, I almost forgot about it. We really need to practice. But, Qinghe, are you sure I can get the judge's approval? Jo Wonner was the same, she only remembered their recording when Qinghe mentioned it. However, compared to Soo Meower, she didn't have as much confidence. Of course, don't worry. If the mentors don't choose you, that's their problem. They lack vision, they're incompetent, it's definitely not your fault. Qinghe's answer made Jo Wonner roll her eyes at him. Can't you speak properly? I'm being serious. She felt Qinghe was just joking. Don't worry, Wonner, I've already registered the company. It's an acquisition of an existing company. The company has some capabilities in releasing and recording songs. No matter how far we go this time, we'll release the song as soon as the show ends. You'd better prepare to be a star. Soo Meower said, pulling Jo Wonner's hand. She had previously asked Su Xiangbei's secretary to help acquire the company, and last Friday, they had completed the acquisition of a music company. Although not large in scale, it had a certain level of recognition and resources in the industry, with a stable team for recording, distribution, and promotion. It could be said that releasing songs now wouldn't be a problem. She had already handed over her songs and Jo Wonner's songs to the company, asking them to prepare for marketing and distribution. I don't want to be a star. My idea is just to be a singer. I'll release songs when I have them, and participate in shows depending on my mood. I don't want to be one of those stars who are constantly running around, thinking about becoming famous and having a certain status. Jo Wonner shook her head. Although she also wanted to sing, she had never considered becoming a star from the beginning. This was also the main reason why she was unwilling to go when Soo Meower first dragged her to audition. Later, Qinghe persuaded her, saying she could be an independent singer, not a star, which resonated with her, and she finally agreed. No problem, it's our own company, you can do whatever you want. Even if you don't release a song for 10 years, I'll still support you. You'll be my little follower, carrying my bags every day. Ha 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 ha. Soo Meower happily put her hands on her hips and laughed, thinking about Jo Wonner carrying her bags. Her face was full of smugness and arrogance. Ah, Jo Wonner. But her laughter lasted less than 2 seconds before Jo Wonner's devilish hand reached for her waist, interrupting her. She angrily screamed and charged at Jo Wonner. The two playfully wrestled around the Alphard several times before finally stopping, panting. Alright, get in the car, let's go check out the villa first. Sumiao naturally opened the passenger door and got in. To her surprise, Joe Wanner didn't open the driver's side door, but instead opened the back door and sat in the second row. Wait, you're driving. Sumiao turned around, asking curiously. Hee, I'm sorry, I'm not qualified to drive yet, so I'll have to trouble you to be our driver from now on. Although Joe Wanner said she was sorry, there was no embarrassment in her tone. You don't have a driver's license? Do I look like I do? No, why didn't you learn one after the college entrance exam? Isn't that what everyone does after the exam? Hee, I learned something else, not this. What did you learn? I'm not telling you. Tell me, or I won't drive. Sumiao was very curious about why Joe Wanner hadn't learned to drive after graduating high school, but instead learned something else. Then don't drive, I don't really want to either. But Joe Wanner showed no sign of compromise and directly opened the car door to get out. Okay, I won't ask any more. Sumiao immediately raised her hands in surrender, opened the passenger door, and went to the driver's seat. However, because of her short legs, it took her quite a while to adjust the seat height and distance to a comfortable level. Even so, from Qinghe's perspective, she still looked like a child secretly driving an adult's car. Qinghe Garden is located at the north gate of Heking Garden. It's within walking distance, and if you drive, it's basically just a matter of starting the car, exiting Heking Garden, and entering Qinghe Garden. Hello, esteemed residents, I am Lu, the property manager of Qinghe Garden. Congratulations on becoming residents of Qinghe Garden. Please feel free to call me anytime, I'm available 24/7. A property manager in a suit was already waiting at the entrance of Qinghe Garden. Seeing the group arrive in their car, he immediately bowed, smiled, and jogged to the vehicle. Chapter 192 Not Much Money. Hello, Manager Lu, please lead the way. Sumiao nodded indifferently to Manager Lu, took the business card he handed her, and gestured for him to lead the way. Okay, I'll be up ahead on my electric scooter. The house is just over there, very close. Manager Lu smiled and nodded, pointing to a low-rise villa not far to his right. He then quickly went to his electric scooter, got on, and led the three of them to the villa. This parking space in front is yours. We've installed an electronic lock. This is the control key. Just unlock it when you're not there. After parking, Manager Lu took out an electronic key, pressed it, and handed it to Sumiao. The parking lock on the space he pointed to slowly lowered. Mr. Yeah, this is your villa. Manager Lu smiled and pointed to the villa in front of them after Sumiao, Qinghe, and Joe Wanner got out of the car. Although Sumiao seemed the wealthiest of the three, Manager Lu had done his research and knew the new owner was a gentleman, so there was no mistaken identity. I'll leave you here. Give me a call if you need anything. Manager Lu nodded politely to the three of them and then turned to leave. Before coming here, Qinghe really didn't understand what a duplex villa was until he saw this house. The villa was detached, but not a single-family detached house, rather, it was a two-family detached house, each with its own entrance. The lower two floors were one unit, and the upper three floors were another, stacked vertically, hence the name duplex villa. The one Wang Shun bought for Qinghe was the lower duplex, with 2 floors above ground and 1 below. However, unlike the upper duplex, it had a south-facing garden. The house seemed to have been uninhabited for some time, the yard was neglected, the flowers overgrown with weeds, making it almost unrecognizable as a garden. The three entered the villa. The interior was quite nice, the furniture was covered with white sheets, but judging from the thick layer of dust, it hadn't been lived in for a while either. The ceiling height is quite good, at least 3 meters high, and the area isn't small either. This garden alone must be over 100 square meters, right? Standing in the living room, Sumiao surveyed the house. While not large for her, it was quite spacious for an average family. When she called, Su Xiangbei had given her the exact size, which she hadn't remembered, only that it was roughly 200 to 300 square meters. It's nice. The living room and dining room are combined, making the space feel quite large. It's just that the bedroom isn't on the first floor, which isn't very convenient. Joe Wanner was also looking around. She was quite satisfied with the living room and garden, but her only complaint was that the house only had 1 bedroom on the first floor, and it wasn't very big either. That definitely wouldn't do. The bedrooms are upstairs, 2 facing south and 2 facing north. They'll arrange for someone to come and install a small elevator in the next couple of days, making it easier for Qinghe to go up and down the stairs. Sumiao remembered that besides changing the furniture, the most important part of this renovation was actually installing the elevator. Without an elevator, this house would be worse off than if it were given away for free. That's alright, but there's another apartment upstairs. Will they agree to that? Joe Wanner nodded. Having an elevator would be much more convenient. It's okay, if they don't want to, we can just buy their apartment. Sumiao said casually, but immediately realized the idea was good. Hey, That's a great idea. I'll have my dad buy the upstairs apartment, right? I'll live upstairs, and you guys can live downstairs, using an elevator to connect the 2 floors. That way, it'll be so convenient for us to come and go. The more Sumiao talked about it, the better the idea seemed. She currently lived with Joe Wanner and Heking Yuan, but after graduation, they would definitely have to move out. However, judging from the current situation, Joe Wanner would definitely be with Qinghe, and after Qinghe obtained that patent, he would most likely have another identity in Qingmu even after graduation, and would definitely live nearby. This place was close to Qingmu, making it the first choice. If she wanted to continue being with Wanner, the best way was to buy the upstairs apartment as well. Thinking of this, she took out her phone and checked the apartment prices in this neighborhood. Over 20 million? Not expensive. Sumiao didn't think the price was expensive at all. She took out her phone and called old Su's secretary. I want the apartment above Qinghe's. Find a way to buy it for me, and when my dad and his family hire someone to renovate, have them install the elevator directly to the 5th floor. Wait, what are you doing? I was just saying it. You actually took it seriously? You're not really going to buy it, are you? Joe Wanner was shocked by Sumiao's speed. She hadn't expected that Sumiao would actually buy the apartment above hers just as casually mentioned. It's okay, it's not much money. That way, even after graduation, we can still be neighbors. Sumiao laughed, casually hooking her arm around Joe Wanner's. You're making me want to punch you. Not much money? This apartment could buy my life. Hearing this, another thought rose in Joe Wanner's mind. Damn rich people. Not much money. Is that even human language? One day I'll fight you rich people to the death. Hey, you'll have it eventually. Besides, Qinghe is much richer than me now, so you'll. Stop. Qinghe's things are Qinghe's, they have nothing to do with me. Fine, Qinghe's things are Qinghe's, and yours are yours. But what's mine can be yours. If you ever have a falling out with Qinghe, you can come live with me upstairs. Get lost. You're making it sound like we're a couple. But if you live upstairs, that's actually pretty good. We won't have to worry about not seeing each other anymore. The two whispered among themselves. Qinghe didn't listen. He maneuvered his wheelchair to the living room, looking at the large yard outside, wondering what he should make it look like. Ugh, and this damn system tricked me again. This driving skill thing is useless. My wheelchair control hasn't improved at all. It's still the same as before. I even tried to test it out inside the house, but nothing changed. Riding. Doesn't sitting in a wheelchair count as riding? Right now, the only thing this body can ride in is a wheelchair, right? As for riding, forget about it. As he was pondering these thoughts, a small orange kitten, appearing to be only about 3 months old, suddenly peeked out from the corner of the yard. The little guy seemed to be a regular, familiar with its surroundings, and began playing freely in the yard. Qinghe looked at the kitten and let out a soft meow. Chapter 193 paid Donley's anxiety. The meow sounded as if a real cat was meowing in the living room. It drew the attention of Sumiao and Joe Wanner, who were whispering amongst themselves, and they looked over to see where the kitten had come from. However, although the meow sounded indistinguishable from a real cat's meow to Sumiao and Joe Wanner, the kitten outside arched its back, its tail stood on end, its fur bristled, and its eyes widened as if it had been startled, staring at Qinghe's location. Qinghe was surprised by the kitten's reaction. Was there something wrong with his meow? Meow. Qinghe meowed again, drawing out the sound as gently as possible. This time, the kitten wasn't as agitated as before, it was noticeably more relaxed. However, it wasn't completely at ease. It stared at Qinghe for a moment, opened its mouth, and gave a soft, childish meow as a warning before quickly turning and leaving. Did a cat just come in here? Joe Wanner and Sumiao walked over and looked around. Yes, a small orange kitten came in, but it just left. Qinghe nodded. He felt his imitation of a cat's meow was fine, but the kitten seemed to have some hearing problems. An orange kitten? Where? Sumiao excitedly opened the door and searched the yard. Don't bother looking, it's gone. It looks like a stray cat. Maybe nobody lives here, so the little guy found a place to crawl in. Poor thing, I wonder if anyone feeds it. Should we look for it? If nobody feeds it, should we take it to a shelter? Sumiao didn't give up, but there were still too many weeds in the yard, and she didn't want to go into the weeds, so she couldn't find it from the outside. Let's talk about it another time. Didn't you say your school has a holiday tomorrow and you were required to be on campus today? Aren't you going? Qinghe's words suddenly woke Sumiao up. Ha! I forgot. What time is it? It's late. I'm leaving now. Sumiao pulled out her phone and glanced at the time, realizing it was already past 9. She hurriedly told the two of them and ran out, leaving them behind. That meower. Really? Joe Wanner shook her head speechlessly with a smile. Let's go back. There's nothing much to see here. By the way, Meower said she wants to buy the upstairs apartment and have the elevator built so that the two floors can be connected. What do you think? This apartment belongs to Qinghe, after all, and Joe Warner felt she needed to discuss this with him. Connect the two floors? Qinghe was taken aback, but then shook his head. Only the young lady could come up with something like that. Do you want to? Without directly agreeing or disagreeing, Qinghe looked up at Joe Warner. Joe Warner nodded without hesitation. Of course I've thought about it, but this is your house, so it depends on your opinion. Then let's connect them. Anyway, after spending time with Meower, I think she's a pretty good person. Qinghe said with a smile, and Joe Warner agreed. The two didn't stay inside long, leaving a few minutes after Meower departed. Upon exiting, they saw Meower drive away in her car, clearly in a hurry to catch up. Meower and I are going to singing practice at noon. Do you want to come along? Your ears are so sharp, you could help us point out any problems with our singing. The practice venue was Wan Miao Music, which Meower had recently acquired. It wasn't too far from Qinghe, near the Olympic Park to the east. I won't go. You two can go. The company has professional vocal coaches, just listen to them. Qinghe had an exceptional ear for music and could pinpoint mistakes. He had the ability to compose and knew how to revise the music, but he didn't know how to adjust his singing. Go ahead, just to familiarize yourself with the place. Meower and I will definitely be going there frequently these next few days. Uncle Dolly isn't home, and I'm worried about leaving you alone. Joe Warner was certainly worried about leaving Qinghe alone at home. He insisted on having Qinghe come along. Once we get there, you don't have to go to the karaoke room. Meower will find you a lounge where you can stay. Okay. Huang Yingzhe watched as the online buzz finally picked up, only to be immediately suppressed by the State Intellectual Property Office's announcement yesterday. He was furious and cursed. What the hell? A worthless announcement that doesn't mention anything. What's there to discuss? Don't these people have anything better to do? They're always concerned with things that have nothing to do with them? Shouldn't they be focusing on the shady dealings and backdoor deals? What do you mean, reshaping the industry, the nation's fortune, the people's glory? Bullshit. Art is the only thing that can endure. So many technologies that were considered good in history, what about now? Only art. Only art can continue to this day. What a bunch of fools. Westerners are so much more civilized. After his outburst, Huang Yingzhe picked up his phone and called the online trolls he had hired. I don't care what you're saying. You said you'd generate buzz, but that hasn't happened yet. You need to step up your efforts. Money, money, money. You can't even do the job, and you still have the nerve to ask for money? Fine, fine, I'll trust you one more time. I'll have someone transfer the money to you, but if you still can't do it, you'll have to return double the money. After grumbling and swearing, Huang Yingzhe found the student who paid for him and was about to send a message, but then cancelled it halfway through. This couldn't be said on a messaging app, it would leave a trace. He got up, rummaged through his closet for a long time, changed clothes several times in front of the mirror, and put on light makeup before finally leaving the house satisfied. Lin Qiu, I bought tickets for both of us to go home. No, Lin Qiu, it's holiday time, let's go back together. I bought you a ticket, but that doesn't seem right, cough cough cough. Lin Qiu, it's holiday time, how are you going to get back? Want to go back together, Lin Qiu? What a coincidence. I just came back from there. Oh, right, I bought you a holiday ticket on a whim, let's go back together the day after tomorrow? Downstairs at the Qinghe girls' dormitory, Pei Danlei sat in a corner, looking at the dormitory entrance, quietly rehearsing how he should greet Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu hadn't spoken to him for a while, but he still wanted to try again. After all, their relationship had progressed somewhat over the past 2 years. Every holiday, he would buy tickets for them in advance, so this time he wanted to take this opportunity to try and talk to Lin Qiu again. Chapter 194 Hate. When Lin Qiu emerged from the dormitory building in a white dress, carrying 2 books, Pei Donglei's eyes were glued to her. He had liked her since high school. As far as he could remember, the first time he realized his feelings for her, she was also wearing a dress of floral print dress and canvas shoes. Back then, she seemed even colder than she was now, as if no one else existed in her world. But it was precisely that aloofness that drove a wedge directly into his heart. From then on, he silently watched over Lin Qiu. Her favorite food was the chicken drumstick from the American-style fried chicken stall near the school gate, with extra chili and 5-spice powder. Her favorite place was a pavilion behind the school where she read. Her favorite thing was, it could be said that every breeze of his youth carried his secret attention and affection for her. Upon entering university, he thought he was finally worthy to stand beside her. He spent 2 years gradually getting closer, slowly making her accustomed to his presence, accustomed to. Thinking of this, an endless resentment towards Qinghe welled up within him. It's all his fault. If he hadn't appeared on Qinghe campus, if he hadn't, Qiu wouldn't have treated him like this. He's paralyzed, why can't he just lie in bed and wait to die? Why does he have to go out and cause trouble everywhere? No wonder you're paralyzed. Lin Qiu. Pei Donglei, who had been staring blankly at Lin Qiu as she gracefully passed by, realized he should approach her. He quickly ran to her side and stammered, "Well, it's a holiday now, so I bought my train ticket home, and yours too. It's the same time we went back before, 10 a.m. The things he had practiced in the corner all day were completely useless to him, he had forgotten them entirely. "I'll buy some food later. Is there anything you want to eat?" Pei Donglei asked cautiously, looking at Lin Qiu nervously. Lin Qiu frowned and sighed, stopping to look at Pei Donglei. Pei Donglei, like a child who had done something wrong, fidgeted nervously, barely daring to look Lin Qiu in the eye. "Pei Donglei, let me apologize first." No need, you don't need to. Let me finish, don't interrupt me." Okay, I apologize first. Before, I probably felt insecure at school, so I used you, a fellow townsman, as my source of security. This might have caused you some trouble, and I'm sorry, but that doesn't mean I have any romantic feelings for you. Is that clear? I understand. But I know what you're thinking, but I really don't have even the slightest feeling for you. For your own good, I think it's best if we see each other less in the future. Lin Qiu's expression was cold as she spoke. These words were like a chilling knife, piercing straight into Pei Donglei's heart, freezing him in place, unable to open his mouth, only able to watch Lin Qiu finish speaking and turn to leave. Not even the slightest feeling. Not even the slightest. Not even the slightest. Watching Lin Qiu leave helplessly, Pei Donglei's mind was filled with this sentence. Ah! Standing there for a long time, as if frozen, Pei Donglei suddenly jerked his arms open and roared to the sky. Lowering his head, Pei Donglei's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched tightly, and the veins on his neck bulged as if they were about to burst. Qinghe. If before, when Zhao Minjiao asked him to follow Qinghe and reveal Qinghe's information, he only felt disgust towards Qinghe, now that disgust had all turned into hatred. He didn't hate Lin Qiu. Everything the goddess does is right. He hated Qinghe. If Qinghe hadn't appeared, he could have eaten with Lin Qiu every day, gone to the library together, shopped together, and taken the train home together. It's all his fault. It's all his fault. If there were no Qinghe, would everything have been back to normal? If there were no Qinghe, would he still feel safe with Qiu? Pei Donglei clenched his fists tighter and tighter, then suddenly rushed towards the Zijing student apartment like a madman. Su Miao returned at 11:30 a.m., and after returning, she excitedly drove to Baikan with Qinghe and Zhou Wan'er. Wanmiao Music was located in a building not far from Olympic Forest Park. The park was visible from the office area. With the arrival of the new boss, everyone in the company was on high alert. However, when they all stood downstairs waiting for the boss's Alphard to arrive, and saw a middle school girl getting out of the driver's seat, a college student getting out of the back seat, and another young man still in a wheelchair, they exchanged bewildered glances. The middle school girl definitely wasn't it. The boss was a woman, so it could only be the girl in the back seat. "Welcome, President Su." Without much hesitation, everyone nodded and greeted the three in unison. No need to be polite. Su Miao and Zhou Wan'er were standing together. Hearing this, she waved her hand dismissively and walked inside. "President Su, let me help." "President Su, I'm the company manager, my name is Luo Wei." The people from Wanmiao Music ignored Su Miao, who was walking in front, and all surrounded Zhou Wan'er. Some offered to push her wheelchair, while others introduced themselves. Sorry, I'm not your CEO Su, the one in front is." Zhou Wan'er waved her hand with a smile, then pointed to Su Miao, who had taken a few steps forward, realized something was wrong, and turned back with a dark expression. "Ha!" The people from Wanmiao Music were all stunned, looking back at Su Miao, then at Zhou Wan'er, all feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, Luo Wei, being the manager, immediately reacted and quickly walked to Su Miao. "I'm sorry, CEO Su, we haven't seen you before." "Never mind, let's go." Su Miao waved her hand unhappily. Dressed like this, and having gotten out of the driver's seat, it was normal to be misunderstood. "CEO Su, this way." Luo Wei quickly led the way. Once upstairs in the office area, Luo Wei led Su Miao, Zhou Wan'er, and Qinghe on a tour of the company. The distribution department, the composition department, the recording department. The company wasn't very large, but it had everything it needed, and the decor was relatively modern, with a less cramped workspace. "How's the preparation for the 2 songs I gave you before going?" Su Miao went straight to the point after the tour. Luo Wei took a folder from an employee and handed it to her. "The preparations are complete. As soon as the program airs, we can launch it online. Here's the marketing plan, please take a look." Chapter 195 Exquisite Music. "The plan is alright, but you could increase the investment a bit. It's a bit stingy. Don't try to save money, we're not short of cash. Go all out on the budget. Taking the plan and flipping through it, Su Miao offered her opinion. These people are professionals, the plan is excellent in terms of budget and cost control. But this is precisely what Su Miao is most dissatisfied with. She's not short of money. This company was started purely out of passion and for her dreams. There's no need to be so stingy and restrictive. She doesn't have that much time. She needs to become famous as soon as possible and fulfill her dreams. Old Su is always thinking about retiring and wanting her to take over the business. He won't give her much time to achieve her dreams. However, having secured such a large business for him this time might allow her to postpone taking over a bit more. Okay, boss. Luo Wei's heart skipped a beat, but her face remained impassive as she nodded in agreement. It's good to have a wealthy and generous boss, but Su Miao is too young. She's afraid he's just playing around, and after a couple of days, he'll get bored and abandon them, leaving them to fend for themselves. The practice room and everything are ready, and there's a vocal coach too. Warner and I will be practicing here for the next 2 days. Ready? This way, boss. Luo Wei quickly led the three of them to the practice room. Warner? Wan Miao music? Is this also the boss? Only Su Miao introduced herself, Zhou Warner and yet Qinghe didn't. Now, hearing Zhou Warner's name, Luo Wei immediately understood that even if she wasn't the boss, she had to treat her as one. The name Wan Miao music was the best proof. Otherwise, why would her name appear before boss, putting her above the boss? It seems she has a much bigger and deeper background than the boss. As for the young man in the wheelchair, he shouldn't be underestimated either. Miss Warner kept pushing and wouldn't let go, while the boss, during his conversation, would occasionally glance over. 3 wealthy second-generation heirs. This was Luo Wei's first impression of the 3. Beautiful woman and handsome man, with powerful background. She'd have to remind the company staff later not to offend such people. Luo Wei had prepared the company's largest practice room for Su Miao and Zhou Warner, with all sorts of equipment ready beforehand. This is Ms. Zhen, the company's vocal coach, and also a vocal coach at the Central Conservatory of Music. Luo Wei introduced the ordinary-looking middle-aged woman who followed them into the practice room. Ms. Zhen, I'll be troubling you these next few days. I practiced vocals for a few days when I was younger, but now I'm a complete novice. You'll have to put in a lot of effort. Zhou Warner said very politely to Ms. Zhen. Don't mention it. 2 days certainly can't solve all your problems, but I'll try my best. Ms. Zhen replied with a gentle smile. Teacher Zhen, I may have studied a few more days than her, but I haven't had that kind of systematic professional training, so I'm sorry to trouble you. Su Miao was very respectful to her teacher and spoke very politely. Of course, shall we begin now? You can sing a couple of lines first, and I'll hear your questions. Teacher Zhen smiled and nodded, getting straight to the point. Time was tight and the task was heavy, not a moment could be wasted. Sure, Mr. Luo, is the lounge you asked me to prepare ready? Let's take Qinghe there first, and then. No need, you all practice. I'll go with Mr. Luo. Yet Qinghe waved his hand, maneuvering his wheelchair out. He could control his wheelchair himself? Then why did he always have Miss Warner push him? Luo Wei smiled and led Ye Qinghe to the lounge next door. However, as soon as she opened the door and turned around, she saw that Zhou Warner had also followed. The lounge was the best in the company, fully equipped with leather sofas, beds, televisions, and all sorts of other amenities. Let me get you to bed. Zhou Warner entered, first feeling the mattress to make sure it was the right firmness before walking over to Ye Qinghe and untying his straps. Under Luo Wei's watchful gaze, Zhou Warner effortlessly lifted Ye Qinghe, nimbly moving to the bedside. She placed him on the bed, then pushed his wheelchair to the side, adjusted the tablet on it to a comfortable position, and placed his phone beside him. Call me if you need anything. I'm coming over now. After doing all this, Zhou Warner said to Ye Qinghe, Okay, go ahead. Ye Qinghe nodded with a smile. Zhou Warner then went out. After closing the door, she said to Luo Wei, President Luo, Qinghe isn't feeling well. He can only move his right hand. We might easily lose track of time while practicing. Could you please go in and ask him if he needs anything in a little while? No problem, Miss Warner, don't worry. Luo Wei then understood why Ye Qinghe looked so frail, why Zhou Warner had been pushing him around, and why Zhou Warner had carried him to the bed as soon as they entered the room. So pitiful. So regrettable. Such a good person, such a beautiful voice. If he were healthy, he would be absolutely irresistible. Luo Wei's heart was filled with tenderness. As the head of a music company, she was naturally drawn to good-looking people. The first time she saw Ye Qinghe, she felt an overwhelming sense of pity for this young man. Now, hearing that he could only move his right hand, her affection completely overflowed. Therefore, from then on, Luo Wei personally went in every half hour to ask Ye Qinghe if he needed anything. Each time he went in, he would bring snacks, water, books, and even stress-relieving toys. Luo Wei was very enthusiastic, always treating him with kindness and maternal love. Ye Qinghe felt she was coming in a bit too frequently, but he didn't want to bother him, so he could only let her come in repeatedly. When he needed to use the restroom, Luo Wei even offered to help. Never mind, could you call Warner for me? It's not very convenient. It's nothing, really. You're like my child to me, there's nothing to be shy about. But since you insist, I'll call Miss Warner for you. Luo Wei realized she might have been a little too enthusiastic and explained apologetically. After helping Qinghe with his needs and giving him a quick massage, Zhou Warner left for the adjacent practice room. It wasn't until lunch break that Zhou Warner and Sumi Hour entered the restroom with their boxed lunches. Teacher Zhen is truly amazing. She can pinpoint any problems in our voices, whether it's pronunciation, pitch, or anything else, and point out the cause and how to fix it. Chapter 196, a once-in-a-million event. In the offices of Wanmiao Music Company, employees were discussing their new boss. Although the boss doesn't look very old, he's really generous. This meal he ordered must cost at least 80 or 90 yuan. I've been to this restaurant, this should be 80 yuan. I really hope the boss comes to the company to practice singing every day, so we can have free fancy lunches every day. I have to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments. Do you think Warner is one of our bosses? Wanmiao Music, she sounds more like the boss. I don't know, but both the boss and Miss Warner are beautiful in their own unique ways. Although they haven't officially debuted yet, I already want to be a fan. But, did you notice that the composer and lyricist of the boss's song is named Xing, and that gentleman is named Qinghe? Do you think they're the same person? It's hard to say. Everyone was very curious about the new boss. When the company was acquired, everyone had already received a 15% raise on top of their existing salaries. Now, with even more money at stake, they were given the maximum allowable budget, and the simple statement that they had no shortage of funds was enough to let them know that a true benefactor had arrived. The days of being frugal were over. Everyone had this thought in their mind. After lunch, everyone get to work. The operational plan we discussed in the meeting this morning needs to be implemented as soon as possible. This is the first time we've fought such a well-funded battle, we can't afford to mess things up. This was what the head of the operations department told his team. Contact Tencent, contact Kuaishao, contact, basically, don't be afraid to spend money. We need to get these two songs onto all channels as soon as possible, so that users on every platform can see them on their homepage after the show airs. This is what the head of the distribution department said. Send the master tape to the production line as soon as possible. We need to get the single CD out quickly. This is the order from the head of the distribution department to his subordinates. After dinner, while Zhou Warner was massaging Qinghe, Sumi Hour curiously imitated Zhou Warner's techniques. Where did you learn these techniques? They sound quite professional. I specifically studied nursing for a period of time. Don't underestimate these techniques, they are professional rehabilitation and nursing massage techniques. Zhou Warner looked proud. When she learned this technique, her teacher said she had grasped its essence and even wanted to encourage her to study nursing in college, saying she was truly a natural-born nurse. Oh. Sumi Hour suddenly realized why Zhou Warner couldn't drive. Oh what? You act like you know something. Zhou Warner didn't realize that her unintentional remark had revealed a secret she hadn't told Sumi Hour yesterday. Qinghe, your life is really... Sumi Hour turned her head, wanting to say that Qinghe was lucky to have met such a good girl as Zhou Warner, but seeing Qinghe lying motionless, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Could good fortune really be like this? But without it, she wouldn't have had the chance to see such a wonderful side of Zhou Warner. She's really great. Qinghe guessed what she wanted to say and replied with a smile. Her life is truly wonderful. Not everyone can meet such a wonderful girl. A once-in-a-century Tian Runyi, a once-in-a-millennium Tian Xiaoxia, a once-in-10,000 years He Ziyulian. He felt that Zhou Warner belonged to the once-in-10,000 years category. You seem quite insightful. Qinghe's answer gave Sumi Hour a sense of kinship. Although she hadn't said it aloud, Qinghe immediately understood what she wanted to say and voiced it. What little secret are you two sharing? Zhou Warner frowned slightly, wondering how these two could have things she didn't know. I won't tell you. Sumi Hour made a face, looking smug. It's nothing, it's just... Qinghe smiled, trying to explain, but Sumi Hour covered his mouth with her hand before he could finish. Don't tell her. She told me yesterday she had a secret, and we have a secret today too, we won't tell her. She then deliberately raised an eyebrow at Zhou Warner, her expression practically screaming, I'm not going to tell her. Have you finished eating? If you have, shall we continue? Teacher Zhen knocked on the door of the restroom and asked. Time was too tight, they had to work overtime to make significant improvements for the two before their performance, so a lunch break, including the time for eating, plus half an hour, would be enough. Okay, coming right away. Zhou Warner didn't press Sumi Hour further and quickly began massaging Qinghe. After the massage, Zhou Warner's face was covered in fine beads of sweat. Sumi Hour didn't interfere anymore, watching Zhou Warner's movements and memorizing the techniques. After the two left, the lounge quieted down. Yet Qinghe reached for his tablet and accessed Qinghe's online library. After Qin Simon granted him maximum access, he no longer needed to search for many mathematics and related books online, he could access them directly from the library. This greatly facilitated his work. He still hadn't solved the problem of AI intelligence, and that was his next challenge. This was far more difficult than the logistics problem. If logistics was the crown jewel of mathematics, then this required opening up new disciplines to solve. He didn't rush into building models and tuning parameters, instead, he started from the very foundation. These days, he immersed himself in Manhwa analysis and convex optimization, meticulously working out Lipschitz continuity, strong convexity, and duality problems until those complex inequalities became intuitive in his mind. Furthermore, he explored probability theory and stochastic processes, from martingale theory and the law of large numbers to centralized inequalities in high-dimensional spaces, gradually breaking down the concept of uncertainty into a computable and controllable mathematical structure. The truly core aspects of AI were addressed through his work on computational learning theory. He not only understood the theories that determine whether a model can truly learn, such as VC dimension, Rademacher complexity, and generalization error bounds, but also personally derived the relaxation and tightening of each bound, understanding why deep learning can remain stable and unaffected by noise even with parameters far exceeding the sample size. Furthermore, he explored representation learning and manifold learning. He assumed that high-dimensional data inherently lies on a low-dimensional smooth manifold, viewing gradient descent through the lens of Riemannian geometry, understanding the optimization process as geodesic motion on the manifold, rather than simple vector updates. Structural designs that others rely on luck through alchemy became, for him, rigorous choices of topological invariants and geometric priors. At the forefront, he directly immersed himself in the research fields of neural symbolic systems and causal reasoning. Chapter 197 How could a normal person not be sleepy? Not content with statistical correlations, yet Qinghe uses structural causal models, intervention calculus, and counterfactual reasoning to forcibly elevate correlation to causality. In his mental space, yet Qinghe draws directed acyclic graphs on paper, deriving backdoor and front door adjustments, attempting to guide AI from fitting data to understanding the world. While others are still competing on who has the largest model and the strongest computing power, yet Qinghe is already searching for more fundamental constraints at the boundaries of algorithmic complexity and information theory. From Kolmogorov complexity to minimum description length, and then to optimal transport theory, he transforms the AI learning process back into mathematical expressions that approximate optimal encoding. Details considered mystical by the industry are all clearly explained by Qinghe. Weight initialization corresponds to the steady state of the heat equation, regularization corresponds to the penalty of Bayesian posterior, and gradient vanishing corresponds to the decay of the operator spectrum. Every technique is no longer experience, but a theorem. Yet Qinghe wasn't learning AI, he was using mathematics to redefine the boundaries of intelligence. For foundational mathematical books, Qinghe borrowed Zhang Gongqing and Guoma Zheng's functional analysis, Walter Rudin's real analysis and complex analysis, Stephen Boyd's convex optimization, David Williams' probability theory and martingale theory, and Verschijn and high-dimensional probability theory from Qinghe Library. Regarding computational learning theory, he borrowed Shalev Swartz and Ben David's Understanding Machine Learning, From Theory to Algorithms and Mori's Foundations of Machine Learning. For geometry, manifolds, and optimal transport, he borrowed Li Jun's Geometric Principles of Deep Learning, Cedric Villani's Optimal Transport Theory, New and Old, and David McKay's Information Theory, Reasoning, and Learning Algorithms. He also needed to read Causality and Foundations of Causal Reasoning, as well as books like Measure Theory and Topology. He visualized each book in his mental space, the pages densely covered with annotations. When Luo Wei entered, Qinghe appeared to be resting with his eyes closed. However, in reality, Qinghe was engrossed in writing in his study, filled with books, within his own mental space. Immersed in this sea of knowledge, Qinghe was often unaware of Luo Wei's presence. It wasn't until dinner time, when Zhou Wana returned specifically to see if Qinghe needed to take care of his personal matters, that he emerged from his cycle of reading, entering his mental space, reading again, and entering his mental space once more. Is it too boring being here alone? Zhou Wana was somewhat worried that Qinghe would be bored. Qinghe smiled. How could that be? I do this every day at home, it's just a different place. Besides, I have something important to do, don't I? Reading these books helps pass the time. As Qinghe pointed to the contents of the book on the tablet, so Miaoer leaned over for a glance. It was entirely in English. She recognized many words individually, but when combined, they were completely unfamiliar. As for the formulas and the like, they were completely incomprehensible. After looking at them for a couple of seconds, she felt a sense of drowsiness wash over her. She figured she wouldn't need much time, 2 minutes would be enough to make her fall asleep. How can you be watching this so intently? Why aren't you hypnotized? Tell me, are you an alien spy sent to infiltrate Earth? How could a normal human not feel sleepy watching this? Sumiao questioned Ye Qinghe, one hand on her hip and the other pointing. Ha 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 ha. Luo Wei and teacher Zhen, who were just about to enter, heard this and burst into laughter. How could Sumiao be so adorable? It's unbelievable that she's already a junior in college. Ah! Sumiao, not expecting outsiders to enter, immediately withdrew her outstretched hand and hid beside Zhou Wan'er, pretending not to see her. Ms. Su, that's all for today's lesson. If you want to continue practicing tonight, today's practice time was already long enough. Adding more might damage your voices, so it's best to eat something to protect your throats and get plenty of rest. We can practice again tomorrow, Teacher Zhen said with a smile to Zhou Wan'er and Sumiao. The two of them have a program recording the day after tomorrow, and although they urgently need practice, they can't overdo it. Okay, thank you, Teacher Zhen. You've worked hard today. Zhou Wan'er bowed to Teacher Zhen in thanks. Thank you, Teacher Zhen, you've worked hard. Sumiao quickly echoed. The two of them, along with Luo Wei, escorted Teacher Zhen to the company elevator before returning. Ms. Luo, today is my first day at the company. I'm treating everyone to dinner tonight. Could you help me choose a place with a higher standard per person, not just any ordinary restaurant? Sumiao said to Luo Wei as she returned to the lounge. Tell me when you've chosen, and we'll head over. It's not mandatory, anyone who has to come can skip, no problem. Although Sumiao hadn't managed the company before, she used to spend every day at Su Holdings, and Su Xiangbei had been consciously teaching her about management and finance for a long time, so she knew how to manage employees. Okay, boss. Luo Wei nodded, turned back to the office area, clapped her hands, and said to everyone, the boss is treating everyone to a good meal. It's not mandatory, anyone who has to leave can go. Upon hearing this, everyone smiled and said it was fine. The lunch alone was enough to prove the new boss's generosity and wealth. Since dinner was said to be good, it certainly wouldn't be worse than lunch. Although their income wasn't low, no one would refuse a free meal. Luo Wei booked the food quickly. There were quite a few good restaurants near the company, but since Sumiao specifically mentioned choosing something nice, Luo Wei searched and found a few relatively suitable ones. Boss, the closest one is Panga 7-star next door, specializing in creative fusion cuisine between Chinese and Western dishes. The ambience is nice, with views of the Olympic Park. The average price per person is between 1,200 and 1,600 yuan. Also, there's Chaosheng Chow, a Michelin 3-star restaurant serving Chaoshen cuisine, located near the Workers' Stadium. The average price per person is between 1,500 and 2,000 yuan. And then there's Xian Rongji, also a Michelin 3-star restaurant, at the Kunlun Hotel. The average price per person is between 1,200 and 1,800 yuan. And, no need to go too far, let's go to the nearest Pangu Hotel. I ate there once before, it was alright, and it's close by, so it'll be convenient for everyone to go home after dinner. Sumiao didn't wait for Luo Wei to finish listing all the restaurants and directly booked the nearest one, the Panga 7-star hotel. Okay, I'll make the reservation now. Luo Wei nodded and prepared to leave. Our car can seat 4 more people. Those without a car can ride with us. Chapter 198. Interested in taking a stake? Wenkai Chinese restaurant at the Panga 7-star hotel is located on the 4th to 6th floors of the building. It specializes in Chaozhou and Cantonese cuisine. Luo Wei's reserved private room was on the 4th floor, a large room created by connecting 2 smaller private rooms with a partition in between. Each private room in the restaurant uses different design elements. Luo Wei's room incorporated elements of the Han Dynasty palace. For example, the rivets were inspired by the gates of the Forbidden City, the walls were made of bamboo slips, and the purple glass lamps on the ceiling symbolized auspicious purple clouds coming from the east. From the private room, one can see the bird's nest and water cube outside. If you go to the window, you can also see the Olympic Park. The tree-lined walkways are illuminated in a continuous line, reflecting the lights of the bird's nest and water cube, creating a magnificent cityscape at night. The view here is really beautiful. Zhou Wan'er looked at the view outside and couldn't help but exclaim sincerely. Compared to Tan family cuisine, the scenery here is grander and more vibrant. If you like it, we can come here to eat often. I've eaten here twice before, it's alright. Sumiao, standing beside her, said. Let's forget it. Coming here occasionally with you guys is fine, just to experience it. If I had to come here often, my liver would hurt. Besides, I don't think food that costs 1,000 yuan per person is necessarily much better than the 20 yuan rice bowls I eat. They're about the same. Sumiao shook her head at Zhou Wan'er's words. However, perhaps it was precisely because of Zhou Wan'er's genuine and unpretentious personality that she was willing to be with her. Having seen too many people who pretend to be sophisticated, chasing after so-called art and taste in wealthy settings, she felt that someone like Zhou Wan'er was rare. After everyone arrived, the dishes were served one by one. Although Sumiao had told her not to worry about spending money, Luo Wei didn't really go all out with the ordering. The average price per person was kept around 1,400. However, to be honest, this kind of upscale restaurant, especially Cantonese cuisine, has a small problem: the portions aren't very large. Despite the 1,400 per person budget, most people were only half full, not truly satisfied. This, and this, bring another one of each. And this, and this, bring another one of anything we haven't ordered before. Most people would probably ignore this. After all, in this kind of setting, no one would say they weren't full. Asking implies they were already full and had eaten well. But Su Miao wasn't ordinary. She herself felt unsatisfied, and assuming most of the people present weren't full either, she didn't even ask. She simply called over the waiter with the menu and started ordering. The amount of food we ordered is almost the same as what we ordered before. Boss, that's enough, we can't eat that much, no need to order anymore. Yeah, that's about right, we've almost eaten. Boss, this is enough for us, we can't finish ordering too much. I said I'd treat everyone to a big meal today, so eat as much as you like. After ordering, Su Miao smiled and waved, indicating that everyone shouldn't worry about the food and should just eat freely. This was met with a chorus of "Thank you, boss." During the meal, people kept coming up to toast the three of them, but Qinghe didn't drink, Zhou Wan'er didn't like to drink, and Su Miao couldn't drink because she was driving, so they all substituted tea for alcohol. We have to go now. If you're still hungry, just order more. Don't worry about the cost. After dinner, you can find a place to sing karaoke or something, the money will go through the company. The boss couldn't stay in this kind of situation forever and should leave early to give the employees some space. So, after they had eaten almost all, Su Miao smiled and said goodbye to everyone, leaving with Qinghe and Zhou Wan'er. Does this mean that when we start working, we all have to say we're full even when we're not, and that we don't need to order more? Once in the car, Zhou Wan'er sighed. She wasn't unfamiliar with these situations, but she hadn't felt it before. Now that she's older, she's inexplicably starting to empathize with them. Junior year, senior year. In 2 years at most, she'll also be facing the issue of finding a job. You don't need this. Su Miao glanced at the rearview mirror, a slight smirk playing on her lips. Why don't I need it? I have to work too, and working means facing these kinds of problems. What you're learning now will basically be useless after graduation. You'll either be working for me, and we'll debut together, or you'll be working for Qinghe. You don't need to do this at his company. Speaking of which, how much did it cost you to acquire this company? Qinghe, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected. I didn't ask the exact price, but it's probably less than 100 million. This company isn't a big one, and it doesn't have any particularly famous artists. It's basically just some newcomers and mid-tier artists, so the price isn't too high. It's just that its distribution channels are quite mature, and it has everything it needs, which is why I bought it. So, Mr. Ya, are you interested in taking a stake? Although Qinghe only asked casually, Su Miao guessed what Qinghe wanted to do. Interested. How much for 51% of the shares? Qinghe nodded. Since he asked, he meant he wanted to buy a majority stake in the company. Although he might not have enough money right now, he knew he would soon, and Su Miao knew that too. You want to be a major shareholder? I won't allow that. I bought this company to realize my music dream, and I don't want the company to be controlled by others, and I'll have to listen to them in the future. Su Miao shook her head vigorously. If Qinghe wanted a small share, she wouldn't object, she could simply sell a portion at cost. But if he wanted to become the major shareholder right away, she wouldn't agree. Isn't your company called Wan Miao Music now? Yes. Why? Then it's reasonable for Wan'er to become the major shareholder, right? No, you mean. Su Miao finally understood and immediately looked at Zhou Wan'er with envy. If that's the case, I have no problem with it, I'll offer the shares. If Qinghe were to join and try to control the company, she definitely wouldn't agree. But since Qinghe bought the shares for Zhou Wan'er, she had no reason to refuse. In fact, she had already considered selling some shares to Zhou Wan'er for a while, and now that Qinghe had done it for her, it was perfect. Wait a minute, before you discuss this, should you ask for my opinion first? Chapter 199 Announcement. At first, Zhou Wan'er thought they were simply discussing investments and didn't pay much attention, but upon closer listening, she realized what was going on. Qinghe, I don't want this. I'm not ambitious, I'm not thinking of becoming a boss or a rich person. Besides, I can earn my own money, I don't need yours. Zhou Wan'er knew Qinghe had made money, and a lot of money at that, but she had never considered getting anything from Qinghe. She didn't value money much. She felt more at ease spending her own money. Even if she didn't earn much in the future and could only afford simple meals, she didn't think it would be a problem. As long as she could afford to eat well, she was content. Seeing Zhou Wan'er's serious expression, Qinghe didn't try to persuade her or say anything else, he simply nodded, and the matter was dropped. He planned to discuss this privately with Su Miao. He would buy the company in his own name, but leave the actual profits and other gains untouched to Zhou Wan'er. This music company would definitely make money in the future, a lot of money, yet Qinghe was confident of that. With the lyrics and music he copied from his previous life, if it didn't make a lot of money, then he really should replace the entire company. Initially, he thought of giving Jo Wonner the lyrics and music, letting her hold the copyright. This way, regardless of which company she signed with, her rights would be guaranteed. Now that Sumiaur had directly bought a company to serve both her and Jo Wonner, he needed to approach the matter from a different angle. Especially after he solved the logistics industry problem and turned it into a cash cow, he was no longer short of money. Therefore, buying a majority stake, making Jo Wonner the boss, and keeping the maximum profits in his own hands became an inevitable choice. Working for someone else is never as good as being your own boss. Back at Hecking Garden, Jo Wonner cleaned and massaged Ye Qinghe before going back to her room with Sumiaur. After closing the door, Ye Qinghe closed his eyes and entered his consciousness space. 50 kilometers. Lottery. Global nutritional calibration, cell-level precise allocation. The best nutrients from every bite of food are precisely allocated to every part of the body that needs them, keeping the body healthy and energetic. Holy crap! Ye Qinghe looked at the reward he received, his face filled with disbelief. During the lottery, this ability occupied a very small area on the roulette wheel, so small that even the name of the ability was almost too small to fit, so he never thought he could win it. But sometimes that's how it is. The more you expect it, the less likely you are to get it, while when you don't expect it at all, it's more likely to happen. This is amazing. Looking at the description of this ability, Ye Qinghe really felt that his luck had exploded today. Because of his paralysis, his nutrient absorption was also impaired, resulting in him eating very little each day. If it weren't for Yadali and Jo Wonner massaging his body several times a day to stimulate all his muscles would have atrophied long ago, given his physical condition. Massage is only an external force and cannot guarantee nutrient absorption, so his body has actually suffered from significant depletion over the past few years. Now, with this ability, he believes that after a period of time, even without Jo Wonner and Yadali's massages, his muscles won't atrophy. Brother Tong. Thanks. I really need this ability. Ye Qinghe felt this ability was far superior to the previous abilities he had acquired, such as oral skills, writing, or finger trembling. He sincerely thanked the system. After the State Intellectual Property Office's announcement, all listed companies related to logistics dispatch opened with a limit down on Wednesday, and the same happened on Thursday. 2 consecutive days of limit down trading resulted in a market capitalization loss exceeding 300 billion yuan. In the morning financial news broadcast, the host expressed pessimism about the entire logistics industry. The entire logistics chain has collapsed, funds are fleeing at any cost, this is systemic panic. Behind him, the entire logistics sector was a sea of red, with mountains of sell orders and countless sell orders piled up at the daily limit down price, leaving no room for escape. On stock forums, cries of despair filled the air, the comment section flooded with desperate messages. Some posted screenshots of their fully invested losses, others cursed the policies, the funds, the inventors of patents, and everything else they could think of. 2 consecutive days of limit downs had shattered many people's psychological defenses. Fear spread like a plague, everyone was waiting for the third limit down, waiting for a complete collapse. At the market's most deathly and darkest moment, Su Holdings, Yueyang Group, and Fengshan Express released announcements almost simultaneously at 9 a.m. Recently, after rigorous review by the State Intellectual Property Office, Suzhou Holding Group Co., Limited, Yueyang Group Co., Limited, and Fengshan Express Co., Limited have officially jointly obtained the exclusive global commercial application and implementation license for a national-level top-secret strategic core patent. This authorization represents a national strategic-level technological empowerment and industrial layout. The patent possesses disruptive technological value and epoch-making industry significance, which will comprehensively restructure the global logistics capacity system, timeliness standards, cost structure, security barriers, and competitive landscape. The 3 companies will take this joint authorization as a major opportunity to strictly abide by relevant national laws and regulations and patent usage norms. This is hereby announced. These 3 companies were immediately pushed to the most prominent position on the homepage of various stock trading software. 1 second of silence. 2 seconds of deathly silence. The 3rd second, the entire market exploded. Really? It can't be fake news, right? How could it be? If this is fake news, shareholders will probably tear down all 3 companies. It's probably true. After all, this patent was invented in our country, so the first company to get it would definitely be a Chinese company. Fengshan is an industry leader, so it's not surprising they got it. What's strange is that Su Holdings and Yueyang Group got it. Whether it's true or not, at least my Fengshan Express shares won't fall any further. I need to get out quickly. Of the 3 companies, only Fengshan is a logistics company, and only it has already fallen for 2 consecutive days. As soon as the pre-market auction began, a massive number of sell orders at the daily limit down price were instantly swallowed up. The green limit down price, as if scorched by flames, rapidly changed, turning red in a very short time and firmly locking in at the daily limit up price. Su Holdings and Yueyang Group did the same, immediately hitting the daily limit up price. The massive number of sell orders continued to increase relentlessly. A reversal. An epic reversal. The logistics sector has witnessed an incredible reversal. No, not just the logistics sector, but Fengshan Express and the other two companies. All the funds have flowed into Fengshan Express, Su Holdings, and Yueyang Group at this moment. Chapter 200 New Song. The capital market is arguably the most sensitive to market movements. Upon opening, the three companies were immediately locked at their daily limit, with buy orders exceeding 8 million lots, and the price continued to rise. Any stock even remotely related to these three companies, even with the slightest connection to logistics or information processing, even if only rumored, saw a massive influx of capital. Yuentong Express, in which Su Holdings holds a stake, was immediately targeted by capital and locked at its daily limit. A stock related to logistics software and associated with Yueyang Group was similarly locked at its daily limit within 2 minutes of opening. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the lights in the conference rooms of global logistics giants turned on the moment they saw the announcement. UPS, FedEx, DHL, Amazon Logistics. Not only global giants, but also the teams from domestic logistics-related companies that had been sent to find the inventor immediately set off for Shenzhen and Beijing. The phones of Su Holdings, Fengshan Express, and Yueyang Group were ringing off the hook. Countless institutions and companies wanted to meet with relevant company leaders, hoping to collaborate on the project or explore opportunities for participation. This patent is a core asset of Huaxia Logistics. The inventor is a treasure for the entire industry. We will do everything in our power to protect it and are willing to engage in in-depth cooperation within the bounds of compliance. Whoever controls the underlying technology and the inventor controls the logistics discourse for the next decade. We respect originality and look forward to in-depth cooperation. We have already sent a team to China, hoping to speak directly with this inventor. This is a key figure in determining global logistics efficiency. The stock prices of the three companies are just the beginning. The real battle lies with that inventor. Everyone understood that capital was chasing Fengshan Express stock, while the giants were frantically searching for the person who would rewrite the rules of global logistics. While global logistics and capital were in chaos, searching for the inventor, yet Qinghe was with Zhou Wan'er and Su Miao in the lounge of Wanmiao Music, reviewing mathematical materials. Where are you? We're back, but we haven't seen you. Yadali, having returned to Beijing from Pengcheng with Zhang Yan, found Qinghe and Zhou Wan'er not home and called. I'm helping Zhou Wan'er and the other girl practice singing. They're performing tomorrow, right? They've been practicing these past 2 days. Is the contract with them all finalized? It's all finalized. The core fee terms are still what you said before. Any party, in any scenario, through any device, must pay 1 yuan for each successful use of the patented core algorithm or function. Also, no need to go into details. Just make sure you've negotiated it with them. I don't care about the specifics. Yet Qinghe didn't care about the details. As long as this matter was resolved and he secured the maximum benefit, that was enough. With his father personally overseeing the process, and the core technology still in his hands, he wasn't worried about the partners trying to pull any tricks. Moreover, of these three companies, besides Fengshan, Su Holdings belongs to Su Miao's family, and Yueyang Group belongs to Huang Yuehui. He has some connection with both of them. Now that we have money, do you think we should expand the company? Hire more people? Yet Qinghe wasn't interested in this, so Yadali stopped mentioning it and changed the subject. Before, when the company was short of funds, he hadn't hired anyone else after hiring Zhang Yan. Now that the company has money, he's thinking about expanding and hiring more people. You decide for yourself, but it seems we don't really need too many people right now, do we? Yet Qinghe doesn't know much about running a company, but he feels that hiring should at least meet one requirement, that the person is needed. He couldn't think of any position in the company that absolutely needed hiring. We definitely need to hire someone for finance, and I think we need legal counsel too, and also, Yadali listed some positions. You can decide for yourself. Don't ask me about this. Oh, by the way, the house that President Su and the others gave us is supposed to start renovations in the next couple of days. It's in the Jiashi garden behind here. The people Yadali listed did seem necessary. Yet Qinghe shook his head. He didn't understand these things, so he left it all to Yadali. Also, regarding the house renovation, he felt that he and Yadali might be living here for a while, so he should have Yadali oversee the renovation plan. As for the renovation materials, he trusted that the renovation company Wang Shun found wouldn't give him anything substandard. Okay, do you need me to pick you up? No need, it's too much trouble. Let them finish practicing. I'm just lying around here anyway. Okay, Qinghe, there's something. Could you write another song for each of us? At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Wan'er and Su Miao returned to the lounge. They looked at each other for a long time, and finally, at Sumiao's urging, Jo Wonner spoke up somewhat shyly. Sure, what's up? Didn't I say before that I'd write all your songs for the rest of the show? Yet Qinghe was a little surprised that the two of them suddenly came to ask this. Well, the production team just called and asked what song we sang for our first blind audition. We said it was an original song. The production team said there will be an interview segment during recording, and they'll ask what song we'd sing for the next episode if we pass the blind auditions. They told us to prepare our next song. Jo Wonner explained. She was embarrassed to ask, mainly because she was worried that Ye Qinghe hadn't written it yet. Since last time, Ye Qinghe hadn't mentioned songwriter, spending his days busy studying math. She was afraid this would interfere with his important work. That's easy, I can write it for you right now. Ye Qinghe laughed. This was too easy for him. He hadn't given it to them before because he wanted them to thoroughly understand and practice their current song. Since the production team was asking, he'd give them the next one. As he spoke, he began to think about what kind of song he should write for them. Sumiao's is the easiest to write about, just pick one from those cute songs, like I Am a Girl. Thinking of this, Ye Qinghe quickly typed out I'm a Girl on his tablet. This is for you. It's basically the same style as your previous songs. I think this style will be your main style for a long time to come, it will be your trademark, and it matches your clothing style and appearance quite well. This song was also a huge hit, and it suited Sumiao's style very well. Yet Qinghe felt that Sumiao could be developed into a cute and childlike singer.